Chapter 1. White bread, where am I? Xia Zuo opened his eyes, his vision blurred and unclear. His eyes were swollen and puffy, and a swirling halo of light danced before him, a sensation more disconcerting than enduring a sleepless night. His entire body felt weak and limp. His arms and legs seemed to lack any will of their own. Only after expelling all the air from his chest could he manage to take another breath. Lying on the ground, he gathered some strength, his right hand groping for the wall, eventually leaning against it to sit up. His gaze sharpened. Disbelief washed over him as he surveyed his surroundings. It appeared to be a prison cell, barred by iron grills as thick as his wrist. Outside, in the narrow passage, scraps of black bread lay scattered, alongside a bucket of murky water floating with impurities. The air here was damp and chilling. Xia Zuo shivered, hugging his arms to generate warmth, but soon his movements stilled as he slowly looked down to discover he was clad in a tattered garment, patched with various colors and exuding a foul odor. What is happening? His lips moved, but his voice emerged hoarse and dry, a sharp pain suddenly piercing his throat. In the darkness, a faint sound began to resonate. Xia Zuo listened intently. The sound grew clearer, repeating the same phrase over and over in his ear. Detecting whether the host has awakened. Detecting whether the host has awakened. Host detected as having awakened. Commencing body data scan. Scan complete. Initiating data transformation. Transformation successful. Personal template generated. Personal template? Xia Zuo gasped in astonishment, his voice faltering into a fit of dry coughs that a peculiar stream of information invaded his mind. Personal template. Name: Xia Zuo. Gender: male. Age: 14 years and 8 months. Status: commoner. You are a descendant of commoners, lacking any special skills or knowledge. Level: LV.1. Experience: 0-10. Health: 15-18. Mild poisoning. Hunger: strength: 2 points. Strength determines the power of most physical attacks, mitigates penalties from wearing heavy armor and carrying burdens, and enhances blocking and parrying damage reduction. Agility: 2 points. Agility determines the speed of attacks and counterattacks, increasing the success rate of evasion. Higher agility facilitates complex physical maneuvers. Endurance: 3 points. Endurance dictates your capacity for sustained running and combat, influencing stamina recovery speed. Vitality: 3 points. Vitality is the inner source of life, determining your health limit and recovery speed. Perception: 3 points. Perception encompasses the 5 senses and intuition. Higher perception allows for quicker and more thorough awareness of surroundings, enhancing the ability to anticipate impending dangers. Willpower: 3 points. Willpower determines your resistance to abnormal effects, whether they impact the mind or body. Mental: 1 point. Mentality affects your capacity to perceive elements and energy. When manipulating elements and energy, higher mental capacity reduces consumption and difficulty. Charm: 3 points. Charm reflects your appearance, physique, oratory skills, and other attributes. Higher charm enhances initial impressions from other beings, facilitating the acquisition of goodwill. Unique trait: undying body. Before health reaches 0, even if struck in a vital area, you will not die, and any injuries will self-repair as health is restored. Have I been transported to another world? Is this the advantage of being transformed by a system? Xia Zuo stared blankly at the iron bars. The information in his mind shifted. Detecting successful activation of the golden finger. Reward: 1 free attribute point, which can be used to enhance attribute values. Activating first skill. Insight. The cacophony of thoughts quieted, and no further information emerged, as if all previous revelations had been mere illusions. After a few minutes of stupor, Xia Zuo rubbed his face with his hands, covering his eyes, and finally accepted the reality of his situation. He attempted to inquire within his mind, what is insight? The system, self-identified as the golden finger, promptly responded, insight. You can use this skill to view the basic information of a target, with sufficient knowledge and perception. You can access more detailed information. Xia Zuo focused on the black bread scattered along the passage and silently invoked insight. A succinct line of information materialized. Black bread, common food, can satiate hunger, slightly accelerates health recovery. Consuming it grants minimal experience. Food can provide experience. Could water do the same? He directed insight toward the bucket of water. The response was similar. Drinking water also grants experience, albeit very little. What avenues exist for acquiring experience? Xia Zuo pondered silently. All actions performed by the host yield experience. The golden finger's responses were delivered as pure information. Devoid of any emotional nuance, Xia Zuo picked up a piece of black bread, soaked it briefly in the water, and placed it in his mouth. It was sour, hard, and difficult to chew or swallow. Akin to a stone cloaked in bread, that he coated a small morsel with his warm saliva, slowly dissolving it. Gulp. The first bite of bread slid into his stomach. Experience gained, 0.01 points. Current upgrade progress, 0.0110. The irritation of hunger, spurred by the food stimulation, surged within him, intensifying his empty stomach's demands. Xia Zuo broke apart another piece of black bread, soaking it in the bucket, fighting against the urgency of his stomach. Taking small bites of bread paired with sips of water, chewing carefully before swallowing. With each morsel, the dizziness from hunger gradually receded, the swirling stars before his eyes dissipating, and vision slowly brightening at the end of the passage. A faint flicker of candlelight glimmered, barely illuminating the corridor and the edges of the cell. Xia Zuo refrained from shouting. Since he was confined within a cell, the flickering light in the passage must belong to a guard. Creating a disturbance would only invite unnecessary trouble. He scanned his surroundings, his gaze landing on a shadowy figure across the way. It appeared someone was curled up in a blanket, sleeping in the opposite cell. Hey! Xia Zuo lowered his voice and tossed a piece of black bread. Using it as a makeshift stone, the bread struck the straw-woven blanket, rebounding onto the floor with a series of soft thuds. He picked up a slightly larger piece and aimed it toward what he presumed to be the person's head. This time, there was a response. Xia Zuo, I thought you wouldn't make it. The shadow flung aside the blanket and staggered over to sit beside the iron bars, engaging in conversation with Xia Zuo across the passage. The previous potion was far more difficult to swallow than usual. You drank it and passed out. I had to carry you back. Xia Zuo activated insight on the disheveled figure. But aside from the individual's nickname, no useful information emerged. Little nose, what potion are you talking about? My head feels like it's splitting open. I've forgotten so much. Xia Zuo pressed his hand against his throbbing temple. What else could it be? That old alchemist only fiddles with those nauseating potions that bubble and froth. Little Nose broke apart a piece of black bread and mumbled indistinctly. Each one is worse than the last. More foul-tasting that I don't know how many more times I have to drink it to become his apprentice. Apprentice? Surely you jest. Xia Zuo gripped the cold iron bars. Who would confine an apprentice in a cell? Are there others here? Little Nose wiped his nose against the wall, then sucked back the remaining snot. Including you and me, there are 4 others. Have you truly lost your wits from the potion? You only remember me. Your left is a little chubby one, and to your right is a thin, short fellow. In this row, I'm the only one left. The others couldn't wake up after drinking the potion and were sent back home by the old alchemist, to be imprisoned while alive, forced to subsist on black bread and dirty water, only to be sent back home after losing consciousness. This alchemist who administers potions to children sounds anything but reputable. One might even label him a vile old man. Had Xia Zuo not awakened just now, he might have found himself buried beneath the earth. The character template indicated he was currently in a poisoned state. The potion Little Nose spoke of, becoming increasingly foul, could only mean the toxicity was intensifying. That a shiver ran down Xia Zuo's spine. When is the next time we drink the potion? You really have forgotten everything, haven't you? Right now, we are eating black bread. Once we switch to white bread, it's time to drink the potion. Little Nose seemed to have exhausted his energy, waving a hand toward the opposite side of the corridor and silently returning to his makeshift bed, resuming his previous position. Xia Zuo, deep in thought, consumed a few more bites of bread before settling onto his straw mat. He now possessed 1 free attribute point to allocate. It was essential to consider this carefully. He must not squander it. Although he was unaware of how an adult's template might appear, it was evident that possessing only 2 points in strength and agility held little utility for a 14-year-old boy, especially with no weapons to be found. Allocating the free attribute point to either of those 2 attributes would be a futile endeavor. Golden Finger, can the willpower attribute be used to resist toxins? Xia Zuo contemplated silently, waiting a minute, but received no reply. What a cold and unfeeling Golden Finger. It seemed he would have to rely on himself. His face fell, and he let out a sigh of resignation. The description of the mental attribute was enticing, suggesting the existence of magic in this world. However, under his current circumstances, it held little practical value. Willpower, vitality, and charm, these 3 attributes might offer some benefit, The first two could aid in enduring the trials of the potion. Braving the rounds of torment.as for the third attribute. Increasing charm by 1 point could improve relations with the nefarious alchemist, feigning compliance before seizing the opportunity to escape. This plan had potential. Just as he was deep in contemplation, the candlelight at the end of the corridor extinguished. The entire cell was plunged into darkness. The heavy wave of drowsiness transformed the prickly straw mat into a cradle. Xia Zuo succumbed to slumber. The chilling sound of a key turning in the lock roused the boy in the cell. Following that were the sounds of the iron door creaking open and footsteps echoing. Xia Zuo opened his eyes to see a hunched figure shuffling back and forth in the corridor. The old man wore a black robe, stained with splashes of some potion. His disheveled gray hair, sparse and unkempt, clung to his scalp. His skin was heavily wrinkled, and his face bore the marks of age and hardship. He walked with a stoop, leaning on a cane for support. He appeared to be a malevolent old alchemist, harboring sinister intentions. Upon noticing Xia Zuo's gaze, the wicked old man tossed a few pieces of bread in front of the iron bars. Before Xia Zuo could employ his sensing technique, the man hurriedly left. With a clang, the iron door at the end of the corridor shut. Xia Zuo approached the bars and picked up the slices of bread, his complexion turning pale, soft, sweet, with a hint of milk. It was identical to what he had once savored in a bakery. This was white bread. In the past, he could leisurely enjoy its deliciousness. Now, it felt like a harbinger of doom. Xia Zuo glanced at the ground nearby, noting that only he and Xiao Bizi had received white bread, while the other two were given black bread. Xiao Bizi, wake up. Why are only you and I to take the medicine? Am I also getting white bread? Xiao Bizi leapt from his bed, snatching a piece of bread and popping it into his mouth. Is it possible that I didn't act well enough, causing the alchemist to see through me? Xia Zuo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. The nefarious alchemist was assessing the boy's conditions to determine who would be given the potion. Having stolen a few glances at the man's appearance, he had been selected for the medicine. Reflecting on this, Xia Zuo realized the alchemist possessed keen perception, and he resolved to exercise greater caution in the future. Exhibiting any hint of aggression could very well place him in peril. Chapter 2. Blood Recovery After Finishing the White Bread. Xia Zuo leaned against the iron bars and stuffed several pieces of black bread into his mouth. The stark contrast in flavors spread from his taste buds to his heart, intertwining into a bittersweet sensation. Xiao Bizi, do you want your black bread? I'd like some. The figure lying in the opposite cell waved a hand dismissively. Xia Zuo stretched his arm, straining to retrieve the distant bread, and mixed it with water as he ate. He needed to seize every opportunity for experience to level up quickly, which would grant him new attribute points. This would enhance his chances of survival. With a clang, the iron door at the end of the corridor swung open. The wicked old man, leaning on his cane, approached the cell, producing a set of keys and holding them up to inspect which door corresponded. You too, come out and take your medicine. After unlocking Xia Zuo's cell, the old man turned his back to open Xiao Bizi's door. Xia Zuo squinted, struggling to suppress the impulse to launch a surprise attack from behind, nearly adding his free attribute point to strength. He banished this reckless gambler's mindset and decided to observe more carefully. Hurry up. The old man turned and, seeing Xia Zuo hesitating, raised his cane to point at him. That cane, which appeared to be just over a meter long, suddenly elongated to 2 meters. The sharp tip jabbing into Xia Zuo's shoulder. A muffled grunt emerged from the cell. Xiao Bizi bowed his head, hiding his face in his hair, afraid to glance at the soon-to-be enraged old man. Xia Zuo covered his shoulder and lowered his head to his chest, anger simmering in his eyes as he stepped out of the cell. This emotion, potentially perilous, might be sensed by the highly perceptive old man. Thus, he quickly subdued it, burying it deep within. Mimicking Xiao Bizi's posture, he let his arms droop and focused on the floor, obediently following the old man's pace, all the while discreetly casting his sensing technique toward the cane. Retractable cane. An alchemical product, can be used as a weapon. Pressing the handle's button allows it to extend to 2 meters. The three of them reached the end of the corridor and turned into an alchemical chamber. The walls were adorned with several radiant candelabras. The candles, having burned down significantly, dripped half-congealed wax that concealed the bases of the candelabras. Alongside the walls were a desk and an alchemical table, laden with open books and a set of glass instruments, through which liquid flowed. An impenetrable iron door appeared on the opposite wall, blocked by a large, heavy desk, making it difficult to open from the outside. In the center of the room stood a large cauldron that a mechanical arm, tied to a spoon, stirred the liquid within, hovering just above the surface. The potion inside bubbled vigorously, releasing a strong, pungent aroma that permeated the room. The wicked old man sat on the only wooden stool, pointing to the potion bottles on the alchemical table with a raspy voice, saying, "1 bottle each, drink up." Xiao Bizi rushed forward to grab a potion bottle. But as he opened his mouth, the pungent odor overwhelmed him, causing him to cough uncontrollably and tear up. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Zuo employed his sensing technique on the wicked old man name. Alias, Wicked Old Man Identity, Rogue Alchemist Health. Strength, 4 Agility, 3 Endurance, 4 Vitality, 2 Perception, 7 Willpower, 5 Spirit, 5 Charm, 2 Character Specialty. Indeed, the wicked old man's perception was exceptionally high, the highest among all attributes. Xia Zuo glanced at the potion in Xiao Bizi's hand. Silently muttering sensing, "Unknown potion, consuming it will cause bodily harm. Expected to deduct 20 health points within 60 minutes. Successful consumption of the potion grants experience. 20 points. How much health do I have?" Xia Zuo summoned his personal template. His expression frozen in shock. Health, 18 healthy. Eating and sleeping restored his health from 15 points to full health, alleviating his headache and replenishing his strength. However, he still lacked 2 points of health. Rather, 3 points, necessary to safely consume the potion. Xia Zuo reread the sensing result of the unknown potion. Deduct 20 health points within 60 minutes. This meant that if he drank it immediately and then ate and slept, he could recover health points before the potion's detrimental effects depleted his health entirely. Vitality could enhance his maximum health and recovery speed, proving more reliable than the vaguely described willpower attribute. Xia Zuo promptly allocated that 1 free attribute point to vitality. Before him appeared a 6-sided die, visible only to himself. It spun in midair, displaying numbers from 1 to 6 as the die's rotation slowed. The numbers fluctuated from 6 to 1 and back again. Xia Zuo suddenly realized this was determining the increase in his health capacity. It must be above 2, definitely above 2. The die finally settled, revealing 2, increasing his health capacity by 2 points. Health, 2018 220 healthy. Hope glimmered. In this brief moment, Xia Zuo's palms were slick with sweat, his back drenched, his heart racing, and the sound of rushing blood echoed in his ears. At the alchemical table, Xiao Bizi pinched his nose, mustering the courage to tilt his head and pour the potion into his mouth, collapsing to the ground afterward, retching on his side. "Your turn." The wicked old man glared at the other boy. Xia Zuo approached the alchemical table, took a deep breath, held it, and raised the potion bottle to drink the pungent liquid, deliberately leaving a small amount in the bottle to minimize health loss. Immediately afterward, he pretended to falter, collapsing to the ground, allowing the remaining potion to spill on the floor. "Wait here for 10 minutes. The wicked old man was oblivious to the boy's small maneuvers. Lying on the floor, Xia Zuo concealed his face in the table's shadow, quietly expelling the small mouthful of potion he had held in his mouth from the corner of his lips. This should work. Having consumed slightly less potion, he had just enough health to manage, and once he returned to the cell, he would eat the bread of the other 2 boys as well. About 5 minutes later, the potion began to heat in his stomach, transitioning from warmth to scorching, spreading from his abdomen to his limbs, ultimately surging towards his head, making his entire body feel as though it were immersed in a boiling hot spring. The waves of heat emanating from the potion intensified with each passing moment. Xia Zuo curled up in pain, and Xiao Bizi did the same. As the 10 minutes elapsed, the searing sensation vanished in an instant. Successfully consumed the unknown potion, gaining 1.33 experience points. Current level up progress, 1.510. Due to the effects of the unknown potion, the body has incurred damage, entering a state of mild poisoning. Expected to deduct 18 health points within 60 minutes. The 2 notifications floated in Xia Zuo's mind. He felt a surge of joy. Not only had he gained experience, but he would also lose 2 points less health. This potion experiment suddenly appeared somewhat promising. However, the thought of the potion becoming increasingly toxic caused his expression to darken, restoring his numb demeanor. "Get up, time to return to the dormitory." The wicked old man beckoned the boys to follow him. As Xia Zuo passed by Xiao Bizi's cell, he quickly glanced at the scene inside and outside. The figure within seemed unchanged, and only a few pieces of black bread remained beneath the iron bars. He kicked the remaining pieces towards the front of his own cell. The wicked old man locked the cell door and returned to his alchemical chamber. Xia Zuo immediately picked up the bread pieces from in front of the cell, rinsed them in water to remove the dust, and once the black bread had soaked and softened, he devoured it eagerly. On his personal template, a negative effect of continuous health deduction had already appeared. Health: 1920 mild poisoning. Deduct 18 health points within 60 minutes. After finishing the bread, Xia Zuo quickly rolled up his bedding and fell asleep. In his dreams, he felt a profound chill, but after enduring the health deduction effect, his body temperature returned to normal. In this dark, sunless place, time was immeasurable. Xia Zuo could only estimate the passage of time based on the frequency of the wicked old man's appearances. Using the distribution of bread pieces as a marker for the beginning of each day. In the past few days, the cruel old man had taken both Xia Zuo and Xiabizi, along with Xiaopeng and Xiaoshou, into the alchemy chamber to test potions, making Xia Zuo consume a total of 6 vials. With each potion ingested, the experience gained increased, as did the potency of the toxins. The searing heat coursing through his body became increasingly unbearable. Today, after drinking the potion, he was on the verge of leveling up. With an experience of 9.9810, he was merely 0.02 away from advancement. Xiabizi, I'll take 2 pieces of your bread. After finishing his own bread, Xia Zuo reached out to grab Xiabizi's. The latter, having grown accustomed to the increased appetite of his fellow inmate, wriggled slightly beneath the mat as a sign of acquiescence. With the 2 pieces of bread consumed, a surge of information flooded his mind. Gained 0.02 experience points. Current upgrade progress 1010. Leveling up successful. Level LV.2. Experience 015 to T. Xia Zuo's disappointment. His health did not replenish with the level increase, shattering his hopes of using the upgrade as a means to restore his vitality. Fortunately, when allocating points to the vitality attribute, his current health would rise alongside his maximum health, proving to be a life-saving measure. Before him, a die appeared, rolling with dozens of faces, randomly shifting from 1 to 36. Xia Zuo's eyes brightened. He hadn't anticipated that the attribute points awarded upon leveling up would also be random. 1 point was merely a loss, 2 points a gain, 3 points a modest profit, 4 points a significant boon, and 5 points a grand success. In the darkness, Xia Zuo silently clasped his hands in prayer. The die settled on 1 point, granting him a solitary point of free attributes. Oh, come on, dear Golden Finger. With so many numbers to choose from between 1 and 36, why did it have to land on just 1? Xia Zuo silently lamented. Normally indifferent, the Golden Finger responded this time. The number of attribute points awarded upon leveling up is drawn according to a specific pattern. The higher the host's level, the larger the numbers drawn. Well, at least there's now something to look forward to with leveling up, Xia Zuo thought, tucking away his disappointment and returning to his bed to sleep. Days passed anew. During this time, apart from the potion trials, subtle changes began to manifest. The cruel old man grew increasingly irritable, his temper worsening. His demeanor towards the boys shifted from indifference to disdain, even when they did nothing wrong. He would strike them with his cane. The most heinous act occurred when he discarded Xiabizi's white bread and stomped on it in a fit of rage, venting his frustrations on the precious food. The mangled white bread, no matter how ruined, was still preferable to the black bread. Xia Zuo took half of his white bread and exchanged it for Xiabizi's filthy piece, a gesture of gratitude for the latter's black bread. One day, Xiaopeng and Xiaoshou returned from their potion trials. The sound of shattering glass echoed from the alchemy chamber, reverberating through the lengthy corridor and stirring the boys from their slumber. Xia Zuo approached the iron bars. Peering down the corridor in the flickering candlelight, a distorted figure cast a shadow on the wall, raising a cane to smash another glass vial. The sound of glass shattering jolted Xiabizi awake. The two exchanged glances across the corridor, each perceiving a flicker of fear in the other's eyes. "What is wrong with the old man?" Xia Zuo whispered. "I don't know," Xiabizi replied weakly, coughing. The trials of the past several days had rendered his body exceedingly frail. He likely wouldn't survive another round. "You should go lie down," Xia Zuo urged with concern. Xiabizi nodded and reclined once more. During the first potion trial, he had gained 1.33 experience points. In the last trial, he had received 1.7 points. Over a dozen trials, the potion's toxicity had increased by at least 20. If not for his cunning in secretly discarding some of the potion and the luxury of good food and rest, Xia Zuo would have long since met his demise. Yet, with the next trial looming, Xia Zuo glanced at the shadow on the corridor wall, an unsettling premonition growing within him. Chapter 3. The broken cane. Xia Zuo's unease proved prophetic. He, Xiabizi, Xiaopeng, and Xiaoshou were all summoned to the alchemy chamber together. Xiabizi's eyelids were puffy, still deprived of adequate sleep. Xiaopeng and Xiaoshou, rarely seen together, bore pale complexions, having barely eaten before being dragged in, their trembling calves betraying their hunger as cold sweat glistened on their foreheads. Xia Zuo obscured his face with his hair, swaying slightly. Though he appeared the most listless, he was, in fact, in the best condition among the four. The cruel old man ordered the boys to stand against the wall and observe his potion-making process. This time, it was not merely a trial. It has been dozens of days, and I still have not succeeded. The old man poured a spoonful of white powder into the crucible, tapping the mechanical arm to set it in motion, stirring the thick potion within. I have given you the opportunity to become apprentices, provided you with bread and shelter. The old man turned, his eyes glinting ominously as they fixated on the boys. Failed again. Still failed. No, no, no. He shook his head violently, slamming his right hand down on the desk, producing a thunderous sound. It is I who have failed, he bellowed. He snatched up 2 bottles of dark green potion from the alchemy table and poured them into the crucible. Carelessly tossing the empty bottles against the wall, shattering them into shards, he then seized 2 more bottles and repeated his actions, increasingly rough and fierce. I have been too lenient. I have been too indulgent. I should have acted sooner. The old man lifted a basin of potion from beneath the alchemy table and poured it into the crucible. A strange green mist erupted from the surface of the liquid, and the sound of popping bubbles filled the air, boiling hot liquid splattering across the alchemy chamber. The 4 boys huddled together in fear. Taking advantage of his companions' bodies as cover, Xia Zuo scanned the room for the extendable cane. There it was, on the desk, obscured by several books. Only the tip of the handle was visible. Xia Zuo bit his lip, contemplating the opportunity to deliver a heavy blow to the near-mad old man. However, the old man seemed to have calmed down. He leaned over the alchemy table, his chest heaving like a broken bellows. Gasping for breath, the old man scooped up the boiling broth with a spoon, filling 4 vials with the seething hot potion. You will drink them, he commanded from his seat on the wooden stool. Xiaopeng, Xiaoshou, and Xiabizi, seemingly accustomed to compliance and afraid of punishment, obediently approached the alchemy table to drink the concoction, leaving Xia Zuo standing awkwardly in place. Once the 3 had consumed the potion, they simultaneously collapsed to the ground. Initially able to utter cries, but within seconds, their voices devolved into grinding teeth and whimpers, ultimately curling up silently, fingers clutching anything they could grasp. You drink the potion. The old man pounded the armrest of his stool. Xia Zuo cast his detection spell at the potion. This time, it indicated a loss of 32 health points within 60 minutes, and no matter how he allocated points, it would be futile. The single free attribute point from leveling up to LV. 2 could be saved. Was this truly the end? Should he invest the attribute points into strength for a final gamble? No, wait. The old man suddenly sprang to his feet, seizing Xia Zuo by the collar, spitting as he yelled. I remember now. You slacked off and disposed of the potion. I've caught on to your little tricks. Xia Zuo was shoved against the wall, his back colliding painfully. I will punish you. The old man brought out the remaining 3 basins of potion from beneath the alchemy table and poured them all into the crucible. Hee hee. The old man cackled with delight, personally taking the spoon to stir the crucible. In an instant, the surface of the liquid erupted in a tremendous cloud of mist, blowing the old man's disheveled hair about, emanating a potent malevolence. Xia Zuo kept his gaze fixed on the desk, slowly inching closer. Bubble, bang! A fist-sized bubble erupted from the crucible, the sound of its explosion akin to distant thunder. Xia Zuo paused, realizing that the gas released from the bubble was not ignited. Bubble, bang! Indeed, it was ignited. Bubble, bang! Bubble, bang! The bubbles began to appear more rapidly. Flames flickered above the crucible. Xia Zuo furrowed his brow, hesitating between rushing to the desk or retreating back into the corridor. Bubble, bang! Bubble, bang! Bubble, bang! Xia Zuo cautiously moved backward, stealthily approaching the door of the alchemy chamber. Bubble, bang! Bubble, bang! Bubble, bang! Bubble, bang! The old man, staring blankly at the flames, counted the overturned empty basins beneath his feet. Burying his hands in his hair, He cried out. What have I done? What have I done? No, I must remedy this. The old man grabbed the spoon and plunged it into the violently churning broth, but what he scooped up was just half of a melted spoon. This is bad, Xia Zuo hissed, pulling the dazed Xiabizi by the arm and straining to drag him toward the corridor. Just as he turned the corner, the sound of exploding bubbles erupted behind him like a rapid-fire machine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Boom. The broth exploded suddenly, the shockwave shattering the crucible, obliterating the reagent bottles, and toppling the old man that a torrent of crimson flames engulfed everything in the alchemy chamber, surging violently into the corridor. Xia Zuo was thrown to the ground, instinctively shielding his head with his hands as the searing flames brushed past his body, bringing a wave of excruciating pain and shock. His ears rang with a deafening roar, his eardrums throbbing with piercing agony. Xia Zuo opened his mouth in a wail, enduring the torment for several seconds before ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until Xia Zuo awoke once more. Before him lay a somber haze, the entire corridor reeking of charred remnants. How much blood do I have left? Blood level at 1020, exhibiting mild shock, minor abrasions, slight contusions, superficial burns, and mild poisoning. Cough, cough. Xia Zuo pressed himself against the ground, striving to avoid inhaling the smoke. Crawling towards the alchemy chamber, what met his gaze were three figures resembling blackened charcoal. Where is that wicked old man? Is he dead? The ground was strewn with shattered wooden planks and splintered beams. The alchemical platform and desk utterly obliterated by the explosion. Where the crucible once stood, a pool of black sludge had formed, the source of the smoke and charred odor. The old man's figure lay buried beneath a heap of charred debris. With only his legs protruding, Xia Zuo halted at the entrance of the alchemy chamber, feeling a prickling sensation at his nostrils, possibly from the smoke irritating his eyes, causing a few tears to escape. It was nothing serious. He continued to crawl, rummaging through the debris. The old man was undoubtedly dead, a shard of sharp glass embedded in his chest, crimson blood staining his robe black. Xia Zuo searched the old man's waist and discovered a keyring and a withered little pouch, containing a few circular hard objects. The 6 keys for the prison were identical and easily recognizable. The key for the alchemy chamber was slightly longer. The remaining key, the longest and thickest, would certainly unlock the iron door behind the desk. Xia Zuo repeatedly blew away the smoke beneath the iron door, and after several attempts, he located the keyhole and successfully unlocked it. He lay on his side, his feet braced against the wall, hands gripping the heavy door, using all his strength to pull it open, but only managed to create a narrow gap. His strength was insufficient. The metal door was at least 3 fingers thick. Utterly unmovable. That cane could serve as a lever. Xia Zuo returned to the old man's side and retrieved the cane from beneath him. He inserted the cane into the gap, leaving half inside the door, and once more lay sideways, exerting force. The rusty hinges of the door creaked as they were forcibly turned. Snap, crack. The cane emitted sharp sounds, and after a few rotations, it broke into 2 pieces, revealing its intricate dual-layered structure. The broken collapsible cane might still fetch some coin. Xia Zuo tucked it away and crawled through the gap. Beyond the iron door lay a dirt tunnel that sloped steeply upward, narrow and confined, with grass roots and creeping insects visible among the soil. The thick smoke from the alchemy chamber wafted out through the tunnel. Xia Zuo used both hands and feet to ascend to the top of the tunnel, where a wooden board sealed the exit. 1, 2, 3, push. The board covering the grassy surface was pushed aside. Brilliant sunlight flooded in, and the long-awaited fresh air filled his nostrils, soothing his weary lungs. I've made it. I've made it. Xia Zuo emerged from the hole, arms outstretched in celebration, intoxicated by the fresh air tinged with the scent of grass, squinting up at the sky before surveying his surroundings. Before him lay a glade amid the woods, the trees silent and profound, encircling him like watchful sentinels. Gazing at the boy who had just emerged from the earth, something was amiss. Why did the woods appear so strikingly similar from every angle? Xia Zuo turned left and right, glancing ahead and behind, only to find a scene of towering trunks, the only discernible difference being the thickness and hue of the trees. How could it be that there wasn't even a single path? Where had that wicked old man concealed his alchemy chamber? He raised his head, estimating the cardinal directions by the position of the sun, then returned underground to search once more. When he resurfaced, he had acquired a cloth bundle on his back containing the last of his rations and fresh water, along with a pouch holding 3 silver coins. The broken cane was tightly bound with a piece of hemp rope. Barely usable, the silver coins discovered on the old man were not mere thumb-sized coins. They were as large as a palm, genuine silver coins, intricately stamped on both sides with designs, inscribed with minted in Rosac province. Kingdom of Starry Night, and face value, $1 silver. The coins gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, clearly precious. Written information was found in the alchemy chamber, whether concerning the old man's identity, his alchemical experiments, or a map of the area. Everything had been reduced to ashes in the earlier conflagration, but to make matters worse, Xia Zuo had not learned any wilderness survival skills prior to his ordeal. Relying solely on conjecture to determine his path, under the eastern trees, there were denser thickets. To the west, there were more thickets and an abundance of gravel. He took a few steps into the southern woods, but soon returned. His face pale, that place reeked of decay, the half-rotted arm of a deceased boy protruding from the ground. Logically, the old man would choose a less traveled route to dispose of a body. The opposite direction, to the north, was likely to have human presence. Xia Zuo tightened the cloth bag, wielding the cane to part the thorny underbrush, waving away the mosquitoes as he trudged through the forest. This journey lasted the entire day. By evening, as the sun dipped low in the western sky, there was still no sign of human activity. He briefly doubted whether he had taken a wrong turn, even considering circling back near the hole, but ultimately suppressed the urge to retrace his steps. Such an action would squander time on a round trip. It was better to press northward until night fell, until his supplies ran out, until he was utterly drained of energy. Chapter 4. The circus. The night in the forest proved far more challenging than the day. The bites of mosquitoes were merely a minor inconvenience. The sounds of small animals rustling in the underbrush could rouse one from slumber in the dead of night, and even in a fitful sleep, nightmares plagued him. Xia Zuo dreamt he was still in the prison cell, angrily pounding on the iron bars until his hands stung, only to realize he was swinging his fists at a small sapling. Golden dawn filtered through the gaps in the treetops. Another day had arrived. Blood level at 1520, hunger, mild dehydration. The black bread was gone, and the fresh water in his pouch was nearly depleted. The poor quality of his sleep at night had significantly reduced his health recovery rate. His distressed stomach had grown numb, yet it paled in comparison to the torment of dehydration. Xia Zuo felt the bulge of the water pouch. It contained only a single sip left. The sun dipped again. Blood level at 1220, moderate thirst, losing 2 points of blood per hour. The recovery rate had plummeted to negative. In 6 hours, he would starve. Xia Zuo, parched and dizzy, seemed to hallucinate. Catching a whiff of barbecued meat, the aroma of skin sizzling to a golden brown, juicy flesh, seasoned with spices. He closed his eyes, standing still, saliva pooling in his mouth. This scent was no illusion. It truly wafted from ahead. Xia Zuo opened his eyes and let out a plaintive wail, summoning the last of his strength to push through the underbrush. Someone is grilling. Salvation is near. Xia Zuo stumbled onto a dirt path through the woods, where a 3-carriage cart was parked at the roadside. Help me. Xia Zuo reached out to the crowd gathered by the cart. The sudden surge of heightened emotion drained his energy and strength, and an overwhelming darkness engulfed him. He collapsed to the ground, utterly motionless, only faintly hearing some voices hiss. A snake slithered over, flicking its tongue near his ear, its cool head nudging Xia Zuo's face, revealing his youthful countenance buried in the soil. Big sister. It's a little boy, a warm-voiced middle-aged man remarked from several meters away. The snake crawled into Xia Zuo's clothing, exploring every corner before finally slithering out of the cloth pouch. The middle-aged man lowered his voice. 3 coins worth $1 each. No food or water left, and a broken collapsible cane. This little fellow doesn't seem the type to afford a cane. And those silver coins? Big sister, should we save him? A sharp male voice interjected. Of course. Such a poor little creature. Ha ha ha. A clear female voice decisively stated. We'll take him partway. Drop him off at the next outpost. Xia Zuo felt himself being lifted by strong hands. A few drops of warm water falling onto his cracked lips, he greedily gulped a few sips before succumbing to a deep slumber. He had truly been saved, in a modest guest room. Sunlight warmed his body. Xia Zuo regained a flicker of consciousness, realizing he lay on a soft bed. His eyelids felt extraordinarily heavy, refusing to open. Blood level at 1720, moderate drowsiness, moderate exhaustion. A figure entered through the door. Stealthily approaching the bedside, the faint scent of medicinal herbs mingling with something akin to alcohol. This person searched Xia Zuo's body, then moved to the table beside him, rummaging through drawers until they finally unearthed a desired object, a pouch containing 3 silver coins. "Vancers," a clear female voice called from the doorway. The thief seemed startled, dropping the pouch onto the table with a clatter. The female voice, cool and detached, remarked, "We saved him. We can ask for a reward, but that ain't matter for when he wakes. I am the big sister here, and I call the shots. Now leave, let him rest." Vancers expressed some discontent but complied with the big sister's command, his footsteps heavy as he exited the room. The big sister tucked the pouch beneath the boy, pressing it down, then fetched a damp cloth to wipe his forehead and neck. Xia Zuo longed to express his gratitude, yet his eyes remained stubbornly shut, and his lips could only twitch, unable to produce sound. "Did you have another nightmare?" The warm palm stroked the boy's forehead, its calloused texture soothing him back into slumber. "Little one, are you awake?" Hiss, the sound of a snake. The warm-voiced middle-aged man sat at the head of the bed, producing a small vial emitting a refreshing aroma, shaking it gently before Xia Zuo's nose. "Wake up, little one. Our performance here has concluded. We must leave by tomorrow morning at the latest." Xia Zuo was not deeply asleep. He was thoroughly awakened by the cool, pungent aroma that filled the air. His body no longer felt as fatigued as before. "You, hello." His gaze fell upon a man with dark skin, clad in a brown long robe adorned with peculiar patterns. Upon his head rested a tall hat stitched from thick cloth, from which a small green snake poked its head out, resembling a silkworm cocoon. "It's good that you're awake," the middle-aged man said, stroking his curled beard and chuckling softly. "Thank you for saving me," Xia Zuo said, glancing at the green snake that was fixated on him. "And thank you too, little snake." The snake's head arched gracefully before it retreated back into its master's hat. "Little one, since you're awake, why don't you tell us where you came from? It's rare to see a child your size wandering in the forest." The middle-aged man brought a cup of water and placed it in the boy's hands. "By the way, my name is Snek. What's yours?" "I am Xia Zuo." Xia Zuo drank the water, feeling the warmth soothe his throat. "Xia Zuo," Snek mused, pinching his chin as he frowned in thought. "Go on, little one. I feel as though I've heard your name somewhere before. I was captured by a wicked alchemist and imprisoned in an underground dungeon. After escaping, I walked north for 2 days and nights until I encountered you." Xia Zuo recounted his awakening, omitting any mention of his unique abilities, and vowed to keep it a secret. Snek's brows raised high in recognition. "I remember now. I saw your name on the bulletin board. There are several missing person notices from a village south of Rosac. Your parents have posted a reward, hiring people to search for you." Snek's face lit up with joy. His goatee pointing skyward, he leaped from the bedside and hurried towards the door. "Stay here for a moment that I need to discuss this with the head sister." Xia Zuo surveyed the simply furnished room, tucked away his money pouch, and found his cloth bag on the table, while a broken cane leaned silently against the wall. Not long after, Snek returned, accompanied by the head sister. She was taller than Snek, likely standing at about 1.9 meters. With a curvaceous figure, she was tall and robust, yet retained a feminine grace. Her skin bore a healthy wheat tone, her features were striking, and her lips were plump like vibrant flower petals. Though her demeanor was stern and serious, her gaze towards Xia Zuo was gentle, exuding a captivating blend of wildness and warmth. She wore a sleeveless, deep brown leather armor on her upper body. As her arms moved, subtle muscle lines became visible. Her lower half was clad in tight leather trousers adorned with a skirt, with a circle of small throwing daggers strapped to each thigh. "This is our head sister, the leader of the circus, Audrey," Snek said. The joy on Snek's face vanished, replaced by concern as he spoke in a somber tone. "Little one, I must share some unfortunate news. After your disappearance, your hometown and the surrounding villages were ravaged by bandits, and no one survived. When the rescue cavalry arrived, all that remained were charred houses and corpses." Xia Zuo felt an inexplicable pain pierce through his heart, tears streaming down his cheeks as a sorrowful sigh escaped him, followed by a sensation of something leaving his very being. "Thank you for saving me, but where should I go next?" Xia Zuo wiped away his tears, the strange sadness dissipating swiftly from his heart. "What skills do you possess?" "Xia Zuo," Audrey asked, crossing her arms as she gazed intently at the boy. "This small town has a tavern, a blacksmith, and a stable. If you are diligent, finding work shouldn't be difficult, having lived alone in his past life." Xia Zuo had indeed acquired quite a few skills. He wiped his tear-streaked face with his sleeve and began to count on his fingers. "I am most adept at cooking. I excel in frying. Boiling, grilling, and stir-frying. My mathematics is excellent, and I can manage accounts. I am quite nimble and learn quickly. Oh, you can calculate and keep accounts? Audrey pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from her waist pouch. Could you help me identify any issues with these accounts? Xia Zuo unfolded the paper and spread it on the bed. Reviewing it carefully, IT detailed the circus's daily expenses and income, primarily documenting the costs of purchasing supplies, from fabric to the wood and nails for repairing carriages, as well as the props consumed by performers during shows. The income section was merely a simple tally of the coins counted after performances. Head sister, if the prices of the goods on these accounts are correct, then the strange part lies in the discrepancy between income and expenditure. Xia Zuo stood before Audrey with the problematic paper, taking considerable effort to make her recognize the issue. Of course, head sister, you should know that this problem may stem from improper bookkeeping. Looking up at Audrey, who towered over him by several heads, he spoke with a pleading gaze. I am willing to help the circus with odd jobs if you allow me to manage the accounts. I promise not to touch any of the coins. He had considered staying with the circus for various reasons. During his unconsciousness, Audrey's conversation with Snek revealed her kindness and principles, which was one reason. Secondly, Xia Zuo's homeland had been ravaged by bandits, yet this wandering circus seemed unharmed, indicating that its members possessed genuine skills. Not to mention Snek's ability to control the green snake. Audrey's stature and commanding presence, along with the gleaming throwing knives strapped to her legs, instilled a profound sense of safety. Traveling with the circus would provide him with knowledge and skills to protect himself and earn a living. Far better than toiling in a small place. Once he eventually wandered to a place he liked, he could consider settling down then. Audrey appeared hesitant, but recognition gleamed in her eyes. First, go to the tavern's kitchen and prepare a feast. I need to discuss this with the other members. Head sister, I will take him to the kitchen, Snek said, grasping the boy's arm, and once outside the room, whispered, can you make sweet and sour diced meat? Prepare a portion for the little green snake as well. Chapter 5. The fire breather cooking also brings experience. Xia Zuo placed 2 steaming plates of sweet and sour diced meat on the dining table. A broad smile illuminating his face, joy radiating from his brow. These 2 dishes were stir-fried together, earning him 0.02 experience points. The first time he drank poison granted him over 1 experience point. Thus, cooking around 70 times would equate to a single trial of the potion. No health deduction, no secret disposal of the potion, no enduring reprimands. As long as he followed his usual cooking methods and performed normally, he could gain experience. Xia Zuo felt that this world was not so malevolent after all. Quite impressive. Little one, your culinary skills are indeed commendable, Snek exclaimed, lifting a plate and taking a large bite. The green snake savored a small morsel of meat, its dark eyes squinting in satisfaction, reflecting an expression akin to that of a human. I agree, Xia Zuo. You can join us. Snek cleaned the remaining sauce from his plate and took the portion meant for the little green snake. Hurry and prepare the rest of the dishes. The clown siblings enjoy sizzling, oily roasted meat. The strongman Bopai favors nut pancakes, and Audrey relishes thick meat and vegetable soup. Xia Zuo noted these preferences, realizing he was missing one that the thieving, alcohol sin advance was not mentioned. Seeing the boy hesitate, Snek assumed he was asking if he should prepare another dish. Just make me another serving of sweet and sour diced meat, please. I'll get right on it. Does the flavor need adjusting? Xia Zuo collected the empty plates. Make it a bit more sour, less sweet. Burp, Snek burped. Xia Zuo busied himself in the kitchen. The first dish he prepared was the time-consuming nut pancakes, which required slow baking to ensure the texture was just right. Unsure of the strongman's preferred flavor, Xia Zuo refrained from adding any seasoning to the pancakes, simply layering them with crushed nuts and increasing the portion of the dough. The second item to go on the stove was a clay pot. As the head sister, Audrey deserved a more lavish dinner. Even if it was just a bowl of meat and vegetable soup, Xia Zuo intended to add ample ingredients. The sizzling roasted meat, of course, was best when freshly prepared, and since the clowns were siblings, he ensured there was sufficient meat for two. Standing in the center of the kitchen with his hands on his hips, Xia Zuo was flanked by an oven emitting an orange glow on his left and a stove simmering on low heat on his right. This world lacked electrical appliances, but alchemy was highly advanced, extending beyond mere potions to encompass a branch dedicated to creating various practical tools. Little one, I have good news. Snek poked his head through the door. Winking at the boy, The head sister has convinced the others. Soon it will just be a formality. Xia Zuo beamed, feeling elated. He grabbed a knife to chop scallions, ready to enhance the aroma of the meat and vegetable soup. The tavern's first floor was bustling, though modest in size, comprising a single hall and 2 stories of rooms. It was incredibly lively, especially during meal times when every seat was filled. In the crowded hall, against the wall in a corner, 2 square tables were pushed together. This was the dining table for welcoming new members to the circus. Xia Zuo served the delicious dishes to the respective members. Placing a large bowl of mashed potatoes in the center as a staple, he prepared himself a plate of meat sauce pasta. The clown siblings sat on one side of the table. They bore a striking resemblance to one another, sharing the same small eyes, large mouths, and elongated faces. The siblings exhibited exaggerated expressions and gestures, instinctively widening their eyes while speaking, resembling clowns even without makeup. Their voices were sharp and their tones exuberant, as if fueled by inexhaustible energy. Within the confines of the circus, one could distinguish them by the colors of their hairstyles and scarves. The elder brother sported a red scarf paired with short hair, while the sister donned a green scarf tied in twin ponytails. Upon sighting the succulent, juicy roast meat, the duo exclaimed in unison, "Welcome, welcome, my little friend. We are thrilled to have you join us. Hee hee hee. We heard you prepared this delectable roast, and we can hardly contain our excitement." Beside the clown siblings stood the snake charmer, Sneck, while opposite them loomed the remarkably robust strongman, Popeye. His posterior was broader than a bench, and atop his head, only a small tuft of hair clung together like a dollop of freshly whipped cream. His arms were muscular and knotted, with pronounced brow ridges and long, thick eyebrows nearly merging into a single thick line. At either end of the table, 2 figures sat facing one another, Audrey and a bald man with a stoic expression. Before Audrey lay a fragrant bowl of minced meat vegetable soup, while the bald man faced an opaque leather flask. "Vans, this is Xia Zuo." Audrey introduced the boy, pulling him closer. "This is Vans, the fire breather of the circus." "Hello, Vans." Xia Zuo regarded the man, who seemed intent on pilfering, with an emotionless gaze, while Vans merely nodded in acknowledgement. "What does the head honcho, Vans, like to eat? Sneck didn't mention it to me." "No need to prepare food for him," Audrey instructed as she settled the boy beside her. Xia Zuo quelled his curiosity and took a seat amidst the warm welcomes from the troop members. Across from him, the strongman Popeye devoured a pancake with fervor, crumbs scattering across the table as he mumbled indistinct praises about its texture, his voice reminiscent of a sound echoing from a water tank. His impressive dentition was astonishing. The otherwise tough and chewy pancake crumbled effortlessly in his mouth like a biscuit. Meanwhile, the clown siblings meticulously chewed each piece of roasted meat. Initially appearing leisurely, their pace quickened after a few bites, eventually leading to a playful scramble over the food. "I am the brother. You must yield to me." "Ah, nonsense. I am the sister. You should defer to me." "Don't mind them. They've always been like this." Audrey ladled a spoonful of soup into her mouth, emitting a satisfied hum through her nose. "The meat is cooked to perfection, Xia Zuo. You exhibit remarkable patience." "Thank you for the compliment, head honcho." Xia Zuo twirled noodles with his fork, discreetly employing a divination technique on the circus members. Character name: Audrey Roll, circus ringmaster, knife thrower health, strength, 7 agility, 7 stamina, 7 vitality, 2 perception, 8 will, 6 spirit, 2 charm, 7 character specialty. The attributes of the circus members were largely similar, with most prioritizing strength and agility. The strongman Popeye boasted a strength of 9, while both clown siblings exceeded 8 in agility. Sneck and the head honcho held the highest perception scores of 7 and 8, respectively. Their stamina and will range between 5 to 7. The attributes of charm, spirit, and vitality were notably low. Aside from the head honcho's charm of 7, the other scores in these categories range from 1 to 3. Xia Zuo glanced across the table at Vance. This bald fire breather, with a smooth head and chin, merely drank from his flask, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. Character name: Vance Roll, fire breather health, mildly poisoned, body damage strength, 4 agility, 4 stamina, 4 vitality, 1 perception, 4 will, 72, enhanced by alcohol, spirit, 3 charm, 1 character specialty. Vance's combined strength and agility totaled a mere 10 points. With will as his highest attribute, his vitality languished at just 1, resulting in an overall attribute total significantly lower than the others. After dinner, Sneck assisted Xia Zuo in clearing the plates, and the two made their way to the kitchen. Sneck, why doesn't Vans eat, only drink? Xia Zuo finally voiced his lingering question. Because he is the fire breather. Have you ever watched a circus performance? It involves taking a mouthful of flammable liquid and then, with a puff, expelling it onto a torch, causing flames to shoot forth. Sneck gestured with his hands, mimicking the action of fire breathing. This act is paramount and highly lucrative. Xia Zuo, he earns more for the circus than any of us. Sneck's tone carried an air of lament. Yet, it is also the most perilous act. Van sustained burns to his throat and mouth during practice. Although it doesn't hinder his performances, he can no longer consume anything other than liquid sustenance. At times, he is tormented by pain, requiring medication and mild alcoholic beverages for relief. So that was the case. No wonder Vans had not spoken a word throughout. Perhaps his throat ached at the slightest sound. Or his vocal cords had also been scorched. By the way, Xia Zuo, tonight, we have some work to do. I will teach you the tasks you need to perform. Sneck led the boy to the inn's backyard. Numerous carriages were parked in the open space, with a stable nearby housing the horses, overseen by dedicated workers. Among the many wagons, the circus's 3 connected carriages stood out as the largest and most conspicuous. The foremost carriage served as the residence for Audrey and the clown sister, responsible for managing the pack horses, guiding the carriages, and overseeing provisions of food and fresh water. The last carriage would be Xia Zuo's future dwelling, where he would reside with the strongman Popeye, storing performance props and miscellaneous items. The central carriage was particularly tall, with bundles of packed tents atop it, while inside were wooden piles and ropes. This carriage served as the home for the clown brother, Sneck, and Vans, as well as the mobile box office, selling tickets and small trinkets. Xia Zuo, go inside the carriage and open this panel from within. Sneck tapped on the window of the central carriage, which was sealed with a solid wooden board, unlike the others that had sliding windows with small locks. Is it like this, Sneck? Xia Zuo lowered the wooden board to a horizontal position from the inside, transforming the window into a ticket booth, reminiscent of a mobile food cart. Exactly. Your height is just right to show your face that I no longer need to crouch inside to sell tickets. Haha. Sneck chuckled, stroking his mustache, and placed several copper coins on the ticket window. 2 copper coins grants access to the knife-throwing act starring the head honcho. The M.Y. Snake Charming performance is also at this price. 5 copper coins for the strongman and clown siblings acrobatic show, and 8 copper coins for Van's fire-breathing act. Sneck tapped the wooden board. Now, give me one of each ticket. All right, I'll get that for you. Xia Zuo rummaged through a pouch hanging on the wall of the carriage, retrieving a small wooden ticket inscribed with the corresponding performance. Very good, little one. You're learning quickly. Sneck checked the tickets to ensure Xia Zuo had not made a mistake. Next, I'll teach you how to identify the performance props and some special tools. The two entered the 3rd carriage, which was cluttered with seesaws, horizontal bars, mats, and stilts. At the back, a locked leather chest awaited. Once inside, Sneck carefully shut the carriage door, leaving a sliver of light to illuminate the interior. This is the container for the fire-breathing potion that Vans concocts. Be sure not to knock it over while sleeping. Sneck cautiously pushed the chest further inside, lifted the floorboards, revealing a stash of performance costumes. Just by looking at the sizes and colors, one could discern who they belonged to. He swept the garments aside and lifted the 2nd layer of the floor, uncovering several sets of leather armor and weapons wrapped in oilcloth. Xia Zuo's eyes brightened. The circus indeed possessed some intriguing items. Hush. Don't get too excited, little one. Sneck lowered his voice. I'm only telling you where to find defensive items that you're not yet capable of wielding these blades. He picked up a curved sword. This is my weapon. If you encounter any ill-intentioned individuals, you must bring it to me immediately. Understood, I'll remember. Xia Zuo gazed at the sharp blade, feeling a chill on his neck, the fine hairs standing on end. This large cleaver and leather shield belonged to the strongman Popeye. His strength is immense. He has slain numerous wild wolves. These 2 stiletto daggers are for the clown siblings. The head honcho's throwing knives are secured to her thigh. Sneck replaced the floorboards. And what about Vans? Xia Zuo blinked. Him. Aside from fire breathing, he can do nothing else that will handle the combat. After you retrieve the weapons and armor for us, be sure to hide well beneath this compartment. Xia Zuo lay down among the performance costumes, easily concealing himself, finding the space surprisingly comfortable even with the floorboards above. Chapter 6. The translucent glass sphere. The circus embarked on its journey the following morning. Before departure, Xia Zuo discreetly entrusted the 3 silver coins he had retrieved from the underground to Audrey for safekeeping, leaving him with only a bag for new clothes and a broken crutch. Accompanying him was the strongman Popeye. 2 individuals sat within the confines of the carriage, which felt rather cramped, and Popeye, with his substantial appetite, exuded heat more than an ordinary person, raising the temperature inside the carriage. Despite the oppressive, cramped, and bumpy conditions, Xia Zuo felt a profound sense of satisfaction, infinitely better than the dank confines of an underground prison or the dense thickets of a forest. Xia Zuo, what a splendid lad, he. Popeye, a large fellow with a somewhat dim-witted demeanor, tended to stutter as he spoke, often pausing for a chuckle when faced with sentences exceeding 5 words. Hey, you bravely wandered alone in the jungle for 2 days. Thank you for the compliment. Popeye. Xia Zuo prodded the bulging muscles of his companion's arm. You're so strong. Is there a secret to it? Breathing techniques. We all practice breathing techniques, but you're too young to learn. Breathing techniques. It was evidently something that could enhance physical prowess. Xia Zuo's eyes widened. Why can't I learn? You're still growing. You can only learn after turning 18. If you possess elemental affinity, you could directly study alchemy and spells at the Mage Academy, thus avoiding tasks at the Warrior Guild. Elemental affinity, alchemy, spells, the Mage Academy, the Warrior Guild. From Popeye's words, it seemed that mages held a far more esteemed and rare status in this world than warriors. Moreover, the pathway to becoming a mage appeared significantly more challenging. What is elemental affinity? Xia Zuo straightened his posture, gripping Popeye's sturdy arm. I don't know. The leader seems to know. She mentioned that our next stop is Rosac City, where she will take you for a test. Perhaps you possess elemental affinity. Popeye ran his fingers through his creamy hair. I doubt it, You're likely like us, without elemental affinity. Xia Zuo felt a twinge of disappointment, but then pondered the notion of mental attributes. Indeed, if he allocated his points to mental attributes after leveling up, he might just gain elemental affinity. Xia Zuo excitedly rubbed his hands together, gazing out the carriage window at the sky, which appeared even brighter and more delightful under the sun's embrace. The 3-carriage caravan ambled along the country road, swaying gently, unconcerned about haste. Some traveling merchants urged their pack horses, hastening ahead of the circus convoy. Audrey, where's your next stop? A messenger clad in a cloak and carrying a satchel rode up to the first carriage, seemingly familiar with the leader and her circus. We are heading to Rosac City, my friend. The circus will remain there for a week, came Audrey's crisp voice from the front. The children will go wild again. I'll take my leave. The messenger called out before riding off. Is our circus well known? Xia Zuo inquired of his companion. Quite famous in Rosac province. All the towns are aware of us. Every 6 months, we traverse the roads of Rosac province. Popeye was kneading a resilient rubber ball, his forearm muscles bulging with clear definition, clearly not as relaxed as he pretended. This rubber ball appeared to be a small device for exercising arm strength in confined spaces. Is our circus the only one in Rosac province? Could someone else be competing for business? Xia Zuo continued to ask. Popeye paused his activity, stroking his hair, his thick brows furrowing. There seems to be, the leader should know about these matters. Vance was originally a fire breather from another circus. For reasons unknown, he joined us. Xia Zuo pondered. Could it be that Vance's previous troupe discovered his penchant for thievery? Audrey had never mentioned Vance's bad habits to the other members. Perhaps it was best not to speak of it. Approximately 5 days later, the road to Rosac City transitioned from muddy paths to cobblestone streets, increasingly spacious and smooth. The carriage no longer jostled, and when Xia Zuo opened the water pouch, he found that far less water spilled out. Along the way, the caravan passed through villages, merely replenishing food and fresh water, continuing onward even into the evening without pause, braving the encroaching night. Initially, Xia Zuo was somewhat astonished by the notion of traveling in darkness. Audrey, the clown's siblings, and Sneak took turns driving the carriage. But why could the pack horses also work tirelessly? The mystery was unveiled upon reaching the first village. The pack horses were uniformly provided by the Rosac Horse Depot. This leasing service was paid annually, allowing weary pack horses to be swapped out at any stable, receiving well-fed and revitalized steeds. Such a humane commercial service heightened Xia Zuo's anticipation for their impending destination. The grand appearance of Rosac City did not disappoint him. The city walls, constructed from tightly arranged large stone bricks, were a formidable 5 meters thick and over 10 meters high. the city gate. A massive opening, swung halfway open, with the heavy doors requiring the combined strength of 6 guards to push open. This was a place one could only reach after crossing a 5-meter-wide moat. The circus caravan arrived at the city gates, following a caravan of traders, where they underwent a thorough inspection by the guards. These sentinels, clad in steel helmets and wielding long halberds, clearly recognized Audrey. Their smiles, as gentle as the gleaming reflections on their silver armor, accompanied her as she guided the guards through all 3 carriages, including the protective gear and weapons hidden within the compartments, which were meticulously examined. The guards verified the markings on the lining of the protective gear and the steel stamps on the weapon hilts, finding no discrepancies. Regarding Xia Zuo's identity, the group did not conceal anything from the guards. Recounting the boy's experiences in full, upon hearing this, several guards muttered some curses towards the deceased wicked old man and the marauders who had ravaged villages, waving the circus caravan through the gates. After entering the city, the caravan stopped after a few minutes. "We've arrived. Everyone, disembark." Audrey opened the door of the 3rd carriage, gently lifting the boy down and ruffling his soft black hair. "Xia Zuo, have you adapted to life in the carriage? I've been busy driving and couldn't attend to you." "Leader, thank you for your concern. I feel splendid. Eating well and sleeping well." Xia Zuo beamed with a smile. "That is good to hear." Audrey took the boy's hand. Surveying the surrounding members, "Everyone, let us stick to our usual routine. Bo pi, move the tents to the square. You 2 siblings, change your clothes and prepare for publicity. Sneak, stay here to guard the carriage." Following the orders, the members sprang into action. Audrey untied a small pouch from her waist with her other hand, tossing it to the fire breather who was staring at her. "Vance, go check out the apothecary." The fire breather, with a gleaming bald head, weighed the pouch in his hand, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a rare sight indeed. "Xia Zuo, come with me. Did Bo Pai mention anything about elemental affinity?" Audrey led the boy away from the parking area for the carriage and turned into a bustling street. Carts laden with goods stood before shops, waiting for clerks to unload their cargo. The air was filled with the sounds of energetic vendors, and a plethora of diverse shops lay before them. Xia Zuo sidestepped a group of children playing on the street. Bo Pai brought it up. "He mentioned that I don't seem like someone with elemental affinity." "He is probably not mistaken. Xia Zuo, every child is tested for elemental affinity right after birth. I'm planning to take you for a re-examination. It's possible that the testing equipment in the village was too outdated, leading to an inaccurate result." Audrey and Xia Zuo walked along the street for about 100 meters before stopping at a place with a hanging sign. "This is the Starry Night Academy entrance examination station. Here we are." They entered and emerged within 5 minutes. Xia Zuo's face bore an unmistakable look of disappointment. He placed his hand on the translucent glass sphere that indicated elemental affinity, but it failed to register any change in this world, to ascend to great heights and tread the path of nobility. One's birth was crucial. Having elemental affinity from birth could elevate an entire family to prosperity in an instant. Not only would the individual enjoy free admission to the Starry Night Academy, the Mage Academy, but the entire family could also accompany them to enjoy the capital's luxuries. "Take it easy, Xia Zuo. We still have another path ahead," Audrey said, reaching out to ruffle the boy's head, which seemed to droop with melancholy. "Leader, are you referring to joining the warrior guild?" Xia Zuo replied in a subdued tone. "Don't underestimate the warrior guild. If you can reach my level, you still have the chance to enter the Mage Academy." This only puzzled Xia Zuo further. What would a warrior do in a Mage Academy? "It's too early to discuss such matters. You can't even learn breathing techniques yet. Come on, let us buy you some useful things." Audrey showed no intention of clarifying matters for the boy, pulling him into a bookstore. When they returned to the street, Xia Zuo found himself holding 2 slender books. "Leader, you wouldn't be intending to give these to me, would you?" "Little guy, stop pouting. If you had read these 2 books earlier, you wouldn't have fainted from hunger in the forest." Audrey's words rang true. The 2 volumes, stacked together, were only slightly wider than his pinky. Yet, the contents were far from simple. Xia Zuo had initially felt some frustration about why the leader didn't directly teach him some combat maneuvers, but upon flipping through the pages, he found himself irresistibly engrossed. Geography of Rosac Province. Memorizing this book grants 3 experience points and increases mental attributes by 0.02 points. Upon completion of memorization, the entire content of the book will be automatically scanned and recorded into the host's knowledge repository. Wilderness Survival Manual. Memorizing this book grants 1.5 experience points and increases mental attributes by 0.01 points. Upon the completion of the memory, the system will automatically scan and record the entire content of the book, thereby enriching the host's knowledge reservoir. A dual acquisition of experience and spiritual attributes. Indeed, books are the nourishment for the soul that I adore reading, and books reciprocate my affection. The elder sister remarked, I wish to purchase 2 more volumes. Audrey playfully poked the boy's forehead. Little one, finish these 2 first before we discuss more. The pair meandered through the streets. Traversing between the shops, the elder sister, exhibiting a forthrightness and strength akin to that of a man, nonetheless possessed a distinctly feminine charm when it came to shopping. Before long, Xia Zuo's arms were laden with paper bags, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Among these treasures were his work uniform, which he was to don for ticket sales the following day. Chapter 7. Satisfaction rate 100. The next morning dawned clear, transitioning to a partly cloudy sky, with pleasant light and temperature. In the central square of Rosac, several fountains of varied designs stood proudly. Water gushed from the pipes into the air, floating gently with the breeze, bestowing refreshing coolness upon the throngs of people gathered in the square. The previous night, everyone had worked tirelessly to erect the circus's towering tent. This performance area occupied a significant portion of the square, its lofty peak rising higher than any structure in the city. Atop the tent fluttered a vibrant flag, heralding the arrival of the Audrey circus to the entire town. In front of this grand tent stood the ticket booth, where Xia Zuo was stationed. The strongman, Bo Pai, effortlessly dragged it from the parking area. Children chased after the hulking figure, their shouts echoing as they reveled in the allure of his muscular presence. Behind the tent, a slightly shorter one had been erected, serving as a space for performers to rest and change costumes. Early that morning, the performers donned their costumes and rehearsed inside the grand tent, organizing their sequences. The strongman was the first to take the stage, responsible for launching the clown skyward. The siblings soared repeatedly into the air, piercing the colorful balloons suspended from the roof with their pointed sticks, the ribbons within bursting forth in a dazzling display. The snake charmer, Sneak, delivered a performance reminiscent of a theatrical play that he portrayed a traveler encountering a fierce serpent in the wild, wielding a wooden curved blade while playing a specially crafted flute around his neck. Amidst the exotic melodies, he and the snake danced in a captivating entwine on stage. Audrey, the only performer utilizing metal props, would glide alongside the stage, showcasing her impressive form to the audience, occasionally leaping to strike poses, and deftly throwing knives mid-air towards the clowness bound to a wooden post. The fire breather, Vals, was the last to perform, yet refrained from exhaling flames, merely pacing the stage to confirm his route, perhaps due to concerns over potential injuries from the fire. Having previewed the performances from backstage, Xia Zuo donned a fluffy green wig and a red nose, quietly awaiting customers at the ticket booth. Young man, I would like a ticket for myself and my children, a guest adorned with a gemstone ring proclaimed, placing a heavy pouch of coins upon the counter. Welcome. May I ask if you wish to enjoy the complete performance? Xia Zuo greeted the first visitor with his most radiant smile. Daddy, I want to see the whole show, the young boy's innocent voice chimed in. Me too. Daddy, I want to see the whole show, the little girl begged sweetly. All right, we shall see the complete performance, the guest replied, lifting his 2 children, kissing them on either cheek. The ticket prices for adults and children were the same, as the seating capacity within the venue was fixed, and the circus primarily catered to young audiences. For 3 individuals attending 4 shows, a total of 12 tickets was required, amounting to 51 copper coins. Xia Zuo spread his arms wide, extending and retracting them, arranging the wooden ticket stubs neatly upon the counter. He promptly opened the pouch, swiftly glancing inside, and deftly extracted a handful of coins before the guest. He counted them rapidly, then swept the small copper pieces into the money box beneath his feet. This entire process had been rehearsed hundreds of times the night before. The tickets, initially piled together, were systematically organized by Xia Zuo into different angles around him, stacked in groups of 5, both horizontally and vertically. Thus, with a mere glance, he could ascertain how many seats remained for each performance. The actions of issuing tickets and collecting money flowed seamlessly, without a hitch. Here are your tickets and pouch. Please keep them safe. Kindly present the corresponding tickets to the staff before each performance. Thank you for your patronage, and we hope to see you again. Xia Zuo made a silly face at the children, eliciting peals of laughter. while an unexpected message resonated in his mind. Successfully sold circus performance tickets. Earning 51 copper coins, customer satisfaction 80, gains 0.04 experience. Selling tickets yields experience, and it's calculated based on revenue. Customer satisfaction influences the conversion rate of income into experience. Xia Zuo immediately adopted an even more exaggerated expression and tone for the next guest, who seemed to be charmed by his enthusiasm, a smile blossoming on their face. Successfully sold circus performance tickets, earning 17 copper coins, customer satisfaction 85, gains 0.014 experience. If satisfaction is 100, selling a complete set of tickets would yield 0.17 experience. Selling approximately 80 sets would equate to a trial. Xia Zuo scanned the lengthy queue before the ticket booth, which snaked around the corner, easily numbering at least 20 to 30 people. Fortune was smiling upon him. The circus was his home, and earning experience depended on everyone. A jubilant smile radiated from Xia Zuo as customer satisfaction steadily climbed, albeit just shy of 90, with the elusive 100 remaining ever out of reach. During the midday break, Xia Zuo observed the performers' facial designs and had a sudden inspiration. He sought out the makeup-savvy clowness and requested her to adorn his face with a design as well. He procured a few strings of colorful bells and a delightful handheld horn, adorning the ticket booth with simple decorations. Whenever his arms extended to the window, the bells would jingle softly, producing a cheerful, merry sound. Once the customers secured their tickets in pouches, Xia Zuo would squeeze the horn, sending forth a comical sound to bid farewell to the departing patrons, while also beckoning the next customer forward. Successfully sold circus performance tickets. Earning 34 copper coins, customer satisfaction 100, gains 0.034 experience. Indeed, it was as he suspected. As long as he fully embraced the role of the circus ticket seller, customer satisfaction remained at a perfect 100. Though the difference from a satisfaction score of 90 was merely 10, the cumulative experience gained over time would prove substantial. With the circus thriving, the performers remained energetic, delivering performance after performance, with only a brief respite at noon. By mid-afternoon, the tickets had sold out entirely. I apologize, but today's tickets are sold out. Please arrive early tomorrow. My sincerest apologies. Xia Zuo handed a colorful glass bead to a disappointed child, soothing their impending tears. Before raising the counter, hanging a sold-out sign, locking the ticket booth, and counting the copper coins in the money box, the first day's attendance had been the highest, netting approximately 2,000 copper coins, equivalent to 2 points of experience. Experience points. 515. Only 10 more points until the next level. He estimated that once the performances in Rosac concluded, he would be able to finish reading the 2 newly acquired books. Xia Zuo gleefully recorded his accounts, secured the money box, and concealed it within a compartment in the floor, locking it with a heavy padlock. The door to the booth boasted 2 additional locks, ensuring a robust security system. Assuming no strongman like Bopai came along to cleave the locks apart with a hefty axe, Xia Zuo ventured backstage, handing over the accounts and keys to the elder sister. Leaning against the curtain to secretly observe the ongoing performance, he arrived just in time to see Vals take the stage. Typically reserved during the shows, he transformed into a different persona once in front of the audience, wearing a standard performer-esque smile, his movements exaggerated and theatrical. Vals held a torch in his right hand, while pouring a potion from a vial into his mouth with his left, then raised a finger, scanning the crowd to capture their attention. Whoosh! A stream of ignited liquid erupted from the fire-breather's mouth, igniting as it passed through the torch, leaving a trail of roaring flames. The inferno leaped an impressive 3 meters away, illuminating the tent with a brilliant glow. Even from behind the curtain, Xia Zuo could feel the searing wave of heat. Wow! Applause. The audience erupted in cheers and applause. Whoosh! Whoosh! Vals unleashed bursts of flame towards the audience, eliciting gasps of astonishment and delight. Children, caught between fear and excitement, clung to their parents' arms, their shrieks echoing. This was merely an appetizer for the fire-breathing act. Sneak and the clown brother emerged from behind the curtain, each grasping a wooden pole. They ignited one of the torches, then speared a plucked and cleaned chicken onto the other pole. Vals inhaled deeply, his chest swelling noticeably, as he prepared to take in another potion. The crowd hushed, all eyes fixated on the fire-breather. Whoosh! This time, the flames surged more vigorously and persistently, turning a deep crimson, enveloping the performance area in a wave of scorching heat. Spectators instinctively leaned back, wary that the flames might leap toward them. The fiery tip enveloped the chicken, transforming it into a brilliant fireball. The aroma of roasting meat wafted toward the audience, blending seamlessly with the relentless blaze. Uncertain whether it was Vayner's astonishing lung capacity or the effects of the earlier potion. In any case, Xia Zuo counted for 5 or 6 seconds and still saw no signs of the flames waning. Roar, roar, roar. Clap, clap, clap. The audience erupted into a frenzy, with children bouncing eagerly in their seats, raising their arms to cheer for the fire breather on stage. Incredible. The fire breather is amazing. The raw chicken is cooked. Mom, can you cook like that? This is truly astonishing. Vayners abruptly closed his mouth, cutting off the stream of water, and the flames dissipated in an instant, leaving behind a sizzling roasted chicken in the arena as proof of the fire breather's prowess. He wiped the moisture from the corners of his mouth and extended his arm towards the backstage. Xia Zuo was then ushered onto the stage by the crowd. A group of people, holding hands, bowed to the audience in gratitude. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. Today's performance concludes here. Audrey stepped to the forefront of the line, waving her arms to disperse the audience. Audrey's circus. Well done. Mom, I want to come again tomorrow. Dad, I want to be a fire breather. The jubilant children were led away from the tent by their parents, and gradually, the surroundings quieted down. Once the audience had departed, Audrey approached everyone and praised each performer, particularly commending Xia Zuo for his meticulous record-keeping. Ladies and gentlemen, let us tidy up the venue. After dinner, we will distribute everyone's remuneration. Xia Zuo, please prepare dinner at the inn where we are staying. We will come by shortly. Understood. Boss. Xia Zuo felt invigorated by Audrey's acknowledgement, his accumulated fatigue from the day evaporating instantly. He glanced at the roasted chicken. Boss, what should we do with that chicken? Should I make a dish with it? That one. Audrey gestured as if stuffing something into the chicken's rear. It contains the potion, so we cannot eat it. Oh, I see. I'll head out first. Xia Zuo lifted the curtain and left with a light step. Chapter 8. The life-saving potion dinner was filled with warmth and joy, as everyone reveled in the bountiful harvest. Even the usually stern Vayners wore a faint smile, akin to a cracked egg. Though his grin was subtle, everyone could sense the delight within him. As per usual, Xia Zuo and Snake collected the plates and brought them to the kitchen, then proceeded to the ticket booth. Audrey circulated the account book among the members. Once all had voiced their agreement, she retrieved the pre-sorted pouches of money from the cash box. The fire breather's performance was the most spectacular, and the seats had sold exceptionally well, yielding nearly 900 copper coins. The clown siblings and Popeye received over 500 coins, and they would further discuss the distribution among themselves. The snake charmer, Snake, and the boss each received over 200 coins. Out of the remaining 400 coins, over 300 were to be reserved for expenses, leaving Xia Zuo with 30 coins. Although his share was but a fraction of the others, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This job paid well, was uncomplicated, and offered valuable experience. Audrey was kind and willing to mentor new members. There were no grounds for discontent. Boss, could you keep this for me? After the others had left, Xia Zuo quietly handed his pouch of coins to Audrey. Very well, I shall hold on to it for you. Audrey affectionately squeezed the boy's cheek. Come with me. Let us take a stroll through the streets. Boss, are you going to buy clothes again? Audrey filled a separate pouch with 300 copper coins. Oh no, of course not. We are going to procure supplies. This task will eventually be entrusted to you. They counted their inventory on the cart before venturing into the streets. The nighttime city of Rosac remained bustling with life, and the arrival of the circus added an extra layer of excitement. Audrey, accompanied by the diligent bookkeeper, navigated through the throngs of people into the shops, leaving deposits and collecting receipts, while the coins in her pouch noticeably dwindled. The circus's expenses were substantial. 300 copper coins was merely a fraction, as they would need to pay double upon collection to retrieve their goods. Their final stop was the Star Knight Apothecary. The only mage academy in the kingdom. The Star Knight Academy offered foundational courses in alchemy, and thus monopolized most of the potion business nationwide. Audrey discussed prices with the apothecary owner at the counter. Xia Zuo meandered through the shop, surveying the exquisitely packaged glass vials. The selection of potions was comprehensive, ranging from painkillers for treating injuries to potions for repairing internal wounds. Truly a treasure trove of remedies. Xia Zuo did not hesitate to employ his knowledge-seeking ability, pausing at each display to examine the potions and noting their uses and names. Next to each potion vial lay a small card describing its purpose. which, with the help of his ability, was transformed into detailed data. Minor Revival Potion restores 10 health points within 60 seconds, gaining experience when health is effectively recovered. Successfully memorized potion name and purpose. Information has been recorded in knowledge reserves. Universal Antidote. Can neutralize or grant immunity to most poison states for 1 hour after ingestion, gaining experience upon successful detox or immunity. Weak Recovery Potion instantly restores 20 health points upon consumption. Experience gained according to the amount of health restored. Instantly restore 20 health points. Xia Zuo crouched down, his gaze fixated on the hexagonal glass vial filled with a vividly red potion, reminiscent of fresh blood coursing through veins. This was a remarkable item. A single vial could restore him to full health. Xia Zuo glanced at the price. 20 silver coins per vial. Goodness, even selling myself wooden tea affords such a luxury. Truly a life-saving treasure. His eyes sparkled with ambition as he set a modest goal for himself, to save enough money to purchase a vial to keep on hand for emergencies. His gaze gradually ascended, surveying the other potions in the same series. Lesser Recovery Potion instantly restores 30 health points, priced at 30 silver coins per vial. Intermediate Recovery Potion instantly restores 50 health points, priced at 50 silver coins per vial. Strong Recovery Potion instantly restores 80 health points, priced at 80 silver coins per vial. There were different denominations of silver coins. Xia Zuo had discovered coins worth 1 silver coin on the old man, and he had yet to encounter any coins of greater value. His eyes shifted to the lavish velvet box at the top. Perfect Recovery Potion instantly restores 100 health points, priced at 1 gold coin per vial. Goodness gracious, 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, making this Perfect Recovery Potion worth 100,000 copper coins. My goodness, it's enough to make one's teeth ache. Such an expensive potion displayed in the shop indicates that the apothecary owner is no ordinary person. Xia Zuo turned to scrutinize the apothecary owner, who appeared to be an unassuming, ordinary middle-aged man. The feedback from his knowledge-seeking ability revealed nothing extraordinary, entirely typical of a commoner to tea that moment. The apothecary owner was retrieving several vials from a special display case. The potions Xia Zuo had seen earlier, priced in silver coins, were safe for ordinary people to consume without side effects. The deep red display case contained potions that could only be ingested by those who had practiced breathing techniques. Weak Power Burst Potion, upon consumption, increases strength attribute by 1 to 3 points for 30 seconds. A maximum of 3 vials may be consumed within an hour, or 1 risks mild poisoning. Consuming this potion without having practiced breathing techniques will lead to moderate poisoning with no other effects. Successful consumption grants experience. Priced at 200 copper coins per vial. The other potions in the deep red display case had similar conditions. Ordinary people would be poisoned if they consumed them, while those who practiced breathing techniques could not overindulge without risking toxicity. The only exception was the potion in the apothecary owner's hand. Weak Body Restoration Potion, upon consumption, slowly repairs internal injuries, can mitigate the negative effects caused by breathing techniques. The effect lasts for 30 days, and repeated consumption during this period does not enhance its efficacy. Experience is gained when effectively repairing body injuries, priced at 200 copper coins per vial. Has our circus's fire breather come here to buy potions? Bald with no beard, the one with a burned throat. As Audrey inquired, she used her own funds to purchase 5 vials of body restoration potion. Yes, he has been here, bought quite a few painkillers. The apothecary owner paused in his calculations, emphasizing, "You must remind him not to drink too many at once. The painkillers are quite addictive." A fleeting shadow crossed Audrey's face before she quickly regained her smile, taking the boy's hand to leave the apothecary. Xia Zuo could sense the concern in the boss's heart, feeling the same apprehension. Someone consuming addictive substances alone, without supervision, could easily escalate the dosage under the influence of the drug in pursuit of greater satisfaction. The thought of Vaner's having previously stolen 3 silver coins and possibly being expelled from his former circus resonated deeply with Xia Zuo, allowing him to empathize with the burden Audrey carried. "Little one, is there anything you wish to buy? Snacks? Toys?" Audrey halted in front of a well-sized, nicely decorated grocery store. "I don't want to buy anything. I prefer to save my money and read books during my free time." Xia Zuo glanced at the store's offerings, finding them utterly uninteresting. A row of clay figures that would urinate when watered, and a few toys that quacked like ducks when squeezed. These were all toys he had long grown tired of. Even at over 30 years of age collectively, The charmingly adorable and vibrantly colored lollipops should not have captivated Xia Zuo, who was clearly above such trifles intended for mere children. How considerate. Let us return to the inn, Audrey remarked, gently pulling the boy into her embrace and showering him with praise. This was precisely the kind of attention that Xia Zuo cherished, as the moon hung high in the sky. Its frost-white lights spilled onto the floor, and the rhythmic sounds of snoring filled the three-person room. Xia Zuo shared a space with the imposing snake. The other two members, exhausted from a day of labor, had succumbed to sleep the moment they touched their beds. Only he, bathed in the bright moonlight, perused the newly acquired volumes, the geographical records of Rosac province and the field survival manual, both selected by Audrey. The contents of these two books complemented each other beautifully, allowing for an efficient dual reading experience. Upon reaching a particular page, Xia Zuo gasped silently. It seemed that his encounter with the circus troupe was merely a serendipitous stroke of luck. A case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, reliant on chance and a smidgen of logical deduction. Rosac province lay at the southernmost part of the kingdom of Starry Night. To the south, a lawless wilderness thrived, rife with bandits. Navigating through the forest by observing the sun to discern directions was rather unreliable and could easily lead one astray. The best approach was to move away from the clusters of lighter or white trees. The more brown trunks surrounded one. The closer one was to the inhabited areas of Rosac province. Had it not been for the malevolent old man placing the burial ground of the boys to the south of the cave, Xia Zuo would not have ventured northward. Let us leave it at that. It is time for sleep, he said, stretching and placing the two books aside, swiftly drifting into slumber. The following days unfolded in similar fashion. Xia Zuo manned the ticket booth, welcoming visitors while the others performed within the spire-top tent. Each day's earnings were settled post-dinner, and the leader had never sought to withhold any remuneration from the members under any pretext. On the seventh day, at noon, the troupe tidied up the venue, returning the tent and wagons to the parking area, after which they had free time. Xia Zuo remained indoors, engrossed in reading until the following morning when the caravan set off. Successfully memorized the geographical records of Rosac province and the field survival manual, acquiring a total of 4.5 experience points. Current leveling progress, 1515, leveling up successful. Level LV.3 experience 020 to the long-absent 36-sided die materialized before him, and as expected, it landed on 1. Xia Zuo refrained from expressing disappointment. After all, times had changed. With a stable path to upgrade and no worries about making ends meet, rolling 36 free attribute points was merely a matter of time. The newly acquired 1 free attribute point was left unallocated, to be considered when the need arose that he now possessed a total of 2 free attribute points. The circus caravan began its journey, moving slowly alongside the merchant convoys exiting the city. "Hey there, buddy, I have a little gift for you," his cabin mate, Bopai, said, producing a small rubber ball from his pocket. "Thank you, Bopai." Xia Zuo grasped the ball, squeezing it firmly between his hands. With a pop, the rubber ball shot from his fingers, rebounding against the cabin wall. "Ah!" Xia Zuo raised his arm to shield his face, wary of being struck by the ball. Bopai deftly caught the ball with a snap, grinning. "Let me show you how to use it. Cross your fingers around the ball, just like that." Following the strong man's guidance, Xia Zuo successfully compressed the rubber ball within his palms. Yes, just like that. Keep it up for at least 10 seconds. Bopai took out his own ball and began his own practice. 10 seconds later, Xia Zuo released his grip, and a message appeared in his mind. Completed 1 session of micro rubber ball grip training, gaining 0.0001 experience points and won 100,000 of strength. Xia Zuo felt a surge of delight. After 100,000 sessions, he would earn 1 point of strength, along with 10 points of leveling experience. How delightful. The mundane journey had found a new source of entertainment. Chapter 9. The talent of fire breathing more than a month later. The circus troupe arrived at the third stop of their journey. This city, slightly less impressive than Rosac, was a bit smaller, with lower walls, yet it boasted a full variety of shops within its urban center. At the heart of the city stood a fountain square. Xia Zuo and the other members had developed an unspoken understanding, assisting the strongman Bopai in transporting props to set up the spire-top tent in the square. After completing his micro rubber ball grip training, he had gained 1 point of strength, making his lifting tasks somewhat easier, although he remained cautious at all times that be at the tent stakes or ropes. The soft cushions of the stage, or wooden props, everything was handled with care to avoid incurring costs for repairs. The leader was strict about this. Anyone who damaged props would have to pay for replacements or hire a craftsman for repairs. Fortunately, the box containing the fire-breathing potion was handled solely by Vance, sparing Xia Zuo and the others from assisting. Seizing the opportunity while Vance was preoccupied with his vials, Xia Zuo discreetly peered inside the box, which held a simple set of alchemical instruments, a small vial of ready-made fire-breathing potion, and several boxes of elixirs that he cast a detection spell, receiving a startling response. Vance-style intermediate fire-breathing potion. Consuming it will cause bodily harm. Expected to reduce health by 180 points within 60 minutes. Holding it in the mouth will deduct 10 points of health per hour. Successfully consuming or using this potion to breathe fire will yield experience. A deduction of 180 points within 60 minutes. Xia Zuo glanced at his character template. With a health of 20, he could only endure approximately 7 minutes with a mere 20 points of health. This small vial of potion would undoubtedly lead to his demise if consumed. Fortunately, this potion was not intended for drinking. It was a prop for performing fire breathing, meant to be held in the mouth and expelled. In the box of raw materials, there were several vials of red liquid, about the thickness of a pinky finger, with a pungent odor that could make one's nostrils sting with just a whiff, causing tears to flow. This potion appeared to be a crucial ingredient that determined the potency of the fire. The detection spell returned a series of question marks, failing to predict even the negative effects. Clearly, this was due to his low perception and insufficient alchemical knowledge. Each time Vance prepared the fire-breathing potion, he only used 2 or 3 drops of the red liquid, adding a few more drops to enhance the fire's intensity. Before tonight's rehearsal, Vance surprisingly donned his performance attire. Audrey called the members to gather. Everyone. Vance wishes to try a new fire-breathing act. Bo-Pai, you and the clown siblings will perform later. Snake and Xia Zuo prepare 5 fire hoops and their stands. In the absence of a fire breather, the clown siblings typically performed by jumping through fire hoops, making these props readily available. Following Vance's instructions, Xia Zuo arranged the fire hoops in a circle, while Snake coated them with a flammable potion. In previous fire-breathing performances, Vance had always stood still, expelling flames in a straight line while maintaining a steady stance, his body and head remaining motionless. This time, however, the process was markedly different. Vance positioned himself at the center of the fire hoops, first unleashing a long stream of flames. After igniting the first hoop before him, he gradually turned his body. Xia Zuo instinctively clenched his fists, palms slick with sweat. Vance's approach was exceedingly perilous. Standing still while breathing fire ensured a smooth exhalation, allowing him to focus on directing the airflow and steadily expelling the potion from his mouth. Should even the slightest mishap occur, such as discomfort in the throat or an unsteady center of gravity, the act of exhaling might subconsciously shift to inhaling. In an instant, the flames could recoil, inflicting severe burns on the fire breather, proving to possess even greater control over the flames than anticipated. Vance's exhaled stream surged violently, intensifying the fire. He swiftly executed a full rotation, igniting the remaining 4 hoops in an instant. Standing amidst the roaring inferno, he raised his arms in celebration of a significant breakthrough in the fire-breathing act. That moment, something extraordinary seemed to blossom from within this fire-encircled bald man. A unique charisma inherent to fire-breathers taking root in Xia Zuo's heart. His eyes widened, filled with visions of flames dancing, as he fantasized about being surrounded by fire hoops, reveling in the joy of creating his own conflagration. I have made my decision. I shall become a fire breather, Xia Zuo resolved within himself. With the advantage of his immortal physique, even if he were to suffer burns, it would pose no issue. As long as his health was restored, his body would heal entirely, whether his hair or eyebrows were singed. Or even if his throat were damaged, it would matter not. Rather than squandering time and energy on less lucrative acrobatics, he would harness his immortal body to endure hardships and master the true art of fire breathing. Indeed, the training process would be arduous, but when weighed against the copper coins and experience to be gained, such trials would be worthwhile. The fire within Xia Zuo's eyes gradually dimmed, yet the determination in his expression grew ever stronger. Only when the fire hoops extinguished naturally did Audrey step forward to inquire of Vance. How does it feel? Are you certain it is safe? Vance nodded firmly, signaling his assurance with a gesture. Do you intend to replace the roasted chicken with this act? Or will it follow it? Audrey directed Snake to gather the fire hoops. Vance clenched his fists together, including the warm-up act, That will make 3 performances. What do you think about setting the ticket price for the fire-breathing act at 12 copper coins? As Audrey counted on her fingers, Vance gestured in agreement, then left the backstage area. Xia Zuo, please revise the price list, Audrey instructed, glancing at the boy who had just returned to reality from the performance. Understood, leader, as Xia Zuo stepped out of the low tent. His heart brimmed not only with aspirations for the fire-breathing act, but also with anticipation for the profits from this performance. Tickets for the fire-breathing show were the most sought after. Many patrons came expressly to witness Van Ursie's performance, alleviating any concerns about the tickets becoming unsellable due to a price increase. Previously, tickets for the fire-breathing show were merely 8 copper coins, but now they had risen to 12 coins, a 50 increase. Both the circus's ticket revenue and the experience gained would see a notable enhancement. In the early hours of the following day, Xia Zuo hung the new price list on the wagon. After updating the prices, he took the liberty of sketching a simple illustration to promote the new fire-breathing show, a bald figure with arms raised, encircled by flames. This inspiration had struck during last night's rehearsal. Perhaps the promotional artwork had worked wonders, or perhaps the townsfolk were already weary of the previous fire-breathing performances, but to Xia Zuo's astonishment, the tickets at the new price sold out even more swiftly. By evening, despite there being plenty of tickets left for the first 3 shows, the fire-breathing tickets had sold out in advance. Xia Zuo had no choice but to hang up a temporarily away sign and rush backstage to consult the head sister. Upon pulling back the tent curtain, he found Van Ursie sipping a pale blue potion, while the upcoming performer, Snake, was whispering with a green serpent. Xia Zuo nodded in greeting to both the man and the serpent before making his way to the changing room, where he spoke with the head sister through the curtain. A minute later, Audrey emerged in her performance attire, standing before the fire breather. Van Ursie, your performance is immensely popular. Tickets have sold out in advance. Would you like to add additional shows for a solo performance? I can have the clown sister warm up the crowd for you. Van Ursie pondered for a few seconds before gesturing for 2 additional shows. Xia Zuo, use the spare blank wooden tokens as tickets for the extra shows. Hurry along. Absolutely, head sister. 2,000 copper coins. This was the ticket revenue for the day, equal to the earnings from the opening day in Rosac City. Van Ursie's personal remuneration approached 1,000 copper coins, with over 400 coins stemming from those 2 solo performances as was customary. Xia Zuo entrusted his earnings to Audrey for safekeeping. Once everyone else had departed, he confided his yearning to learn the art of fire-breathing to the head sister. Audrey had long sensed the boy's interest in fire-breathing. She cupped his face in her hands and gently rubbed it. Little one, fire-breathing requires innate talent. Talent? Xia Zuo blinked in surprise. Audrey produced 2 identical leather pouches, filling one with air. First, inhale from this pouch. Xia Zuo blocked the inflated pouch with his mouth, striving to expand his chest and inhale as much as possible, ultimately managing to draw in more than half of the air within, yet failing to empty it completely. Audrey compressed the other pouch, expelling all the air, then directed it at the boy's mouth, sealing the gap between his lips and the pouch with her hands. Blow hard and expel all the air from your lungs. Whoosh! Xia Zuo's face flushed crimson as he exerted every ounce of effort to compress his lungs. The rush of air pouring from his mouth miraculously inflated the empty pouch. I didn't expect you to possess the talent for fire-breathing. Audrey laughed joyously, throwing her arms around the boy and spinning him around. Just as Xia Zuo finished exhaling, he found himself overwhelmed. His nose blocked by the wave of her embrace, he wriggled free, bracing himself on his knees as he struggled to catch his breath. Head sister, why do you say I have the talent for fire-breathing? Excitement sparkled in Audrey's eyes as she filled the pouch with air once more. Let's try again to confirm. After a brief pause of half a minute, the dizziness from the vigorous exhalation faded. Xia Zuo collaborated with the head sister to repeat the test, yielding the same result. Despite inhaling only half a pouch of air, he could exhale a full pouch. Now even Xia Zuo, though initially bewildered, found himself elated. Although he lacked elemental affinity, he possessed the potential to become a fire breather. How splendid! Not everything was devoid of good fortune after all. Audrey gazed at the boy as if he were a treasure shining with brilliance, her voice trembling with excitement. When people breathe, they unconsciously retain a small portion of air within their bodies. Only an exceedingly rare few can expel this stored air. Most people, no matter how hard they try, cannot force this air out. Whether one has the talent for fire breathing entirely depends on the ability to utilize the air stored within the body. Little one, you have truly surprised me. No one understood better than her the significance of a fire breather cultivated by the circus. Moreover, Xia Zuo was diligent and sensible, selling tickets, collecting payments, handling logistics, and cooking. He approached every task with unwavering dedication, working more energetically than anyone else, with nimble hands and a quick mind. Unlike other children, he did not frolic about the streets, but rather immersed himself in books at the inn during his leisure time. Deep down, Audrey felt that the boy standing before her was a gift from fate to the circus. Otherwise, how could they have encountered him on the forest trail? Xia Zuo. Audrey embraced the boy once more, planting a firm kiss on his forehead. Do you wish to learn fire breathing? I swear to be by your side during every training session, ensuring you remain unscathed. Unlike Van Urseed, I can also assist you in acquiring the tutorials and tools for fire breathing from the Warrior Guild. Audrey gazed intently into the boy's dark eyes. As long as you remain a member of the circus, the tutorials and tools will always belong to you. I wish to learn fire breathing and truly enjoy my days with the circus, wanting to live alongside everyone. However, head sister, why can't I learn from Van Urseed? Xia Zuo leaned against the embrace. Savoring the warmth of her nurturing presence, Audrey affectionately ruffled the boy's black hair. Van Urseed also obtained his skills from the Warrior Guild that he cannot speak, making it inconvenient for him to teach you. It would be far better for me to prepare everything and teach you myself. Xia Zuo secretly sighed in relief. His previous blend of eagerness and discomfort regarding learning fire breathing dissipated entirely. After all, learning a skill from someone with a tendency for petty theft could impose considerable psychological pressure. Now that this concern had been cleared away, the process of learning fire breathing would undoubtedly be much more enjoyable. Chapter 10. Audrey's Style. Head sister, the tutorials and tools for fire breathing must be quite expensive, right? Xia Zuo leaned against her, a slight frown of concern creasing his brow as he wished to spare Audrey any unnecessary expense. Worry not. Little one, that I have accumulated many years' worth of points without ever utilizing them. With the circus's income, I have had no reason to spend my points at all. They have become superfluous. Audrey held the boy tightly, unable to let go, as if he were an invaluable treasure. Once our performances here conclude, I will make a trip to the Warrior Guild in the city. I suppose I cannot avoid the presence of others when it comes to your fire-breathing training. I need to inform Van Urseed and prepare him for the possibility of leaving after 3 years. The circus can only have one fire breather. It is a rule of the trade. Audrey's tone was lighthearted at first, but it shifted to one of cold determination as she mentioned Van Urseed. Head sister, there's no need to rush to inform Van Urseed. I may not even be able to learn it. Xia Zuo was apprehensive about attracting a potential rival, especially one with a penchant for underhanded tactics. The man's experience, physique, and attributes far surpassed his own, necessitating a cautious approach. Audrey believed the boy was concerned for Van Urseed's future livelihood, so she gently reassured him, you need not worry. With his current fire-breathing skills, he could easily seek a living in the more prosperous northern cities. That isn't what I meant. Head sister, I actually woke up that day. I just couldn't open my eyes. Xia Zuo revealed what he knew about the situation and his wariness of Van Urseed. At the end of his explanation, he spoke with conviction. I promise I have never spoken to anyone about Van Urseed stealing money. Audrey's expression shifted from initial surprise to appreciation, gradually transforming into a broad smile, her satisfaction and fondness for the boy elevating to new heights. Little one, you are even more composed than I had imagined. I will arrange everything to as long as you remain within my sight. Van Urseed wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Who knows, he might even be plotting to leave our circus for a better opportunity. The two conversed beside the ticket booth until night fell. After Audrey escorted Xia Zuo back to his room, she sought out Van Urseed for a discussion. While Xia Zuo was wary of Van Urseed's potential malice, the head sister was untroubled. With her extensive experience in the circus, she possessed the necessary skills to handle such matters. Furthermore, to Audrey, Van Urseed's thievery was the perfect leverage. The next morning, before the circus's performance commenced, the members gathered around the head sister. With a smile, Audrey addressed them. Van Urseed plans to solidify his new fire-breathing technique before seeking opportunities in the northern metropolis. Is that correct, Van Urseed? Snake, the clown's siblings, and the burly Bowpie were caught off guard by this news. They felt a mix of happiness for their companion and concern over the vacancy left by the fire breather. Congratulations, Van Urseed. Have you already made arrangements with a new circus? Snake gently stroked the green serpent on his shoulder, a complex expression crossing his dark face. Who wouldn't want to perform in a grand city? A larger audience, greater fame, increased wealth, superior performance venues, and exquisite costumes, and no longer must one wander with the caravan, but rather perform upon the resplendent stage of a theater. One can enjoy a stable residence, take a wife, start a family, and relish a life more opulent than that of the average individual. Within the entire circus, the only two likely to change their allegiance are Audrey and Vance. The knife thrower and fire breather are far rarer than the strongman and clown. The former necessitates keen eyesight and exceptional skill in force application, while the latter must endure the toxic effects of fire-breathing agents and confront the peril of flames directly. The bald-headed Vance, surrounded by onlookers, maintains an impassive demeanor, entirely embodying the aura of a circus master. He nods slowly and gestures a series of signs. The next act has been secured that I still need a few more years of practice to meet their standards. Sneck comprehends his signs, and his worries diminish significantly as long as Vance does not depart immediately. The flourishing circus business will not suffer a setback. The strongman and clown siblings share similar expressions, revealing a comforting smile. Everyone, I have more good news. Audrey beams with increasing radiance. Our ticket seller, Xia Zuo, possesses a talent for fire breathing. I have decided that after this performance, I will assist him in acquiring the tutorials and tools for fire breathing from the Warriors Guild. During his training, I will personally supervise and teach him the art of fire breathing. Oh, is that true? Sneck pauses in astonishment, then embraces the boy beside him, shaking his arm with laughter. Bopai grins widely, reaching out his large hand to tousle the boy's hair, leaving it in disarray. The clown siblings emit strange cries, excitedly bouncing around the boy. Xia Zuo was personally rescued by the members, fostering a bond far closer than that of Vance. Even a novice fire breather is an irreplaceable part of the circus, and having someone to take Vance's place is certainly preferable to leaving a performance unfulfilled. Most importantly, Xia Zuo is still young and has only just begun to explore fire breathing. He will remain with the circus for a considerable time, ushering in a prolonged and stable period of development for the troupe. Previously concerned about potential setbacks to their business, the members suddenly realize that a beautiful and comfortable life is now within reach. The joy stemming from this sudden shift is both exhilarating and enduring. Yes, indeed, the boss tested me twice last night. Sneck, stop shaking me. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Sister Clown, your voice is too shrill. My ears are aching. Xia Zuo struggles to find a moment to speak amid the fervent celebration, casting a pleading glance at Audrey. All right, everyone, let us prepare for the performance. The audience is waiting. Audrey claps her hands to calm the members' restless excitement. Each person begins to work. Bopai and Brother Clown check the seesaw and safety ropes. Sneck adjusts his customized flute, and Vance silently prepares the fire-breathing concoction. Sister Clown applies intricate makeup to Xia Zuo and decorates his fluffy green wig with star stickers, dressed in clown shoes that point upwards and donning a vibrant, colorful scarf. Xia Zuo becomes a kaleidoscope of colors, dazzling to behold. He steps up to the ticket booth and blows a comical horn towards the queue of spectators. Beep beep, the Audrey circus is about to begin. The circus is splendid, and so am I. With the prospect of becoming a fire breather, the coins and experience will surely flow abundantly. In the blink of an eye, 5 days have passed. The circus has concluded its performances in this small city. The experience gained from ticket sales, combined with the 10 experience points from bouncing ball training, has allowed Xia Zuo to level up successfully, earning a new attribute point. He now possesses a total of 3 free attribute points awaiting allocation. Level LV.4 experience 050, requiring 20 points to advance from level 3 to 4. This time, 50 points are needed. Deep down, Xia Zuo senses that he is on the verge of leaving the novice welfare phase. Future leveling up will likely require several more zeros. On the final day of the circus' stay at the stronghold, the members have free time to attend to their personal affairs. Early in the morning, Xia Zuo eagerly approaches Audrey's door. You're more impatient than I am. Audrey playfully pinches the boy's cheek. Wait in my room. I'll be back shortly. About half an hour later, Audrey enters with a leather suitcase. She retrieves a book, a small vial of potion, and a canister of oil, placing them on the table. Xia Zuo casually casts Identify. Fire-breathing training manual. Memorizing this book grants 10 experience points and increases mental attributes by 0. 8 points. Upon completion of memorization, the entire content of the book will be automatically scanned and recorded into the host's knowledge reserve. Weak fire-breathing potion, brewed by the Warriors Guild. Consuming it will cause bodily harm, with an estimated loss of 60 health points within 60 minutes. While held in the mouth, it will deduct 20 health points per hour. Successfully consuming or breathing fire will grant experience. Edible fireproof oil, when applied to the skin. It reduces external fire damage for 30 minutes. When ingested, it decreases internal fire damage for 30 minutes, with an expected health loss of 1 point within 60 minutes. Any fire damage incurred during the effect will yield experience. Xia Zuo flips through the fire-breathing training manual. Half of the book is devoted to teaching how to protect oneself, from daily routines to exercise methods, dietary guidelines to medicinal usage instructions. Even the posture and frequency of drinking water are covered. Resembling a wellness manual, the remaining content introduces various fire-breathing potions, usage instructions, and preparation methods. The final pages feature illustrations depicting common fire-breathing postures, the relationship between environmental wind direction, breath flow, and flames, along with self-rescue methods in emergencies. Very thorough indeed. Xia Zuo nods to himself, closing the book and observing Audrey as she manipulates the alchemical instruments in her suitcase. Audrey's knife-throwing skills are exceptional, and her dexterity with glass vials is second nature to her. Her technique is seasoned and fluid, surpassing even Vance. Using the weak fire-breathing potion, fireproof oil, and other protective potions, she concocts a new fire-breathing potion. Xia Zuo casually casts Identify. Audrey's weak mixed fire-breathing potion combines fireproof and fire-breathing effects, retained in the mouth for 3 seconds. The potion will form a protective fire layer. After 5 seconds, the weak fire-breathing potion will completely separate from the fireproof oil, allowing for fire breathing. Consuming it will cause bodily harm, with an estimated health loss of 30 points within 60 minutes. While held in the mouth, it will deduct 3 health points per hour. Successfully breathing fire will yield experience. Wow! Mixing various potions not only reduces the health loss from toxicity, but also maintains the fire-breathing effect without any diminishment. Xia Zuo grins, suddenly realizing that having the boss double as a fire-breathing instructor seems quite promising. The fire-breathing potion she concocted looks far superior to Vance's. Little one, let us begin our fire-breathing lessons, Audrey invites. Sitting at the table and motioning for the boy to sit beside her, allowing them to read the fire-breathing training manual together. Chapter 11. Enhancing Efficiency. The next day, the circus is set to bid farewell to the city that witnessed the birth of a new fire-breather. Before the caravan departs, Xia Zuo carries his potion suitcase onto the third carriage. Initially, he intended for Audrey to keep it, but the first carriage is simply too cluttered to accommodate anything else. Thus, it must be placed alongside Vance's suitcase. The 2 suitcases are distinct in appearance, ensuring they will not be confused. Xia Zuo's is new, while Vance's is rather worn, and their locks differ as well. He hands the key to Audrey and takes the fire-breathing training manual to read on the carriage. Yesterday, he spent the entire day practicing fire-breathing under Audrey's guidance. Although the bitter taste of the fire-breathing potion was difficult to endure, he has grown accustomed to it, and even learned some very basic alchemical techniques. When holding Audrey's mixed fire-breathing potion in his mouth, he enters a state of continuous health deduction, with the loss equaling the recovery. For Xia Zuo, apart from the tingling sensation in his mouth and the desire for water, there are no other effects. Once he successfully breathes fire, he can earn substantial experience. Completing 1 fire-breathing training session for 2 seconds yields 0.002 experience points, based on the calculation of 0.001 experience per second. Accumulating 1,000 seconds of fire breathing will yield 1 experience point. If he were to breathe flames extending 3 meters, just imagine the experience that would bring, not to mention the rewards for performing fire breathing before an audience. Xia Zuo sits on the floor of the carriage, unable to contain his laughter. Little one, hey, you seem in high spirits. His roommate, the strongman Bopai, observes cheerfully as the carriage begins to move. Both lean back momentarily before immediately straightening up again. I believe I am quite suited for fire-breathing performances. I can already breathe flames, albeit for a short duration. Xia Zuo smiles slightly, pulling out a miniature bouncy ball to train his strength. With this small object, he can earn 1 point of strength, but it requires completing 1 million repetitions to gain the next point. The training repetitions are tenfold, and the experience gained from leveling up is reduced by 50%, totaling only 5 points. Joe also takes out his bouncy ball, hee, with the boss helping with fire-breathing training. ULL surely become as formidable as Vance. Two figures, one large and one small, were engaged in a playful exercise with a resilient ball inside the carriage, their bodies swaying in rhythm with the jolts of the vehicle. 2 months later, the circus would arrive in the southern region of Rosac province. Just a little further south lay the devastated hometown of Xia Zuo, near the borders of the kingdom. Ever since the bandits plagued this area, it had remained tumultuous. Whispers of villages being ransacked and reduced to ruins frequently echoed through the passing inns. The circus made a halt at the fortress city of Peak in southern Rosac province. This location marked the midpoint of their current journey, a place for a change in direction. The head of the troupe had no intention of venturing further south to avoid an encounter with the bandits. After performing in this stronghold, the circus would head north, taking an alternate route back to Rosac City. However, on the very first day of their arrival, a momentous event disrupted their travel plans entirely. Peak Fortress served not only as a city, but also as a military stronghold that in addition to the regular populace, troops were stationed there. Bandits wreaked havoc within the protective boundaries of Peak, and the soldiers tirelessly rushed to offer aid and eradicate the bandit threat, their spirits low and desperately in need of a performance to uplift their morale. The arrival of the Audrey Circus provided a timely reprieve for the beleaguered commander of the fortress. Upon returning from the stronghold, the head of the troupe beamed with joy as she announced the delightful news. The circus had accepted the commander's invitation and would remain in Peak for approximately a month, performing for the resting soldiers of the fortress. This was indeed a most lucrative opportunity, with no valid reason for refusal. Peak Fortress was not the personal property of the commander, like Rosac City. It belonged to the Rosac Council. The fees for the circus's performances would be directly funded by the council, eliminating any possibility of default. The head of the troupe surmised that as long as the performances were executed effectively, boosting the soldiers' morale, there might even be additional rewards from the fortress commander. This assumption was well-founded. The commander had not only placed a substantial military order, but had also personally funded a commendable initiative. When Audrey returned, she carried a pouch brimming with coins. The commander of Peak Fortress was a compassionate, generous leader who cared for the welfare of the people. He allocated a sum to cover all performances at the Fountain Square, inviting the residents of the fortress to enjoy the spectacle. Over the next 6 days, any resident could queue to witness the circus, with order maintained by the guards that Xia Zuo returned to his room. Counting the coins from the heavy pouch, both his heart and hands trembled, not due to the sheer volume of money, but because this substantial sum, astonishingly, did not yield any experience points. That it seemed that ticket revenues only counted if he personally collected them from customers. The 10 silver coins and hundreds of copper coins that the head of the troupe had brought back amounted to roughly 14 experience points. Xia Zuo received not a single point of experience. Upon reviewing the character template information, level LV.5, experience 0.9200. Just days ago, he had leveled up. To progress from level 5 to level 6 required 200 experience points, 4 times the amount needed to ascend from level 4 to level 5. Roughly estimated, he would need to perform in 5 or 6 venues to gain a single level, with the next upgrade not expected for another 3 months. During the month-long stay at the fortress, the circus would perform for both civilians and soldiers. The funds from the civilians would be covered by the fortress commander, while the soldiers' contributions would come from the Rosac Council. This dual influx of income was indeed fortunate. Yet not a single point of experience was to be gained. Without the experience derived from ticket sales, relying solely on reading, running errands, and training in fire breathing would render the upcoming month's experience acquisition exceedingly low. After recording his accounts, Xia Zuo did not immediately present them to the head of the troupe. Instead, he sat at his desk, lost in contemplation, pondering whether he should take to the stage early. In the past 2 months, he had been diligently exploring a suitable method for fire breathing, aiming for a stable and safe upgrade. The Golden Finger calculated experience based on the duration and size of the flames. A flame measuring 2 fingers in length yielded 0.01 experience points per second. His success rate had now reached 100, allowing him to hold a mouthful of fire-breathing potion and sustain a breath for approximately 20 seconds. A flame of 0.5 meters in length granted 0.002 experience points per second, with a faster airflow enabling a burst of 5 to 7 seconds, occasionally interrupted by coughing or other unforeseen incidents. Achieving a success rate of over 90. 4 flames exceeding 1 meter, Xia Zuo's success rate was dismally low, primarily due to insufficient lung capacity, making it difficult to maintain flame lengths beyond 1 meter. Yielding only 0.003 experience points per second, Vance could sustain a 3-meter fireball for nearly 10 seconds, relying not only on rigorous lung capacity training and the assistance of fire-breathing potions, but also on his breathing techniques. During the fire-breathing lessons, the head of the troop had thoroughly divulged the breathing methods without reservation. Adults aged 18, regardless of gender, could undertake tasks at the Warrior Guild and exchange the points earned from completing these tasks for courses in breathing techniques. The simplest task was enlisting in the military. Most soldiers at Peak Fortress were there to fulfill tasks after completing their missions. The vast majority would not use their points to redeem breathing technique courses, but rather opt for well-paying assignments or exchange points for military rank rewards. Continuing to navigate the ranks, only a select few would invest their points in the precarious breathing techniques. Anyone attempting to practice the breathing technique for the first time could use auxiliary potions to randomly and permanently enhance a specific body part, albeit at the cost of inducing an irreversible, non-malignant mutation in another area. This process was referred to as potential development or potential excavation, whether or not random enhancement and mutation were triggered. All practitioners would experience a comprehensive enhancement of their physical attributes. Those who triggered random enhancements would find that as long as they practiced the breathing technique, they could effortlessly utilize the strengthened body parts, with the enhancement becoming increasingly pronounced with faster execution. The snake charmer, Snek, sacrificed his fair complexion to gain a unique vocal apparatus, enabling him to communicate with serpents. The clown's siblings, in their exuberance, acquired exceptional balance at the cost of being overly excitable. The strongman, Bopai, exchanged some cognitive faculties for enhanced muscular strength. Audrey was fortunate, attaining extraordinary eyesight, albeit at the expense of her once slender figure, now transformed into a more voluptuous form that in a sense, as long as she embraced her current physique. She had not truly paid a price. Vance was initially incapable of becoming a fire breather. When he utilized the breathing technique to develop his physical potential, he sacrificed much of his expressive functionality to gain control over his lungs. This allowed him to expel all the air stored within, embarking on the path of a fire breather. His bald head and lack of facial hair were merely the remnants of a training accident. The pros and cons of the breathing technique did not end there. The first attempt at utilizing the breathing technique to excavate potential would result in permanent bodily loss, leaving difficult to heal internal injuries. When employing the enhanced abilities gained from the breathing technique, the mutated areas would not undergo further mutation, but would exacerbate the internal injuries, affecting the user's lifespan. Hence, the existence of bodily repair potions. Priced at 200 copper coins, these potions had a lasting effect of 30 days. They not only repaired internal injuries, but also mitigated the life-shortening effects of utilizing the breathing technique. Inexpensive and enduring. This potion was developed by the Warrior Guild, designed as a welfare benefit for practitioners of the breathing technique. For Xia Zuo, who had just turned 15, the breathing technique was a matter for those who had reached adulthood at 18, leaving him with 3 more years before he could practice. Currently, the only way to efficiently enhance his experience acquisition in the short term was singular, to bypass the lengthy process of developing lung capacity and achieve a stable 1-meter flame. He could only focus on the fire-breathing potions. Like Vance, he could add a red potion that would amplify the flames. While reading the training guidelines for fire breathing, Xia Zuo discovered the description of this potion, Inferno Solvent, capable of enhancing the power of flames. When mixed with fire-breathing potions, each drop increases flame potency by 20 and toxicity by 20. Xia Zuo quickly performed a calculation. Currently, he was using Audrey's weak mixed fire-breathing potion, a combination of fire-retardant oil and weak fire-breathing potion, which formed a protective layer in his mouth after holding it for 3 seconds, ensuring safety to his oral cavity. Maintaining this state resulted in a health deduction of 3 points per hour, allowing him to stable expel flames. During training, fire breathing and resting alternated, with an actual health deduction rate of about 1 point per hour. When performing on stage, the frequency of potion intake was reduced, and the duration of retention was shorter, as he typically expelled the potion within 10 seconds, resulting in an actual health deduction rate of approximately 0.5 points per hour. To achieve a flame length of 0.5 meters, he would need to add 5 drops of Inferno Solvent, doubling the flame potency, which would also double the health deduction rate. This meant that during performances, the health deduction rate would reach 1 point per hour. With a health pool of 2020, the character template displayed only health points, with no visibility on the health recovery rate. Xia Zuo estimated that, when well-fed and hydrated, his recovery rate was around 0.8 points per hour, doubling during deep sleep. Currently, his vitality was at 4 points. In his mind, he queried the golden finger about the calculation for recovery rates, receiving only silence in response. However, this did not pose a challenge for him. By simply combining the 4 points of vitality with the recovery rate of 0.8 points per hour, he derived an imprecise conclusion. Adding 1 point of vitality could enhance the recovery rate by approximately 0.18 points per hour, reaching 0.98 points per hour. In order to offset the health recovery with the damage incurred from the fire potion, one must at least increase vitality by 1 point. Xia Zuo performed a calculation and confirmed that everything was in order. He focused his attention on the plus sign beside the vitality attribute and, with a mere thought, tapped it once. Vitality stood at 415 points. A six-sided die representing the random increase in health rolled in his view for several seconds before settling on 2. Health totaled 220, 222. Just like the first time he augmented his vitality, it only raised his health limit by 2 points. How miserly! Couldn't he have added just 1 more point? Chapter 12. Health Recovery Rate. As Xia Zuo lamented the stinginess of his golden finger, a torrent of information unexpectedly flooded his mind. Detected that the host possesses the first attribute exceeding 5 points. Character template updated. New entry, health recovery rate. The character template interface blurred momentarily, and a subtle tingling sensation coursed through his limbs. In less than a second, the character template regained its clarity. Several lines of data appeared below the health bar. Health recovery rate can be switched with thought. Base recovery rate 11 points per hour. This data, determined by vitality, indicates the host's health recovery rate under normal conditions, unaffected by external factors. Real-time recovery rate. This data reflects the host's actual recovery rate influenced by items, skills, traits, environment, etc. Average recovery rate. This data represents the moving average of the real-time recovery rate over the past 60 time units. So, the health recovery rate was hidden content. No wonder the golden finger remained silent. 1.11 points per hour was 0.13 points higher than his previous estimate of 0.98 points per hour, an unexpected boon. This indicated that the relationship between vitality and health recovery rate was not a straightforward proportional one. Performing with a fire potion enhanced by 5 drops of flame solvent would be entirely feasible as long as he delivered the airflow as gently as a flame's flicker, maintaining a flame length exceeding 0.5 meters would be effortless. Now that the health recovery rate could be visually observed on the character template, should he attempt a higher-grade fire potion? Xia Zuo's eyes glimmered. He had long been eager to test the potency of secondary potions. However, he had hesitated due to concerns about not being able to recover health and the mouth injury not healing in time, which would hinder his ability to eat and drink. Deciding to act on impulse, he returned to his room, opened his suitcase, and prepared the fire potion according to Audrey's guidance. The potions were arranged by effectiveness from low to high, weak, secondary, intermediate, strong, and perfect grades. The suitcase contained weak and secondary fire potions. The higher grades were kept with Audrey to prevent Xia Zuo from mistakenly using the wrong potion, which could lead to mishaps during fire training. 5 minutes later, a bottle of secondary mixed fire potion appeared on the table. Like the weak mixed potion, it possessed fireproofing properties, differing only in the damage rate. Audrey-style secondary mixed fire potion inflicts 5 points of damage per hour when held. The panel indicated a damage rate of 5 points per hour, which would surely be lower during performance. Xia Zuo picked up the freshly concocted potion and a torch, secured the money box and room door, and ventured to an unoccupied spot in the inn's backyard. The dark red potion entered his mouth, its spicy aroma far more pungent than that of the weak potion, leaving a bitter taste that made his tongue and gums dry, inducing a strong urge to wash out the potion with water and then drink deeply to soothe his throat. Instantly, the information on the character template began to change. Real-time recovery rate. 1.115, 3.89 points per hour average recovery rate. 1.110.08, 1.08 points per hour. Xia Zuo suppressed the discomfort in his mouth, grasped the torch, and expelled the liquid at a slower pace. The flame length exceeded 0.5 meters but fell short of 1 meter. He swiftly increased the expulsion speed, emptying his mouth of the potion in 2 or 3 seconds. the flame surged to a distance of 2 meters, only to rapidly diminish until it vanished into the AIR.as. Soon as the potion was expelled, the recovery data refreshed again. Actual recovery rate: 3.8951.11 points per hour. Average recovery rate: 1.080.0281.108 points per hour. Xia Zuo repeated the experiment several times, his thoughts gradually crystallizing. With the assistance of real-time recovery data, he could preemptively prepare fire potions of varying intensities and alternate their use during performances, showcasing a rich variety rather than merely expelling large flames. When he wished to unleash a great fireball, he would utilize the enhanced fire potion, with its high toxicity and rapid damage rate. The real-time recovery rate would be significantly lower. Conversely, when producing small flames or flickers, he would transition to a potion with lower toxicity, which, while still yielding a negative recovery rate, would be higher than when expelling larger fireballs. During other times, without carrying any toxic potions, his real-time recovery rate would remain positive. In this manner, the differing real-time recovery rates could balance one another, ensuring that the average recovery rate remained above 0. Vance's fire performance was indeed fierce, but it lasted no more than 5 minutes in total. After all, the bald man lacked the high recovery afforded by elevated vitality and could not endure holding toxic potions for long without risking poisoning and fainting on the spot. Xia Zuo, however, was different. He boasted both a high recovery rate and an immortal physique, along with the ability to monitor the dynamic changes in health and recovery rates. As long as he ensured that the average recovery rate did not dip below 1 point per hour while maintaining his health above the safety threshold of 90, he could stretch the duration of his fire performance significantly. Let us not forget, the golden finger calculates experience based on the duration of the fire display and the size of the flames. If this performance were to yield experience, and if it too were calculated by duration, he could extend the fire performance to 10 minutes or even half an hour, if he could also increase his vitality by a few points, raising the base recovery rate further. Then, regardless of how potent the fire potion he held, the real-time recovery rate would remain positive at that point, unless the ringmaster intervened to hasten his exit. He would have no intention of leaving the stage. Not only could he roast 1 chicken, but he could also prepare a grand platter of roasted chicken with 3 or 5 chickens in succession. The requirement for 200 experience points to level up from 5 to 6. Was that high? Not particularly. Xia Zuo reveled in his triumph in the backyard, a plan forming in his mind to harvest experience using this strategy. A crucial prerequisite was that performances must also yield experience. Therefore, he needed to seize an opportunity to perform and gauge the response of his golden finger. Although the ringmaster had previously supported him, he had refrained from confronting Vance directly due to his lack of skill. Now, however, with the dynamic support of health recovery data, prolonged fire breathing was no longer a challenge. Those who enjoy petty theft should vacate my cradle of profit and experience. With this thought, Xia Zuo quickened his pace, returning to his room, seizing the money box and ledger, and heading toward the square where the ringmaster and the others were rehearsing. Backstage at the performance venue, Audrey counted the money in the box, and the ledger circulated among the members. She decided to settle each person's remuneration after dinner, a practice everyone accepted without objection. The square performance was intended for the common folk, and the ticket revenue was fully covered by the fort commander. So Xia Zuo need not occupy himself with the ticket booth. A week later, the performance for the military would be arranged by the sergeant, eliminating any need for ticket sales. As the leader of the circus, Audrey had anticipated this, allowing the other members to rehearse independently while bringing Xia Zuo to the outside of the low tent. Little one, you won to be selling tickets this month. Would you like to assist us? Or would you prefer to read in the inn? Ringmaster, I wish to perform. I just tested the secondary fire potion in the backyard, and it worked smoothly. I can expel flames for a long duration without feeling pain in my mouth. Xia Zuo's tone and expression were resolute. Audrey furrowed her brow, a stern expression crossing her face. She had not expected the boy to practice fire breathing alone without her supervision. It was far too dangerous. She intended to issue a stern warning. But upon seeing the glimmer of eager anticipation in his eyes, her admonishments softened. Open your mouth. I need to check. Xia Zuo tilted his head back and opened his mouth, now in a fully healed state. His mouth was undoubtedly unharmed. Audrey examined closely, finding no signs of the potion corroding his oral cavity. Why are your gums not red or bleeding? Did you use the wrong potion? I did not use the wrong one. Ringmaster. Xia Zuo took hold of Audrey's arm. Let us go try again in the inn's backyard. In the backyard of the inn, Xia Zuo, under Audrey's watchful eye, performed with the secondary mixed fire potion for several minutes. When he opened his mouth again, there was only the slightest trace of gum damage. With the accelerated recovery rate, had Audrey checked his mouth a few seconds later, even that minor injury would have healed completely. With a complex expression, Audrey gazed at the boy. Xia Zuo, do you realize that your body's recovery ability is significantly faster than that of an average person? In truth, she had noticed this phenomenon while teaching him the weak fire potion. At that time, Audrey attributed it to Xia Zuo still being in a growth phase, granting him superior recovery compared to ordinary adults, and the toxicity of the weak potion was insufficient to harm his gums and tongue. Currently, even secondary fire potions cannot leave permanent scars. The boy before her undoubtedly possesses some unique constitution. Audrey had heard tales of such individuals, but never expected to encounter one standing right in front of her. Especially as her fire-summoning apprentice, Xia Zuo was well aware that this matter could not be concealed from the leader, and he had long prepared a countermeasure. I wasn't like this when I was born. After being infused with numerous potions by that villainous alchemist in the cave, my recovery abilities became so formidable. Xia Zuo blinked, his expression remarkably sincere as he deftly placed the blame on the wicked old man, a perfect fit. This response was acceptable. It was indeed the experimentation with potions that had granted him experience and skill points. However, he conveniently omitted certain crucial details. Audrey initially furrowed her brow in contemplation. But soon her expression softened at in her recollection. There were indeed some exceedingly rare and precious potions capable of significantly enhancing the body's recovery abilities. That old scoundrel, hidden away in his underground alchemical chamber, must have acquired the formula for such potions through illicit means. Otherwise, why would he scurry like a rat in the shadows? So that's how it is, little one. Your luck is rather extraordinary. Audrey pieced together the sequence of events and spoke with a faint, enigmatic smile, tinged with a hint of regret, as if lamenting the potion formula that had been consumed by flames. Upon seeing the leader's smile, Xia Zuo felt a wave of relief wash over him and eagerly inquired, "So, can I perform now?" "Of course, you shall begin by warming up the crowd." Audrey's expression suddenly shifted, radiating a chill. "When the opportunity arises, we will drive Vayners away. That addict. Humph, had I not been keeping a close watch on him, he would have long since become a menace to the circus." Chapter 13. Job transition. Audrey's tone was icy, her teeth clenched, eyes glinting with cold light, and her body trembled slightly, as if harboring deep animosity towards Vayners. Xia Zuo rarely witnessed her expressing such disdain for anyone and quietly asked, "Leader, what is wrong with Vayners?" Audrey tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a resigned smile. "Little one, do you think my fire potions are superior to Vayners?" This question, Xia Zuo needed no recollection of the feedback from his probing technique. He could discern the quality based solely on his innate understanding as a fire summoner. "Of course, yours are better. Leader, the effects of both potions are similar, but yours has significantly less toxicity." Audrey beamed, her countenance brightening, returning to a more amiable demeanor, evidently pleased with the boy's response. "Then can you guess why mine is better than Vayners?" "Because of the fireproof oil," Xia Zuo answered without hesitation. A spark of realization ignited in his mind. He suddenly understood. "Leader, when you recruited Vayners, you used the fireproof oil and the new potion formula as conditions, didn't you?" Audrey's smile faltered for a moment, but then her expression brightened even more, clearly indicating that the boy had hit the nail on the head. "The fireproof oil must be quite expensive. Leader, you truly have gone to great lengths." Observing Audrey's expression, Xia Zuo knew his deduction was correct. "It seems my efforts have not been in vain. How is your mind so sharp? No wonder you keep such meticulous accounts." Audrey cupped the boy's face and planted a kiss on his forehead. Speaking as if confiding, "That scoundrel Vayners. Humph. I provided him with the formula and promised to cover half the cost of the fireproof oil. Yet he squandered that money on addictive painkillers. Sneck and the others have long been aware of Vayners' addiction. But out of respect for the fire summoner's status in the circus, they have tolerated his presence." Audrey seemed to recall something. She gazed intently into the boy's eyes and said seriously, "Xia Zuo, you must promise me, unless absolutely necessary, never to use painkillers, especially not before summoning fire. Vayners relies on painkillers to endure the side effects of the fire potions, sooner or later." He will consume the fire potions and end up gravely harmed. Xia Zuo laughed heartily, of course. I have no need for such things. Just look at my recovery ability. The speed at which painkillers take effect can't even match my recovery. Audrey chuckled at the boy's tone. Haha, you are absolutely right. You are truly born for the role of a fire summoner. After pausing for a few seconds, her lips tightened, and she spoke with resolute determination. I've made up my mind. Once the performance at the Peak Fortress concludes, I will have Vayners removed from the circus, and you will take his place. Although the circus's income will decrease, it is far better than facing unforeseen disasters. I do not wish to deal with the aftermath of that scoundrel. After saying this, a fleeting look of distraction crossed Audrey's eyes. She fell silent for a moment, murmuring, I spent my own points to exchange for the formula and fireproof oil for Vayners, and I have never shortchanged him on his wages. Xia Zuo, have I not been benevolent enough? Indeed. Leader, Xia Zuo nodded earnestly. I even feel you have been too indulgent with him. There is no need to sacrifice so much for an addict. Vayners is an adult and must take responsibility for his actions. He met Audrey's gradually clarifying gaze and solemnly stated, as long as I am in the circus, it will soon be on the mend. Under the moonlight, the two of them discussed the arrangements for the next day's performance and then returned to the stage to continue rehearsing. The following day, Audrey's circus officially premiered. The news of the fortress commander's invitation for residents to attend the performance had spread throughout the city's taverns the previous night. At BY this morning, nearly every household was aware of the opportunity to enjoy the show for free. Amidst the rampant banditry, the residents were fraught with anxiety, having not experienced such a generous event in a long time. Even before 8 a.m., the Fountain Plaza was teeming with a bustling crowd. The fortress commander was generous, but evidently underestimated the public's enthusiasm for free offerings. Before the 9 a.m. show began, a soldier responsible for delivering messages rushed from the fortress to hand a letter and a pouch of coins to the circus's leader. After reading the letter and weighing the pouch's contents, Audrey turned to her members and laughed heartily. The commander has given us another ticket fee. Everyone, let's open the tent's curtain a third of the way. We will be adding seats today. Xia Zuo silently gave a thumbs up. Fantastic. Although he would not gain experience from ticket sales, his debut performance would nearly double the audience size. Audrey assigned the tasks of warming up the crowd and announcing the program to Xia Zuo, significantly alleviating the burden on the clown sister. While other members set up the performance area, Xia Zuo was tasked with stirring the audience's emotions to prevent the atmosphere from cooling during the wait. Although this was not a formal performance, he still dedicated himself wholeheartedly. Knowing his stature was somewhat shorter, Xia Zuo donned height-enhancing shoes to stand out more in the audience's eyes. He also changed into a vibrant clown costume. Approximately 10 minutes later, the 5 rows of seats were filled with spectators, adults and children whispering to each other amidst the lively noise. Xia Zuo poked his head out from behind the curtain. His fluffy green wig and the large smile painted in red instantly captured the attention of the children. Beep, beep, beep. Xia Zuo whistled as he swaggered into the center of the stage with exaggerated movements. Ladies and gentlemen, he gathered the audience's attention. The spectators watched, smiles on their faces, as the clown's feet moved in a straight line. Friends of the Peak Fortress, before the circus performance officially begins, let us praise the generous and kind fortress commander. Xia Zuo raised his arms high, his painted face serious. Praise the commander. The audience raised their arms in unison, shouting together. Thank him for allowing everyone to watch the performance for free. A voice from the audience called out, prompting others to laugh good-naturedly. Ha! I hope we can have more performances like this. Amidst the sea of laughter, Xia Zuo suddenly let his smile droop, drawing tear-like streaks below his eyes with a frown. Whoa, everyone, do you know, the generous fortress commander has left me unemployed. A brief silence fell over the crowd, as they seemed to ponder why the clown would say such a thing. I used to be a ticket seller, collecting money in one hand while handing out tickets with the other. Xia Zuo beamed, his lips curling back up, pulling out an excessively bulky pouch from behind him, filled with coin-like objects. He swayed proudly. The generous commander has given me all the money directly. Oh, how it saddens me. I haven't even sold tickets yet, and I've already done all the work. Shoo. The audience collectively expressed their disdain for the clown's boastful demeanor. Xia Zuo tossed the bulky pouch backstage and glanced at the leader, who signaled with her hands. The strongman needed another 30 seconds to prepare. Xia Zuo winked, responding with a knowing look. Got it. He pulled out a torch from behind and approached within 3 meters of the audience. Hey, Everyone, as you can see, I am an aspiring ticket seller that I don't want to be left without work by the generous benefactor, so I've taught myself some tricks. Come and see how well I've learned. Xia Zuo ignited the torch with a match and took a mouthful of the fire-breathing potion. Puff! Hoo! A small flame appeared before him. Steadily blossoming with light, Xia Zuo raised a finger, beckoning the audience to help him keep time. 1, 2, 3. The children gazed at the flame, their youthful voices counting for the clown. 4, 5, 6. A few adults joined in. 13, 14. Good heavens. He can breathe fire for such a prolonged duration. The audience erupted in astonished gasps, as if a switch had been flipped, with everyone joining in the countdown. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Xia Zuo closed his mouth, and the small flame vanished. With his hands on his hips and his upper body leaning back, he wore an expression of anticipation for praise. Ladies and gentlemen, how was my performance? Clap, clap, clap. Bravo, clown, your skills are truly remarkable. The sharp voices of the children stood out amidst the applause. That was splendid. Do it again. Once more. Thank you all for your compliments. Xia Zuo bowed in gratitude, lowering his head to his knees, seizing the opportunity to glance at the curtain behind him. Audrey was partially concealed behind the drapery, her eyes gleaming with admiration, making a gesture with her right hand that signaled, all set. Xia Zuo leapt up, exclaiming, "Oh ho! The next act is the explosive grand colored ball brought to you by the strongman Bopai and the clown siblings." To the cheerful beat of the drums played by Snake, the clown sister took to the stage first. With her high-pitched calls and sensuous dance moves accompanying the music, she captivated the audience's attention. Xia Zuo swiftly stepped behind the curtain. "Well done, little one," Audrey said, gently squeezing his shoulder as she half embraced him, her voice tender. "Take a breather. You'll be needed to warm up the crowd later." Xia Zuo glanced at Vance, who was engrossed in concocting the fire-breathing potion. Beside his trunk lay 2 empty potion bottles. This bald man, who relied on pain medication to perform challenging fire-breathing acts, had ensnared himself in a vicious cycle. His addiction necessitated money, which he acquired through performance fees. Those fees then funded his drug purchases, leading to an ever-growing craving that drove him to perform dangerous acts while under the influence, all to earn more money for more drugs. Were it not for the breathing techniques that significantly enhanced physical prowess, this drug-dependent individual would have long since crumbled. Xia Zuo shook his head in resignation and sat on his stool, sifting through the information in his mind. Successfully performed fire-breathing act. Fire-breathing intensity, flame. Duration of fire-breathing, 21 seconds. Number of audience members, 45. Average audience satisfaction, 80. Total experience gained, 0. 756 points. Level LV.5 experience 0.90.7560 1.656200. In just 21 seconds of fire-breathing performance, he had amassed an impressive 0.756 points of experience. According to the schedule arranged by the head sister, there would be about 10 performances today, ensuring at least 5 points of experience. Leveling up from level 5 to level 6 was imminent. The information in his mind flickered briefly and then became clear again. Detected a change in the host's identity. Character template updated, with new advancement entries related to identity, new resistances and associated advancement entries added. Personal template name, Xia Zuo. Gender, male. Age, 15 years and 2 months. Identity, commoner. Fire breather. Identity level, apprentice level. Breathing fire grants 100 experience. Small flames extend 0.5 meters, medium flames 1 meter, strong flames 2 meters, and large fireballs 3 meters, each yielding an additional experience bonus ranging from 10 to 40. Experience gained from commoner activities such as cooking and selling tickets is reduced by 95. Experience gained from reading books and other attribute-related training remains unchanged. Promotion conditions. In the presence of at least 20 unfamiliar audience members, continuously breathe small flames for over 15 seconds and achieve an average audience satisfaction of over 80 for 3 consecutive performances to advance to the beginner fire breather level. Identity bonuses. Level 1 fire resistance. Increasing fire resistance by 0.5. This bonus will convert into a character specialty upon identity change. Level LV.5 experience, 1.656200 health, 22 health recovery rate. Base recovery rate 1.11 points per hour. Real-time recovery rate 1.11 points per hour. Average recovery rate 1.11 points per hour. Resistance Fire resistance 0.5, reducing fire damage and fire-related abnormal effects by 0.5, strength 3 agility, 2 stamina, 3 vitality, 5 perception, 3 wolf, 3 spirit, 1 charm, 3 free attribute points, 3 character specialty, undying body. Before health drops to 0, even when struck in a vital area, one will not perish, and any injuries will self-heal as health is restored. Character skill, sensing technique, knowledge reserve, various knowledge of books and fire-breathing potions. Advancing the identity level of the fire breather can enhance fire resistance. The Golden Finger also emphasized that changing identities would not erase the fire breather's identity bonuses, but rather transform them into character specialties. Does that mean the bonuses from multiple identities can stack? If I fully acquire the fire breather's identity bonuses and seek out other fire-related identities, perhaps I could stack fire resistance to 30? 50. Xia Zuo sipped water to suppress the tremor of excitement. Audrey assumed the boy had feigned calmness during the performance, but his nervousness only surfaced now. She chuckled softly and ruffled Xia Zuo's hair. Drink slowly, little one. Chapter 14. Survivors. The circus arrived at the Peak Fortress on the 7th day. The performances for the commoners had concluded. The pointed tent temporarily remained in the fountain square. Soldiers engaged in battles with marauders would return to the fortress in different batches for rest. Therefore, they only needed to wait for a messenger soldier to arrive and notify everyone to prepare for the show. At dawn, the sun's rays burst forth from the horizon, adorning the sky and clouds in golden attire. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, gently waking the sleeping guests in the inn. Xia Zuo emerged from his sweet dreams. Bo Pai and Snake, who shared the same room, had risen early to stroll around the city. They had likely just exited a restaurant, marveling at the delicious breakfast while heading towards a place of leisure. Like all single men of age yet unmarried, they would revel in taverns until late, playing dice, cards, and engaging in arm wrestling bets for free drinks. Occasionally, they would seek out beautiful women, spending the night away from home and returning the next day with dark circles under their eyes to catch up on sleep. In this land, these were the only forms of entertainment. Knock, knock, knock. A knock resounded at the door. Xia Zuo opened it to find Audrey standing outside. Good morning, head sister. Is it too early for class? I haven't had breakfast yet. His gaze and words gradually froze as he took in Audrey's attire, exclaiming in admiration, Head sister, you look truly beautiful today. Audrey had donned light makeup, softening her more pronounced features. Her hair gathered into a bun at the back of her head, a shimmering pendant adorning her neck. The tumultuous waves were enveloped in pristine silk undergarments, revealing a deep neckline. Her 1.9-meter-tall figure, paired with a long skirt that featured a slit, allowed her slender legs to be glimpsed just beneath the hem. Little one, accompany me to the tavern shortly. Go change into something more formal. Audrey pushed the boy back into the room and closed the door behind her. Xia Zuo, perplexed, opened his trunk to search for clean and decent clothes. After each performance in a city, Audrey would take a stroll through the streets. Xia Zuo would follow, helping her carry clothes and packages, occasionally buying books and replacement garments for himself. A few minutes later, Xia Zuo emerged from the washroom dressed in a brown short robe adorned with fine strings. Is this suitable? Yes, it works. Audrey smiled and nodded, perching one leg on the edge of the bed. Little one, I originally intended to go alone. However, I find you quite clever and good at remembering things. You might be able to help, which is why I brought you along. What exactly is the matter? Xia Zuo asked as he sat at the desk, seeking some bread to fill his stomach. Audrey took a breath, her chest gently rising, memories flickering in her eyes. During those years when I was scurrying around for points for the warrior guild, I briefly joined the kingdom's army. One of the former comrades among the officers who returned to the fortress recently is an old friend. We agreed to meet at the tavern today to reminisce. I intend to inquire about the army's combat situation against marauders to prepare for the next round of performances. Xia Zuo finished his bread, surveying Audrey once more. Her carefully crafted appearance clearly indicated that her former comrade held a notable position within the army. I'm done eating. Shall we head out now? Audrey took the boy's hand and led him outside. I will introduce you to him as my brother. You must remember everything he says. This presents a rare opportunity to comprehend the state of the war. Within the confines of the circus, there exists a consensus. Their new fire breather, Xia Zuo, is a boy who despises wasting time in leisure pursuits. Indeed, this is the case. Xia Zuo once accompanied Sneak and others to a tavern. There, a plethora of board games awaited selection. Although victories could yield monetary rewards, the experience gained was scant, akin to the effort of preparing a single dish. Moreover, should one lose, not only would they incur financial losses and gain no experience, but they would also squander precious time. Utilizing leisure activities to acquire experience is patently an unwise endeavor. The tavern visited today with Audrey is markedly more upscale than those Xia Zuo has frequented in the past. The ground floor hall features booths partitioned by wooden panels and curtains, replacing the typical long benches and square tables found in ordinary taverns. Patrons converse in hushed tones, accompanied by the melodious strains of a piano. The bartender, impeccably attired with a bow tie at his collar, has a meticulously groomed mustache that rivals the sophistication of Xia Zuo's hairstyle. Xia Zuo instinctively smooths his hair with his hand and adjusts his short robe before following Audrey into a corridor leading to a private room. A middle-aged man with a scarred cheek sits upright at the dining table. Upon seeing the radiant Audrey, he rises with a smile to greet her. "Audrey, you are more charming than ever." "Wilson, it has been too long. You still look as vibrant as ever," Audrey replies, extending her hand for a light shake, before gesturing to the boy beside her. "This is my brother Xia Zuo. Xia Zuo, meet Uncle Wilson." "Hello, Uncle Wilson." Xia Zuo offers a polite smile, casting a probing glance. Character name: Wilson. Role: military personnel of the Peak Citadel. Health: Strength, 7. Agility, 9. Endurance, 6. Vitality, 2. Perception, 6. Will, 6. Spirit, 2. Charisma, 5. Special skills, breathing technique effect. Wilson's attribute distribution is quite akin to Audrey and others. Characterized by high strength and agility, this is a common trait among practitioners of the breathing technique, except for Vance, whose willpower stands out considerably. "Hello there, young lad. Please, take a seat." Wilson assists Audrey and Xia Zuo in pulling out their chairs, instructing the server to bring tea and snacks. The two former comrades reminisce about their military experiences before discussing their current circumstances. From their conversation, it becomes evident that Wilson was once the captain of a mobile squad, responsible for urgent rescue missions, repelling bandits, or hunting down ferocious beasts. Audrey was a member of his team, the sole female among them. After several years apart, Audrey has risen to become the leader of the circus, while Wilson has earned numerous accolades within the military, now serving as the third-ranking scribe of the Peak Citadel's forces, tasked with recording all matters, great and small, and advising the commander. Audrey gently strokes Xia Zuo's hair, her expression tinged with sorrow as she addresses Wilson. "Old friend, allow me to share this boy's tale." In a composed tone, she recounts how Xia Zuo was captured by a nefarious alchemist for experimentation, ultimately rescued by the circus. Wilson is absorbed in Audrey's narrative. Upon learning that Xia Zuo was the sole survivor among the boys in the cavern, having trekked through the forest for 2 days, admiration glimmers in Wilson's gaze. "You are quite courageous, Xia Zuo." A smile breaks through Wilson's stoic demeanor. "Thank you for your kind words, Uncle Wilson. I have managed to move past that sorrow." Xia Zuo maintains a courteous smile as he nods in response. Wilson rises, crossing the table to pat Xia Zuo on the shoulder with an expression of appreciation. "When you turn 18, I welcome you to join my ranks. We could use a fine lad like you." "That won't do." "Wilson, Xia Zuo is our fire breather at the circus," Audrey interjects with a light laugh. Wilson's smile falters momentarily, then he shakes his head slightly, jesting with an air of regret. "Little fellow, I hadn't anticipated you possessed such a talent." Audrey is indeed fortunate. Audrey raises her teacup to her lips, concealing her smug smile behind the porcelain. "How have you been lately, old friend?" A complete mess. A flicker of helplessness crosses Wilson's face. It seems that something is amiss in the wilderness to the south of the kingdom. The bandits' behavior is utterly transformed from what it once was. Audrey and Xia Zuo exchange glances, leaning in attentively. Wilson rests his arms on the table, fingers interlaced in contemplation. "Audrey, do you recall how we used to eradicate bandits back in the day?" Audrey replies with a smile. "I would play the role of a peasant woman carrying a washing basket. While you disguised yourself as a laborer, the others would cover their faces with scarves, toiling in the fields. When the bandits arrived, we would strike together, catching them off guard." Wilson nods slowly. In the past, bandits merely sought food in the villages, stealing livestock or pilfering the villagers' coin purses and clothing. Villagers would either band together to chase off these starving ruffians or surrender to the overwhelming numbers of the brigands. Regardless, the casualties in the villages were never as dire as they are now. Wilson's tone grows increasingly grave. In recent months, the bandits seem to have no interest in the resources within the villages. They attacked the villagers upon entry, slaughtering and plundering, then setting the village ablaze. Each time the citadel receives an alarm and dispatches troops to the scene, they find nothing but charred remains. Xia Zuo furrows his brow, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. It appears a hostile force is manipulating the bandits to harass the peak citadel, aiming to disperse its military strength and deplete its active forces. The number of villages in Rosac province is exceedingly vast. The circus caravan traverses the trade routes, passing a village every 20 to 30 kilometers. Establishing a permanent military presence in so many scattered strongholds is an arduous task. Typically, the guards in these villages consist of a handful of stationed soldiers from the citadel, supplemented by a group of militiamen wielding hoes and pitchforks. The principal military strength throughout Rosac province is concentrated in various citadels. Whenever banditry arises, the village's stationed soldiers would ride to the nearest citadel to raise the alarm, prompting the citadel's barracks to send troops to eliminate the bandits. The relationship between bandits and villages is more akin to that of a scythe and chives. Only the living villagers are deemed good villagers. The deceased can no longer produce grain or other resources. For the bandits, killing villagers yields no benefit except for a trip to the gallows. Audrey shares this realization. Are there truly no survivors in the villages destroyed by the bandits? None. Wilson shakes his head. As you know, the military must clear the rubble and remove the bodies to prevent the outbreak of plagues. We have conducted thorough searches of the scenes, and there are no survivors. Uncle Wilson, I might be considered a survivor. Xia Zuo's uncertainty lingers in his tone. Wavering. Chapter 15. The citadel Mage Xia Zuo was abducted by the wicked old man for experimentation, thus evading the bandit raid that turned his village to cinders. He alone escaped the clutches of the malevolent alchemist. After a moment of contemplation, Wilson comprehends the boy's implication, a bittersweet smile gracing his features. Indeed, young lad, you are the sole survivor amongst several villages to the south. Xia Zuo glances at Audrey, receiving a reassuring nod to continue speaking. Uncle Wilson, did the afflicted villages experience any child disappearances prior to the pillaging? This inquiry merely serves to link the malevolent old man and the bandits, suggesting a sequence of events that could be coincidental. Lacking substantial evidence to ascertain their collusion, Xia Zuo studies the pensive Wilson, adding, their parents might not have even realized their children were missing, hence no missing child notices were posted on the bulletin board. My roommate in the cavern, Little Nose, had mentioned that he came to study alchemy, hoping to gain the old man's approval and become his apprentice. The 3 charred corpses flashed through his mind. Had I acted more swiftly before the cauldron exploded, perhaps I could have dragged Little Nose into the corridor. Xia Zuo lowers his gaze, sighing silently. The friends I met underground, even in their final moments, believed that drinking the potion was merely a test imposed by the wicked old man, exhibiting an alarming obedience to that despicable alchemist. They never fathomed they would lose their lives underground. Little Nose naively thought that if he succumbed to the potion's toxicity, the old man would return him to his parents. Audrey clasps the boy's hand beneath the table, soothing his sorrowful emotions, silently mouthing, pause for a moment. Remains silent. Xia Zuo promptly seals his lips, turning his gaze back to Wilson. The elder finds himself enveloped in an unusual tranquility, his eyes vacant and unfocused. Staring blankly at the dishes on the table, in the silent private room, only the faint sounds of breathing are heard. Xia Zuo and Audrey sit in their chairs, hesitant to make a sound. Approximately 2 minutes later, Wilson took a deep breath, his face regaining its stoic demeanor, the dazed expression between his brows dissipating as a spark of brilliance flickered in his eyes. I have recalled all the casualty reports and meticulously compared the death tolls with the village registry in the fortress archives. In each ruin, there are fewer corpses of children, and their parents never sought assistance from the soldiers stationed in the village. Wilson fixed a penetrating gaze upon the boy. Little fellow, could you elaborate on the specifics of that vile old man? Yes. Xia Zuo leaned forward against the edge of the table, dipping his spoon into the tea, sketching the general layout of the underground cavern on the tabletop, detailing everything meticulously. Ever since his transformation through the golden finger data enhancement, all the information he had retained was deeply etched in his mind, cataloged in his knowledge reserve. The memories of the underground alchemy chamber remain vivid and intact. Is the old man's cane and those 3 silver coins still with you? Wilson inquired solemnly. The cane is in the trunk at my residence, and the silver coins are with Big Sister, Xia Zuo said, glancing at Audrey beside him. Xia Zuo's coins are stored separately, all nestled within the compartments of the trunk. Audrey affirmed with a nod. A flicker of joy crossed Wilson's face as he clasped his hands together on the table and asked again, Audrey, do you recall the location where you encountered Xia Zuo? Of course, I found the approximate location of the cavern on the circus map. Xia Zuo mentioned he had been traveling north for 2 days, which places the cavern in the woods to the northwest of the peak fortress. Observing the expression of her old comrade, Audrey understood the significance of the information provided by Xia Zuo, and thus shared all she knew. Wilson clapped his hands heavily, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Huh. At last, I've got the cunning scoundrels by the tail. Rising to his feet, he placed his right hand over his chest. Audrey. Xia Zuo, the peak fortress requires your assistance. Join me in entering the castle. I shall introduce you to the resident mage. It would be my honor, Audrey said, standing and giving a slight bow. Upon hearing the word mage, Xia Zuo's eyes widened. Sparkling with anticipation, Audrey returned to the inn to don her leather armor, while Xia Zuo retrieved the silver coins and the broken cane. The two boarded the carriage at the inn's entrance and, accompanied by Wilson, made their way to the castle. The peak fortress was divided into 2 distinct areas, one being the urban district where common folk resided, and the other comprising the military encampment and fortified castle. These 2 zones were separated by low walls, a moat, and a massive iron gate. Accessing the castle district required either a pass or an invitation. That Wilson's carriage came to a halt before the drawbridge. Undergoing inspection by the castle guards, the soldier clad in gray chainmail recognized Wilson's identity, but still brandished his spear to halt the carriage. Beneath the steel-colored helmet, the soldier's poker face cracked into a slight smile as he checked Wilson's pass. Scrutinizing the tall Audrey and the unassuming-looking Xia Zuo with an appraising gaze. Open the gate. It is Lord Wilson returning. The soldier stepped back, clearing the way and waving towards the figures atop the castle wall. Beyond the gate lay a gently sloping hill, with the castle perched at its summit. Its 5 stories, combined with the elevation of the land, rendered the peak castle the tallest structure within the entire fortress. Patrolling soldiers marched past the bustling training grounds, while resting soldiers gathered in small clusters before the low barracks, playfully toying with chessboards and pieces. The trio proceeded directly to the castle hall, where the floor was adorned with sumptuous crimson carpets, soft to the touch and muffling footfalls, imbuing the castle with an air of tranquility and solemnity. The wall-mounted sconces emitted a gentle glow, and the guards in the corners stood as silent as statues. Ascending the spiral staircase, they paused briefly on the 4th floor. Wilson entered the corridor, conversing with the fortress commander for a moment. After a minute or 2, he returned, guiding Xia Zuo and Audrey to the 5th floor. This level was spacious yet cluttered with numerous items, creating a sense of disarray. Apart from a few load-bearing columns, there were no corridors or room walls, rendering it an open expanse. The walls were adorned with intricate oil paintings of esoteric subjects and complex lines. Xia Zuo cast his probing spell upon the frames, receiving the same response each time. Unknown alchemical formula projection. Due to insufficient knowledge reserve and perception, no further details can be obtained. Below the paintings stood a bookshelf crammed with tomes, their spines inscribed in incomprehensible languages. Unknown alchemical texts. Due to insufficient knowledge reserve and perception, no further details can be obtained. Xia Zuo pouted in dissatisfaction. There was nothing here he could comprehend, yet there were still quite a few items. In a small area enclosed by curtains, a soft couch and wardrobe were placed, while a wooden partition concealed the washroom. In the center lay a complex alchemical platform, where 2 common crucibles were gently heated by an automatic stirring arm. Nearby, a shelf was piled high with various metal components. The master of this floor had his back turned to the others, busily manipulating something in front of him, occasionally erupting in gleeful laughter. I found another bandit's hideout. A few more, and I can wrap this up. Haha, the ladies of Starlight City are still waiting for me. Ahem. Wilson cleared his throat awkwardly. The dubious figure waved his hand dismissively without turning around. Speaking casually, Wilson, feel free to find a place to sit. I'll be done shortly. Is there anything you would like to drink, my ample lady? There are dried fruits and beverages on the table. He then turned his attention to the small child with keen eyes. I can smell the scent of fire solvent on you. Care to share how a little one like you manages such a ferocious potion? The figure's robe was stained with grease, and each time he rubbed his hands together, they reflected a sheen of oil. This resident mage was dressed even more shabbily than I had imagined the so-called resident mage to be a venerable old man with flowing beard, A hermit of sorts, Xia Zuo mused silently, maintaining an impassive expression as he directed his probing spell at the individual. Character name. Identity, resident mage of peak fortress health. Strength, 3 agility, 6 stamina, 4 vitality, 3 perception, 9 will, 3 spirit, 15 charm. For character specialty. 15 points in spirit. What does this signify? The description of the spirit attribute states, spirit affects your capacity to receive elements and energy. When manipulating elements and energy, a higher spirit results in lower consumption and reduced difficulty. If I can elevate my spirit to 15 points, I will undoubtedly become a mage. The golden finger unlocked the healing speed upon reaching 5 points in vitality. Does achieving 5, 10, or 15 points in spirit also unlock new attributes? Perhaps 5 points unlocks mana, magic power, a blue bar. Based on the current data of the resident mage, it is highly probable that reaching 10 points in spirit will unlock specialties related to elemental affinity. Xia Zuo cast a glance at his character template. Spirit, 1.2. Reading has granted him 0.2 points in spirit, and he still has 3 free attribute points. Once he gathers enough, he can allocate them all at once to reach 10 points. Little child. You seem quite envious of me, the dubious figure said, shaking his behind in pride. My ascendance to the role of a mage is solely due to my innate talent. Nonsense about talent. ISNT, it's simply elemental affinity from birth. Once I boost my spirit to 10 points, 1T I have it as well. Xia Zuo rolled his eyes at the dubious figure. Suddenly, the figure accelerated his manipulation of the object in his hands, producing a series of hissing sounds. Don't run, don't run. Once this bandit mounts, I won't be able to catch up. How frustrating. Forget it. I'll search again this afternoon. With a flick of his sleeve, he tucked his hands into his robes and turned around, revealing a youthful face akin to Xia Zuo's. His cheeks were plump, and his eyes were large and bright, resembling a chubby, affable mage. Chapter 16. Efficiency above all. Wesley, what brings you to seek me? The plump mage beckoned as he settled beside the alchemical platform, a cup of strong tea floating from a nearby table to his hand. After he finished drinking, it returned to its original position. Xia Zuo's gaze followed the floating cup, discreetly casting his probing spell. Unknown object detected, due to low spirit and perception. No further details can be obtained. Wilson produced the 3 silver coins and the broken cane belonging to the old man, briefly introducing Audrey and Xia Zuo's identities, then recounting the information provided by Xia Zuo and his own deductions. The plump mage sniffed the silver coins, shaking his head. The scent is too mixed, lacking any distinctive residual odor. He placed the broken cane upon the alchemical platform, employing a wrench and screwdriver to extract a retractable rod embedded within, which bore small gears and elongated components. The plump mage examined the rod with a magnifying glass, shaking his head moments later. The serial number and origin of the alchemical product have been worn away. What notable features surround the cavern? Xia Zuo sensed the inquisitive gazes of Audrey advance upon him, and with a swift turn of his eyes, he remarked, approximately 20 to 30 meters south of the cave, there lies a barely filled depression containing the corpses of 2 boys. Ah, the presence of corpses simplifies matters considerably. The stench of decay must be quite pungent. Even if the beasts have carried them off or devoured them, some scent would surely remain. The portly mage returned to his previous spot, once more turning his back to the group as he manipulated the contents of his sleeves, muttering indistinctly to himself. About half an hour later, the rotund mage exclaimed with delight. Found it. Let me see. Within the cave, there are 3 large blackened lumps, and here lies a hapless soul who met his end by a glass bottle. Is this the place, little brat? Indeed. Not too shabby. To escape from such a place is quite an accomplishment. The mage winked at Xia Zuo before continuing to fiddle with his belongings. The tools in the alchemy chamber have been shattered, alas. There are no clues on these 3 children's corpses. This old man, utterly devoid of any identity insignia. The mage scratched the back of his head, seemingly finding the situation rather troublesome. After a moment's hesitation, he inhaled deeply. The scent in the underground alchemy chamber is better than I anticipated. The odor of decay is not overwhelmingly strong. He repeatedly flared his nostrils, taking in the air as if he were at the scene of the cave, meticulously discerning the sources of various scents. Haha, let me find it. That it turns out to be hidden among the refuse. The mage chuckled with a mischievous tone, leaning down to sniff his hands. A high-quality volatile solvent. No wonder it caused an explosion. This substance is quite hard to procure. Even the raw materials are not inexpensive. All right, I now know how to track down this group of rats hiding in the cave. The mage grinned widely. Turning to Wilson and the others, I had originally intended to engage in further conversation with you, but it seems I have pressing matters at hand. Wilson, please escort these two friends. In the small reception room on the second floor of the castle, Audrey and Xia Zuo were resting, awaiting Wilson's return. The intelligence provided by Xia Zuo held immeasurable value for the time being. The identity of the wicked old man could be determined by tracing the origins of the high-quality volatile solvent. Should the investigation reveal that many unscrupulous alchemists, akin to the wicked old man, had been abducting children from villages and were closely linked to the marauders who burned villages, then Xia Zuo would indeed have rendered a great service. Apologies for the wait. Wilson entered the room carrying a barrel of scrolls. I have issued a bounty notice seeking information on the alchemist responsible for abducting children. Anyone providing intelligence will be rewarded by the military of the Peak Fortress, commensurate with the significance of their information. He handed the scroll to Audrey. This is your and Xia Zuo's share. I brought it directly to you to spare you a trip to the bulletin board. Thank you. Wilson. Audrey nodded, pouring out the scrolls for a glance. I will ensure that the messenger guards relay any new information to you. Wilson retrieved a pouch of coins from his pocket and handed it to Xia Zuo. Little fellow. Consider your tip for the lead and these 3 silver coins to be entrusted to us. This is your well-deserved reward. The pouch contained silver coins worth 20 silvers, just enough to purchase a potion that instantly restores 20 health points. Without delay, he planned to buy a bottle as a backup on the way back on the 20th day after arriving at the Peak Fortress. The performance provided by the circus for the soldiers was nearing its conclusion. Throughout the past 10 days, Xia Zuo had immersed himself in the pursuit of experience at every moment. During the warm-up, he performed fire breathing with fervor, while at other times he read, practiced his fire breathing, and manipulated a stress ball, all in hopes of leveling up quickly to obtain free attribute points. As evening fell, Xia Zuo sat in his guest room, staring blankly at the open book before him. Since returning to his room after dinner, he had maintained this posture. In the early hours of the previous day, Audrey visited him, delivering news from Popeye and Snake that was neither good nor bad. Vance had left the circus without a word. Embarking on his own, Xia Zuo was to officially take the stage for fire breathing in the last performance. Popeye and Snake's reactions were mixed. They were pleased that a drug-addicted individual had departed the team, yet concerned about the circus's income and reputation suffering as a consequence. The weight of revitalizing Audrey's circus fell squarely on Xia Zuo's shoulders. This meant he needed to allocate 1 or 2 points to vitality to ensure his fire-breathing performance would be deemed acceptable. He was now further from his goal of reaching a mental attribute of 10 points. After learning of Vance's departure, Xia Zuo ventured out of the inn, wandering the city for 2 consecutive days in search of more efficient means of gaining experience. He brushed horses in the stable, helped farmers with burdens, assisted merchants with their carts, repaired clothing at the tailor's shop, and even took live chickens to the slaughterhouse to personally carry out the task. He undertook every job he could find in the city, falling just short of wielding a weapon to patrol the streets or seeking out Wilson to enlist. Unsurprisingly, fire-breathing performances yielded the most experience and proved to be the most efficient. Xia Zuo picked up a pen and wrote numerous numbers on paper, each known only to himself, listing unknowns and formulas for calculations. Half an hour later, he ignited the paper, watching it turn to ash in the wash basin. The result of his calculations led Xia Zuo to feel like a great fool. He should have calmed down and calculated sooner. The character template of the golden finger appeared to be attribute-centric. Yet it was actually the level that served as the core. The 36-sided dice that appeared during leveling were the driving force behind swiftly enhancing experience acquisition efficiency. The faster one levels up, the more dice rolls one receives. The higher the level, the greater the likelihood of rolling high numbers. Considering both factors together, the efficiency of experience acquisition increases, and the speed of obtaining free attribute points accelerates as well. Rather than fretting over which attribute to allocate free points to, it would be more prudent to focus on maximizing leveling speed. Whenever a result above 2 points appears, the attribute points wasted in the early stages for efficiency would be swiftly regained. Xia Zuo concentrated, gazing at the plus sign beside vitality. Vitality 516, health 2, 232, 5 healing rate, base healing rate 1.110 at 121.29 points per hour. He concocted a bottle of mixed fire potion, using a mid-level fire potion as the base. Audrey's style mid-level mixed fire potion. inflicting 7 points of health loss per hour when held. The rate of health loss displayed on the panel bore a rough 5.1 relationship with the loss during performance, a healing rate of 1.38 points per hour perfectly countered the health loss during the performance. Breathing out small flames up to 0.5 meters was quite effortless, sustaining it for over 10 seconds, should he add a few drops of the volatile solvent to enhance the flame's potency. Maintaining a medium flame of around 1 meter for approximately 10 seconds would not be out of the question. Xia Zuo took the potion bottle and torch, proceeding to the inn's backyard for experimentation. With a heightened healing rate, the self-healing effect of his immortal body became increasingly pronounced. Short bursts of fire breathing no longer irritate his throat. The success rate for medium flames reached 100. Alas, why hadn't I understood this sooner? Xia Zuo slapped his own head, his face etched with regret. Had he raised his vitality sooner, significantly enhancing the splendor of his fire-breathing performance, the experience gained over the past 10 days would surely have far exceeded 31 points. Why waste time fretting over how to allocate points? The efficiency of experience acquisition was paramount. Golden Finger, grant me strength. Xia Zuo shouted inwardly, allocating the remaining 2 free attribute points to vitality. Vitality 628, health 251,228, healing rate base, healing rate 1.290.331.62 points per hour, with a healing rate of 2.09 points per hour corresponding to the panel's health loss of 10 points per hour for the fire potion. Xia Zuo added 3 drops of volatile solvent to the mid-level mixed fire potion. The flames erupted to a length of approximately 1.6 meters instantly, and with a bit more effort, they transformed into a vigorous blaze of at least 2 meters, easily sustained for 5 seconds. Real-time healing rate 1.621614.38 points per hour, average healing rate 1.621.330.29 points per hour. Xia Zuo returned to his room, concocting 2 bottles of secondary potions for the warm-up, 2 bottles of mid-level potions for the initial appearance, 1 bottle of mid-level potions for the emotional engagement phase, and 1 bottle of potent potions for the climactic performance phase. He packed the fire potions into his bag and, clutching a torch, made his way to the pointed tent, donning the fire-breathing performance-specific suspenders left behind by Vance. Who alone on the performance stage, Xia Zuo rehearsed, greeting the empty audience with a radiant smile, as though the seats were filled with spectators cheering for him. He seamlessly used 6 bottles of mixed fire potions in succession, continuously breathing fire until they were all expended, taking a full 10 minutes. Health 24-28, mild poisoning, average healing rate 2.2 points per hour. This represented the utmost intensity of Xia Zuo's fire-breathing performance. If one were to forcefully expel flames, the ensuing pain in the mouth could severely impede the smoothness of the fire-breathing act. Mild cases may result in a failed display, while severe cases could inadvertently lead to the ingestion of the concoction, plunging one into a state of poisoning. After Xia Zuo ceased his fiery expulsion, the average recovery rate depicted on his character template began to normalize, and the stinging sensation in his oral cavity gradually diminished. The vibrant vitality supporting his fire-breathing performance elicited no adverse reactions apart from the minor blood loss caused by mild poisoning. In stark contrast, Vance, during intense bouts of continuous flame expulsion, required analgesic agents to suppress the discomfort in his mouth. The superiority of vitality over the latter was all too evident, with arms outstretched. Xia Zuo reveled in the air thick with the acrid scent of burning chemicals. The white smoke generated by the flames swirled around him, seemingly lauding his splendid performance. Chapter 17. Avoiding chaos. The following day, Xia Zuo showcased his fire-breathing skills on stage. Behind the curtains of the performance area, several pairs of eyes were fixated on the figure expelling flames. In Snake's eyes, the reflected glow of the fire was accompanied by an expression of complete astonishment. Boss, Xia Zuo's fire-breathing prowess is astounding. This little fellow possesses a natural talent for fire-breathing, far surpassing Vance, who relies on breathing techniques. The clown's siblings clamped their hands over each other's mouths, managing only muffled sounds of agreement. Each time Xia Zuo unleashed a 3-meter-long jet of flame, the siblings would leap up in excitement, their eyes widening in awe. Had it not been for the imposing figure of the strong man blocking their path, they would have rushed onto the stage to surround Xia Zuo. Bopai placed one arm in front of the clown's siblings while the other stroked his creamy hair. Boss, hey, you don't think this little guy will get poisoned, do you? Upon hearing Bopai's words, the others turned to look at the boss in unison. Even the clown siblings fell silent, their faces etched with concern. Audrey gazed intently at Xia Zuo's silhouette, her expression momentarily lost in thought. Recalling the boy's words from the previous night, "You all needn't worry." With a smile directed at her companions, Audrey produced a vial of potion to show them. "I purchased this for him, a universal antidote. The universal antidote can alleviate or grant immunity to most poisoning conditions within an hour of consumption. Xia Zuo uses a fire-breathing concoction containing fire-retardant oils. And prior to his performance, he drinks a diluted version of the universal antidote to mitigate the toxicity of the fire-breathing agent. With the aid of these two potions, his performance is not significantly inferior to Vance's. He simply earns slightly less. As procuring potions incurs costs, Audrey cast another glance at the stage, her lips curving into a pleased smile. "Furthermore, you all know that he will entrust his earnings to me. He would never misuse addictive analgesics like Vance." "Boss." Snake's dark face bore a hint of hesitation, and after a few moments of contemplation, he continued, "I would like to shoulder some of the costs for Xia Zuo's universal antidote." The clown's siblings nodded vigorously, their mouths still covered. "Hey, I share the same sentiment." Bopai stroked the stubble on his chin. "We can't let the new member bear the expenses for us old bones." "Then it's settled. I'll make the arrangements." Audrey replied with a radiant smile, thoroughly satisfied with her team's response. This is the essence of a team: mutual assistance and support, collaboratively nurturing the circus's endeavors. In truth, even if Snake and the others had not proposed sharing the costs, Audrey would have done so regardless. Maintaining fairness among team members has always been her principle. However, this was merely one of her motivations. As Audrey stored the universal antidote in her trunk, the phrase Xia Zuo had uttered echoed in her mind. A performance must be complete. Xia Zuo resolved not to reveal his extraordinary recovery capabilities to the other members. He had previously discussed various strategies with the boss to avoid exposure, including how to respond to the reactions of others. A vial of universal antidote, a vial of diluted universal antidote, and an empty potion bottle. These three would become the future seasoned performers. Before each show, Xia Zuo would retrieve the diluted universal antidote from the boss, feigning consumption while changing outfits in the dressing room, and then present the pre-prepared empty potion bottle back to her. This was the general plan. As for how to account for the expenses, bookkeeping, Xia Zuo naturally took it upon himself to manage that task. The fire-breathing performance on stage lasted a full 5 minutes, showcasing a stage presence comparable to 60 to 70% advances at such a young age. Although many segments relied on flames and small fire bursts, coupled with nimble movements and jumps to bridge gaps, it was sufficient to perplex Snake and the others. Following their agreed-upon strategy, Audrey decisively attributed the credit to the universal antidote. Although Xia Zuo had consumed a diluted version, its effects would last at least 5 minutes. He might as well take advantage of it and perform longer. The audience erupted in applause as Xia Zuo successfully roasted a raw chicken. Audrey beckoned to her companions, leading the way onto the stage. "The performance has concluded successfully. Let us express our gratitude to the audience." The circus performed 3 shows from morning till evening. By evening, Xia Zuo rested backstage, his arms trembling, the muscles in his jaw spasming, teetering on the brink of cramping. All he longed for was to return to the inn, enjoy a soothing hot bath, and then find a place to feast. During the interlude of rest, the boss organized the miscellaneous tasks. Xia Zuo was relieved of the responsibility of cooking for the members. Everyone would handle their own dinners. Each member's remuneration was distributed before dinner. With Vance's absence, the coins in the money box behaved themselves, no longer selfishly attempting to escape. Audrey reached into the money box, counted the coins meticulously, and then tossed them into pouches for each member. "Boss, you can just keep my share." Xia Zuo raised his weary arm to wave at Audrey, halting her from tossing the pouches away. "All right. I'll hold on to it for you." After deducting the costs of the potions from today's 3 performances, we have a total of 310 copper coins. Audrey placed the pouch into her trunk and clapped her hands, announcing, "Tomorrow we shall take a day's rest, and the day after we depart for the next outpost." She approached the fatigued boy, extending her arm. "Little one, do you need me to assist you back to the inn?" Xia Zuo unsteadily stood, leaning against the boss's strong arm as they walked, mentally sifting through the information from his golden finger. Successfully completed today's fire-breathing performance. Statistical data on the average intensity and duration of fire breathing per performance. Flame. 50 seconds small flame, 40 seconds medium flame, 30 seconds strong flame, 15 seconds average audience per performance, 40 people average audience satisfaction. 85 total experience gained from 3 performances, 30 points. Level LV. 5 experience 3130612000. The average experience per performance is 10 points. Under normal circumstances, the audience size is approximately 25 people, corresponding to 6.25 points of experience, assuming 3 performances a day for 6 consecutive days. That would yield 110 points of experience each time they reach a new outpost. The circus spends half of each month on the road, averaging 2 performances per month at each outpost, resulting in 220 points of experience. A smile spread across Xia Zuo's fatigued face as he finally returned to a state of leveling up once a month. The next day, before the caravan set out, Audrey's old comrade, Wilson, a scribe from the fortress army, sent a letter. After reading the letter in the boss's room, Xia Zuo burned it in a basin. Both felt the weight of concern between them. The intelligence Xia Zuo provided was not only accurate, but also critically important. With the assistance of the portly city mage, the fortress army successfully located the first underground alchemical chamber. Unfortunately, within, the nefarious alchemist conducting covert experiments exhibited a high level of alertness. At the slightest noise in the tunnel, he immediately poured a volatile solvent into the crucible. By the time the soldiers broke through the iron door of the cave, the alchemical chamber lay in ruins. Everything reduced to powder, the devastation surpassing even that of the cave where Xia Zuo had been. Such self-destructive scenarios unfolded in several other locations as well. However, the fortress army did not return empty-handed. Wilson discovered that ever since the army began dismantling the underground alchemical chambers, the marauders' assaults on villages had seemingly ceased up until the moment the circus was about to depart. News had emerged of no villages being destroyed for over 10 days. There was indeed some deeply hidden connection between the nefarious alchemist and the marauders. As the ashes of Wilson's letter swirled into the air, Xia Zuo and Audrey discussed the necessary adjustments the circus must undertake to counter the marauders who might strike again. The protective gear and weapons concealed within the third carriage were now distributed among the members. Xia Zuo joined the ranks of those responsible for controlling the pack horses, allowing the others to conserve more energy for unforeseen circumstances. Xia Zuo welcomed this change. The training with the micro-elastic balls yielded minimal results, requiring over 800,000 squeezes to gain a single point of strength. Driving the cart, however, presented a novel opportunity for both experience and perception. Following Audrey's guidance, Xia Zuo took his place at the reins, embedding himself into the concave leather seat to minimize the jarring motion on his upper body during bumpy rides. With both hands firmly grasping the reins wrapped in sturdy leather, the 2 straps on the left control the 2 pack horses on that side, while those on the right manage the horses on the opposite side. The pack horses possess considerable strength and decent endurance. Thus, if one wishes to traverse the road for an extended period, it is essential to learn to observe the horse's stamina. The circus's pack horses are rented from the Rosac horse ranch, their manes meticulously shaved into orderly stripes. If sweat saturates more than 8 stripes, it indicates rapid exhaustion of the horse's energy, necessitating a reduction in speed, allowing for a leisurely pace interspersed with rest. At this juncture, Xia Zuo merely needs to wait for the pack horses to naturally slow their pace. Should he wish to hasten the rested horses, he raises his arms and gives the reins a vigorous shake, producing a sharp ha sound, repeating this action until the speed of travel increases. The rewards for continuous driving of the carriage are calculated based on time. Experience gained per hour is minimal, merely 0.005 points. However, the rewards for perception attributes are quite substantial. Each time he skillfully navigates the carriage around large stones on the ground, he earns between 0.01 to 0.03 points in perception. Successfully avoiding animals darting from the thickets or maneuvering around treacherous potholes that could topple the carriage yields even greater rewards, starting at a minimum of 0.08 points. Steering the carriage is as engaging as playing a dodging game. As Xia Zuo navigates the rural roads through forests and fields, he attentively observes the terrain, feeling the refreshing caress of the breeze against his face. Fully immersed in the act of driving, Audrey leans out from the carriage, providing direction to the young driver after a brief observation, offering the correct choice for the next fork in the road ahead of time. The convoy, adhering to the plan set forth by the eldest sister, directly leaves the radiance of the Peak Fortress and enters the northern region of Rosac Province. This location will serve as the circus's performance venue for the forthcoming months. Chapter 18. Tomorrow's affinity, the circus spends each day in a harmonious atmosphere. Joyous times seem to pass swiftly, in the 5 months since departing from the Peak Fortress. The circus has meandered through the northern region of Rosac. Whenever they encounter a stronghold, they linger for 2 to 6 days. Whether in a small village with fewer than 100 households or a town with hundreds or thousands, the circus performs. Although the income from each performance is slightly diminished, the overall number of shows has significantly increased. Xia Zuo even specifically suggested to Audrey that they increase the audience for the fire-breathing act to enhance the efficiency of experience gain. Overall, the harvest has been commendable. Identity level: apprentice, beginner, proficient fire breather, spitting flames of small fire, 0.5 meters, and medium flames, 1 meter, yields 50 to 80 experience points, while strong flames, 2 meters, and large fireballs, 3 meters, grant 100 and 120 experience points, respectively. Promotion conditions: under the witness of at least 40 unfamiliar audience members. Continuously spitting strong flames for over 10 seconds and achieving an average audience satisfaction rating of above 85 for 3 consecutive times will promote 1 to expert fire breather. Identity bonus: level 3 fire resistance. Fire resistance increased by 1.5 level. LV.5 LV.8 experience. 0.2800 perception. 34 The enhancements from driving the carriage. Gaining a level from 5 to 6 only grants a single free attribute point. However, advancing from level 6 to 8 provides 2 free attribute points for each upgrade. Currently, he possesses 5 free attribute points. Over the span of 5 months, he has barely ascended 3 levels, averaging around 200 experience points per month. The next upgrade is anticipated in 4 months. The pace of experience acquisition is no longer keeping up with the demands for leveling up. Xia Zuo urgently needs to enhance the intensity of his fire-breathing act. He plans to completely replace all other forms of fire breathing with strong flames. During his 5-minute performance on stage, he intends to maintain strong flames throughout, occasionally using more powerful fireballs to elevate the show's climax. This approach will not only increase the experience gain per second, but also enhance audience satisfaction, achieving a small leap in experience efficiency. Attaining this goal is not particularly challenging. It merely requires a balance between health depletion and recovery. Managing his health line effectively, if necessary, he may allocate an additional point to vitality. The crux of it all lies in the composition of the fire-breathing potion. All common materials can be procured in towns and villages. Yet only in Rosac City can one find the potent fire-breathing agents. Following Xia Zuo's suggestion, the circus arrives today at the long-anticipated Rosac City, perfectly concluding their nearly half-year tour. Rosac City remains as prosperous as ever. With a heart full of contemplation, Xia Zuo steps into the Starry Night Apothecary, his gaze sweeping across the various potent combustible agents, revealing a look of deep thought. He lingers before the counter of strong agents and protective potions, silently calculating the mixing ratios between the two. Little fellow, are you a member of the Audrey Circus? I recall your visit here. The apothecary shop owner leans against the counter, gazing at the contemplative boy with a warm smile. Oh, yes, indeed, I am now a fire breather. Xia Zuo snaps back to reality and responds, turning his head slightly. The apothecary owner, infused with a hint of admiration, remarks, "That's quite an accomplishment. How is your fire-breathing skill? I noticed you've been standing here for a while. Are you exploring new concoction methods for fire-breathing potions?" To be honest, that's precisely the case. Xia Zuo, momentarily interrupted from his thoughts, feels no irritation that he seeks inspiration from a more knowledgeable individual, and the middle-aged man operating the apothecary shop is just the person for that. Xia Zuo gazes at the shop owner, suddenly struck by a sense of familiarity that seems somewhat altered. The man is clad in a formal robe of Starry Night Academy, a silvery black fabric reminiscent of the night sky, adorned with twinkling sequins, and a silver-white cord cinches the waist, holding several small fragrant pouches. His appearance is quite ordinary. Beneath his gray-white hair lies a face of gentle contours, giving no indication of anything extraordinary at first glance. Merely presenting as an ordinary apothecary shop owner, Xia Zuo unintentionally locks eyes with him, captivated by the profound gaze akin to a still ancient well. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Taylor's Mizo, the proprietor of this Starry Night Apothecary. You may call me Taylor's. I am Xia Zuo. Xia Zuo extends his hand for a brief handshake, simultaneously casting a detection spell. Character name: Taylor's Mizo. Identity: owner of the Starry Night Apothecary in Rosac City. Health: resistance. Strength: 4 agility, 6 endurance, 3 vitality, 3 perception, 9 willpower, 7 spirit, 22 charm, 87 affected by unknown effects. Character specialty. Character skill. Surrounding target's perception is reduced by 7 points, while one's own charm decreases by 7 points. The effect persists until actively terminated. Xia Zuo's pupils dilate sharply. 22 points of spirit. Could he be yet another mage residing in the city? This tailor's Mizo is significantly more discreet than the rotund mage of Peak Fortress, and his overall attributes are markedly superior. Taylor seems to have anticipated Xia Zuo's reaction, maintaining a faint smile as he says, "Why don't you share your troubles with me? Perhaps I can offer some assistance. Consider it a complimentary pre-sale consultation." Xia Zuo shifts his gaze to the display case before him. "I wish to concoct a more potent fire-breathing potion, one that combines both fire-breathing power and low toxicity." Taylors crosses his arms. "Can you currently expel flames reaching 1 meter in length?" "Of course. In fact, I can consistently expel flames measuring 2 meters. Xia Zuo shrugs, gesturing towards his mouth and throat. "Before my companions feel any discomfort, spewing flames of 3 meters is not a challenge." A look of surprise crosses Taylor's face as he beckons Xia Zuo toward the back of the shop. "Could you demonstrate in the backyard? There are tools readily available. This is the first time I've witnessed someone without training in breath control able to expel flames of 3 meters, especially considering you seem to be underage." Xia Zuo nods. Following him into the backyard, he skillfully concocts a mixture of fire-breathing potion, adding 3 drops of fierce fire solvent, and effortlessly produces flames extending over 3 meters in length. After several attempts, Taylors finally comes to believe Xia Zuo's claims. "Xia Zuo, do you know the principle behind how fierce fire solvent enhances flame potency?" Taylors walks slowly around the yard, seemingly conversing with himself. "Fierce fire solvent allows the potion to ignite more readily. The most evident manifestation is that the point where the flames emerge draws closer to your mouth." Xia Zuo pauses for a moment. Had Taylors not pointed it out, he would likely have overlooked that detail. He concocts a potion without the fierce fire solvent and alternates between using the 2 different mixtures to breathe fire. When using the fierce fire solvent, the flames ignite approximately 10 centimeters in front of his mouth. The more solvent added, the closer it becomes. When the solvent is absent, the flames originate at least 20 centimeters away. Taylors waits for Xia Zuo to complete his experiments, gesturing with his finger around his face. The closer the flames are, the more susceptible your face becomes to high temperatures, resulting in peeling and cracking. This is an unavoidable side effect of fire breathing. As Taylors approaches Xia Zuo, his gaze meticulously scans Xia Zuo's smooth face. Yet your skin appears remarkably hydrated and smooth, showing no signs of the high temperature's aftermath. Xia Zuo fears that his exceptional recovery ability has been discovered, causing him to involuntarily shudder. It seems that being in the company of highly perceptive individuals can easily lead to one being caught off guard. However, the subsequent words of Taylors plunged him into a state of profound shock and astonishment. Taylors circled around the somewhat dazed Xia Zuo before finally standing before him, speaking in a steady tone. "A few months ago, the Starry Night Academy discovered significant biases in the previous methods of detecting elemental affinity. In truth, elemental affinity comprises 2 components: the ability to discover and control elements, and the capacity to resist energy damage. As you possess, the Academy refers to the former as innate affinity and the latter as acquired affinity. Previously, detection focused solely on innate affinity and never touched upon acquired affinity. This has directly resulted in a multitude of individuals like yourself, who already possess some form of acquired affinity, being overlooked until they have honed their breathing techniques to perfection and developed innate affinity." Concerned that Xia Zuo might not grasp the terminology, Taylors took the time to explain each term in detail. Xia Zuo stared blankly at him, thoughts swirling in his mind. He first recalled the comforting words of Audrey, then directed his attention to his own character template. Fire resistance 1.5. Could this not be what Taylors referred to as the ability to resist energy damage? Is this not acquired fire affinity? So I have already possessed a certain affinity, albeit one achieved through diligent training. A glimmer of realization sparkled in Xia Zuo's eyes as he gazed at his hands, murmuring to himself, "Can I go to the Starry Night Academy now?" Taylors slowly nodded under Xia Zuo's expectant gaze. The Academy is developing new detection instruments. Within half a year, the detection stations across various regions will begin testing all young individuals who have not practiced breathing techniques. The prospect of being able to attend the Starry Night Academy within 6 months was far earlier than anticipated. Xia Zuo's eyes flickered, and he took several deep breaths to calm his surging emotions. Thank you, Taylors. Taylors tilted his chin towards the south. You ought to thank the city mage of Peak Fortress. Had he not mentioned you to me, I might not have sought you out. However, even if I had not shared this information with you, you could still have gone to the Starry Night Academy within 6 months. Xia Zuo blinked, surprised that the lecherous, rotund mage had such a benevolent side, and his opinion of him improved slightly. I presume you have guessed it, I am the city mage of Rosac. I simply grew weary of the solitude within the castle as I aged, which is why I opened an apothecary shop in the bustling streets. Taylors patted Xia Zuo's arm. Keep this a secret for me. Do not speak of it outside. No problem. Sir Taylor's MY lips are notoriously sealed. Xia Zuo was pleasantly surprised to have acquired information regarding elemental affinity, and he felt a growing fondness for the low-key Taylors. Come with me. Let us find some potions suitable for you in the shop. Chapter 19. Life as a Flame. Approximately half an hour later, Xia Zuo emerged from the apothecary holding a box of potions. In addition to the higher concentration fire solvents and fireproof oils, Taylors had also selected a rather obscure potion for him. It must be said that those who have attended a mage academy possess a level of insight and breadth of thought that is distinctly superior. Flame-dying solvent. When added to fire-breathing potions, it can produce flames of various colors. Ingesting this potion will cause bodily harm. Expected to deduct 10 health points within 60 minutes. While held in the mouth, it will deduct 2 health points per hour. Taylors produced 3 dying potions in purple, green, and white. Xia Zuo could mix these according to the color formulas within the box, creating 6 distinct colors, including the natural red flame. This would enable him to produce 7 different colors of flame. This was a novelty that had never been seen in Rosac province. Only in the capital of the kingdom, Starry Night City. Xia Zuo walked down the street with a smile, already envisioning the overwhelming satisfaction of the audience. Before leaving the apothecary, he inquired of Taylors whether he could share the latest information on elemental affinity with Audrey. Taylors reverted to his usual taciturn demeanor, recording accounts while waving Xia Zuo out of the shop. What information about elemental affinity? I do not know what you are speaking of. Did you hear it in a tavern? Xia Zuo smiled knowingly, realizing there was no need to conceal anything from Audrey. The headstrong sister was already well informed. Even acquainted with the third-in-command of Peak Fortress, she might have already heard the pertinent rumors. At that very moment, a military messenger who had traveled hundreds of kilometers from Peak Fortress stepped into Rosac City. This weary messenger, upon entering the city, spotted the circus banner atop the tent. He hurriedly delivered a letter to the circus's backstage, brushing past Xia Zuo as he made his way directly to Rosac Castle. As Xia Zuo entered the low tent, he found Audrey just finishing reading the newly arrived letter. You should take a look as well. A rare piece of good news. Audrey handed the letter to Xia Zuo and turned to announce loudly to the other members, Ladies and gentlemen, we have another lucrative opportunity. The fighting near Peak Fortress has subsided, and the fortress commander has invited us to perform there once again. Yeah, the clown's siblings let out a joyful shriek, drowning out the voices of Sneck and Popeye. Last time, they had performed at Peak Fortress for a month, earning more than double their usual income. Without the need for frequent relocations, it was the dream job of any circus. Xia Zuo read through the letter, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The villains in the underground lair and the bandits were not of the same faction, yet they maintained a close cooperative relationship with the assistance of the rotund mage. The soldiers of Peak Fortress had captured a villainous alchemist. This individual, upon being captured, had secretly swallowed a lethal poison within a minute of his apprehension. However, all his possessions were retained, correspondence with the bandits, notes on potion development, records of the surviving boy's lineage, and more were all meticulously placed on the desk in the underground lair. The fortress's army followed the trail and dismantled nearly 10 hidden lairs of the bandits, successfully quelling the banditry in southern Rosac province. Batch after batch of bandits were sent to the guillotine and gallows in the city, the executioners tirelessly sending them on their way, the faint scent of blood lingering in the streets regardless of the distance. As Audrey tucked the letter into her close-fitting pocket and locked eyes with Xia Zuo, they both instinctively smiled. Their journey to Peak Fortress would not only entail a performance, but also a visit to the castle to claim the bounty reward. Perhaps the reward would prove to be even more bountiful than the earnings from the performance. On a certain evening, 2 weeks later, in a small reception room on the third floor of Peak Castle. The alchemical lamps cast a gentle orange glow, illuminating the precious artifacts displayed in the wall cabinets, lending an air of solemnity to the room adorned with a red carpet. Audrey sat to one side, her hands clasped tightly on her rounded thighs, gazing intently at the two figures standing opposite each other. Xia Zuo, brave child, the intelligence you provided to Peak Fortress carries extraordinary significance. Wilson, clad in a high-collared brown military uniform, adorned with 3 shining golden medals on his chest, spoke with a grave tone and solemn expression. After deliberation by the Rosac Council, it has been decided that I shall award you. Wilson lifted a scroll bound with a red ribbon from the table behind him. This is the first reward, the citizenship document of Rosac Province. According to the Nationality Management Decree of the Starry Night Kingdom, any civilian recorded in the historical archives of the provinces may acquire citizenship. Xia Zuo's eyes filled with confusion and perplexity. It seemed that Wilson's notion of citizenship differed from what he had imagined. He first accepted the scroll with both hands before asking, "Uncle Wilson, what do you mean by citizenship?" Wilson smiled gently and explained in straightforward terms. Xia Zuo's eyes instantly brightened, and he swiftly picked up the pen from the table, leaving his clearest and neatest signature on the citizenship document. Detected a change in the host's identity, updating character template, adding progression entries related to identity, due to being recorded in the historical archives of Rosac Province. Gained 1 point in charisma attribute, unlocked 1 character skill. Identity, fire-breathing performer nationality, Starry Night Kingdom. Rosac Province acquiring citizenship means your personal information is recorded in the archives of your place of origin. When you first meet the people of the Starry Night Kingdom, you can express your place of origin to gain a higher initial favorability, charisma 314 due to significant personal contributions. You have been recorded in the historical archives of Rosac Province with your true name. Your deeds will be known to everyone who joins the Warrior Guild or Mage Academy. Character skill, greeting etiquette within the Starry Night Kingdom. When introducing yourself with the phrase, "I am Xia Zuo from Rosac," you temporarily gain an effect of 1 charisma attribute. This effect lasts until the initial meeting concludes. In his previous life, he had been granted citizenship and identification upon birth. Little did he know that for the common folk of this world, citizenship was an elusive aspiration. Prior to acquiring citizenship, when anyone introduced themselves, they could only say, "I am from such and such place," rather than, "I am so-and-so from such and such place." The mere alteration of phrasing was strictly regulated by law. Those who contributed nothing to the provincial council and the kingdom were forbidden from placing their place of origin before their names. In numerous instances, the certificate of naturalization can also serve as a certificate of good conduct or a pass. For example, at the heavily guarded Payet Castle, prior to today, should Xia Zuo have wished to enter the fortress alone, he would have undoubtedly faced stringent interrogation, even if his words were entirely truthful. Entry would not have been guaranteed. However, upon obtaining his certificate of nationality, he need only present it, and the guards would strive to accommodate his requests within the bounds of their authority. "Xia Zuo, this is your second reward. You may choose one from these," Wilson declared as he produced 2 slim booklets. Placing them upon the table, they were the deeds to properties in Rosac City and the Payet Fortress. The deed for Rosac City pertained to a modest bungalow, while that of the fortress concerned a small house with a backyard. A mere glance at Wilson's expectant demeanor was enough for Xia Zuo to deduce that the latter property was an addition by the gentleman himself. He had not forgotten Wilson's earlier words during their first encounter, expressing a desire to recruit Xia Zuo into the military of Payet Fortress. Such a notion was preposterous. He intended to attend the Starry Night Academy to become a mage, even after reaching the capital. It was unlikely he would venture to such a remote location as Payet Fortress. Xia Zuo silently expressed his apologies, feigning ignorance of Wilson's intentions, and straightforwardly took the deed for Rosac City. Wilson maintained his composure, chuckling self-deprecatingly. "It seems that a house with a backyard is no match for the bungalow in Rosac City. It appears Payet Fortress does not quite appeal to you." Audrey stepped forward, patting Xia Zuo on the shoulder. "Hee, this little one is already aware of the changes at the Starry Night Academy. If you wish to keep him in the military, mere tokens will not suffice." Wilson appeared to recognize where he had faltered, laughing heartily. "Word travels swiftly. It is indeed a blessing that those with innate affinity can enter the Starry Night Academy. Previously, the admission standards were exceedingly high, and the number of mages was lamentably low. Perhaps in the future, even the military of the fortress will have accompanying mages." Wilson cast a sly glance at Xia Zuo. When that time comes, I shall request the commander to issue a bounty at the academy. What do you think? Little one. With rewards that were hardly enticing, Xia Zuo opted to decline. With a playful smile, he exchanged pleasantries with Wilson and, alongside Audrey, departed the castle. The following morning marked the commencement of a month-long performance. As Xia Zuo ascended the stage, a belt laden with glass vials filled with potions encircled his waist. Within the transparent vessels flowed variously colored fire potions, their hues corresponding to the flames they would produce. Approaching the audience, he selected an adorable child at random and breathed forth a plume of white flames. Heavens, white flames, they dance like butterflies. How delightful! The child exclaimed, hugging the arm of an adult. The unprecedented color of the flames possessed an innate allure, and the previously boisterous audience fell into an unusual silence. Above the apex of the peak roof tent, a ring of breathable skylights allowed brilliant sunlight to stream through, casting radiant beams upon the performance area. Standing amidst the shafts of light, Xia Zuo inhaled deeply, drawing in a more potent fire potion. Whoosh! The white flames erupted from the light, shooting upwards at an angle. The fire-breathing display appeared to transform into a meditative ritual, a search for spiritual solace. A pure and serene aura emanated from the dancing white flames, spreading into the hearts of the onlookers. As Xia Zuo exhaled flames for over 10 seconds, he was surprised to find many spectators lost in contemplation. Turning his gaze towards the backstage, he noticed a few pairs of eyes behind the curtain. Filled with a complex mix of anticipation and reluctance, once more, Xia Zuo inhaled the potion. The white flames and sunlight merged, intertwining as if they were inseparable dance partners embracing in the air. Xia Zuo's departure was inevitable. Though several months remained as a buffer, the members had witnessed his transformation from a rural boy to a fire-breather. Sneck often felt as though the image of Xia Zuo collapsed by the roadside had occurred merely yesterday. Bopai recalled the moment he lifted Xia Zuo from the muddy grass into the carriage. That frail, lightweight boy seemed to have transformed into someone capable of standing on his own in the blink of an eye. The clown siblings' eyes glistened with tears, silently cascading down their cheeks. Audrey crossed her arms, feigning composure while occasionally brushing away her tears. The more time she spent with Xia Zuo, the more she understood that his potential should not be confined to the remote Rosac. Nor should it be squandered within the circus. The Starry Night Academy was indeed poised to lower its admission standards, with new assessments commencing within the next 3 months. This news had spread to every corner of the fortress earlier that day. For the youth, joining the warrior guild after reaching adulthood would no longer be their sole option. All those who had not cultivated the breathing technique could return to the testing stations in each city during the months of June and July to reassess their elemental affinity. Those who had already practiced the breathing technique, however, were deemed unsuitable for the meditation method due to internal injuries. Xia Zuo's departure from the circus was a testament to the birth of a new generation of mages. White represents the radiance of the sun, Xia Zuo proclaimed as he expelled a long stream of white flames. Green symbolizes vibrant life. Purple signifies inevitable trials. The fiery red flames embody our will to overcome adversity. He produced a deep blue potion, a blend of green and white. This is the color of storms. It soothes our anger and comforts our pain. After the rain, we shall once again behold the everlasting brilliance of the sun. The surging white fireball marked a perfect conclusion to the performance, eliciting a prolonged applause from the audience. Audrey pulled Sneck and the others onto the stage, taking Xia Zuo's hand and bowing to the spectators. An extraordinary performance, little one. You must give it a name. Audrey's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Xia Zuo. Let it be called life as fire, Xia Zuo mused. Momentarily setting aside the golden finger information that surfaced in his mind, he gently embraced Audrey. Thank you, big sister, for helping me become a fire breather. Chapter 20. Buy a ticket after boarding 3 months later. In Rosac City, level LV.8 LV.9 experience 120, 1000 freedom attribute points 546 points, adding 1 point to vitality, leveling up granted 2 additional freedom attribute points. With the bandits no longer causing trouble, the circus roamed freely throughout the Rosac province, performing in long-forgotten southern towns. During his leisure time, Xia Zuo optimized the colorful fire-breathing act, incorporating scenes with Sneck and the others. Once a solitary fire breather, he could now take the stage alongside his companions. All it required was the addition of 1 freedom attribute point to vitality to accommodate the significantly prolonged group performance. Sneck drummed a lively beat, while the green serpent danced upon the ground. The strongman Bopai tossed the clown's siblings over the flames, and Audrey caught them on the other side. Eerie purple flames swirled past the clown's sister, eliciting gasps from the audience. The clown's siblings and the vibrant flames became the focal point of the event, while Xia Zuo, the fire breather, took on a supporting role. Yet, this mattered little to Xia Zuo. He merely wished to leave behind a lasting impression for his companions before parting ways: abundant coins, widespread fame, and vivid memories. He desired at least one of these for each member, so that their care for him would not be in vain. Thus, he would depart without a trace of regret as the sun rose and the morning breeze flowed. The mornings in Rosac City had become particularly lively since the commencement of the tests for innate affinity. Before dawn had fully broken, muffled sounds of chatter filled the streets. "Xia Zuo, let us go," Audrey urged, pulling the eager Xia Zuo along as they left the inn for the busiest part of the city. Over a year ago, Xia Zuo stood at about 1.4 meters tall, significantly shorter than his peers in the city. However, ever since joining the circus, with regular meals and rest, he quickly caught up in height. Now standing at 1.7 meters, with a sturdy build, he resembled a capable young man. His high nose and ever-present optimistic smile rendered his handsome face even more approachable. "Big sister, is it my turn yet?" Xia Zuo naturally grasped Audrey's hand, maintaining a sibling-like bond between them that he no longer bore the youthful naivety of before. Audrey, too, recognized the distinction between genders, rarely embracing him now, though she couldn't resist the occasional pinch of his cheeks. "It should be about your time." Audrey retrieved a wooden token from her pocket, comparing the number on it with the bulletin board at the entrance of the testing station. "Go ahead, little one. You've awaited this day for a long time. Make sure to perform well." She pressed the wooden token into Xia Zuo's hand, navigating through the throngs of people to push him through the door. The entrance to the Starry Night Academy's admission testing station was significantly more spacious than during his first visit. What was once a single-story, two-room space had been expanded into a three-story stone building with intersecting corridors. Following the directions of the staff clad in Starry Night robes, Xia Zuo positioned himself at the end of the queue awaiting inspection. Today marked the third day of open testing for innate affinity. The testing station distributed wooden tokens engraved with entry times in ascending order of age. Each evening, the results of the day's assessments would be posted on the bulletin board at the entrance. The previous 2 days had seen only very young children undergoing testing, and the outcomes were predictable. None possessed innate affinity. This was entirely normal. The so-called innate affinity is cultivated over time. Without enduring rigorous training, one would not develop resistance to elemental damage. In the realm of adolescence, particularly for youngsters like Xia Zuo, there exists a slight possibility of developing acquired affinities. Xiao Ben Riley. Please follow me. We are to proceed with the next phase of testing. At the forefront of the group stood a robust, muscular youth, whose mature demeanor set him apart as he followed the staff away from the line and towards a nearby chamber. He was, thus far, the only individual to complete the testing and remain at the station. That a murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd. "Who is that? Does anyone know him?" I know. Xiao Ben is the son of old Mo Ben," remarked a boy. Sniffling, Xia Zuo smirked slightly, tilting his head to listen. The sniffling boy wiped his nose with his sleeve and continued. "He is the son of the blacksmith from the southern part of the city. A bit dim-witted, he spends his days merely assisting his father with the bellows." Intrigued, Xia Zuo directed his probing technique towards the departing Xiao Mo Ben. Character name: Xiao Mo Ben. Riley. Identity: son of the blacksmith at Mo Ben's forge. Rosac City. Health: resistance, fire resistance 2 strength, 4 agility, 1 endurance, 4 vitality, 1 perception, 2 willpower, 5 mentality, 9 charm, 1 character specialty. Mastery of forging. Years of aiding his father with the bellows has endowed Xiao Mo Ben Riley with exceptional control over the flames within the forge. His mentality is significantly higher than mine, Xia Zuo noted as he observed his own score of 1.5. He had elevated it from 1 to 1.5 purely through study, without expending a single attribute point. "Kelly Muller, please follow me for your next test." Another individual was ushered into the room after completing their assessment. This time, it was a girl clad in a shoulder-bearing satin gown. Her flaxen hair cascaded down her back, the wavy strands tied into a ponytail with a red ribbon, exposing her fair neck and smooth, delicate shoulders. "The miller's daughter," the sniffling boy declared, raising his chin amidst the onlookers, seemingly relishing the attention. "Her family is quite wealthy. Half the flour in the city is milled by them." Xia Zuo cast a glance at Kelly's slender figure. Employing his probing technique. Character name. Kelly Muller. Identity. Daughter of Miller Muller, Rosac City Health. Resistance. Water resistance 1. Wind resistance 1. Strength 1. Agility 1. Endurance 2. Vitality 1. Perception 3. Willpower. For mentality 10. Charm 5. Character specialty. Mastery of water and wind. Long-term monitoring. Maintenance and enhancement of the water and windmills have granted Kelly Muller a profound understanding of the water and wind elements. Kelly's mental attributes surpassed Xiao Mo Bin's by 1 point, while her willpower was 1 point less. Could it be that her family invested significantly in acquiring numerous books and artifacts to enhance her mental attributes? Xia Zuo mused, teasing the notion of a golden finger. After all, while she possessed financial means, he was left with question marks in her character specialty. As if to mock him, in the ensuing minutes, a steady stream of youths from diverse backgrounds was led into the chamber. Each had developed slight elemental resistances through years of exposure to certain elements. The most common was earth resistance, predominantly found among the offspring of herb gatherers. Fire resistance was the rarest, as flames are inherently perilous, and only a select few professions engage with them regularly. The majority possessed at least 2 types of resistance, rendering Xia Zuo and Xiao Mo Bin, with their singular resistance, quite exceptional. After the sniffling boy was eliminated, Xia Zuo calmly placed his hand upon the transparent glass sphere. The crimson patterns symbolizing fire resistance manifested upon the smooth surface of the orb. Xia Zuo. Oh, I remember now, you are the fire breather from the Audrey circus. Correct? A staff member remarked with a warm chuckle. Once you leave, Audrey will be quite distressed. Come along. We shall proceed to the next test. Following the staff's lead, Xia Zuo inquired with curiosity. Is having an acquired affinity not sufficient? The staff hesitated for a moment, as if weighing whether to divulge the information. Ruffling his light golden hair, he ultimately leaned in and whispered, having only an acquired affinity is indeed insufficient. Without an innate affinity, one suffers greatly during the meditation practices. Those with acquired affinities are merely slightly better off than the average individual. They too must endure the torment of elemental integration. Thank you for your insights. I am Xia Zuo from Rosac. May I ask your name? Xia Zuo smiled sincerely, extending his right hand for a brief shake. I am Mars Morton. Should you pass the second round of tests, I would not mind discussing further. Mars opened the door, gesturing for Xia Zuo to maintain silence, and softly instructed, Please, step inside. The session has commenced. Xia Zuo nodded in gratitude, noting Mars's uncommon hair color, intending to inquire further after the testing concluded. Once Xia Zuo entered, Mars gently closed the door behind him. In the center of the room lay a square area surrounded by thick curtains, obscuring the view within. A row of wooden chairs encircled the perimeter, where youths awaiting their tests sat along the walls. Xia Zuo settled into the nearest chair to the entrance, patiently awaiting his call. Apologies, my lord, I can no longer endure. A girl emerged from behind the curtain, her face a picture of desolation. The familiar voice followed. Number 6. Please enter. Xia Zuo raised an eyebrow, recognizing it as Telly's Mizo, the resident mage of Rosac City. The summoned individual was also a girl. Upon entering, the curtain was drawn shut. Telly's soothing voice floated from behind the fabric. Young lady, you possess 2 acquired affinities. Please choose one from these elemental vials. The azure and teal. I prefer the azure one, my lord. I am fond of this color. The girl pondered for a moment before declaring. Very well. Remove the stopper and cover the opening with your palm. Xia Zuo heard a crisp pop, followed by a stifled gasp. My lord, something is burrowing into my hand. It is causing me a bit of pain. Calm your mind and feel it. Hold on for 5 minutes, Telly's gently instructed. The girl seemed to utter something more, but her words morphed into a pained murmur. Chapter 21. Boarding first, paying later, soft whimpers echoed from behind the curtain. After approximately 3 minutes, the noise subsided, and the girl's breathing steadied, returning to its normal rhythm. 5 minutes have elapsed. Congratulations, you have passed the test. Please remove your hand from the vial and take this to the staff outside. Telly's cheerfully congratulated her, then called out, Number 7, please enter. Xia Zuo observed the girl with joy glimmering in her dark hair, employing his probing technique to assess her attributes. Mentality 10. The name of the dark-haired girl remained unknown. She paused at the door, casting a furtive glance at Xia Zuo before departing. Xia Zuo counted the number of individuals in the room, he sensed a fragrant aroma enveloping him, upon identifying it as turpentine. The dark-haired girl had already closed the door behind her. He shrugged and recounted the number of boys and girls present. The testing proceeded in an alternating fashion, beginning with the girls. Kelly, the miller's daughter, entered the curtain before Xiao Mo Bin. Kelly too chose the azure elemental vial. After covering the opening with her hand, she let out a low cry of pain for 3 minutes before falling silent. Kelly's mental attribute also registered at 10 points. Xia Zuo nodded to himself, realizing the significance of mentality in this round of testing. 20 minutes later, all the girls had completed their tests and exited the chamber. Only the dark-haired girl number 6 and Kelly Muller had passed. The remaining girls had voluntarily forfeited within the first 3 minutes. Xia Zuo couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for those who had given up. They all possessed sufficient mental attributes, yet their willpower faltered, with scores of merely 3, unable to endure even 3 minutes of discomfort. Now we shall begin the test for the boys. Number 9, please enter. Number 9 was Xiao Mo Bin Riley. The first among the boys, he entered the curtain, exchanged brief greetings with Tellys, and commenced his assessment. It wasn't long before he was shouting in agony, exclaiming his pain. After 3 minutes, his sudden and hoarse cries of distress caused those present to instinctively tense up. Why was his experience so different from that of the girls? Xia Zuo furrowed his brow, uneasily shifting in his seat. Each girl who reached the second round had a mentality of 10. While Xiao Mo Bin had only 9, could such a small difference yield such a significant impact? Within the curtain, Tellys inquired whether he wished to stop, but Xiao Mo Bin vehemently refused. I can endure. Through sobs and heavy breaths, the remaining 2 minutes dragged on painfully. During the girls' testing, nearly all the boys wore smiles, as if merely needing to be slightly stronger than the girls and endure the first 3 minutes would guarantee an easy passage through the test. Xia Zuo surveyed the room, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat, a standard response. The boys with slightly weaker mental fortitude had already gripped their pant legs in anxiety. Congratulations, little one, you have passed the test. Take this and step outside. Xiao Mo's face was ashen as he drew back the curtain. His short robe was soaked with perspiration, dark patches clung to his chest and back, and he stumbled as if exhausted from operating a bellows. Number 10. Come in. Number 10 was leaner than Xia Zuo, a descendant of herb gatherers, often accompanying the teams into the forest to seek wild medicinal plants. In the initial 3 minutes of testing, his performance mirrored that of Xiao Mo. However, upon reaching the 3-minute threshold, he emitted a series of bizarre cries and subsequently fell silent. Sigh. Tylos appeared to be exasperated by the boy's obstinacy. Had it been a girl, she would have surrendered within those first 3 minutes. Rather than forcing herself to endure to the final 2, after a few tense moments, Number 10 groaned back to consciousness. Little one, you may leave now. As he pulled aside the curtain, his bloodshot eyes made it difficult to discern whether his pain stemmed from agony or the sorrow of failure. Startling those who observed him, he pressed himself against the wall, staggering toward the exit, in far worse condition than Xiao Mo in the time that followed. Several more boys entered the curtain, yet not a single one succeeded in passing the test. Learning from Number 10's experience, many chose to abandon the test within the first 3 minutes. Xia Zuo furrowed his brow, mentally reviewing the attributes of those recorded earlier, and discerned a few details. This test appeared to hinge upon a mental threshold of 9 points. Those with 10 points of mental fortitude experienced some discomfort during the testing process. Yet without exception, they all succeeded. They felt pain in the initial 3 minutes, but entered a state of tranquility in the subsequent 2. Conversely, those with only 9 points, like Xiao Mo, could rely on their willpower to push through. However, anyone below 9 points would inevitably succumb to the pain after 3 minutes, collapsing unconscious. In comparing these observations, a conclusion became evident. 10 points of mental fortitude represented the true starting point for a mage with elemental affinity. Those born with elemental alignment possessed 10 or even 15 points or more at birth. Among all who entered the second round, no one aside from Xia Zuo had a mental attribute below 7. They also possessed at least 3 points of willpower. 7 points of mental fortitude and 3 points of willpower constituted the prerequisites for generating elemental resistance under normal circumstances. As for Xia Zuo, he relied on the vitality that afforded him rapid healing, forcibly taking on the role of a fire performer, continuously leveling up to ultimately gain the fire resistance provided by identity enhancements. Despite his skewed attribute points, he managed to enter the second round of testing. a testament to the remarkable power of his digitized transformation. Half an hour later, only Xia Zuo remained untested in the room. Tylos called from behind the curtain, "Number 17, come in." Xia Zuo entered with a smile. "Lord Tylos, it has been a while." "Ah, it's you, Xia Zuo. Among this group, you're the youngest, which is why you're the last." Tylos still bore the appearance of a kind-hearted middle-aged man, his eyes shimmering with anticipation that Xia Zuo was settled into his seat. His gaze swept over the empty vial on the low table, leaving him somewhat perplexed. This vial was broader than a typical potion bottle, with a much thicker glass body and a frosted surface adorned with diamond patterns that a softly glowing alchemical lamp illuminated the curtain. But aside from the reflections on the glass, the vial did not appear to contain any luminescent substance. "You possess only fire resistance, so use this vial of red luminescent essence for your test." Tylos leaned back in his chair, speaking slowly. "It's perfectly fine if you don't pass this year. You can always try again next year. Just don't push yourself too hard. No matter what happens during this round of testing, I cannot touch you, understand?" Red luminescence, was there truly something within this vial? Surely not. "I understand, Lord Tylos." Xia Zuo blinked, uncertain if his companion had made a mistake. Tylos, lost in thought, smiled kindly. "Stop staring at me and flip the hourglass to begin the test. I won't grant you any favors." Xia Zuo, half convinced, tossed a detection spell into the vial. Unknown entity detected, due to insufficient mental and perceptual attributes. No further information was obtained. There really was something inside. Was it because my mental attribute is less than 2 points that I cannot perceive the red luminescence? Xia Zuo awkwardly smiled, choosing not to clarify the small misunderstanding between them. He flipped the hourglass to start the timer with his left hand while using his right to uncork the vial, covering the opening with his palm. Hiss! Xia Zuo inhaled sharply, pain shooting through his hand as if it were fracturing. This sensation was more searing than the scorching essence that had splashed upon his face during fire performances. Tylos tilted his head slightly towards Xia Zuo, sensing that the latter's reaction was more pronounced than that of the others. "Do you want to stop? Just remove your palm from the opening." "No, I can manage." Xia Zuo's teeth clattered together, producing a rhythmic sound. He squeezed his eyes shut, pressing his palm firmly against the vial's opening, focusing his attention on the character template in his mind. Health. 2728. Undergoing erosion from an unknown entity. Base recovery rate. 1. 62 points per hour. Real-time recovery rate. 1.622004 8.38 points per hour. Over the past 3 months, he had increased his vitality by 1 point, randomly maxing out at 6 points of health, raising his health from 22 points to 28. His base recovery rate had significantly improved from the previous 1.11 points per hour to 1.62 points per hour. Yet, faced with a staggering health deduction rate of 200 points per hour, his base recovery rate was akin to a drop in the ocean. The 6 free attribute points, even if all allocated to mental fortitude, would not suffice. A gap remained between 7.5 points and the minimum threshold of 9. Did he truly have to wait until next year to retest? Xia Zuo hesitated, caught in the cold shivers induced by the excruciating pain. Perhaps he should see how much health he would lose after 3 minutes. With a thought, he switched the recovery rates unit to points per minute. Health, 2728. Undergoing erosion from an unknown entity. Base recovery rate, 0.027 points per minute. Real-time recovery rate, 0.027 3.333.03 points per minute. Time was slipping away second by second, and the 3-minute threshold was drawing near. Xia Zuo adjusted his posture, wedging the elemental vial between his legs, using his arms and upper body to brace his right hand. Tylos shook his head helplessly from across the table. This scene had replayed too many times today. As the timer expired, Xia Zuo would inevitably succumb to unconsciousness. The 3 minutes elapsed. The health deduction rate suddenly doubled, reaching 10 points per minute, equivalent to 600 points per hour. Xia Zuo cried out in pain, tumbling from his chair and nearly overturning the table. Tylos restrained his arms, refraining from assisting him. As the chief examiner, he could not have any physical contact with the candidate. Xia Zuo, Tylos observed the boy rolling on the ground in confusion, yet not slipping into unconsciousness. He recalled how the lad had escaped a life-threatening pit and had walked alone through the woods for 2 days. What a resilient spirit, Tylos mused silently, leaning back against his chair. At that moment, Xia Zuo felt acutely aware of the source of pain in his palm, that it felt as if a multitude of fine needles were repeatedly piercing through the flesh and bone of his hand. Though he could see nothing, he could vividly imagine the scene of needles puncturing his palm and emerging from the back of his hand. The reason he had not collapsed at the 3-minute mark was entirely due to the unique skills granted by his digitized transformation. The undying body would not succumb to death even when health dropped to 0. Any injuries would self-repair as health increased. This unique trait gained from digitization encompassed far more than its literal implications. Drawing from his experiences, Xia Zuo began to discern the relationship between health and character state. With 90 health points, his senses were normal, thought sharp, and reactions quick. As long as the instantaneous health deduction did not exceed 10 of his total health. He could suppress the pain by maintaining composure and focus. With 50 health points, his vision gradually blurred, thought slowed, and reactions dulled. A brief rest in a suitable spot could alleviate muscle soreness or dizziness. When health exceeded 50, one would not faint from pain, hunger, or toxicity, but a sense of disorientation and dizziness would still prevail. Below 50 health, one would experience persistent headaches and nausea, and if further afflicted by negative conditions. The likelihood of fainting soared. Xia Zuo had yet to experience below 20 health, but he suspected that a gentle push could easily send him sprawling to the ground. Chapter 22. Board the train first. Pay the fare later. Xia Zuo gazed at his character template, suddenly struck by a clever notion that he could indeed board the train first and pay the fare later, while leveraging his high recovery rate to endure. He could arrive at the academy earlier and subsequently supplement his mental attributes. When the time comes, simply allocate the surplus attribute points towards spirit, and voil, you shall transform into a genuine postnatal affinity mage. With a health of 1928, I find myself besieged by unknown forces. My health regeneration rate stands at a base of 0.027 points per minute, while the real-time recovery rate is 0.027109.973 points per minute. The damage taken has escalated from 3.03 points per minute to 9.973 points per minute. Roughly calculated, within 2 minutes, I would lose approximately 20 points of health, reducing my health to a precarious -1. If I merely allocate my free attribute points towards vitality, as long as I remain alive, I can surely pass the test. Xia Zuo curled his body into a tight ball, securing his right hand and the bottle firmly between his legs, arching his back upwards, pressing his limbs beneath him. Thus, even if he were to faint, his palms would not stray from the bottle's mouth. A bizarre, grinding laughter escaped his lips. The contents of the elemental bottle seemed to sense the mockery, intensifying the force with which it pierced the palm at the bottle's opening. Xia Zuo let out a sudden, muffled groan, his body stiffening in pain, akin to a fish caught on a hook, only to forcibly retract his limbs, returning to the curled, upward-facing position. In mere seconds, the engorged veins stretched from his chin to his forehead, and the veins in his neck twisted like gnarled tree roots breaking through the soil. Xia Zuo's grimacing visage appeared both eerie and ferocious. The damage rate surged once more, to 13.3 points per minute, corresponding to 800 points per hour. Dizziness enveloped him, his vision began to darken, and his heart pounded like a drum. What on earth is in this bottle? Why such a fierce temperament? Xia Zuo gritted his teeth. I cannot wait another year. Golden finger, grant me an increase. Vitality 819. Health 2128230. Base recovery rate 0.0270.034 points per minute. Real-time recovery rate 0.0341 3.331, 3.29 points per minute. Xia Zuo glanced at the hourglass on the table. Only a minute and a half remained. Rounding up, I still need to lose 20 points of health, leaving me precisely 1 point short. No, this is too unstable. If the damage rate increases again while I am unconscious, I fear I may not survive this. Golden finger, grant me another increase. Vitality 9110, health 2030131. Base recovery rate 0.0340.04 points per minute. Real-time recovery rate 0.0413.3313.29 points per minute. Good heavens, Golden Finger, do not falter. Why has it only increased by 1 point of health? The stabbing pain in my palm intensifies. Xia Zuo once more let out a muffled groan, straightening his body, and then tensing every muscle to retract his limbs. The damage rate escalated to 67 points per minute, corresponding to 1,000 points per hour. Xia Zuo attempted to lift his head to glance at the hourglass, but his neck felt as if it were locked in a vice. his face pressed against the floor, his view limited to the patterns of the ground. He could only estimate that about 1 minute and 20 seconds remained. The remaining 20 points of health are utterly futile. Golden Finger, add 2 points. Vitality 10212, Health 18305-338. Base recovery rate 0.040.06, 3 points per minute. A real-time recovery rate 0.06, 316.6, 716.6, 1 points per minute. The elemental bottle shook violently, as if something within was going mad, yearning to burst forth. The damage rate surged once again. Every few seconds, it would fluctuate 0.20 points per minute. 22, 24, 25. The rate of increase began to slow, yet the momentum remained 0.26, 27, 28, 29, 30 points per minute. The damage rate stabilized, finally ceasing its ascent. Xia Zuo found himself nearly bewildered by the onslaught of data, his mind wavering in retreat. Just then, the golden finger transmitted a message into his consciousness. Detected that the host possesses the first attribute value exceeding 10 points. A reward will be randomly drawn based on the type of that attribute. Drawing. Draw successful. New special ability. Emergency moment. An emergency moment. When health falls below 50 of the maximum, the recovery speed provided by vitality increases by 50. When health is below 25 of maximum, the effect of emergency moment doubles. Instantly. Xia Zuo's recovery speed skyrocketed by 50. Health 1838. Base recovery rate 0.06, 3 points per minute. Real-time recovery rate 0.06, 3150.09, 5, 302, 9.91 points per minute. Emergency moment activated. Approximately 40 seconds remain. Most likely, I am still 1 point short of health. Xia Zuo had lost count of time and damage taken. Golden Finger, add. Vitality 12113. Health 2038240. Base recovery rate 0.06, 30.077 points per minute. That real-time recovery rate 0.077, 1500.1155, 302, 9.88 points per minute. Emergency moment activated. Only 1 free attribute point remains. At the end of the test, I will be left with but a sliver of health if you can further increase the damage rate. I shall. The elemental bottle seemed to have heard Xia Zuo's thoughts, once again intensifying the force with which it pierced the palm. Yet this time the increase in damage rate was quite limited, as the entity within the bottle appeared to be nearing exhaustion. The damage rate rose to 30.5 points per minute that I have already used 5 free attribute points. Would I still concern myself with the last one? Audrey surely does not wish for me to leave. What harm is there in staying another year to grind for experience? Golden Finger, grant me an increase. Vitality 13114. Health 2540545. Base recovery rate 0.0770.1 points per minute. Real-time recovery rate 0.1302, 9.9 points per minute, with health above 50. Emergency moment ceases to take effect. The elemental bottle exhibited no new changes, and the damage rate remained at 30.5 points per minute. This is utterly secured at IT. Is unlikely I will even dip below 25 health. Ha! Xia Zuo curled into a ball, crawling on the ground, his body trembling from pain and excitement. Taylor's gaped, his right hand tangled in his hair, his face a mask of astonishment. He glanced at the hourglass on the table, tidied his hairstyle, adjusted his attire, smoothing the creases in his robe before speaking deliberately. Time's up. Xia Zuo, congratulations on passing the test. Ah, is that it? Xia Zuo slightly relaxed his thighs, allowing a small gap to form between his right hand and the bottle. The bottle remained still, and the pain in his hand vanished as if it were an illusion. He sat cross-legged on the ground, inspecting his right hand. Apart from the large red marks caused by the pressure and the horizontal and vertical lines etched by his clothes, there was not a single pinprick to be seen. He placed the bottle back on the table, exhausted, and half reclined in his chair to rest. Approximately 20 minutes later, upon noticing a hint of color returning to Xia Zuo's face, Taylor retrieved a wooden piece from his robe and handed it over, saying, "You passed the test through astonishing willpower. Well, regardless, you indeed endured for 5 minutes." Xia Zuo reached out to grasp the card, but was unable to take it. Taylor's pinched the other end of the card, his mouth moving as if he were about to speak. "Xia Zuo, due to your unique circumstances, I have a suggestion for you." He shifted his tone, releasing his grip to lean back in his chair, gesturing with his arms as he said, "Never mind, never mind. Your will is so resilient that you need not my further words. You may leave and present the wooden piece to the one who brought you here. Thank you, Lord Taylors. Xia Zuo clutched the wooden piece and walked towards the door, pondering. Is my will truly that resilient? He glanced at his character template. Well, 3, 1 point lower than Kelly, 2 points lower than Zymobin. This is the quantified will, determining a person's resistance to abnormal effects. Whether these effects pertain to the mental or physical realm, will can provide assistance. Taylors had evidently formed a new misunderstanding. Xia Zuo shook his head, revealing a bittersweet smile tinged with both joy and concern. This is not entirely a bad thing. At least it spares him the trouble of explaining himself for quite a long time. He would likely don the guise of high willpower, engaging in endeavors only achievable through high mental capacity, with only himself aware that the true merit lay in his elevated vitality. Xia Zuo returned to the hall. Facing the door, raising his right arm to wave the wooden piece above his head, Audrey stood by the doorframe, giving him 2 enthusiastic thumbs up, the one who had escorted Xia Zuo into the room. Mars Morton happened to be walking towards him from another corridor, holding a book. His gaze lingered on the wooden piece in Xia Zuo's hand before brushing aside the golden strands on his forehead. Grinning as he said, "Indeed, a fire breather capable of spewing colorful flames. Come with me. I shall introduce you to the Starry Night Academy." Xia Zuo gestured to Audrey with a few signs, indicating that he needed to stay a while longer. Mars followed his gaze to the doorway and nodded in greeting to Audrey. The two then entered the quiet corridor. Was that Audrey from earlier? Mars inquired as he led Xia Zuo past a series of closed doors. Yes. She is my savior, the head of the circus. Xia Zuo casually cast a divination spell towards the other party. The character's name is Mars Morton, a member of the Starry Night Academy. Health points? Resistance: water resistance 2, wind resistance 2, earth resistance 2, fire resistance 0.5. Strength 3, agility 3, endurance 3, vitality 3, perception 6, will 5, spirit 15, charm 6. Character specialties? The spirit attribute matches that of the portly mage of the Peak Citadel, both standing at 15 points to in all other attributes, except for charm, which is 1 point higher. The rest are somewhat inferior to the portly mage. Xia Zuo, Mars said, his face reflecting hesitation. The academy will cover the daily expenses of students with acquired affinity and does not charge tuition. However, your closest relatives may not accompany you to Starry Night City. Therefore, Audrey. Xia Zuo nudged the other party amicably with his elbow. I have already discussed with Audrey. She will remain in Rosac to continue managing the circus. I will go to Starry Night City alone to pursue my studies. When the time comes to enter the academy, I will still need your care, my senior Mars. Mars found this statement quite gratifying. His smile became as warm as his light golden hair. If you encounter any academic issues in the future, feel free to ask me. Mars halted before a wooden door. This is the library of the testing station. It is quite small and specifically designated for storing books related to the Starry Night Academy. Every new student is required to spend some time here. Mars opened a crack in the door, and the two entered quietly. Xia Zuo swept his divination spell over the bookshelves, a smile of delight illuminating his face. They were all treasures that provided enhancements to spirit attributes, completely free for perusal. This ticket booth arrived just in time. Mars approached with a hefty tome in hand, noticing Xia Zuo's obsession with the books. He felt a kinship. Volume 1, complete. Chapter 1. The Academy. After passing the acquired affinity test, Xia Zuo arrived at the library of the testing station every morning at 7, his handsome face brimming with anticipation and joy. Emerging at 9 in the evening with a countenance of satisfaction, the small house gifted upon his registration in Rosac was now his sole residence. The circus had performed continuously in Rosac City for 6 days, and revenue had sharply declined after the departure of the fire breathers. Audrey, having encountered the two runaway fire breathers, Vance and Xia Zuo, in a painful experience, learned her lesson and directly issued a bounty through the Warrior Guild, offering rewards and points to recruit stable and long-term fire-breathers. In the library during the early morning, Xia Zuo sat at a desk by the window, finishing the last bite of his white bread. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and the dawn's light cast shifting shadows upon the desk. I wonder where the head girl is. Has she met that new fire breather? Is the other party easy to get along with? Have Snake and the others received my gift? I saved over 50 silver coins under the guise of a universal antidote, all of which are with Audrey, divided among everyone. That's at least 10 silver coins each. Not a small sum. What excuse should I use to hand it to Snake and the others? Huh. Let Audrey worry about it. Xia Zuo withdrew his gaze from the window and scanned the bookshelves, searching for an intriguing book. Spirit 1.5, 1.8. In 7 days, he read 6 books, enhancing his spirit by 0.3 points. Each book provided an average of 0.05 points of spirit, more than double that of the books sold in ordinary shops. The testing station provided free meals 3 times a day. The dormitory upstairs had yet to be renovated, leaving him to temporarily reside in the humble small house, without the worries of making a living. He was able to immerse himself wholeheartedly in reading, resulting in a rapid improvement in his spirit attributes. However, not everyone was as carefree as Xia Zuo, though the autumn harvest was still some days away. Certain trades had already become bustling. Farmers brought hoes, rakes, and sickles to the blacksmith for refurbishment. Little Mayor Ben Riley, the blacksmith's son, had only appeared once since passing the test. Frowning at the bookcase, he ultimately chose to return home to assist his father. Kelly Muller, the miller's daughter, borrowed a few books to read while also having to tend to her family's windmill and water wheel. After the harvest, the mill's granary would be filled with grain. The wheels would inevitably turn all day, requiring prior maintenance. Xia Zuo glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost time. Creak. The library door was gently pushed open and then quietly closed. Xia Zuo looked over and met the gaze of a black-haired girl. This girl, who carried the scent of turpentine, came to the library at the same time every day, not for reading, nor to find a quiet place to nap, but merely to sit with a book and secretly observe the only male student in the library. Do we know each other? Xia Zuo thought it would be nice to find someone to chat with after feeling somewhat weary of reading continuously. Mars was busy in the front hall. This black-haired girl, clearly interested in him, seemed like a delightful conversational partner. Ah, the black-haired girl did not expect the sudden address, flinching like a startled rabbit before lowering her head and replying, "We do." Xia Zuo furrowed his brow. Could she be a childhood friend of this body? Mutual feelings from their youth? He cast his divination spell again, but the girl's name remained a question mark. The black-haired girl sat down opposite Xia Zuo, cupping her face in her hands, gazing dreamily at him. "I know you, yet you do not know me," like the wind stirring the leaves, only to rush away. An artistic girl? Xia Zuo was momentarily taken aback. The black-haired girl's cheeks flushed with 2 shades of pink as she summoned her courage to meet his gaze. "I am Enru Air. A painter. Your fire-breathing performance possesses a far-reaching essence. I found it somewhat unforgettable after witnessing it." Phew, Xia Zuo sighed inwardly, relieved to discover she was merely a little admirer. He had thought he was being confessed to. Then there's no need to forget. We will be classmates, and there will be plenty of opportunities for you to see my performances. After saying this, Xia Zuo regretted not being able to slap some sense into his own face. How had he been led astray by her, inexplicably becoming artistic and even flirting a bit? "I have a few works I would like you to see. Please wait a moment. I will go fetch them." Enru Air's pink cheeks turned crimson. Her face buried in her hands as she took small, hurried steps toward the door, leaving Xia Zuo somewhat dazed in the library. 10 minutes later, Enru Air returned, slightly out of breath, and unfurled 3 oil paintings on the table. The first depicted Xia Zuo standing in a beam of light, exhaling white flames. The parchment was yellowed, highlighting the sunlight and fire. The second painting showcased Xia Zuo breathing purple flames, with the clown girl soaring through the air. The surroundings were outlined in simple lines, portraying the other circus members. The third painting featured Xia Zuo and the others standing in a row, bowing to the audience, with clear visages of Audrey and the rest. Xia Zuo's eyes brimmed with tears, regretting not having bid farewell to the circus troupe. He simply could not bear to witness such tearful scenes. Cough. Xia Zuo stifled his tears and pointed to the third painting. "May I purchase it? They are gifts for you. Do you like them? I have always felt there is a unique charm about you. The flames, which appear dangerous to others, seem like old friends to you. You coexist with them so harmoniously." Enru Air said softly beside him, a gentle dimple gracing her smile. "Thank you, I truly love them." Xia Zuo shamelessly rolled up the 3 paintings and placed them on his seat. Enru Air leaned in closer, taking a delicate sniff, her petite nose brushing against Xia Zuo's collar and shoulder. The spicy scent has faded. "Have you been reading in the library lately? No wonder the circus has not seen you." "Yes. And you? Are you also entangled in trivial matters like Little Mayor Ben and Kelly?" Xia Zuo walked toward the bookshelf, searching for an illustrated book. Such books appeared to be quicker reads, rewarding him generously. A high cost-performance ratio. I still have several works unfinished. The buyer is a regular customer. I feel too embarrassed to refuse. Enru'er waved her delicate arm. I must return to painting now that I hope to finish before we depart. Once Enru'er left, Xia Zuo unfolded the 3 paintings, gazing at them for a long while. It was only around noon when Mars walked in, prompting Xia Zuo to hastily hide the paintings, his eyes still glistening with moisture. Mars, with his light golden hair, instantly understood that Xia Zuo was saddened by the impending farewell. He glanced at the illustrated book on the table and remarked cheerfully, "The Kingdom Trees Illustrated Compendium. A fine book for popularizing alchemical products, an intersection of potion alchemy and extraordinary object alchemy." Xia Zuo rubbed his eyes, his previous sorrow replaced by curiosity about Mars's probing expression. Mars pulled out a chair, sat down, and flipped to a page featuring an image of a brown tree trunk along with some descriptive text. "Look, the book states that the brown trees are more prevalent within the Kingdom's territory. A result of the Starry Night Kingdom's wilderness expansion 200 years ago, the pioneers felled the white trees, which attracted pests, and planted the more vigorous brown trees instead." Xia Zuo recalled a saying, "If you get lost in the forest, walk in the opposite direction of the white trees. The more brown trees surrounding you, the closer you are to human habitation." Now it seemed there was a historical reason behind it. In truth, the reality is far more complex. Mars blew a stray hair from his face, revealing a mysterious smile. "The brown trees are alchemical products. First, transform the seeds using the alchemy of peculiar objects, then plant them in the nutrient solution crafted through potion alchemy. Once they sprout, transplant them into the soil. The purpose of this process extends beyond mere directional indication. The brown trees emit a fragrance that is imperceptible to ordinary humans. The fierce beasts of the forest are averse to this scent, ultimately leading them to migrate southward, seeking survival in the wilderness beyond the kingdom's southern borders." Xia Zuo's memories drift back to those 2 days spent trekking through the forest. Aside from the incessant mosquitoes, the most frequently encountered creatures were wild rabbits and pheasants. Indeed, he had not laid eyes on any aggressive beasts such as forest wolves, bears, or wild boars. "Mars, why is alchemy a mandatory subject at the Starry Night Academy? Why not delve directly into the study of meditation techniques?" Xia Zuo sat at the table, resting his chin on his arm in a state of perplexity. On the bookshelf lay a volume dedicated to the Academy's curriculum. He perused it thoroughly, yet the question remained elusive, as if it were common knowledge that required no explicit explanation. Mars scratched his chin, seemingly troubled. "To be frank, I finally comprehend the professor's dilemma when adapting the curriculum. Introducing elements to those with innate affinity is akin to scratching an itch through a boot. One simply cannot reach the source of discomfort." Mars stood and began to pace. "You see, Xia Zuo, elements are a complex and profound existence. To absorb elements through meditation, one must first grasp their essence." Mars gestured in front of him, outlining a circle. "It is akin to a pancake. You must first ascertain its filling before deciding whether to indulge." Xia Zuo nodded in apparent understanding. "There are 2 methodologies for comprehending elements." Mars extended his arms, gesturing left and right. He raised his right hand, mimicking the act of reading and taking notes. "The first method involves studying alchemy, potion alchemy, oil alchemy, poison alchemy, and the alchemy of peculiar objects. Mastering these 4 disciplines will illuminate the nature of elements. It is like savoring the aroma of a pancake, lifting its layers to inspect the filling and sampling it with one's fingers." The second method, Mars raised his left hand, fingers grasping at the air as if capturing it within his chest. "The demon-hunting sect prevalent in the eastern continent is not composed of mages, yet they can wield elemental powers. This sect advocates the consumption of potions or foods containing elements, forcefully absorbing them through sheer will and robust physique. It is akin to biting into a pancake of any filling first and discarding it if unpalatable, continuing until one finds the favored taste. Perhaps I should venture to the eastern continent. The style of the demon-hunting sect aligns perfectly with my inclinations. That my willpower is quite formidable. No, wait, that my vitality is sufficiently high. Forcefully absorbing elements may indeed be feasible." Xia Zuo's eyes widened, and he asked urgently, "Can I transfer to a school in the eastern continent?" Mars paused, then chuckled. "The eastern continent is situated thousands of kilometers across the sea." Chapter 2. Farewell. Xia Zuo felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed that a journey to the eastern continent was out of reach, and he would have to adhere to the path of a spiritual flow mage. However, you need not seek distant shores. Mars rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment. Lord Taylor's mentioned that your willpower is quite commendable, aligning more with the demon-hunting sect style. The Starry Night Academy indeed has a branch of meditation techniques that correspond with the demon-hunting sect. There is an 80% chance you will be assigned to the poison alchemy department. Xia Zuo straightened his back, eyes wide with surprise as he inquired. The poison alchemy department? Mars approached the bookshelf, extracting a tome with a black cover. Fundamentals of Poison Alchemy, Separation of Toxins. The heavy volume thudded onto the table, its pages thick and numbering in the thousands. Poison alchemy is quite unique. Its products are highly toxic. The Academy focuses on teaching methods for toxin separation. As for how to utilize toxins to create potions. Mars's complexion paled, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. He swallowed hard and spoke in a drifting tone. When you attend Professor Kolof's poison-making class, you'll understand. Not only does he teach you to concoct poisons, but he also requires you to ingest them. That experience, Mars shuddered. For someone like me, lacking sufficient willpower, it is all too easy to feel nauseous. But I must warn you, never actually vomit, or Professor Kolof will insist you create another batch to consume. Xia Zuo pressed his forehead. Stifling a laugh, it seemed he was about to begin testing potions again, albeit this time with a concoction of his own making. He shook his head in disbelief and then asked, "Will I need to study other branches of alchemy as well?" Mars nodded, "Certainly. It's just a matter of emphasis. You will focus primarily on poison alchemy while also dabbling in other branches. After all, the meditation techniques for the poison branch require a robust resistance to toxins." Mars retrieved a palm-sized notebook from his pocket, flipping through a few pages as he read aloud. The resistance to toxins. Ah, here it is. According to the theory of acquired affinity compiled by the head of the department, resistance to toxins originates from earth affinity. However, I possess fire affinity. Xia Zuo blinked. Thus, there remains a 20% chance you might be assigned to the peculiar object alchemy department. Mars walked back and forth before the bookshelf. There are no tomes on peculiar object alchemy here. Allow me to provide a brief overview. Mars pointed to the alchemical clock in the library. This is a product of peculiar object alchemy, belonging to the realm of ingenious artifacts. Do you recall the elemental vial Lord Taylor's had you hold during the second round of testing? That is a creation of elemental embodiment. Mars surveyed the surroundings and approached the window for a moment before shaking his head. The third discipline is called giant constructs. There are no such products here in Rosac City, and they are indeed rare, even in Starry Night City. Xia Zuo contemplated for a moment, then opened the volume on Poison Alchemy Fundamentals, Separation of Toxins. Immersing himself in the reading, poison alchemy seemed to suit him better. Peculiar object alchemy appeared far more complex, demanding a strong spatial awareness, unlike poison alchemy, where the most challenging aspect was merely consuming one's own concocted poison. In the face of high recovery rates, this was akin to the ease of eating and drinking. Noticing that Xia Zuo was becoming engrossed in the sea of books, Mars clapped his hands and cheerfully exclaimed, "Don't get lost in reading. Come have lunch with me first." 1 month later, at noon, the gates of Rosac City swung wide open, with guards flanking the streets, keeping the curious civilians at bay. Clearing a broad path in the center point, 6 powerful black horses trotted into the city, their necks adorned with meticulously groomed, shiny manes that swayed rhythmically with their hoofbeats. These horses were taller than typical steeds, their black muscles well-defined. What was most remarkable was their training. Their 2 black eyes displayed no hint of panic. Entirely indifferent to the bustling crowd surrounding them, the 6 horses pulled an excessively large carriage, maintaining a steady course as guided by the driver, making their way to the fountain square, following the curved path to change the direction of the carriage. Whoa! The driver, seated in a semi-enclosed driver's seat, tightened the reins, and the obedient steeds halted promptly in front of the inspection station. The attendants at the inspection station stowed the new students' luggage into the compartment beneath the carriage. Mars stood at the front of the group, nodding in gratitude to the nearby Lord Taylors. "Thank you for escorting us out of Rosac Province, esteemed city mage." Enveloped in a black cloak, Lord Taylors lowered his hat brim to conceal his face within the hood. Utilizing an alchemical device to distort his voice, he portrayed himself as an aged sage, whom the city mages of Stardaryl and Night South will assist you within their respective territories. You may proceed with confidence. Then we shall set off. Mars turned to address the new students behind him. In previous years, the innate affinity tests in Rosac province yielded one qualified candidate every 3 to 5 years. Yet this year, during the first acquired affinity test, for individuals from Rosac City alone had become new students. With the nationwide total exceeding 100 in the first year following the Academy's reforms, the number of enrolled students surpassed that of the past several decades combined. Mars lingered for a moment, reflecting on this, and then raised his arm to indicate the carriage. Cully and Enru will occupy the second carriage. Little Mo Ben and Xia Zuo follow me to the third carriage. Cully Mueller's parents, dressed in white, waved handkerchiefs from the roadside. Little Mo Ben Riley's parents embraced, softly weeping. The two hesitated as they awaited the carriage. Mars glanced at his pocket watch. Go on, no more than 5 minutes. We must hurry to the northern gate to meet with the other carriages. Xia Zuo observed Little Mo Ben and Cully embracing their families, unexpectedly realizing that Enru, like himself, had no one to bid her farewell. I'll board the carriage first. Enru flashed a playful smile, seemingly accustomed to her solitary life, as she lifted her sturdy suitcase onto the carriage. So, both she and I are orphans. Xia Zuo chuckled silently, shouldering a book-laden satchel as he ascended the steps. The interior of the carriage was simply adorned and spacious. 4 bed frames were affixed to the walls, with a half-ladder beside each bed. Beneath the floorboards lies a pair of soft benches flanking a long table, all firmly secured to the ground. Immovable at the end of the carriage, a wooden door stands. Xia Zuo opened it to find a washroom, equipped for both lavatory use and showers. That a pipe extends from the water tank in the ceiling of the carriage into the washroom, branching into 2 outlets that connect to the sink's faucet and the shower head. Wastewater drains directly to the ground through a vent in the center of the floor. In comparison to the circus wagons, the accommodations of the Starry Night Academy's carriage can be deemed luxurious. Xia Zuo nodded in satisfaction, placing his bookcase on the table and standing by the window to gaze at the end of the street, which had been his residence for the past month. The deed to the modest house was kept on his person, and a duplicate key had been entrusted to Audrey. This house served as a vital link between Xia Zuo and the members of the circus, with letters sent from the capital being delivered there. It's time to depart, Mars urged from below. Mother and father, if the mill work becomes overwhelming, hire more hands. I will write back. Corey's voice trembled as she bid farewell and closed the door to the second carriage. Father. Drink less. Mother, I am leaving. Xiaomo, having uttered these 2 phrases, turned to board the carriage, leaning against the doorframe, tears welling up. Mars pulled the door shut and jingled the copper bell on the wall. The wheels began to turn, and the carriage smoothly rolled out of the city gates. With the discreet assistance of mages stationed along the way, their journey remained uninterrupted. Daily meals were passed through the window at the front of the carriage. Aside from stops to change drivers and horses and to replenish supplies, they spent most of their time traveling at a steady pace. On the morning of the 3rd day, the carriage headed north. Arriving at the junction between Rosac province and Sparrow province, Xia Zuo sat at the table, perusing a tome on toxic alchemy. The exotic sound of a flute wafted into the carriage. Snake's specially crafted flute. He rushed to the window, tears streaming down his face. Sneck played the flute, and a green serpent danced before him. The clown siblings made silly faces. Popeye touched his creamy, styled hair. See, I told you Xia Zuo would cry. Audrey wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. Smiling silently, her gaze filled with reluctance. The carriage passed by the 4 from the circus. Xia Zuo leaned over the railing, watching their figures recede into the distance. Suddenly, he noticed a strikingly beautiful stranger standing behind them. Her light golden hair just visible, but it seemed the leader had found a new fire breather. Xia Zuo smiled through his tears, wiping his face with his sleeve, and turned to see Mars standing behind him, his expression full of joy. That is my sister, Miffa Morton. With her around, the circus will be quite safe, and business will flourish. Xia Zuo furrowed his brow. Is your sister a student at the Starry Night Academy, or a fire breather from Starry Night City? She is a level above me, already an apprentice mage. Although her spell casting is not yet smooth, it is only a matter of time before she becomes a full-fledged mage. Her joining Audrey's circus was a deliberate arrangement by the Academy. An apprentice mage traveling with the circus through Rosac province. Xia Zuo recalled the introductory concepts of meditation methods, as this book was one of the essential texts for students at the Academy. According to its description, all students at the Starry Night Academy are mage servants. By mastering alchemy and passing examinations in 4 branches of alchemy, they can learn the entry-level meditation methods. These methods assist the practitioner in entering a unique perspective. Seeking out the untamed elements that wander between heaven and earth, the meditator communicates with these untamed elements, and if successful, can absorb them into their being, taming them into docile elements. Those mage servants who complete this process become apprentice mages, able to wield simple spells with the power of the docile elements within them. The only path to advancing from apprentice mage to full mage is to absorb more elements until they can practice mid-level meditation methods. This necessitates the apprentice mage traveling extensively, meditating in various locations to seek out the traces of untamed elements. Mars's sister joining the circus is indeed a mutually beneficial choice. Chapter 3. Arrival at the academy. The new student carriage from Rosac City met with others at the border between the two provinces. 6 heavily laden black carriages formed a surging line, continuing north along the wide, smooth road. Xia Zuo was silently memorizing the fundamental text of toxic alchemy when a deep sigh sounded from across the table. Mars. Senior. Xiao was still somewhat unaccustomed to the titles used within the academy. It took him 2 days after boarding to adjust to his current identity, transitioning from calling Mars Lord, Your Excellency, and Sir, to now addressing him as Senior. Xiao rested his head on the table, facing a closed, thick tome, his charcoal-blackened face reflecting his dejection. I am not suited for reading. I simply cannot remember the words on the page. With broad shoulders and a sturdy back, developed from years of assisting his father with the blower, he had built a solid physique. Unfortunately, the usefulness of one's intellect is not necessarily proportional to physical strength. He would rather spend an entire day tinkering by the furnace than sit at a table reading. The words, like shooting stars with trailing tails, forming circles with their strokes, lulled him into a stupor akin to a hypnotic melody. In the days since he boarded, he had not managed to finish a single book, let alone memorize the convoluted knowledge contained within. Xiao, do not be disheartened. Mars sat beside him and said, You will be entering the oddity alchemy department, where the reading load is light, with most of the coursework focused on practical applications. But will I be able to manage the practical courses? Xiao gazed at his rough, swollen fingers, growing increasingly despondent. Xiao, Mars attempted to clasp his shoulder, but found himself just out of reach, opting instead to give him a gentle pat on the back. Do not wear such a gloomy expression. I believe you will directly study the massive constructs within the oddity alchemy department. Your instructor is Borton, who, like you, is not fond of reading but has a remarkable grasp of furnace temperatures. Xiao straightened up suddenly, his hands clenched into fists on the table. He seemed particularly sensitive to the mention of furnace temperature, as if those words could instill faith within him, and his expression gradually transformed into one of confidence. Mars pressed more firmly on his back. Trust me, the professors have an excellent eye for selecting students. As long as you can finish this book, the rest of the courses will come easily. Xiao nodded in response, tightly pursing his lips, becoming a silent sponge, and reopened the book. Xia Zuo glanced at his reading progress, only reaching page 13 for a text on alchemical linguistics that spanned over 2,000 pages. Page 35 marked the beginning of the first chapter, with the preceding pages consisting of the table of contents and essential introductions, the basics of toxic alchemy, the separation of toxins, written in 2 languages. The less critical content was in the common tongue, the language used in everyday speech and writing. However, when it came to the precise and critical content of alchemy, it would switch to a language composed of formulas, tenses, operations, quantities, and identifiers. Xia Zuo had spent over half a month in the academy's library forcefully memorizing alchemical linguistics, without the aid of a certain advantage. He would not have fared any better than the others. Alchemy comprises 17 standard operations, represented in alchemical language by unfilled geometric shapes. For instance, a circle represents mixing, a triangle signifies heating, and a square denotes resting. Alchemical formulas are similar to the chemical formulas learned in a previous life, with the left side denoting raw materials, the right side the products, and the operations indicated above the or symbol, with duration or repetitions below. Raw materials are named using identifiers, but not simple numerals like 123. Rather, they employ more distinct uppercase characters to avoid confusion. Ordinary products are similarly represented by special character combinations. Intermediate products are denoted by filled geometric shapes. The most challenging aspect is the tenses. For instance, a weak restorative potion may involve a process with over a dozen steps. Some steps depend on others, while some can occur simultaneously, and this applies to groups of steps as well. Therefore, precise tense grammar is required to inform the creator when to perform each action. When Xia Zuo painstakingly memorized the 15 tense grammars, he lost clumps of hair in the process. By the time he had committed the entire text to memory and stored it in his knowledge reserve, his cheeks had hollowed, revealing his jawbone. This profoundly complex alchemical linguistics offered 30 experience points and 0.5 mental points. In terms of time, difficulty, and reward, it equaled 10 more ordinary texts. Wishing Xiao Mo good fortune in his endeavors, Xia Zuo continued to recite the textbook on toxic alchemy. The information stored in his knowledge reserve would not be forgotten and could be accessed at any time. Nevertheless, Xia Zuo would often open his alchemical linguistics book, feigning a search for key points. The professors within the academy undoubtedly possessed keen perception. It was crucial to cultivate the habit of disguise in advance, until he was capable of handling the professor's inquiries. He must avoid exposing his abnormalities. That on a morning 2 months later, Xia Zuo rose, performed a quick wash, and sat at the table, eating slices of bread while reading. Mars and Xiao Mo did the same, the three of them synchronously using the washroom. Outside the window, the voices of guards could be heard. Xia Zuo did not stand to look out. He merely listened for a moment. That it seemed the carriage was undergoing inspection at the city gate. He was already accustomed to this, returning to his reading. About 20 minutes later, the clanking of chains echoed outside the window. Mars, sensing something, lifted his head, walked to the window to glance at the scene outside, then turned back to call out to the diligent new student, "We have arrived." As he stepped through the gates of the esteemed institution, Xia Zuo gazed ahead with a look of bewilderment in his eyes, the remnants of several perplexing concepts still swirling in his mind. That it was not until he was gently ushered to the window that he regained his senses. The carriage glided through the archway of a low wall, arriving upon a square paved with stones, where a few flower beds and stone pavilions were nestled amidst the lush green grass. Xia Zuo leaned against the window frame, peering into the distance, where an expansive square and a grand gray castle loomed. Over 20 carriages came to a halt in the square. The new students disembarked, following their respective leaders down a flight of 20 steps, entering the castle's grand hall, adorned with towering stone columns. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass skylights, casting vibrant beams of color onto the polished marble floor, illuminating the hall with a radiant glow. The surrounding newcomers erupted into an inexplicable clamor, pointing towards the beams as if something splendid and colorful were capturing their attention. Amidst the cacophony, Xia Zuo swept his gaze around, casting a detection spell upon the mops and rags that seemed to clean themselves, yet all returned a response of unknown entities. The throng of newcomers halted in the center of the hall. A tall man with a bushy beard stood before them, appearing to be around 30 years of age. Clad in a black robe, he surveyed each leader of the groups with a calm gaze, and every upperclassman he looked upon greeted him with a nod. Chapter 4. The Castle Administrator. "I am Dimker, the Order Administrator of Starry Night Castle," he announced, his arms crossed, the sleeves of his robe accentuating his muscular arms. His rugged face devoid of expression, his voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the empty hall and reaching every ear. "The upperclassmen refer to me as that guy, the bearded one, the meddler." Mars lowered his head, offering an awkward smile. Dimker appeared oblivious to the expressions of the upperclassmen, continuing in a steady tone, "My elemental servants are dispersed throughout the castle. Those who transgress the rules shall find me at their heels." He retrieved a manual, holding it aloft, pacing slowly before the newcomers, and gravely instructed, "This is the castle's code of conduct that I have authored. It will be placed upon your nightstands. Before I became a mage, I was merely a brute wielding swords." The castle handbook was devoid of ornate embellishments, containing only the simplest and most straightforward regulations. Every newcomer must memorize it before stepping out of the dormitory tomorrow morning. The newcomers were taken aback by Dimker's solemn demeanor, nodding in unison. "Now, we shall assign your mentors, who will arrange your courses." Dimker returned to the forefront of the group, resuming his crossed-arm stance, and recited from memory the names of the newcomers present. Xiao Mo Ben. Bridge. Your mentor is Professor Borton of the giant constructs in the field of alchemical oddities. Greenfin, Griffin, Lucas. Your mentor is Professor Barry of the ingenious objects discipline. Fine. Your mentor is Professor Bertley of the elemental manifestation field. Dimker extended his right arm, gesturing towards the wall, which slid open, revealing a corridor illuminated by alchemical lamps. He turned to the tall, slender student on the far left, saying, "Paul, Please escort those whose names I just called inside. My elemental servants have already taken their luggage to the dormitory. Paul, with notably long fingers, raised his arm as he spoke loudly. Xiao Mo Ben, Bridge, follow me. Xiao Mo Ben nodded slightly to Mars and Xia Zuo before departing from the back of the group. As Paul guided the newcomers of the alchemical oddities department into the corridor, the walls seamlessly closed behind them. Groups of newcomers followed the upperclassmen into various corridors. Xia Zuo feigned curiosity, glancing around while discreetly casting his detection spell on everyone leaving the hall. With no time to examine each individually, he opted to record the information for future reference. Among the 4 departments of alchemy, the potion alchemy department had the highest enrollment, exceeding 60 students. It featured 2 branches. The professor for the supplement and healing branch was Mrs. Morton, seemingly a relative of Mars, who had become the mentor of Kelly Muller. The functional potions branch was headed by the academy's dean, Beatrice, who also taught alchemical linguistics. All students were required to attend her alchemical linguistics course. The oil alchemy department had the second highest enrollment, with no subdivisions, led solely by Professor Zolong. The artist Unjuer became one of his students. After 10 minutes, the once crowded throng of newcomers dwindled to just a few. Even Mars had departed with a group of new students. Xia Zuo cast his detection spell on the remaining individuals. Their will attributes all measured at 7, and their mental attributes also stood at 7, just reaching the threshold necessary for elemental resistance. Xia Zuo glanced at his character template. Vitality 14, Will 3, Mind 2. 8. Compensating for the deficiency in will with vitality.as for the mental attribute. Based on his reading experience over the past 2 months, it was clear that anything below 9 would not yield a qualitative change, nor would it reveal the brilliance within the elemental vial. Overall, the likelihood of being flagged for inadequate attributes seemed rather slim. Marcin, Brandon, Xia Zuo, Dimker called, waving his hand as he approached a doorway emerging from the depths of the hall. You 3 follow me. Professor Kuloff, the instructor for poison alchemy, will be your mentor. Xia Zuo utilized his detection spell on Dimker's retreating figure, mentally noting the feedback for later review. Marcin and Brandon were 2 unremarkable-looking boys, appearing to be of similar age and build to Xia Zuo. The 3 followed Dimker into the corridor, walking approximately 20 meters under the warm orange glow, arriving at a room equipped with a metal wardrobe and a shower area. Dimker produced a key from his pocket and distributed 3 keys to the boys. Keep these keys safe. You are now students of Koloff. I will be keeping a close eye on you. Dimker stood before the 3 boys, his voice grave. The poison alchemy area is entirely separate from the rest of the castle. This is the only passage in and out. Do you know why? Xia Zuo and Marcin exchanged glances, nodding towards Dimker. Mars had previously mentioned at the testing station in Rosac City that the products of poison alchemy were extremely toxic. Starry Night Castle had designated the poison alchemy area as a precaution against any poisonous substances contaminating other areas. Very good. No need for further explanation. Dimker pointed towards the wardrobe and shower area, stating, remember, every time you enter or exit the poison alchemy area, you must shower here for 5 minutes and change your clothes. Now go and put on the robes, gloves, and shoes from the wardrobe. Xia Zuo located the wardrobe marked with his name, using the newly acquired key to unlock it. He took the basket of clothes inside and proceeded to the shower area. A few minutes later, he emerged clad in a black leather robe, the cuffs and collar tightened with thin cords, the hood concealing his hair and ears, and his hands adorned with leather gloves extending to his forearms, while his pant legs were tucked into knee-high boots secured with bands. Only his face remained visible. Dimker gave a subtle nod, seemingly satisfied with Xia Zuo's appearance. His gaze shifted over Xia Zuo's shoulder towards the shower room, suddenly sharpening. You 2. The low, booming voice echoed in the room, startling Xia Zuo. Marcin and Brandon faced Dimker, their eyes wide with apprehension, feeling the menace radiating from him. Dimker pointed at Xia Zuo, maintaining a stern expression, and ordered, wrap yourselves up just like he is. Not let me see a single strand of hair exposed. Yes, sir. Marcin and Brandon replied in unison, their eyes trembling slightly, but they quickly regained their composure. Xia Zuo raised his arms slightly, allowing them to adjust their attire accordingly. Approximately 5 minutes later, after Dimker had inspected the boys' outfits, he led them to a heavy metal door. The smooth door panel was crafted from an unknown alloy, adorned only with the inscription, Poison Alchemy Area, devoid of any other decorative patterns. Chapter 5. Mentor Koloff. Dimker lifted a stone brick from the wall, Revealing a lever within, he beckoned to Xia Zuo, gesturing a route before him, saying, "You will pull this lever down and then walk inside. Wait until the metal door across opens, and then exit through that door." Xia Zuo nodded silently, grasping the lever with his gloved right hand. The metal door slid along its bottom track, revealing a narrow passageway that could accommodate only one person. With a calm expression, Xia Zuo stepped inside, and the door behind him closed. Along the stone walls were rows of small, dark holes. White mist began to emanate from one side, filling the confined space. This phenomenon lasted for about a minute before the opposite holes generated a suction, drawing the white mist away. The metal door at the end of the passage slowly opened. Upon entering, Xia Zuo's gaze became transfixed. Before him lay a spacious alchemical chamber, nearly half the size of the castle hall. Lined along the walls, and beside the stone columns were rows of glass display shelves. Some were draped with black cloth, obscuring their contents, while others were illuminated by the alchemical lamps above. Xia Zuo slowed his pace, meandering past the display shelves, scanning the glass vials arrayed before him. The alchemical lamps here are not limited to just the color orange. Different shelves are illuminated by various hues: purple, green, red, and blue, each color bearing its own distinct significance. Red signifies toxins derived from animals, such as the venom glands of snakes. Green represents toxins sourced from plants, exemplified by toxic tree sap. Purple indicates toxins originating from minerals, like mercury. Blue denotes toxins that are gases, such as the foul odor emitted from excrement. These details are meticulously documented in the foundational text of toxicology alchemy, the separation of toxins. Now, the very phenomena described in the tome lie before them. Xiaoyang directed his detection spell towards a glass vial, his complexion paling slightly, and his heartbeat quickening. Contact with any concentrated toxin within these vials would inflict a continuous damage of at least 20 points for over a minute. This chamber, brimming with poisons, resembles a vast den of toxins. The mere spilling of a single vial's contents could result in catastrophic casualties. Mason and Brandon subsequently entered the alchemical chamber, sharing a similar expression. The trio circled the shelves a few times before collectively advancing to the chamber's end. There, a middle-aged man with long, grayish-white hair sat upon a crimson velvet sofa, engrossed in a book, with a crucible and an alchemical table nearby. The space was bathed in a warm orange glow, a rare pocket of comfort within the otherwise foreboding alchemical room. "Are you the students assigned to me by the academy?" The man with gray-white hair lifted his gaze. A thin, horizontal mustache adorned his upper lip. His eyes deeply set, and his facial contours notably soft, giving him the appearance of an erudite scholar rather than a master of toxins. "I am Kulov, a professor of toxicology alchemy. Please introduce yourselves." Mason positioned himself to the left of the group. Following the customary order, he bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, sir. I am Mason, hailing from the city of Subriel." Brandon was next, saying, "Greetings, sir. I am Brandon, a local of Starry Night City." Xiaoyang, adhering to the etiquette imparted upon him when receiving his citizenship document from Wilson, placed his hand over his left breast and bowed. "Good day, sir. I am Xiaoyang from Rosac. It is an honor to meet you." Xiaoyang from Rosac, Kulov remarked, rubbing his fingers together as he sat on the sofa. Glancing toward the bookcase, the rows of books seemed to ripple like waves, and a sheet of paper flew out from between two tomes. The letter unfurled mid-air, directed toward the sofa, before returning to its original position after a few seconds. Kulov turned to Xiaoyang and said, "A commendable young man. Such is the advantage of having a notable origin. There is no need for one to prove their background or past achievements." The officials within the kingdom would relay Xiaoyang's deeds to prominent figures without delay. Mason and Brandon, standing nearby, were evidently taken aback that their new companion would be someone of apparent repute. Kulov stroked his mustache, observing Xiaoyang's still youthful visage, and remarked, "All three of you are promising individuals that I would not wish to lose any of you due to a mishap in the art of toxin crafting." Kulov reclined into a semi-reclined position on the sofa, furrowing his brow in contemplation. "However, you lack innate affinity, and your mental ocean has yet to be sufficiently developed. You cannot rely solely on the light of elements to discern the potency and application of toxins. Merely relying on willpower to overcome the interference of toxins is insufficient." The term mental ocean pertains to the meditation method, corresponding to the mental attributes on the character template. Once untamed elements are subdued and absorbed into the body, they transform into compliant elements that dwell within the mental ocean. Kolof's brow knitted together as he muttered to himself. You are not like the demon-hunting apprentices of the Eastern continent, who possess robust physiques. Should you inadvertently come into contact with a lethal toxin under the influence of hallucinogenic substances. Even if you manage to endure until I arrive to rescue you, it is highly likely you would be rendered incapacitated. The academy head has truly placed me in a predicament, he sighed, gazing at the ceiling before falling into deep thought. Observing his mentor's indecision, Xiaoyang discreetly cast the detection spell, sifting through the feedback in his mind. Character name: Kolof. Identity: Professor of Toxicology Alchemy at Starry Night Academy. High Mage, Master Level Toxicologist. Health: Slight poisoning resistances. Strength: 3 Agility, 5 Stamina, 6 Vitality, 6 Perception, 9 Willpower, 9 Spirit. Charm: 6 Special Traits. Mastery of Alchemical Language, Meditation Method. Unknown Level. Master Level Toxicology Alchemy. Mastery of Composite Toxins. Capable of formulating Master Level toxins. Due to insufficient perception and knowledge reserve, unable to acquire additional information. Kolof's spiritual attribute value remained a question mark. Xiaoyang reviewed past feedback records. The character with the highest known spiritual attribute was Telesmiser, the resident mage of Rosac City. With a score of 25, this indicated that Kolof's spiritual value was assuredly above 25, possibly starting at 30. Beyond that, Xiaoyang scrutinized Kolof's template several times, concealing his widened eyes behind the pretense of rubbing them. Kolof's vitality was, thus far, the only one to surpass 5 points. Both Telesmiser and the corpulent mage from Peak Fortress only possessed 3 vitality points. As for Audrey and her companions, their average vitality was a mere 2 points, likely due to the chronic afflictions caused by their breathing method. Xiaoyang then retrieved the template of the castle's administrator. Dim. Character name: Dim. Identity: Order Administrator of Starry Castle. Official Mage. Unknown melee profession. Health: Healthy resistances. Strength: 13 Agility, 10 Stamina, 12 Vitality, 4 Perception, 9 Willpower, 9 Spirit, 22 Charm, 3 Special Traits. Mastery of Breathing Method. Has perfected the breathing technique to eliminate all chronic injuries and successfully expanded his mental ocean using secret potions. Meditation Method. Unknown Level. Due to insufficient perception and knowledge reserve, unable to acquire additional information. Dim. Transitioning from the breathing method to meditation, simultaneously served as a mage and melee combatant, an exceedingly rare combination. His innate talent and perseverance were exemplary. Even such an individual possessed only 4 vitality points. Thus, it appears Kolof's vitality reaching 6 points could be attributed to one of 2 reasons. Either he was simply born with it, having randomly inherited high vitality as a fundamental attribute, or certain elements within toxicology alchemy could enhance vitality. Xiaoyang had already experienced the advantages of high vitality, and a sense of excitement coursed through him. Suddenly, Kolof cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the 3 distracted boys. He approached the trio with a serious expression, stating, I have thought of a compromise. In the realm of toxicology alchemy, the more mistakes one makes, the poorer their bodily functions become, and the shorter their lifespan grows. Each of you has one opportunity to err while crafting toxins. Should anyone commit a second error, I shall expel them from this place and forcibly transfer them to other branches of alchemy. Xiaoyang and his companions were momentarily taken aback, responding in unison, We shall adhere to your arrangements. Chapter 6. The Compendium of Combinations, Part 1. After reporting to his mentor, Xiaoyang returned to the first-floor hall of the castle that a reddish-brown copper pendant hung from his chest. This served as the pass for students with acquired affinity within the castle, crafted by the professors of the arcane objects discipline. The castle hall appeared to consist solely of stone pillars and beams of light. However, due to his low spiritual attributes, he could not perceive the light of the elements, nor the gleaming markers that would guide his path. The 3 new students of toxicology alchemy received special treatment, as wooden signs indicating locations were temporarily suspended on the hall's walls. They located the wall leading to the dormitory, placing their hands upon it. The copper pendant quivered slightly, causing the wall to part, revealing a staircase that ascended. The castle housed numerous rooms, each new student having their own single dormitory, complete with a private washroom. That Xiaoyang's dormitory number was ESP-03003, East District, South Side. Toxicology Alchemy Department, 3RD floor, room 003. The room was minimally decorated, primarily in white and natural wood tones. IT contained a curtained bed, a somewhat empty wardrobe, and a bookshelf. Directly opposite the door was a desk with shutters. On the bedside table lay 3 sets of uniforms and a copy of the castle regulations. Having taken a shower in the washroom, Xiaoyang donned the standard starry night robe and emerged. Settling on the bed to peruse the regulations compiled by Dim, the castle's administrator, aside from the usual prohibitions against loud noise, fighting, and bringing weapons into the castle, Dim emphasized that his elemental servants were present in every corner of the castle, except for the dormitories. This was the only area devoid of surveillance, a private space afforded to the students by the academy. For the time being, Xiaoyang chose to trust Dim's words. Reclining on the soft mattress, he first enjoyed the sunlight streaming through the shutters and the swaying branches outside before delving into his mind. Following his report to Professor Koloff, his golden finger transmitted a significant amount of information, which he was now poised to review. Detection has confirmed a change in the host's identity. Character template updated. Personal template name, Xiaoyang gender, male age, 15 years and 11 months identity. Fire breather performer, Mage identity level, Mage, servant 1. The identity of the fire breather performer will no longer yield additional experience bonuses. 2. If the experiences associated with the identity of a commoner are diminished by 95.3, unlock new identity enhancement effects through the combination of tomes. Promotion requirements. 1. Elevate all 4 elemental resistances to level 5, or complete the 4 alchemical branch examinations at the Academy. 2. Acquire a beginner-level meditation technique from a mentor and successfully meditate once. 3. Utilize the meditation technique to absorb a rebellious element. Upon fulfilling all the aforementioned conditions, one shall be promoted to the rank of apprentice mage. Identity enhancements. Upon discovering a tome, the corresponding combinations of tomes will be unlocked. Memorizing all tomes within the same combination will yield an additional experience reward. Identity 2. Toxic alchemist identity level. Apprentice successfully consuming a self-made poison grants an additional experience boost ranging from 10 to 50. Promotion requirements. Pass the poisoning trial conducted by Mentor Koloff to become a beginner toxic alchemist. Identity enhancements. Successfully consuming a self-made poison can enhance the corresponding elemental resistance based on the type of toxin, also providing a slight boost to the will attribute. Place of origin, Rosac level, LV.9 experience, 230-1000 health, 45 basic health regeneration rate, 0.1 points per minute, 6 points per hour resistances, fire resistance 2 attributes, strength 3, agility 2, stamina 3, vitality 14, perception 4, will 3, spirit 2.8, charm 4 free attribute points, 0 character traits, undying body, emergency moments, fire resistance level 4, expert in fire breathing techniques character skills, insight technique, greeting etiquette of the Starry Night Kingdom knowledge reserve, several books, records of alchemical knowledge and insight techniques. Xia Zuo found himself particularly intrigued by the combinations of tomes. Any enhancement effect capable of increasing experience acquisition efficiency must be prioritized above all else. He opened his knowledge reserve with intention, locating the tome on alchemical linguistics. This book offered the most experience among all the tomes he had encountered. Tome name, Alchemical Linguistics Tome Grade, Hall of Fame. A timeless masterpiece memory reward, 30 points of experience, 0.5 points of spirit attribute tome combination 1. Continental Linguistics 2. Memorized Alchemical Linguistics and Universal Language. The experience reward for fully memorizing this combination remains unknown. Tome Combination 2. Alchemical Linguistics of the Starry Night School. 15. Full memorization of this combination grants 15 points of experience. Tome Combination 3. Alchemical Linguistics of the Demon Hunter School. 1. Experience reward remains unknown. Tome Combination 4. Essential Tomes for Mage Servants. 23. Already memorized Alchemical Linguistics and Introduction to Meditation. Rewards 6 points of experience. Tome Combination 5. Basic Course Material for Toxic Alchemy. 27. Already memorized Alchemical Linguistics and Toxin Separation. Rewards 22 points of experience. Tome Combination 6. Basic Course Material for Potion Alchemy. 15. Rewards 15 points of experience. Tome Combination 7. General Knowledge Course Material on Alchemy. 225. Already memorized Alchemical Linguistics and Toxin Separation. Rewards 80 points of experience. Subsequent details omitted. Xia Zuo stared blankly at the ceiling, mentally categorizing all known combinations of tomes. After roughly understanding the method by which mage servants acquire experience, he redirected his attention to the spirit attribute. Presently, with a spirit level of 2.8, he was 6.2 points short of the minimum threshold of 9 points required to perceive elemental radiance. Since the assessment of elemental affinity and entering this castle, he had relentlessly read tomes, accumulating over 450 hours of reading time, which had only increased his spirit by 1.3 points. The remaining 6.2 point deficit necessitated at least 2,000 hours of reading time. When Koloff handed the copper pendant to the new students, he also presented the class schedule for the upcoming year. Each day from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. was designated for the alchemical linguistics course taught by the headmistress Beatrice. From 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., there would be a general course on alchemy, including Madame Morton's dissection class. From 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. was designated as lunch break. The time after 1 p.m. would be arranged by various mentors. Xia Zuo was required to remain in the toxic alchemy area until 8 p.m. Saturday mornings were reserved for the general course on alchemy. The afternoons, evenings, and the entirety of Sunday would serve as rest periods for the new students. If attending classes only provided experience without enhancing the spirit attribute, then, at best, once classes commenced, the average daily reading time would be compressed to under 4 hours, necessitating 500 days to achieve 9 points of spirit. To promptly elevate the spirit attribute, he needed to level up quickly, allocating free attribute points to spirit. This, in turn, brought the focus back to the efficiency of experience acquisition. With free attribute points at his disposal, he could remain unflustered when faced with challenges. Chapter 7. Tome Combinations. Part 2. Xia Zuo rose from his bed, donned the academy-issued backpack from the wardrobe, and departed the dormitory. He intended to visit the library to explore all the tomes and document every collection combination. He planned to approach the collections in ascending order of complexity to reap the additional experience rewards from the combinations. The tomes in the academy library were freely available for borrowing. Those tomes unsuitable for mage servants were housed in the collection hall and the private studies of various professors. Upon returning to the castle hall, Xia Zuo followed the correct signposts and walked under the warm orange lights until he reached the library. The library boasted more than 20 sturdy wooden bookshelves, crafted in a classic and elegant style, spaced 3 to 5 meters apart to allow passage for students. High above, a row of massive alchemical lamps illuminated the ceiling, casting a soft yellow light that radiated from transparent glass shades, brightening every corner of the library. The walls were adorned with glass bay windows, extending from the entrance deep into the reading area of the library, offering a serene view of a lakeside and verdant scenery outside. Xia Zuo trod upon the dark red carpet, designed for sound absorption, and approached the nearest bookshelf, looking up at its towering height. Each bookshelf stood 5 to 6 meters tall, divided into numerous rows of shelves. The lower shelves held trial reading books, while the higher shelves housed copies. Mage servants with innate affinity could directly communicate with the elemental servants within the library, allowing them to retrieve copies from the upper shelves for reading. Those with acquired affinity, however, would need to push a ladder to access the copies themselves. The ladders leaning against the walls, and most of the copies on the shelves appeared brand new, evidently prepared by the academy for the numerous students with acquired affinities. New students possessing 10 points of spirit were well aware of the benefits of reading. The library already housed several figures clad in pristine uniforms. Engrossed in their studies, they meandered between the bookshelves, searching for tomes that piqued their interest. Xia Zuo's movements were unremarkable as he paused intermittently. He began his exploration at the first shelf of the first bookshelf. The insight technique accompanied his gaze as it slowly scanned the hardbound tomes. Occasionally, he would pick up a book, glance at the table of contents, feign interest with a nod, and then return it to align it neatly with the adjacent tomes. Approximately 1 hour later, Xia Zuo casually selected a copy of a tome and settled into the least crowded corner of the reading area within the library. He propped his left arm on the table, using his left hand to shield his forehead, concealing the bewildered expression while checking the information with his golden finger, and aimlessly flipped the pages with his right hand. The academy had organized the tomes in the library by subject, significantly alleviating the burden of inspecting combinations and eliminating tedious sorting tasks. Among the myriad combinations of tomes, the greatest quantity and most accessible experience rewards came from the character-related tomes. Tome name: Chronicles of Celebrities from Starry Night City. Tome grade: Expert level work memory reward, 7 points of experience. 0.05 points of Spirit Tome Combination 1. Background knowledge of Starry Night City, 02. Rewards 4 points of experience. Tome Combination 2. Essential reading for home and travel in Starry Night City, 03. Rewards 6 points of experience. Tome Combination 3. Background knowledge of Starry Night Province, 03. Rewards 6 points of experience. Tome Combination 4. Series of biographies of notable figures from Starry Night Province, 02. Rewards 4 points of experience. Tome Combination 5. Series of biographies of notable figures from the Starry Night Kingdom, 07. Rewards 15 points of experience. Subsequent details omitted. Each book within the character-related tomes possessed a plethora of associative combinations, requiring fewer tomes to be memorized while exhibiting a high degree of overlap between the combinations. Memorizing one tome could simultaneously fulfill the completion criteria for several combinations. Xia Zuo calculated simply that completing the Chronicles of Celebrities from Starry Night City could yield progress for over a dozen combinations of tomes in one go. If he were to follow the Tome Combination 5's list and fully memorize the series of biographies from the Starry Night Kingdom, he could simultaneously complete 6 combinations, ultimately garnering over 300 points of experience. Character-related tomes indisputably held the title of the most cost-effective option. The second tier of cost-effectiveness belonged to topographical tomes, while ecological tomes, which required extensive memorization, ranked lowest in experience acquisition efficiency. Xia Zuo stroked his chin thoughtfully, arriving at a decision that he would commence with the character-related tomes, renowned for their cost-effectiveness, as for the topographical and ecological tomes. He would address those during future classes. He returned the book he had randomly selected to the bookshelf and began his search for the Chronicles of Celebrities from Starry Night City. Xia Zuo. Mars's deliberately lowered voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Xia Zuo jolted awake, momentarily breaking free from the confines of his book, his gaze somewhat vacant as he glanced at the other's hair before tilting his head to gaze out at the midday sun streaming through the bay window. It had been over 2 hours. How swiftly time passed when engrossed in reading. Ever since he discovered that reading could yield experience points, he had become increasingly adept at memorizing key knowledge from his texts, often losing himself in the vast ocean of information. Even Mars, a senior student who had grown up amidst stacks of books, found himself admiring Xia Zuo's fervent approach to reading as he swept back the strands of hair from his forehead, revealing his pocket watch to indicate mealtime with a gesture. The library maintained a strict no-noise policy, so the two communicated simply through sign language before stepping out into the castle's grand hall. "I needn't guess. You must have been reading in the library," Mars remarked. With a wave of his arm towards the wall, a fragrant doorway materialized. The dining hall of Starry Night Castle was partially open air and partially enclosed at the center. A round table awaited with an array of fruits, desserts, and beverages, surrounded by long benches and booths. Mars guided Xia Zuo to a square table, deftly marking several items on the menu before ringing a copper bell to summon the elemental servants. The menu was whisked away by an invisible force, floating towards the kitchen. Behind the glass panels in that direction, numerous spatulas and spice bottles danced in the air. Xia Zuo fixated on the bustling scene in the kitchen, envisioning himself commanding elemental servants to prepare hundreds of dishes simultaneously. If only the experience boost from his commoner status had not been diminished, how much experience could he have gained? Alas, that loophole had been preemptively closed off by the game's mechanics. Moments later, 2 plates of sizzling steak accompanied by vegetable soup floated in from afar and were placed upon the table. Mars, who controls these elemental servants acting as chefs and waiters? Xia Zuo inquired while cutting a piece of beef into his mouth. The meat was tender, with a perfect marbling, cooked to a medium-rare finish. Mars sipped his vegetable soup and wiped his mouth with a napkin. No one controls them. These elemental servants are products of elemental manifestation studies, operating autonomously according to preset parameters established during their creation. Once you enroll in elemental manifestation classes in the future, you too will have your own elemental servant. If your talent is commendable, perhaps Professor Bertley will grant you a few more. The library of the Mage's servants contained no texts on elemental manifestation, suggesting it was an exceptionally intricate and elusive discipline. Chapter 8. Elemental dissipation. Mars leisurely cut his steak before pausing to add, "By the way, Xia Zuo, do not forget tonight's welcome banquet. I will come to the library to find you before dinner." "Will the banquet also be performed by elemental servants?" Xia Zuo replied, a bittersweet smile playing on his lips. "Oh, yes, indeed. Mars affirmed, shoving a piece of beef into his mouth, his brow furrowing as he realized the implication. Xia Zuo's mental prowess had yet to be fully developed. He could not perceive the elemental servants, making the banquet's proceedings rather dull for him. Can I skip it? I wish to continue reading in the library, Xia Zuo asked. Mars nodded, swallowing the beef before saying, Of course, as long as you do not violate the castle rules of Dim. He has not mandated attendance for the banquet. A burst of laughter erupted from the entrance of the dining hall, reverberating distinctly in the quiet atmosphere and drawing the attention of several newcomers. Xia Zuo turned to the source of the commotion, spotting 3 rotund figures, their facial flesh sagging with excess. They bore a striking resemblance to one another, seemingly brothers, their brown hair twisted like octopus tentacles, with eyes and noses appearing diminutive against their plump faces, especially their eyes, resembling 2 green peas nestled within a mound of flesh. The dining hall, which served as both a restaurant and a gaming area, did not prohibit noise, yet the vast majority engaged in hushed conversations rather than the boisterous antics of these 3. Xia Zuo noted that they were senior students, dressed in similar standard robes to Mars, adorned with colored trims at the cuffs and collar. This indicated their completion of the alchemy branch assessment. Poison alchemy was represented by purple, potion alchemy by green, oil and oddity alchemy by blue and red, respectively. Their robes displayed 1 purple trim, 2 green, 2 blue, and 1 red, corresponding to their ranks as an entry-level poison alchemist, proficient potion alchemist, proficient oil alchemist, and entry-level oddity alchemist. Aside from being an entry-level oddity alchemist, Mars held proficiency in the other 3 disciplines. Students possessing 2 proficient alchemies were termed senior students, while those with only 1 proficient alchemy were classified as middle-level students. Those with only entry-level alchemy were deemed low-level students. Xia Zuo, lacking even entry-level alchemy, was categorized as a newcomer. According to the introductory theory of meditation, achieving proficiency in all 4 branches of alchemy would allow one to attempt practicing the most rudimentary forms of meditation. Who are they? Xia Zuo withdrew his gaze to inquire. Mars's lips curled in mild distaste, a fleeting look of aversion crossing his face. The Ritchie triplets. Ritchie, Xia Zuo turned the name over in his mind. The surname of the Minister of Finance in the Starry Night Kingdom was indeed Ritchie. Quite remarkable to have birthed triplets, all possessing inherent affinity. You seem to harbor some disdain for them. Xia Zuo glanced once more at the brazen trio. Mars bit into a beef rib, crunching as he spoke. Indeed. It has nothing to do with their background. Once one becomes a mage, worldly power holds less significance that I simply detest their mannerisms and behavior. Seeing that Xia Zuo remained somewhat puzzled, Mars continued. Do you have a copy of the Castle Rules of Dim? You might want to check how Article 15 is worded. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xia Zuo recited fluently. There are no elemental servants belonging to you within your dormitory. This is your personal space within the school. Mars blinked in surprise, momentarily forgetting to chew. You've memorized it already. Xia Zuo shrugged, nodding slightly. Mars spat the rib bone back onto his plate. There may be no elemental servants from Dim in the dormitory, but there will be others. Xia Zuo's grip on his cutlery turned pale. These prying senior students were indeed a formidable challenge. An unforeseen complication. But Mars, Xia Zuo once more confirmed that the Ritchie triplets' robes displayed only 1 red trim. Can entry-level oddity alchemists create elemental servants? Somewhat challenging. However, Mars brought his index and middle fingers together, rubbing them with his thumb to form a universally recognized gesture. It relies on financial prowess. Then, is there a way to detect elemental servants? Xia Zuo shifted uncomfortably, adjusting his seating position. Rest assured, they won't come looking for you. Who would want to see a boy exposed? Mars replied, his expression reflecting displeasure. Each time Dim captures one of their elemental servants, he destroys it on the spot. Yet, they persist in spending copious amounts of gold to purchase new elemental servants from outside the castle. Xia Zuo surveyed the dining area, noting that many of the new female students seemed entirely oblivious to the prying antics of the Ritchie triplets. Understanding Xia Zuo's thoughts, Mars tapped his fork against his soup bowl, redirecting his attention. Before I arrived, I observed 6 or 7 elemental servants patrolling outside their dormitory. Currently, each of them has an elemental servant trailing closely behind, making it impossible for the Ritchie triplets to evade Dim's watch. Xia Zuo exhaled in relief, asking, does the academy expel such students? I mean, disregarding their backgrounds and individual talents. They do expel students, and they even forcibly erase their memories of the academy. Personally handled by Dean Beatrice, Mars replied, his tone growing indignant. However, the Ritchie triplets possess perfect excuses to justify why their elemental servants are found in the girls' dormitories. Xia Zuo instinctively leaned forward, curiosity piqued. What excuses? Mars deftly trimmed the remaining meat from his fork. Speaking with resignation, elemental dissipation. This is a subject covered in senior studies. When you approach the stage of meditation as I have, your instructor Koloff will enlighten you. Just as Mars was about to slice another piece of steak, he noticed Xia Zuo still appeared eager to inquire further, so he set down his knife and fork, intertwining his fingers. Very well. Allow me to explain succinctly. Once the unruly elements are tamed through meditation, they transform into compliant entities residing within our mental oceans, a concept present in the theory of meditation. Xia Zuo nodded, gesturing for him to continue. Mars spread his hands. However, you must understand that our emotions and mental states are in constant flux. At times we feel drowsy, at others joyous or sorrowful. In essence, emotions and mental states significantly influence the mental ocean. When the obedient elements perceive that your mental ocean is utterly desolate, they will quietly slip away when you are not paying attention, transforming back into their unruly forms. This phenomenon is known as elemental dissipation. Are elements conscious? Do they possess their own preferences? Xia Zuo inquired in astonishment. Mars shook his head. They lack consciousness and preferences. There is only suitability and unsuitability. Each individual's mental ocean has a unique structure that accommodates only specific forms of elements. Thus, one must study alchemy, a craft that can cultivate elemental affinity more swiftly, proving far more efficient than painting or tending to a forge, whether innate or acquired. As long as one possesses elemental affinity, it can assist in discerning the suitable unruly elements for oneself, thereby minimizing the possibility of elemental dissipation. So this is the underlying principle, Xia Zuo mused, leaning back against his chair. Mars gestured towards the kitchen. Elemental servants are a product of elemental embodiment studies. They require regular maintenance to stabilize their internal patterns. Elemental embodiment classes encompass this task. Otherwise, they may stray from their designated roles, wandering aimlessly like obedient elements, which constitutes another form of elemental dissipation. The rich brothers exploit this as an excuse. They orchestrate distractions, and upon receiving word that the castle overseer, Dim, is approaching, they sever the connection with the elemental servants, rendering them completely dissipated. These forsaken elemental servants bear the spiritual imprint of the brothers. Yet there is no evidence to confirm that they were in a controlled state rather than a dissipated one before entering the girls' dormitory. Mars sipped his soup. It's a bit cold. He rang a bell, summoning an elemental servant to reheat their vegetable soup. Although Xia Zuo was unaware of the specific workings, merely listening to Mars's description made him realize how elusive such matters could be. The principle of presumption of innocence applies equally to school rules and castle regulations, not to mention that the rich brothers have a father with considerable power in the secular world. Hopefully, no harm will come to any of the girls. Chapter 9. Establishing an image after lunch, Mars retreated to his dormitory to rest. Xia Zuo, on the other hand, made his way to the library. Seeking a quiet corner to doze off, he spent the entire afternoon and evening engrossed in books within the library. Dinner was taken alone, and the path back to his dormitory was equally solitary. It felt as though everyone had vanished. The castle hall and dining area were devoid of any presence except for him and the elemental servants who busied themselves with cleaning and cooking. He did not feel particularly lonely, perhaps a result of having spent too much time alone at home in his past life. The following morning, when he returned to the hall and dining area, an entirely different scene unfolded. Freshmen clad in standardized uniforms hurried into the dining hall, grabbing plates to fill with slices of bread and jars of jam, casually taking their seats to start their meals. Xia Zuo observed their varying double eyelids, a clear indication of their drowsy state, and surmised that last night's banquet performance had been so splendid that it kept these newcomers awake until the early hours. Hi. Xia Zuo, a black-haired girl, and Ruer, sat down across from him with a tray in hand. Though she couldn't paint in the carriage, the lingering scent of turpentine still faintly clung to her. Good morning. And Ruer, Xia Zuo replied with a smile, employing a divination spell to ascertain who her mentor was. You have been assigned to oil alchemy, under Professor Zhuolang, correct? And Ruer, her mouth full of blueberry jam on bread, nodded with her hand covering her mouth, mumbling. Dim mentioned the mentors only once yesterday, and you remembered it so well. Your memory is impressive. Xia Zuo lowered his head to sip his soup, a smile creeping back to his lips. The situation with the rich brothers served as a reminder. Not all mages are bound by the moral constraints of the secular world like the city mages he had previously encountered. Some individuals, emboldened by their abilities or other means, navigate the gray areas, skirting the edges of transgression that he needed to prepare irrefutable explanations for any peculiarities about himself. Employing logical reasoning would allow those who discovered these anomalies to accept them without question. Xia Zuo summarized for himself that the only two visible anomalies were his remarkable regenerative abilities and his exceptional memory, which relied on his knowledge reserves. The blame for his recovery prowess had already been placed on the deceased old man from nearly 2 years prior. His extraordinary memory was the current anomaly that needed to be concealed. Xia Zuo's plan was straightforward. He intended to subtly cultivate an image of being a book lover with a good memory among those close to him, allowing them to convey this to others, including their respective mentors. This way, during examinations, he could confidently utilize his knowledge reserves to achieve high marks or even full scores. That Anne Ruhr, mixing her corn chowder, swallowed her food without a clue that the individual across from her was deep in thought. She tilted her head, puzzled, and asked, "Which subject were you assigned to?" "I don't recall." "Toxic alchemy. My mentor is Kulov." Xia Zuo popped a slice of sausage into his mouth. At that moment, Mars approached with a tray and sat beside Xia Zuo. "Good morning to you both. The first day of school has commenced." He lifted a hamburger laden with meat towards his mouth, but halted upon feeling two gazes upon him, particularly the one from the black-haired girl. That a male instinct warned him that lingering here might be somewhat precarious. Ahem. Mars set down his bread, scanning the dining hall. "It seems Mayor Ben is running late. I'll go fetch him." Before departing, he exchanged a playful wink with Xia Zuo, exuding a casual humor that belied his senior status. "Did you attend the banquet last night?" And Ruhr took another large bite of her bread. "No. I was reading in the library." Xia Zuo slowed his breakfast pace, sipping his soup rather than gulping it down. That he scanned the room, not spotting the rich brothers, and lowered his voice. "Mars informed me of a matter that the girls should be wary of." And Ruhr leaned in, tilting her head to listen. Xia Zuo quietly relayed the news of potential peeping toms, concluding with a caution, "Be sure to take care of yourself." And Ruhr nodded with a smile. "Dim specifically noted this in our castle regulations for girls and has increased patrols near the dormitories." "That's good to hear." "It seems Dim, as the castle overseer, is quite diligent." Xia Zuo elevated his internal assessment of Dim. An Ruhr finished her last bite of sandwich. "What is your second class this morning?" Xia Zuo handed over his schedule. "Well, we only have a different second class on Saturday mornings." And Ruhr's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled. Xia Zuo noted her expression, feeling a sense of reflection. The restless youth, neither taking initiative nor rejecting, merely facing it all with composure. The rest could be left to fate. At 6:50 a.m., the alchemical language class was about to commence. Xia Zuo and Ruhr lingered a little longer in the dining hall, and upon arriving at the semicircular lecture hall, they found only the back rows available. They sat down directly facing the podium. The academy had set a 6-month course for alchemical language, running from Monday to Saturday, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., totaling over 300 teaching hours. After 6 months, there would be an assessment. That a passing grade would allow enrollment in new branches of alchemical studies. Failure would grant one chance for a retake. Should they fail again, a 6-month remastering would be required before participating in a third assessment. If the retake exam also resulted in failure, they would have no choice but to repeat the course alongside the next year's freshmen. Other courses followed a similar structure. Xia Zuo opened his alchemical language book, casually flipping through pages filled with notes and markings. Carrying this book, which he had long since memorized, was merely for show. The book he intended to reference during class was another entirely. However, it was not a character-based tome. Such works were classified as extracurricular reading or leisure material within the academy, deemed unsuitable for classroom use. Following the course outline, Xia Zuo selected a book on ecology, Fundamentals of Herbalism, a compendium of magical herbs. According to the syllabus's Appendix 1 examination outline, herbalism was a focal subject in alchemical studies, with a notoriously high difficulty level, surpassing even that of alchemical language. The primary examination points concentrated on the compendium of magical herbs. Xia Zuo planned to employ his old method of enforced memorization for this book. Beside him, Enruer reached over to flip through Xia Zuo's alchemical language book. Every page was filled with notes, including the back cover, which was scrawled with difficult alchemical formulas. She lowered her voice to ask, "You didn't self-study at all, did you?" "Yes, I completed it during the month I lingered at the testing station." Enruer's mouth opened and closed in astonishment. Then she said with admiration, "Your memory is truly the best I've encountered." Xia Zuo smiled modestly, casting a glance at her reading progress. She had just reached the chapter on verb tenses, having only read about 700 pages since boarding the carriage. The over 100 freshmen in the classroom were mostly at a similar pace. They learned from the senior who assisted them about the significance of this course, naturally prompting them to engage in self-study ahead of time within the carriage. "Oh dear, had I known, I wouldn't have wasted my time painting for the regular customers," Enruer lamented, tapping her pen against the book, her tone rife with regret. Xia Zuo turned his gaze towards her flowing hair, clicking his tongue in amusement. "Perhaps you should inquire with the senior sisters in higher grades about their hair care secrets." The latter part of this book is considerably more intricate than the earlier sections. The two exchanged playful banter in their seats, while similar scenes unfolded throughout the classroom, filled with the lively chatter and laughter of fellow students. The incessant noise abruptly ceased when a figure entered the classroom. Almost simultaneously, the freshmen collectively directed their attention towards Beatrice, the head of the academy. Her alluring figure, even clad in a robe and a long white cloak, could not be concealed. Rather, it accentuated the unique charm of mature femininity that as she moved. The graceful contours of her attire captivated many young men. Xia Zuo scrutinized her light orange hair and striking features, his gaze shifting from admiration to peculiarity. Mars had once mentioned that the Kingdom of Stars was established 200 years ago. At that time, the Academy of Stars was already in existence, with Beatrice serving as its head ever since. In other words, this delicately skinned enchantress before him was at least 220 years old, far surpassing the new students in lineage. Xia Zuo concealed the oddity in his eyes and silently cast a spell of perception. Character name, Beatrice. Identity, head of the Academy of Stars, unknown tier. Mage. Health, resistance, strength, 5 agility, 7 endurance, 9 vitality, 8 perception, 15 will, 12 spirit, charm, 15 character. Specialty, meditation method. Unknown level due to insufficient perception and knowledge reserves. Unable to acquire further information. What a remarkable 15 points in charm. Xia Zuo observed his peers with a wry smile. Even Enruer was fixated on Beatrice's figured as for the boys. Their admiration was palpable. Truly, she was capable of captivating both genders. Of course, for the other female students, Beatrice's allure stemmed from her meticulous self-care and maintenance. The quest for beauty and figure preservation has always been a focal point of women's concerns. Beatrice approached the front of the podium, lazily leaning against the edge of the desk, arms crossed to accentuate her curves, and with an air of tranquility, she smiled and spoke. "I am Beatrice, the head of the Academy of Stars and your professor of alchemical linguistics. Now, let me assess your self-study progress." Her clear and soothing voice prompted the alchemical linguistics text in front of the students to start flipping open. The sound of turning pages was both dense and fleeting. 2 seconds later, over 100 tomes in the classroom closed neatly. Some of you have made rapid progress. You may study other texts as long as you do not disturb your classmates. Noting that the rest of the students were at a similar pace, she continued, "Then let us delve directly into the study of tenses." Beatrice snapped her fingers lightly. The wall behind the podium descended swiftly, revealing a grand alchemical laboratory replete with instruments and display cases. "I will demonstrate the function of tenses using the simplest alchemical potion." Bundles of herbs and several potion bottles floated into view, suspended in midair behind the podium. Satiation gel, the first functional potion you will learn in your alchemical potion studies course. These are its raw materials. Behind Beatrice, a shimmering silver sand coalesced from the intangible, forming lines of text in the air, showcasing the effects of the satiation potion along with the names and required quantities of its ingredients. Xia Zuo had encountered satiation gel in the potion shop before. This potion was also used as an example to elucidate tense grammar in the book on alchemical linguistics. It is a potion that requires relatively few steps and materials, though the raw materials themselves are not easily obtainable. Each standard dose of satiation gel provides a sensation of fullness for 7 days. In simpler terms, consuming a piece of satiation gel allows one to abstain from food for a week. Although regular water intake remains necessary, the experience rewarded offers for eating is several times that of ordinary cuisine, and it continuously provides this experience for 7 days. The principle of satiation gel is not complex. It gradually releases nutrients within the body, keeping the stomach in a state of digesting food at all times. The extraction of nutrients is a relatively straightforward alchemical operation that an entry-level potion maker can accomplish independently with the appropriate tools. However, the greatest challenge in developing the satiation potion lies in ensuring that the nutrients remain in the stomach acid without causing discomfort or being expelled prematurely. This is where the digestive mucosa of the carnivorous flower comes into play. The carnivorous flower attracts insects, flies, and even small birds with its vibrant petals and peculiar fragrance. Upon contact, it opens its disguised mouth, swallowing the unsuspecting creature whole and transporting it to a digestive chamber buried in the earth. The creature struggles within the chamber, but ultimately succumbs to suffocation, meeting a slow demise. Alchemists harvest the carnivorous flower every 5 years, processing its mucosa into a gel-like coating that encapsulates the nutrients. Perfectly resolving the challenge of creating the satiation potion, the extraction of nutrients and the creation of the gel-like coating must occur simultaneously. The material of the alchemical tools, as well as the temperature and humidity of the alchemical environment, can influence the properties of the products at different stages. Thus, it is not feasible to simply rely on a timeline to guide alchemists on when to perform each task. This is where the grammar of alchemical linguistics concerning tenses comes into play. While Beatrice taught, she skillfully manipulated the alchemical apparatus behind her to demonstrate, breathing life into the otherwise dull knowledge. However, the content remained akin to that in the book, after listening for a while. Xia Zuo lowered his head to read the magical herb compendium, no longer captivated by the floating potion bottles and the silver sand weaving explanations. Following the first class, he signaled to an Ruer and moved to a seat in the last row. Seeking to avoid any disruption from his book flipping and note-taking, Beatrice's formidable ability to simultaneously review everyone's texts rendered any pretense futile. It was better to don the mantle of top student and immerse oneself wholly in self-study. Memorization, a skill inherited from a past life, now gleamed brightly within the Academy of Stars. Chapter 10. Dissection Rewards at 9 a.m. The alchemical linguistics class concluded. Xia Zuo received no experience rewards from the lecture. It was to be expected, as the purpose of attending class was to commit the textbook knowledge to memory. The second class of the day was dissection, taking place in Madame Morton's alchemical area, where the foundational textbook, the Atlas of Anatomy, was distributed prior to class. This course required students to perform dissections on various organisms, and it was scheduled just before lunch, thus serving as an effective weight loss session. Within the transparent glass dissection room, Xia Zuo and an Ruer shared a dissection table. Madame Morton stood beside the podium, where a cage containing a white mouse was situated. She was the professor of potion alchemy, supplementation, and healing studies, with hair of a pale golden hue akin to Mars Morton's. That her chin was sharp, her eyes a soft blue, her visage austere, and a curve at the corners of her mouth resembled a cold smile, instilling an inexplicable chill among the male and female students under her gaze. Xia was swallowed hard, struggling to fathom how this somewhat ominous Madame Morton could be Mars's mother. "Time's up. Let's commence the lesson," she stated, leaning on the podium with her arms, her tone steady. "I am your teacher for dissection. Before you become apprentice mages, your dissection tools will consist of specialized scalpels, needles, scissors, and tweezers." She picked up a pair of white gloves from the table, her expression neutral as she donned them. "I will also use these tools for demonstration, rather than employing any spells." Snap! The waterproof, oil-resistant leather gloves fitted snugly against her hands, producing a crisp sound. "You may divide the tasks of dissection and recording among yourselves." An Ruer hesitated, staring intently at the cage containing the white mouse. Her subjects for painting had always been people, animals, and natural landscapes. She had never anticipated a day would come when she would dissect the very creatures she had previously portrayed. "Xia Zuo, would you mind wielding the knife?" "No problem. Just assist me with the recording," Xia Zuo replied, pushing the notepad and pen towards her while drawing the tray of dissection tools closer. This course was highly practical, and learning through hands-on experience was far more effortless than rote memorization. 1 minute later, The groups had assigned their roles. Madame Morton manipulated the small white mouse, causing it to levitate in the air. We dissect organisms to better study alchemy. Not to inflict cruelty. This is paramount to remember. Now, everyone turn to page 11 of the Atlas of Anatomy. This page contained the dissection diagram of the mouse, an explanation of the dissection steps, and an introduction to the physiological structures of common rodents. The first step in dissection is to ensure that the target loses consciousness entirely without experiencing pain. Madame Morton picked up a dissection needle, aiming it at the levitating white mouse. Observe how I grip the needle, the location and angle of the insertion. You may apply a bit more force, but the key is to act swiftly, without hesitation. She adjusted her position and the direction of the mouse to ensure that all students could accurately mimic her technique. A sudden sound of pop echoed as the lively little white mouse limply dropped its forelimbs. You may operate on your own. Mrs. Morton gestured dismissively as the blood from the mouse's wound splattered into a glass vial on the table. Xia Zuo diligently read through the content on page 11, imprinting the vital areas of the mouse in his mind. He then grasped the mouse's body with his left hand, gently caressing its small head with his right, picking up the dissection needle and gesturing with it as he sought the correct insertion point. Ugh, Enruer covered her eyes, turning her head away. Xia Zuo took a deep breath. Pop. The little mouse in his hand became still. A lethal strike that a congratulatory message from the system emerged. Successfully killed the little white mouse, accurately striking a vital area, earning an additional 100 experience points. Reward, 0.002 experience. The system detected that the host had acquired foundational knowledge of common rodents and was updating the detection skill. Update complete. Unlocking health data for common rodents. Xia Zuo place the little mouse into a special glass container to expedite the draining of its blood, directing the detection skill towards the corpse. Biological name: little white mouse species. Common rodent health: 0-3, deceased. Resistance: none. Strength: 0. Agility: 1. Stamina: 0. Vitality: 0. Perception: 1. Will: 0. Spirit: 0. Charm: 0. Biological specialties: none. The health data was displayed on the template. Xia Zuo cast the detection skill towards Mrs. Morton, but her health remained. He then used the skill on the other group's little mice, and without exception, he could see their specific health data. The Anatomy Atlas contained dissection information for hundreds of non-humanoid creatures, from little mice to livestock, and then to wild beasts and raptors. It covered all commonly encountered animals and, if one could first memorize their vital areas and then achieve lethal strikes during dissections, a wealth of animal health data templates could be unlocked. What if there were dissection classes for humanoid creatures in the future? Xia Zuo felt an inexplicable chill. Are you finished? Enruer cautiously lifted her palm, peeking through the gap to observe the situation on the table, where the little mouse lay peacefully in the container. She scanned the surroundings. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A little mouse with a dissection needle stuck in its head had just fallen to the ground, struggling, a somewhat gruesome scene. Enruer gripped Xia Zuo's arm tightly, burying her face behind him. Xia Zuo's mouth twitched. She had just pinched the area of his elbow that would tingle. It's all right. That little mouse has been retrieved. Ugh. Enruer released her grip. Her cheeks flushed, in the glass container. The little mouse's blood was nearly drained. Xia Zuo picked up the dissection knife and tweezers to proceed with the operation. The subsequent dissection process was quite bloody, and the odor was unpleasant. Merely watching it made one acutely aware of the slickness of blood and flesh in his hands. That Enruer turned pale, comparing her results with the examples in the Anatomy Atlas. Recording the dissection results on a blank notepad, Xia Zuo felt extremely uncomfortable while dissecting the little mouse. But as a boy, he had to grit his teeth and complete the task. When he placed the last piece of bone onto the tray, a message echoed in his mind. Detected that the host successfully dissected a common rodent according to the Anatomy Atlas. Reward: 0.01 perception. Repeating dissections of this type will not yield perception rewards. The last perception reward seemed to be from driving a carriage, Xia Zuo recalled. After 2 to 3 months of driving a carriage, he had earned a total of 1 point in perception, raising his attribute from 3 to 4. The subsequent situation, akin to training strength with a mini rubber ball, had led to a sharp decline in perception rewards as the task became easier. Dissecting common rodents rewarded 0.01 points in perception. But if he dissected all the creatures listed in the Anatomy Atlas, he would earn at least 1 point in perception. How delightful! Xia Zuo couldn't help but smile at the dismembered little mouse. Given that Enruer was relatively timid, he could naturally take on all the dissection work. What are you laughing at? Enruer asked, her voice trembling. Xia Zuo cleared his throat, straightened his face, and replied in a slightly serious tone, Look, I did quite well, didn't I? I did not let down the little mouse's sacrifice. Enruer compared his dissection results with those in the book and found them to be quite commendable, thereby easing her aversion to the dissection class. She nodded with a smile. From now on, you can handle all the dissection work. Chapter 11. Born for Poison Alchemy, Part 1 in today's dissection class. Mrs. Morton aimed to help everyone gradually acclimate to the impact of blood and organs, only requiring the students to dissect little white mice without introducing new subjects. Encouraged by Xia Zuo, Enruer ventured to try her hand at it. After independently completing her first dissection, she surprisingly suggested doing another. Xia Zuo momentarily doubted if he had unlocked some peculiar facet of her psyche, awakening her deeper persona. At noon, 12:00 p.m., the two entered the dining hall for their meal, each receiving a serving of steak and pasta with vegetable soup. Utterly free from the burdens of dissection class, Xia Zuo twirled the pasta onto his fork and inquired, Is learning oil alchemy difficult? The instructor said that as long as one has a normal sense of smell and possesses wind resistance, this branch of alchemy is relatively easy to master. It should be the most straightforward among the 4 branches of alchemy. Without wind resistance, it can be a bit challenging. Enruer wiped her mouth with a napkin and glanced at the center of the dining hall, where an elemental servant had just brought over a plate of pastries. I'll go grab some dessert. Do you want anything? Xia Zuo shook his head in response. When she returned, he carefully considered his tone and gently asked, Have you always lived alone? Enruer gazed up at the white clouds in the sky, reminiscing with a tinge of melancholy. When I was 9, my parents sent me to a girls' school in Rosac City. The second week of school, a messenger soldier brought the news of their demise. Fortunately, my parents had some savings, and I relied on their inheritance to live at the school. At 12, I began learning painting, and my teacher said I had a talent for it. After a few years of study, I was able to support myself by selling my paintings. Xia Zuo lowered his gaze, solemnly nodding as he raised his glass. To our parents, may we thank them for giving us life. Enruer lifted her own glass. To our parents. The glasses clinked lightly, and they drank their beverages. Xia Zuo stood with his empty glass. What would you like to drink? Any kind of juice will do. Enruer smiled, handing him her empty cup. The two chatted as they ate in the dining hall, not returning to their respective dormitories for rest until 12:30 p.m. Xia Zuo lay on his bed for 10 minutes before shouldering his backpack and heading to the alchemy room for poison alchemy. At 12:50 p.m., he became the first student to arrive at the classroom. Professor Koloff was arranging various toxin vials on a large table. Xia Zuo, you've arrived. Good afternoon, Professor Koloff. Xia Zuo bowed in greeting. Have you read the section on toxin separation? Koloff carefully placed the last vial down and rolled up his sleeves to his elbows. I have memorized the contents of this book. Memorized? Koloff looked at him, gesturing toward the table of toxins. Then tell me, what is the toxin in the 3rd row, 7th column? Koloff crossed his arms, pointing with his chin at the toxin vial. Xia Zuo directed his attention towards the goal and released a detection spell. Then calmly responded. Molecular green, derived from the tender buds of the green vine, induces a potent paralyzing effect when administered to humanoid entities. What about that vial? 6th row, 2nd column. Acanthocene, sourced from deep-sea anemones of the spiny variety, can produce a strong dizziness effect on humanoid beings. Xia Zuo answered the mentor's inquiry with an unflinching demeanor, pausing for several seconds before each response to feign deliberation and discernment. Koloff continued to quiz him on the names of various toxins. Observing Xia Zuo's fluent responses, devoid of any errors, he selected 2 vials of toxin and placed them upon the alchemical table. If these 2 toxins are mixed in a ratio of 3 parts to 7, what will the result be after dry distillation? What will occur if they are crushed and sun-dried? And what about after being steeped in clear water and filtered? What products will each of these 3 distinct alchemical processes yield? Xia Zuo laughed in astonishment. Professor, are you not exceeding the curriculum? The separation of toxins only includes tutorials on separation and an introduction to basic toxins. Koloff chuckled heartily, encouragingly stating, the applications of alchemical operations are detailed in the tome of alchemical linguistics. The dean mentioned you have completed your self-study. Surely you can envision the effects my earlier proposed operations will have on the raw materials. unleash your imagination and take a bold guess. The professors within the academy are quite well informed, having been assessed by Beatrice on his self-study progress that very morning. Koloff was privy to the information before class that afternoon. Xia Zuo composed himself, mentally simulating the alchemical processes mentioned by his mentor. The two toxins selected by Koloff were salicin and acanthocene. Salicin, when affecting humanoid beings, induces spasms that is derived from a particular willow branch that turns yellow in autumn and must be stored in a cool, dry place. Exposure to heat and light will obliterate its toxicity. It was evident that Koloff had laid a trap within his questioning. Professor, both dry distillation and sun-drying will render salicin non-toxic, whereas acanthocene will not. Therefore, the first two alchemical operations will yield a diluted and less effective version of acanthocene. No sooner had Xia Zuo finished speaking than footsteps approached from behind. Fellow students Mason and Brandon arrived just in time for class. "Good day, Professor." The two greeted their mentor and nodded to Xia Zuo. Koloff tightened his sleeves at the elbows, donned protective leather gloves for his forearms and hands, and took his position at the alchemical table. "You two have arrived at an opportune moment. The vials on the alchemical table contain salicin and acanthocene. You can find the specific effects of these toxins in the separation documentation. Now, I shall steep them in clear water, allow them to settle, and then filter the mixture. You three will identify the resultant alchemical product." Koloff paused for emphasis, reiterating, "Though you have yet to become apprentice mages, I must remind you of one crucial point. When concocting toxins, do not employ spells, nor should you delegate to elemental servants. Do you understand?" "Yes, Master, we comprehend," Xia Zuo and the others replied in unison. Koloff nodded, facing the students as he lifted the toxin vials, demonstrating the entire alchemical process. With a pop, the vial containing salicin was uncorked that a sweet yet tangy aroma wafted through the alchemical chamber. Xia Zuo's eyelids twitched as he noticed fluctuations in the health regeneration data displayed on his character template. Health regeneration data. Base health regeneration rate, 0.1 points per minute, 6 points per hour. Real-time health regeneration rate, 0.10, 0.0020, 0.098 points per minute, 5.988 points per hour. The recently opened vial contained a concentrated form of salicin, its scent inducing a slight loss of health. Xia Zuo discreetly observed Mason and Brandon, who remained expressionless, focused intently on their mentor, seemingly oblivious to the abnormalities in the AI. At it was no surprise that only those with sufficiently high willpower could participate in the study of toxin alchemy. Xia Zuo lightly shook his head, dispelling distracting thoughts, and redirected his attention to his mentor's actions. Koloff first used tweezers to extract a small amount of salicin into the clear water, then resealed the salicin vial before retrieving acanthocene with another pair of tweezers. The aromas of both toxins were largely drawn away by the ventilation above the alchemical table, while the remainder lingered in the air, gradually dissipating and becoming increasingly faint, eventually absorbed by the 4 humanoid air purifiers present. After fluctuations in the health regeneration data, it returned to its initial state. Koloff stirred the solution with a glass rod, allowing the black particles to dissolve entirely before allowing the glass bottle to rest. Letting the swirling surface of the water stabilize naturally. 0.5 minutes later, the solution separated. The upper layer was a purple oily substance, the lower layer comprised white flocculent material, and the middle was clear water. Koloff used a fine sieve to extract the purple substance, placing it in a separate glass container. This material, upon leaving the water's surface, resembled a gelatinous mass. It represented the residual alchemical byproduct, the raw materials that had not undergone a successful reaction. After separation, this byproduct could be processed once more to yield salicin and acanthocene. The white flocculent substance was the actual product of this alchemical endeavor. Koloff lifted the glass bottle, slowly pouring its contents into a funnel, ensuring a steady and uniform flow through 3 layers of mesh. He then evenly distributed the 3 portions of the white flocculent substance before the students, utilizing the identification methods documented in the toxin separation guide. "Ascertain its effects," Koloff remarked as he removed his gloves. Xia Zuo turned and approached the wall-mounted shelf, retrieving a mask to wear, an essential preparatory step to guard against any toxic splashes into the eyes, mouth, or nose. Mason and Brandon initially stood in stunned silence for a few moments before recalling that the introductory section of the toxin separation emphasized safety protocols in toxin alchemy, promptly reaching for their masks. Koloff observed the differing responses of the three students, his gaze flickering with interest. He deliberately refrained from reminding them to don their masks, using this detail to discern their individual personalities. Xia Zuo pretended to consult the toxin separation guide, flipping through the pages alongside Mason and Brandon. In truth, he had already employed the detection spell to examine the white flocculent substance, while Koloff was creating the composite toxin. Unknown toxin, a composite toxin derived from salicin and acanthocene, is anticipated to induce spasms and constrict the nasal and throat passages. If the dual toxic effects induce asphyxiation, it will deduct 30 health points per minute. Thanks to the detection spell, there was no need for mental exertion or identification procedures, nor even observation. Simply casting the spell revealed the effects of the composite toxin. In the future, when concocting composite toxins from basic toxins, the most arduous, time-consuming, and perilous identification process could be bypassed. Directly gleaning the effects from the feedback of the detection spell, the knowledge reserve of the detection spell was simply an ideal match for toxin identification. As Xia Zuo grasped this realization, excitement coursed through him, causing his hands to tremble. He feigned searching for alchemical instruments, turning his back to suppress his elation. Calming his tumultuous emotions, he recalled the identification methods documented in the tome. The methodology for identifying composite toxins mirrored that of basic toxins, employing a series of alchemical operations to assess various effects. As long as he meticulously compared the instructions in the toxin separation guide and systematically tested the white flocculent material, there was no need for creative thought or convoluted reasoning. Given this was their first hands-on operation, the three newcomers inevitably made minor mistakes. Koloff, turning a blind eye to these harmless errors, allowed them to pass. They toiled from 1 p.m. until approximately 5 p.m., barely completing the identification tasks before dinner. Ultimately, 3 standardized identification reports were presented on the alchemical table. Mason and Brandon inscribed numerous conjectures on their respective reports, while Xia Zuo, wishing to conceal his anomalies, concocted a dozen logical hypotheses. The sole accurate identification result was strategically placed at the top of his report. Koloff picked up the identification reports, reviewed them, and instructed the students to store the white flocculent substance in toxin vials before tidying the alchemical chamber. 5 minutes later, Koloff expressed a smile, neatly aligning the 3 identification reports and placing them into the drawer of his desk. Excellent. Although the process was somewhat convoluted, you 3 have successfully identified white tongue toxin. He retrieved a hefty tome from the desk and beckoned the students to examine a particular page. This book was specifically designed to accompany the toxin separation guide, detailing methods for creating composite toxins. Xia Zuo swiftly perused the contents of the page, committing key information regarding white tongue toxin to memory when he applied the detection spell to the white flocculent substance once more. The names section accurately displayed white tongue toxin rather than unknown toxin. Chapter 12. Born to Refine Toxins. Part 2. In every class henceforth, I shall concoct a composite toxin for you to identify. This will lay the groundwork for your future explorations into the unknown realms of composite toxins. Whoever can maintain an error-free identification process for 4 consecutive months, with results that remain largely accurate, shall receive the toxin aggregation methods. Do you understand? Koloff intoned gravely, his gaze sweeping over the students before him. Yes, esteemed professor, we comprehend. Now, go enjoy your dinner. The evening is yours to manage. Complete your study of alchemical linguistics early, so we may proceed with the evening's lessons. Kirov waved his arm toward the entrance, found a book, and reclined into the plush red sofa. Summer and the other 2 bowed in gratitude before departing from the toxic alchemy area. In the castle hall, Summer bid farewell to Mason and Brandon, then made his solitary way toward the dining hall. Summer, and Ruhr sprang forth from behind a stone pillar, hastily catching up with his stride. Do you have class tonight? No, not really, Summer began to respond, but a letter floated nearby. Landing in his hand, it bore a succinct line directing him to arrive at the toxic alchemy area by 6:10 p.m. I do have class tonight. The instructor asked me to stop by after dinner. He tucked the letter away, abandoning his original plan to study in the library. All right then, I shall delve into alchemical linguistics alone. What do you do in your first class on oil alchemy? Summer inquired as they walked toward the dining area. Professor Zhuang prepared a wooden box for each of us, containing 30 glass vials that we need to use our sense of smell to identify the contents of each vial. And Ruhr replied, bouncing with delight as she continued. Professor Zhuang is quite cunning. Many of the vials contained odorless oils that resembled clear water. They looked as transparent as water. We spent quite some time searching through our books. When the answers were finally revealed, he informed us that they were indeed just water. Summer chuckled. You'll need to be more vigilant next time if Professor Zhuang actually presents something resembling water. Dante make a hasty judgment. Absolutely. I shall approach it with the patience of a scholar. Without complete certainty, I will not hastily write down my conclusions. Anruer beamed, continuing, let us have a seafood boil together tonight. A large pot brimming with various ingredients. Sounds good to me. The two entered the dining hall, heading toward a quiet corner. Moments later, a steaming pot was placed on their table, surrounded by a ring of small dishes heated by the pot's residual warmth. Anruer sprinkled in fresh, spicy seasonings and eagerly ladled a bowl of squid tentacles, exclaiming, I'm starting. It's so hot. Summer stirred the pot a few times, allowing the seafood to rise to the surface. Scooping some shellfish for himself while leaving the squid for Anruer at 6 p.m., he escorted Anruer to the library corridor before turning to head toward the toxic alchemy area. Good evening, Professor, he greeted as Kurov languidly reclined on the soft sofa. Lifting his chin toward the desk, there's a test paper on the table. You may complete it. You're free to utilize the alchemical tools and toxin vials here. Summer approached the desk and picked up the test paper, which contained a single question inscribed in alchemical language. At first glance, it appeared to be a practical exercise. 1. Prepare the toxin according to the following steps. Step point 1. 1 point. PN 32 1 point. PA 56. Step point 2. 1 point. 100 PL. YS 028. 2. Accurately assess the effects of PN 32 is luteolin. PA 56 is moth green. The composite toxin to be prepared is the white throat toxin he had encountered earlier that afternoon. Summer donned a mask. Retrieving these two base toxins from the cabinet and meticulously followed the separation instructions to concoct the white throat toxin. YS 028 is a somewhat opaque solvent, reminiscent of milk poured into clear water. And its sole purpose is to encapsulate white, fibrous toxins like white throat toxin, rendering the contents undetectable to the naked eye. Upon successfully preparing the toxin marked as, Summer found himself at a loss. The question required accurate detection of S effects, rather than merely providing a conjecture as he had done in the afternoon. That he glanced at his mentor, hesitantly asking, Professor Kurov, do I need to drink this vial of toxin? May I procure some lab mice for experimentation? Kurov, sunk deep into the soft sofa, put down his book and shook his head. As toxic alchemists, we are the best test subjects. You may sip it in small amounts, stopping immediately upon sensing any abnormalities. According to the records from the affinity test, your willpower is quite strong. You may need to consume nearly half a vial to perceive the effects. It felt somewhat awkward. Summer was taken aback, realizing that his misunderstanding with the affinity tester, Tails Mizo, had inadvertently influenced Kurov's initial impression of him. He utilized his detection skill on the toxin he had prepared, receiving more detailed feedback than that from others. Item name. Item type. Toxin. Item rarity. Insufficient perception and knowledge reserves. Unable to obtain further information. Item quality. Completion 85. Good associated resistance. Earth resistance. It is anticipated that once the earth resistance reaches 0.5, the influence of this toxin on the host will significantly diminish. Item description. Based on white throat toxin, crafted by Summer. Item effect. Consuming 1/3 of the vial will induce a level of suffocation effect, deducting 20 health points per minute for a duration of 1 minute. Subsequent consumption of the toxin will prolong the duration of the suffocation effect without stacking the layers of suffocation. Kurov stated that one could cease drinking upon sensing the toxin's effects. Thus, Summer decided to consume 1/3. He glanced at his health data. Health, 45-45. Recovery speed, 0.1 points per minute. The health deduction for 1/3 of the vial was 20 points, which was less than half of his health limit, thus not triggering an emergency situation. Drinking it felt secure enough. Summer removed the vial's stopper, poured the appropriate amount into a measuring cup, inhaled deeply, and held his breath before downing the contents in one gulp. Cough. He felt a sharp, burning sensation coursing down his throat into his chest. His body convulsed, and the air stored in his lungs surged uncontrollably from his nostrils and mouth. His eardrums under pressure, and his eyes beginning to bulge. In a wave of uncontrollable tremors, Summer struggled to sit on a wooden bench, feeling as though his head was swelling like an inflated balloon. He could hear nothing but a ringing in his ears. As the last breath escaped his chest, an overwhelming sensation of suffocation enveloped him. Thump, thump, the sound of his heartbeats grew faint. Summer's face turned pale, and his fingers slowly released their grip on the armrest. A thick layer of white substance covered the roof of his mouth, obstructing his nasal and throat passages. Time stretched endlessly amidst the relentless pressure and tremors, and finally, 1 minute passed. Phew, phew. Summer's rigid body suddenly convulsed, and he greedily gasped in the long-awaited air that a voice echoed in his mind. Successfully consumed 1/3 of the unknown self-made toxin, awarded an additional 15 experience points, gained 2.3 experience points. Willpower attribute increased by 0.023, gained 0.023 earth resistance. Kurov placed his book on his abdomen, fingers interlaced before him, reclining on the soft sofa, and asked, "How do you feel? Have you detected the specific effects of the toxin?" Summer poured himself a cup of water, gulping down most of it, finally alleviating the remnants of suffocation. "That I've detected it, Professor. This vial of toxin induces convulsive reactions, passively expelling air from the chest while tightening the nasal and throat passages, producing a strong suffocation effect." Kurov nodded slowly, a smile forming at the corners of his lips, stroking his mustache with a hint of appreciation in his tone. "Very well. Tonight's lesson ends here. However, there is still ample time. You may attempt to drink the white throat toxin a few more times, pondering how to counteract the suffocation effects of this toxin, or consider what the antidote might resemble." Summer furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Antidote?" Kurov sank back into the soft sofa, quickly stating before picking up his book, "I'm referring to an antidote, an emergency medication taken during the event, not a preventative functional agent taken beforehand." Upon Kurov mentioning the antidote, Summer's first thought was of a universal antidote potion. There are over 1,000 known composite toxins with established toxic effects. All potions created from these toxins can be countered with a universal antidote. What is the principle behind it? Summer recalled, feeling utterly lost. Perhaps due to insufficient reading, he had never encountered information regarding antidotes in his studies. His health gradually replenished, and the dizziness in his head receded. The palpitations caused by suffocation lingered in his mind. Summer gently massaged his temples, seated beside the desk, closing his eyes in deep thought. The lethality of the white throat toxin lay in its constriction of the nasal and throat passages. Therefore, it would be prudent to seek a toxin that expands these passages to counteract it. Summer perused his separation notes on toxins. There were no base toxins solely for enlarging the nasal and throat passages, but several toxins had side effects that could achieve a similar result. If these toxins were used in conjunction with white throat toxin, the suffocation issue might be resolved, yet new toxic effects would emerge. In order to eliminate the new toxicity, it is necessary to introduce other toxins into the antidote. Under this intricate layering, a blend of over a dozen toxins must be combined to effectively counteract the suffocating effects caused by the white throat toxin without any side effects. The art of detoxification is far more challenging than that of toxin creation. Leaning back against the chair, Xia Zuo experienced a fleeting moment of inspiration. There is no need to pursue an antidote that is devoid of side effects. It suffices that its toxicity is less than that of the white throat toxin and that it inflicts less damage on the body. To put it in quantifiable terms, if the suffocation effect deducts 20 health points per minute, then one should seek a negative effect that deducts fewer health points to replace it. Xia Zuo sprang from his chair and hastily approached the cabinet of toxins in search of suitable candidates. Over an hour later, the alchemical table bore a bottle of greenish liquid. This was the product of mixing 3 fundamental toxins with water. Xia Zuo employed his divination technique, and his expression turned peculiar. Item name. Item type. Suspected toxin. Item grade. Insufficient perception and knowledge reserves to obtain further information. Item quality. Completion 52. Poor. Associated resistance. Unknown. Item description. Formulated from 3 basic toxins as a base. Mixed with water. Creator. Xia Zuo. Item effect. Consuming the entire bottle triggers an unknown toxic effect with a probability of 13. A 17 chance of inducing a moderate poisoning effect that deducts 5 health points per minute for a duration of 1 minute. And a 70 probability of alleviating all suffocation states without any additional effects. It was the first time he had encountered a toxin that triggered effects based on probability. Professor, Xia Zuo looked towards his mentor. Kulov placed his book down, approached the alchemical table, and picked up the unknown toxin concocted by his student. After removing the cork and taking a whiff, he remarked, The raw materials are correct, but the solvent chosen during the formulation was inappropriate. Clear water should not have been used. Nevertheless, it is a commendable piece of work for you. Kulov placed the white throat toxin and the unknown toxin before the student, gesturing with a please sign. Xia Zuo's expression stiffened as he glanced at the panel. Health, 3445. That if he were to consume both toxins in succession, the worst-case scenario would be triggering the unknown toxic effect, resulting in a health deduction exceeding 34 points. Professor, that I would like to attempt another formulation. Which solvent do you think would be more suitable? Xia Zuo inquired. Kulov decisively walked to the shelf and retrieved a bottle of malt liquor, evidently aware of the correct formula. Half an hour later, utilizing malt liquor as the solvent, Xia Zuo concocted a new toxin that had a 100 chance of alleviating suffocation states without any additional effects. It turned out that by simply using the correct solvent, one could directly create an antidote devoid of side effects, contrary to Xia Zuo's earlier assumption that it required a multitude of basic toxins to negate adverse effects. This time, he did not hesitate. He tilted his head back and drank 1/3 of the white throat toxin, and immediately after the suffocation state took effect, he promptly consumed the unknown toxin. Health, 3745.1 layer of suffocation state. Ha ha, I did it. Xia Zuo exclaimed in jubilation. Information from his golden finger echoed in his mind. Successfully drank 1/3 of the self-made white throat toxin. Additional reward of 15 experience points. Gained 2.3 experience points. Willpower attribute increased by 0.023. Gained 0.023 earth resistance. Successfully drank the self-made unknown toxin. Additional reward of 10 experience points. Gained 2.2 experience points. Willpower attribute increased by 0.022. Gained 0.022 earth resistance. Drinking the toxin and then detoxifying not only avoids health deductions, but also yields 2 rewards. Xia Zuo excitedly waved his fists. Kulov smiled as he observed his elated student. Class is over. Please tidy up the items on the table. Professor, what is the name of the special antidote for this white throat toxin? Xia Zuo looked at his mentor with anticipation. What else could it be called but the white throat detoxifier? Kulov chuckled lightly as he moved towards the soft sofa. Xia Zuo glanced over the table, rubbing his hands together with a sly grin. Professor, look, there is still 1/3 of a bottle of white throat toxin left. May I attempt its antidote once more? Kulov, reclining on the sofa, waved his hand, giving a vague response. 30 minutes later, Xia Zuo skillfully poured the white throat toxin and antidote for himself, and 2 pieces of information appeared in his mind, each yielding 2 experience points, along with increases in willpower and earth resistance. If only he could continue drinking, how rapidly his experience would soar. A smile graced Xia Zuo's lips as he swiftly tidied the alchemical room. Determined to perform well in front of Kulov and earn the privilege of unrestricted access to the toxicology alchemical chamber. At 10 p.m., Xia Zuo returned to his dormitory, took a shower, donned a robe, and sat at his desk reading character-based tomes until 10:30 p.m. when he finally retired to bed. After a day of busyness, he felt richly rewarded. The comfortable soft couch soon lulled him into a deep slumber. Chapter 13. The Shortcut to Promotion. The following day, during the second lesson of the morning, the alchemical general knowledge class, Professor Kulov instructed Xia Zuo, Mason, and Brandon to distribute the foundational texts on toxicology, the Encyclopedia of Toxins and the Separation of Toxins, to their classmates in the classroom. Tome title: Encyclopedia of Toxins. Tome grade: Hall of Fame Masterpiece. Memory reward: 25 experience points, 0.3 spirit attribute points. Tome combination 1. Basic textbook of toxicological alchemy. 25 memory of alchemical language and separation of toxins. Reward: 17 experience points. Tome combination 2. General alchemical course textbook. 225 memory of alchemical language and separation of toxins. Reward: 80 experience points. The subsequent details are omitted. The Encyclopedia of Toxins introduced over 1,000 different toxic agents with varying effects, as well as the 5 tiers of toxin alchemists: apprentice, novice, adept, expert, and master. These 5 tiers can respectively synthesize weak, secondary, intermediate, strong, and ultimate toxins. Toxins are classified as either antidote-resistant or antidote-responsive based on the availability of corresponding special antidotes. Antidote-resistant toxins are not necessarily lethal. Their effects may linger throughout one's life. Akin to body odor, antidote-responsive toxins do not guarantee complete safety upon ingestion of the antidote. Many antidote-responsive toxins exhibit exceptionally fierce effects. with a very narrow window for emergency treatment. Consuming the antidote even a second late could result in severe injury or even death. Hence, the number of toxins suitable for experience farming is quite limited. Among them, the toxins that an apprentice-level toxin alchemist can concoct are few and far between. As Xia Zuo listened to the lecture, he compiled a list of the toxins he could produce. In total, there were 5 varieties. The white throat toxin was among them, being the only lethal toxin encountered at the apprentice level. These 5 apprentice-level toxins could yield an estimated 1.5 points of willpower and 150 experience points. 1.5 points of willpower is roughly equivalent to a level up. Based on the current leveling requirements, that would amount to 1,000 experience points. Thus, in terms of rewards, the apprentice-level toxin alchemist gains are significantly higher than those of a similarly ranked fire performer. Experience, resistance, and attribute points, all are plentiful. This is likely a consequence of the hierarchical nature of occupational identities. The higher the level of the profession, the steeper the entry requirements, and the more substantial the identity rewards. Xia Zuo nodded thoughtfully, as if he had found the answer, which did not escape his mentor's notice. Koloff rapped the lectern. Is there no one willing to answer this question? Xia Zuo, why don't you give it a try? What is this vial of toxin? Being called upon while lost in thought, Xia Zuo composed himself in an instant. Standing up under Enruer's watchful gaze, he employed his divination technique on the vial of toxin on the lectern, quietly weaving his words in his mind. Professor, the color is jet black, the appearance is honeycomb-like, and the surface material is matte. This should be a basic toxin from the mineral domain. To be more specific. Xia Zuo glanced outside at the gentle, non-dazzling sunlight illuminating the classroom and continued, being contained in a transparent, colorless glass vial indicates it will not undergo any mutations due to sunlight exposure. The powdery residue inside is minimal, suggesting a relatively stable structure. It should be manganese bromide. Koloff smiled. Very good. You may sit down. It is indeed manganese bromide. As Xia Zuo took his seat, he silently praised the efficacy of his golden finger. He had first divined the name of the toxin and then referred to the book to find the corresponding information, articulating his reasoning based on the knowledge stored within. Enruer regarded him with an approving gaze, applauding silently and mouthing, "Well done." Xia Zuo felt a rare flush of embarrassment, accepting the compliment on behalf of his golden finger. For the remainder of the class, he dared not let his thoughts wander, especially since it was his mentor's lesson. Seizing the opportunity during class to memorize the essential content would prevent the need to sift through books later. After 5 days at the academy, life had adopted a routine. From 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., students traversed between classrooms, dormitories, and dining halls. Each day began with studying and attending classes, and even as they lay in bed at night, their minds continued to swirl with words. Xia Zuo, bolstered by the rewards from his golden finger, remained motivated to read incessantly, while his fellow classmates were on the verge of snapping under the pressure. On Friday evening, Enruer, showing signs of fatigue, pulled Xia Zuo for a stroll outside the castle. The Starry Night Academy was surrounded by a low wall. The academy's main structure was the Starry Night Castle, encircled by lush green slopes and several artificial lakes. This evening, Xia Zuo was spared the task of concocting toxins in the toxicology laboratory, as Koloff worried that his consecutive 5-day experimentation with toxins might harm his body, allowing him the opportunity to accompany Enruer for a leisurely walk. Enruer clasped her hands behind her back, her gaze directed at the ground, a hint of shyness in her voice. Xia Zuo, do you have any plans after tomorrow morning's alchemical language class? Would you like to take a stroll in Xia City? I was planning to spend some time in the library for now. However, Xia Zuo winked playfully and smiled. If you wish to visit the art exhibition, I could spare half a day. Then it's settled. We'll set off right after lunch at the Academy's dining hall tomorrow. Enruer giggled. Before today's alchemical language class, the head of the Academy, Beatrice, had distributed a stack of brochures, one for each new student. The brochures detailed the entertainment activities available in Xia City over the next 6 months. 3 theaters, 2 stadiums, a gladiatorial arena, a racetrack, 2 hunting forests, and numerous private dance halls were all free for students of Xia Academy. Additionally, the exhibition hall in the city center would regularly host exhibits, including the art exhibition that Enruer eagerly anticipated. This delightful opportunity, which required no expenditure, successfully motivated the new students in their studies. During today's alchemical language class, many students eagerly raised their hands to participate. They gradually discovered that not only was Beatrice a mature and beautiful figure, but she also enjoyed interacting with her students, often sharing intriguing tales from the world of alchemy. The atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly harmonious. Occasionally indulging in leisure, a balance between work and relaxation indeed fosters better reading. Observing Anruer's joyful demeanor, Xia Zuo continued. I plan to set aside half a day each week to unwind, let's say. Saturday afternoons. The rest of the time, I will study in the dormitory. Sounds good. Anruer replied, her cheeks flushed, gently wrapping her arms around his. There was no need to worry about the castle manager, Dim, interrupting their budding romance. As he had never prohibited relationships within the academy, Xia Zuo savored the soft warmth of her embrace, considering from past experiences that it would be a natural progression to wrap his arm around her waist. Yet, with a gentle smile on his lips, he refrained from making any further moves, internally debating whether to embrace this burgeoning relationship. Youth often encounters its share of setbacks, if the two were destined to yield no results. He wished to leave behind as few scars as possible. Speaking of which, he wondered how many couples might emerge from this weekend's grand opportunity. However, Xia Zuo was not driven solely by the allure of free enjoyment. His true objective lay in wind resistance. Based on the experiences of the past week in class, it appeared that potions, poisons, oils, and curios corresponded to water, earth, wind, and fire resistances, respectively. He had already unlocked earth and fire. Only water and wind resistances remained elusive. The studies of potion alchemy, oil alchemy, and curious alchemy could only formally commence after achieving proficiency as a poison alchemist, which would take several years. Following the Academy's advancement pathways, Xia Zuo would require 5 to even 10 years to become proficient in all 4 branches of alchemy. This was unacceptable. The time investment was far too lengthy. Xia Zuo yearned for a swifter path. He rifled through the templates in his mind. Advancement conditions. 1. Elevate all 4 elemental resistances to level 5. Alternatively, complete the Academy's 4 alchemical branch examinations to become a proficient alchemist. Further details omitted. Elevating all elemental resistances to level 5 presents a shortcut to becoming a mage apprentice, now that he had secured sources for earth and fire resistances. The next objective was to discover methods for acquiring wind and water resistances. Having Anruer accompany him to the art exhibition provided an excellent opportunity to seek clues regarding these 2 resistances. As she had awakened her wind and water resistances through painting, beneath the setting sun, the pair strolled around the lakeside. Noticing Anruer's persistent blush, Xia Zuo refrained from suggesting a visit to the library, choosing instead to continue their leisurely walk by the lake. Chapter 14. The perpetual motion machine. The following noon, Xia Zuo and Anruer exited the Academy's low walls, clad in their standardized uniforms. Their attire and brochures granted them unrestricted access to the exhibition hall. The venue was conveniently located nearby, making it a pleasant stroll after their meal. The resident mage of Xia City was Beatrice. This erudite sorceress, over 2 centuries old, had witnessed the myriad transformations of the mundane world and understood that pure light often birthed deeper shadows. In the southeastern corner of Xia City, she had retained a domain in an old district known as the Broken Kiln area, a place where survival was a daily struggle. This locale was off-limits to Academy students. However, they could traverse any other district without concern for encountering trouble. The protection of students extended beyond Beatrice. The castle manager, Dim, had inscribed several lines in the castle's regulations, Article 17. When leaving the academy on weekends and holidays, one must wear a copper pendant. In the event of an emergency, dropping the copper pendant onto the ground or against a wall will alert my elemental servants, who will arrive promptly to provide assistance. Under such dual safeguards, academy students strolled through the bustling streets with the same ease and comfort as if wandering through the academy's gardens. I see the exhibition hall. It's right there, Anruer exclaimed, linking her arm with Xia Zuo's, skipping joyfully as she pointed to a white building 30 meters ahead. The 3-story exhibition hall featured 3 entrances, a common passage for ordinary citizens in the center, a closed main door on the left, and a dedicated entrance for academy students and other dignitaries on the right. The pair presented their brochures and copper pendants to the guard and entered the grand hall of the exhibition. Glancing at the exhibition map, Anruer leaned in close and whispered, "Let's first check out the historical paintings. This style can be rather challenging to comprehend, but it employs the most comprehensive techniques." Xia Zuo nodded with a smile, allowing her delicate hand to guide him toward the staircase. Across his 2 lifetimes, the most numerous artworks he had encountered were comics. Perhaps due to never having attended an art exhibition before, He struggled to grasp the allure of artistic paintings. It was only upon entering the historical painting gallery and standing before a colossal artwork that he genuinely felt the impact of oil paintings for the first time. Covering an entire wall, the piece measured 3 meters high and 10 meters long, portraying figures in life-size proportions. That a group of lumberjacks clad in brown overalls was depicted felling trees in a forest. The interplay of shadow and sunlight was stark, the painting's details so meticulous that even the wood chips flying from the axes were vividly apparent. Standing 2 to 3 meters away, Xia Zuo gazed intently at the expressions and postures of the lumberjacks. Feeling a surge of emotion, when observing such vivid and realistic artwork, a touch of imagination could transform the static scene into something as vibrant as a VR video. Standing beside him, Enruer spoke softly. "Isn't it beautiful? My teacher brought me to see historical paintings first as well." She tugged at Xia Zuo's clothing, tracing an oval shape beneath the lumberjack's feet with her finger. "Look at the postures of these wild grasses. And then notice the wildflowers nestled among the thickets behind the lumberjacks." Xia Zuo's gaze flitted between the wild grasses and flowers, arms crossed and chin resting on his hands, furrowing his brow as he sensed a connection between the two. The weather depicted in the painting suggested a light rain transitioning to sunshine, with numerous muddy footprints dotting the grass. The wild grasses lay haphazardly in the imprints, while the wildflowers in the thickets displayed petals shimmering with droplets of rain yet to fall, their blooms leaning slightly to one side. Suddenly, Xia Zuo's eyes brightened. It was the wind. He closed his eyes, envisioning the historical painting in his mind. A few lumberjacks swung their axes in unison, shouting commands as they struck the giant trees, the motions of their work stirring gentle breezes that mingled with the natural winds wafting through the forest. Upon opening his eyes, he realized that the postures of the wild grasses indeed told a story. They had been trampled to the ground, yet the tips of the blades still swayed in response to the gusts generated by the lumberjacks' movements, using tangible elements to illustrate the intangible. Capturing the essence of wind through the postures of the lumberjacks and wildflowers, Xia Zuo's eyes sparkled with understanding as he squinted in admiration. This painting is undoubtedly a masterpiece. No wonder it occupies a prominent position near the entrance of the historical painting gallery. Although it lacks diagonal lines symbolizing the wind's direction, it still conveys the interplay of different winds. Truly remarkable. Enruer beamed, playfully blowing gently against Xia Zuo's neck, prompting him to instinctively draw in his shoulders while chuckling softly, as long as it isn't a portrait or still life. Wind is the soul of the painting. If it were a landscape, then both water and wind would be equally significant. Once more, Xia Zuo cast his discernment upon Enruer. Character name: Enruer. Identity: Mage, servant of Xingya Academy. Health resistances: wind resistance 3, water resistance 2, strength 2, agility 3, endurance 2, vitality 2, perception 5, willpower 5, spirit 11, charm 6. Character specialties: alchemical linguistics, apprentice level oil alchemy, artisan level painting skills, painting mastery of wind, able to perceive changes in wind direction and depict them with a brush. Painting mastery of water, able to perceive changes in water flow and depict them with a brush. Enruer's spirit had increased from 10 to 11, likely thanks to her studies of alchemical texts. Like the miller's daughter, Karimu, she too had awakened her wind and water resistances, both derived from observing changes in wind direction and water flow, with sufficient support from her spirit attributes to awaken fire resistance. She could study curious alchemy, gaining insights from the furnace alongside the talents of her mentor, Morben Riley, or other similar specialties to awaken the earth resistance. One must delve into the art of toxic alchemy. Through the processes of toxin creation and antidote formulation, one may grasp the unique mastery of Kolof's specialized toxins. Xia Zuo discovered a distinct divergence between himself and others. He did not acquire these resistance-related specialties through conventional means. Rather, he procured them by selling his blood, receiving corresponding rewards from his golden finger, thereby circumventing the lengthy accumulation process that typically spans years. Much like a fire breather, whose lung capacity, resistance to toxins, and fiery technique all necessitate extensive practice to perfect. He, however, forcefully harvested the elemental resistance conferred by his identity enhancement through the use of highly potent and toxic fire-breathing agents. Elemental resistance, as defined by Beatrice, is regarded as acquired affinity, whether innate or acquired. Possessing affinities in all 4 elements simultaneously allows one to practice the rudimentary meditation techniques and subsequently become a mage. Studying alchemy is merely one of the pathways to achieve this acquired affinity. But it is a route that is swifter than painting, herb collecting, or furnace blowing. Yet, none of these accessible methods can match the speed and convenience of exchanging blood for rewards. That a wondrous thought surged through Xia Zuo's mind. Perhaps he could rely on his golden finger to pioneer an entirely new method of identity advancement: vitality flow. Selling blood, claiming rewards, and once rejuvenated, selling blood again. So long as the requirements for identity promotion could be fulfilled through blood sales, would he not become a perpetual motion machine? Chapter 15. For elemental resistances, what are you pondering? Onruer waved her delicate hand before him. Xia Zuo snapped back to reality. Let us proceed to view the next painting. Yes, let us walk this way, Onruer replied, linking her arm with his as they strolled deeper into the exhibition hall. Temporarily setting aside his notion of a blood-selling perpetual motion machine, Xia Zuo contentedly accompanied her through the entirety of the art exhibition. Historical paintings showcased the allure of their subjects from grand perspectives. Whereas landscape paintings paled in comparison, even the most realistic works lacked the profound impact of historical art, diminishing the insights gained from the winds of time. Around 5 p.m., the two emerged from the exhibition hall. Xia Zuo gazed upon the bustling streets and the thronging crowd, feeling a longing for the tranquil lakeside of the academy, a place far more serene than the chaotic streets. Let us return to the academy. After dinner, I intend to visit my mentor, he stated. Onruer looked up at him with a cheerful smile. Then I shall remain in the dormitory to read. We shall meet in the dining hall tomorrow morning. At 7 p.m. that evening, Xia Zuo escorted Onruer to the corridor of the girls' dormitory before entering the toxic alchemy zone alone. Every evening from Monday to Thursday, he dedicated himself to concocting white jaw toxin and its antidote, diligently experimenting with both poisoning and detoxification. Koloff reclined on a soft sofa, occasionally glancing up from his book. This gray-haired mentor was perpetually immersed in literature within the alchemy chamber, yet tonight proved different. Xia Zuo unexpectedly discovered that Koloff was absent. Just as he hesitated to turn back, a letter wafted in through the door. Koloff's note indicated that he was in discussions with other professors, advising Xia Zuo to independently attempt the apprentice-level toxins, provided he ensured his safety. Xia Zuo felt a surge of joy as he gazed at his character template. Level: LV.9 experience. 23080310100 Earth resistance. 0. 37 willpower. 30.37 as the Earth resistance approached 0.5. The additional experience gains from the white jaw toxin and antidote diminished correspondingly, along with the rewards to willpower attributes and resistances. The efficiency of experience conversion declined rapidly, clearly indicating that it was time to test a new toxin. Xia Zuo opened the toxicology encyclopedia and found another apprentice-level toxin formula. Formula name: Black Eye Toxin. Formula type: Composite Toxin. Formula grade: Apprentice-level base toxin 1. Withered brown toxin. Distorts vision. Derived from a certain type of desiccated vine. Base toxin 2. Ginger white toxin. Deprives hearing. Originates from the moldy parts of a specific ginger variant. Composite toxin. Black eye toxin. The user will lose their hearing. When the eyes are open, the shapes and colors of objects in their field of vision will distort. When closed, they will see random, twisted images. Composite toxin preparation method. Omitted. Alchemy formula. Several solvent required for toxin preparation. Extremely sweet syrup preparation method. Add the black eye toxin to the syrup while stirring and heating. Once the black eye toxin has completely dissolved, allow it to sit until it reaches room temperature. To ensure the safety of his independent experiment, he chose the non-lethal black eye toxin. As it was non-lethal, there was no corresponding antidote. The preparation process for this toxin was significantly more complex than that of the white jaw toxin. Xia Zuo stood before the alchemical table, pulling the heating cauldron's blower cord with his left hand while using his right to grasp a ceramic pot. Adding a fifth of clear water to the cauldron, just enough to submerge its bottom. A row of bottles containing potions and toxins rested on the lower shelf to his right. Once the water in the cauldron began to boil, he poured in the green potion as the base, stirring gently to ensure the liquid transformed into a bubbling dark green. Next came the most critical step. Xia Zuo carefully brought forth the vial of withered brown toxin. Using a dropper to extract 3 drops, which he let fall into the cauldron, the deep brown liquid collided with the surface of the water, emitting a hissing sound as black smoke billowed forth. He sealed the toxin vial and slowly stirred the cauldron to prevent the withered brown liquid from adhering to the walls, which would render the entire batch of potion unusable. The liquid transitioned from dark green to a brown reminiscent of soil. Xia Zuo retrieved the vial of ginger-white toxin and repeated the previous steps. For the next 10 minutes, he needed to continuously stir the cauldron, allowing the low heat to evaporate the moisture from the liquid. This operation required constant vigilance to monitor the surface of the water, preventing burning, necessitating manual oversight. The mask on Xia Zuo's face could only shield him from splashes, but could not mitigate the acrid odor emanating from the cauldron. As the liquid within rapidly evaporated, a pungent and eye-watering aroma assailed him. Recovery speed. Base recovery speed. 0.1 points per minute real-time recovery speed. 0.10, 0.07, 0.03 points per minute. Xia Zuo's expression shifted as the real-time recovery speed nearly plummeted to a negative value. Fortunately, this phase was brief, and the amount of toxin vaporized into the air was minimal, allowing the real-time recovery speed to quickly rebound. Only a gray, viscous substance remained in the cauldron. Xia Zuo used a spatula to stir the thick material, ensuring that the moisture on its underside evaporated as well. After confirming that no clear water remained, he poured several spoonfuls of the sickly sweet syrup into the cauldron, utilizing the residual heat from the furnace to warm the bottom of the cauldron. The gray, viscous material rapidly dissolved into the syrup, transforming into a black liquid. He retrieved 3 small glass bottles, about the size of his pinky, filled them with the black liquid, sealed them, and affixed labels reading Black Eye Toxin. Item name: Black Eye Toxin. Item type: Toxin. Item grade: Apprentice level. Item quality: Completion rate 92. Excellent. Associated resistance 1. Wind resistance. Associated resistance 2. Earth resistance. It is anticipated that once both associated resistances reach 0. 5. The impact of this item on its host will significantly diminish. Item description: Created by Xia Zuo. Item effect: Upon consuming an entire bottle, the user will experience a layer of visual distortion and a layer of deafness, both effects lasting 1 minute. Remarkably, the Black Eye Toxin was associated with 2 types of resistance. Xia Zuo hurriedly tidied the alchemical table, eagerly sitting down on a stool to drink the first vial of Black Eye Toxin. Instantly, the surroundings fell into silence. He flicked the empty glass bottle with his finger. Both ears felt as though they were blocked, rendering him unable to perceive any sound. The slender shape of the bottle warped in his hand, resembling a serpent writhing. The legs of the desk and the hands of the clock transformed into undulating forms. His pupils dilated, the whites of his eyes compressed to the edges, rendering his gaze entirely black. As more light poured into his eyes, the glow of the alchemical lamps intensified, becoming blinding like the sun. Xia Zuo instinctively shut his eyes, and in the enveloping darkness, vibrant, flickering patterns emerged. "My head is spinning," he murmured, leaning against the table's edge, his arm propping his forehead as his body swayed in tandem with the swirling patterns before him. Moments later, he collapsed onto the table, burying his face in his arms to resist the waves of dizziness crashing over him. 1 minute later, the effects of visual distortion and deafness dissipated. Xia Zuo pressed his temples firmly, using the pain to expel the lingering sensations of vertigo from his mind. A message from his golden finger arrived. Successfully consumed 1 self-made Black Eye Toxin. Receiving an additional reward of 20 experience points, gaining 2.4 experience points. Willpower attribute increased by 0.024, and acquiring 0.01 earth resistance and 0.024 wind resistance. To obtain 2 types of resistance simultaneously, Xia Zuo grinned broadly. Once again reviewing the formula for the Black Eye Toxin. The Black Eye Toxin utilized withered brown toxin, which originated from desiccated vines, when isolating the withered brown toxin from the dried vines. Traces of the wind element were retained. Following this line of thought, basic toxins derived from burned materials would carry traces of the fire element, while those extracted from waterlogged items would possess traces of the water element. Xia Zuo spent half an hour categorizing in a blank notebook. Basic toxins bearing traces of fire, water, and wind elements numbered 7, 12, and 15 respectively, with the toxins crafted from them spanning a wide array, from apprentice level to master level. Could it be that the branch of toxic alchemy, merely one facet of alchemy, can provide resistance to all 4 elemental types? Is this a characteristic shared by all branches of alchemy? Or is toxic alchemy uniquely exceptional? Sitting at his desk, Xia Zuo found himself lost in thought, astonished by his own conjecture. The sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance of the alchemical chamber. Turning around, Xia Zuo saw his mentor, the gray-haired Koloff, approaching him. Koloff glanced at the vial of toxin on the alchemical table. Have you experimented with the black-eye toxin? Indeed, Professor. I can confirm it induces hallucinations and deafness. Xia Zuo rose to greet his mentor. Koloff arrived at the desk, casting a curious glance over his studentess' notes, and inquired, did you deduce the relationship between basic toxins and elements on your own, or did you learn it from a senior? Xia Zuo recounted his experimentation with the black-eye toxin, attributing his discovery of traces of wind element to an unexpected flash of inspiration. It was only after this inspiration struck that he connected the origins of basic toxins with the elements. Inspiration? Koloff mused for a few seconds before stating, your inspiration is not mistaken. Each basic toxin bears traces of elements. Once the mental ocean is developed to the level of a formal mage, one can perceive the lingering elemental radiance upon basic toxins. Koloff picked up a book from the shelf. Turning to face Xia Zuo with an appreciative tone, he continued, for you to have discerned this pattern through experimentation and study is no small feat. You possess a certain aptitude for toxic alchemy. As he spoke, Koloff lifted the vial of the black-eye toxin, scrutinizing the viscous liquid within through the slender glass. Excellent quality. Are you quite skilled in alchemical operations? The white-throat toxin you previously concocted, along with these black-eye toxins, are of commendable quality. Were it not for the enrollment records stating you have never undertaken alchemical operations before, I would have presumed you to be a seasoned alchemist. Koloff pondered aloud, setting the vial down. Remarkably, he did not recline on the soft sofa, but instead took a seat at his desk. He gestured for the only student present to take a seat, inviting Xia Zuo to sit in the wooden chair opposite him. Noticing his mentor's serious demeanor, Xia Zuo braced himself for a potentially strenuous conversation, internally preparing to guard against revealing any secrets. Koloff beckoned toward the tea table. The teapot levitated into the air. Pouring tea, and 2 fragrant teacups soared to the desk. Koloff lifted one cup, drinking most of it before placing it back on the table, slowly rotating the cup between his hands as he remarked, that you have been my student for merely a week. I can confidently say you are the most outstanding among the 3. Thank you for the compliment, Professor. Xia Zuo humbly inclined his body in gratitude. A hint of a smile appeared beneath Koloff's mustache. Tonight, I conversed with professors from other disciplines about observations from the past few days. You have self-studied numerous subjects' textbooks, and your scores on the quizzes are nearly perfect. All the professors hold you in high regard. Xia Zuo nodded with a smile, bowing once more in thanks. This was a deliberate effort on his part to quickly establish himself as a model student, aiming to secure more educational resources. Koloff set his teacup aside, fingers intertwined, and spoke in a steady tone. This year marks the first intake of students with acquired affinity at Starry Night Academy, totaling 110 new students. Next year, there will be even more? 150? No, the head of the department predicts it may reach 200. Xia Zuo subdued his smile and leaned back in his chair, maintaining a composed expression as he listened. Koloff gestured as if embracing, his tone growing serious. By this time next year, the student body is expected to swell to around 300. Imagine, during my lectures, this alchemical chamber will not only accommodate you and Mason, but also 5 or 6 new students entering next year. The potion alchemy department, currently housing only 60 students, will see its numbers double. Their alchemical chamber will require further expansion. However, you see, the number of professors remains unchanged. We are somewhat overwhelmed. Moreover, aside from teaching, each professor has their own responsibilities. Koloff reached for a book on the shelf, which flew to the desk, its pages flipping through without a word. Everyone has their preferred meditative posture. I enjoy lying on the sofa with a book during meditation. It brings me comfort without the worry of waking up with a sore neck or other bodily discomforts. Xia Zuo displayed a knowing expression. For mages, practicing meditation to further expand the mental ocean is a task that demands perseverance. Investing time in meditation is never excessive. The influx of students with acquired affinity into the academy compresses the professor's time for meditation. Xia Zuo regarded his mentor thoughtfully, nodding in contemplation. As the student with the strongest self-discipline and the quickest learning progress among the new arrivals, your insights are invaluable to me and the other professors. We wish to ascertain whether the current teaching methods and the difficulty of the materials are suitable for students with acquired affinity. Koloff retrieved a folded square of paper from his robe pocket and spread it out on the desk. I have a questionnaire drafted during a discussion session. Please fill it out here. A pen filled with ink floated before Xia Zuo. He grasped the pen, uncapped it, and began to review the contents of the questionnaire. From the introductory passage to the final question, Xia Zuo's expression gradually grew grave. He lifted his gaze to his mentor, his eyes reflecting inquiry and slight trepidation. Chapter 16. The Academy's origins. Koloff pinched a corner of his beard with his right hand while pointing at the questionnaire with the other. Write down your honest thoughts. After leaving here, keep this confidential. Do not mention this questionnaire to other students. Yes, Professor. Xia Zuo rubbed his hair atop his head, calming his restless mind and focusing on the questionnaire. This brief survey, comprising only a few hundred words, unveiled much information about the Academy and the Kingdom, secrets only known after becoming an apprentice mage. His remarkable performance garnered him the appreciation of many professors, affording him the privilege of being privy to this information ahead of time. Starry Night Academy is a mage institution responsible for cultivating formal mages, even high-level mages. Numerous similar organizations exist in this world, all unified under the Mage Sanctuary. Centuries ago, an alchemist known as Lady Starry Night successfully ascended from high-level mage to archmage, thereby expanding the alchemical school. She was granted a territory by the Mage Sanctuary, which now comprises the present-day Starry Night Kingdom. The formal mages trained at Starry Night Academy are dispatched to the Silver Moon Federation for further studies, and upon becoming high-level mages, they may continue their training under Lady Starry Night. The recruitment of students with acquired affinity is indeed at the behest of Lady Starry Night herself. Even within the Mage Sanctuary, those who ascend to archmage status with acquired affinity are few and far between. Lady Starry Night is one of them. This large-scale cultivation of students with acquired affinity undoubtedly represents a bold attempt by the alchemical school to demonstrate that, apart from mastering the art of breathing to perfection, those with acquired affinity can also become mages through the study of alchemy. Xia Zuo felt the weight of the response behind this questionnaire. It might eventually be presented to Lady Starry Night. Thus, every word he penned was written with careful consideration. The preceding questions pertain to his experiences in various subjects and the challenges of learning. Xia Zuo candidly recorded his impressions. The experience in the general alchemy course was quite satisfactory. Some classes, while inherently dull, such as alchemical linguistics, were enlivened by charismatic instructors, creating a pleasant and engaging classroom atmosphere. Xia Zuo did not shy away from praising the head of the department in the questionnaire. He refrained from omitting any criticisms but expressed his dissatisfaction using more tactful language. Take, for instance, the course on colossal constructs within the discipline of gigantology. The instructor, Professor Borton, a tall, muscular man with a beard, favored tight leather clothing that accentuated his physique. He was the mentor of the blacksmith's son, little Mo Ben Riley. Both shared a disdain for books, showing only interest in forges and iron sheets. In his class, the sound of hammers striking hard objects dominated, with little concrete explanation provided. Students could only speculate on what Professor Borton was doing by referencing illustrations and points of knowledge in gigantology. Xia Zuo smoothly completed most of the questions, but his pen suddenly halted at the last two, which posed a challenge. Headmistress Beatrice proposed that the 7 introductory courses in alchemy, alchemical linguistics, anatomy, herbalism, potion making, toxicology, oil studies, and gigantology each allow only one retake opportunity. If a student fails both the regular exam and the retake this year, they will be allowed to retake the course alongside the new students the following year. Should they fail the retake, they will be forcibly expelled. From whence one came, to whence one shall return. This treatment starkly contrasts with that of students with innate affinity who are destined to become mages, and the Academy will not abandon any of them. Moreover, no student with innate affinity has ever failed a course. Thus, the question arises, do you support the headmistress's proposal? What are your reasons for agreeing or disagreeing? Xia Zuo rested his chin on his hand, frowning in contemplation. The opportunity to enter the Academy is rare and will profoundly impact one's life. Every student gifted with inherent affinity is acutely aware of this fact. They will exert every effort to diligently pursue 7 general education courses. If one cannot even pass a retake, then it is indeed questionable whether they possess the aptitude for the study of alchemy. It would be prudent to allow other newcomers access to educational resources. Xia Zuo cast a fleeting glance at his composed mentor and lifted his pen to inscribe his response, subsequently directing his gaze towards the next and final question posed by the esteemed Dean Beatrice. Historically, the number of students with innate affinity has been scarce. enabling professors to offer one-on-one or small group instruction. However, with the overwhelming influx of students with acquired affinity, the quality of education is jeopardized, and professors are unable to maintain a comprehensive awareness of each student's academic progress. Beatrice intends to implement an alternative method to inspire the students with acquired affinity in their studies. In the years preceding this one, the Student Council of the Academy received bounty orders from the Warrior Guild through their mentors. The mentors promised rewards and dispatched suitable mage apprentices or formal mages to fulfill these bounty orders. This is how the resident mages came to be. Beatrice plans to establish a mage guild within the academy, mirroring the point system of the Warrior Guild, with the currency for rewards being points. During the mage apprentice stage, points will be accrued through examination results and classroom assessments. Once one becomes a mage apprentice, points may be earned by completing bounty orders. The potential rewards for point redemption were not enumerated in the questionnaire. It merely inquired whether one supported Beatrice's proposal. Just as Xia Zuo contemplated how to respond, Koloff lightly tapped the table and remarked, "A mage apprentice must continuously absorb obedient elements to expand their mental ocean, necessitating the pursuit of untamed elements. This is content derived from the Introduction to Meditation Techniques." Xia Zuo nodded in acknowledgement towards his mentor. Koloff, while pouring himself tea from the kettle, added, "We will include the locations where untamed elements appear as rewards within the Mage Guild." Xia Zuo tilted his head, narrowing his eyes in confusion, and asked, "Professor, do you not require untamed elements? Why not absorb them yourselves?" "Untamed elements manifest in many forms," Koloff replied, placing the kettle back on the table and raising his teacup to his lips. "Only the weakest untamed elements can be tamed by a mage apprentice. You will understand this once you study the introductory meditation techniques." Observing his mentor drink, Xia Zuo felt a pang of thirst and took a sip from his own teacup. He then picked up his pen and inscribed the word "agree" in the blank space of the final question. The prompt did not request an explanation, so he refrained from elaborating further. Xia Zuo capped his pen and handed the completed questionnaire to his mentor, inquiring, "Professor, am I the only one required to fill out this questionnaire?" "You are not alone. Each professor has their own students they admire, and they are all filling out the questionnaire at this very moment," Koloff replied, having already reviewed Xia Zuo's responses while he was writing. He then folded the questionnaire into a small square shape as he stood from his wooden chair. "In 6 months, when the results of the final examinations are announced, you will know who they are, and they will know you." As Xia Zuo watched Koloff navigate around the desk towards the door, seemingly preparing to leave the alchemy room, he stood and asked, "May I attempt to concoct other poisons?" Koloff waved his hand dismissively, his tone amicable. "Feel free to use the alchemical table and toxin vials here. However, this is limited to the production of apprentice-level poisons." Xia Zuo watched his mentor depart, returning to his seat as he reflected on his earlier performance, concluding that he had likely not revealed any flaws, and that Koloff was rather open-minded. Indeed, quite accommodating towards good students. Such is the nature of any teacher. Xia Zuo approached the alchemical table, seizing the 2 remaining vials of black eye poison, and consumed them both. When the concentration of the toxin remains unchanged, increasing the dosage merely prolongs the duration of the adverse effects. He leaned on the table, resting for 2 minutes, easily enduring the hallucinatory and deafening effects. Tsk, Xia Zuo, feeling insatiable, proceeded to the toxin cabinet, retrieving both withered brown and ginger white toxins in preparation to create a substantial batch of black eye poison. 1 hour later. Health 42-45. The evaporation process took a bit longer, and with the increased quantity of toxins added, the rate of health deduction exceeded that of health recovery, resulting in a slight decrease in health. This was merely a minor issue. Xia Zuo stood proudly before a row of 20 vials of black eye poison, sweeping 3 vials into his hands and downing them, his face radiating satisfaction, since Koloff had granted permission for casual usage. Then, drinking it was the solution, apprentice-level poisons, ample and filling. 4 months later, at noon on a Saturday, after a grueling 5 days of classes, students were finally able to relax. The expressions of those dining in the cafeteria were largely ones of relief. Life at the academy ensured no worries regarding food and clothing. However, the academic pressure was immense. 2 weeks prior, professors had announced new examination arrangements for general education courses to their students, along with plans to establish the Mage Guild. Each new student felt an increased burden, fearing consecutive exam failures would force them to withdraw from the Starlight Academy. That would be utterly humiliating and exceedingly difficult to accept, especially after witnessing the splendor of the kingdom's capital and enjoying the abundant material comforts of the academy. No one wished to return to their backward and dilapidated hometown in a state of expulsion. Every student aspired to become a mage apprentice, officially registering with the Mage Guild to accept bounties from various provinces and cities, all while earning silver coins and reputation, and accumulating points to redeem rewards within the guild. Under the dual pressures of examination stress and future aspirations, the students naturally compressed their weekend rest time to a day, or even half a day, dedicating the remainder to self-study. Humans are social creatures, and this extends to their study habits, studying alone in the dormitory, without the sound of footsteps or the hushed laughter of peers, and devoid of the occasional disruptive cough, allows for uninterrupted concentration at its peak. However, Enruer wished to see him and desired the companionship of a study partner. Thus, Xia Zuo found himself meeting her on weekends, carrying a bundle of books. Initially, they attempted to study together in the cafeteria, as they could not secure seats in the library that a group of regulars at the library even rose earlier than usual, each claiming their preferred seats and then dozing off at their tables. Xia Zuo and Enruer were both taken aback by the sight of the throng entering the library. They turned and headed towards the cafeteria. But the quieter corners were occupied by small groups. The remaining study areas offered little efficiency as for classrooms and dormitories. They were out of the question. The castle administrator, Dimker, had established rules within the castle. Article 5 states that during non-class hours, entry to any classroom without permission is prohibited. Article 7 forbids entry into dormitories of the opposite gender, and even same-gender dormitories are restricted. Each individual is permitted to enter only their own dormitory. Observing Enruer's despondent expression, Xia Zuo had a moment of inspiration and decided to approach his mentor. The area designated for toxin alchemy was spacious, and due to the low number of students in the subject, classes were typically held in the alchemical chamber, leaving the adjacent small classroom unused. Standing before his mentor, Xia Zuo felt an unusual flush of embarrassment as he made his request to study with Enruer in the small classroom of the toxin alchemy area. Enruer? Koloff stroked his beard, gazing at his favored student with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. He recalled the black-haired girl who had consistently sat beside Xia Zuo during the poisonology class. A hefty tome floated from the bookshelf and opened before the soft sofa. Koloff perused its contents and then manipulated the pen on the desk to inscribe a few lines on a piece of stationery. The note flew out of the toxin alchemy area. Moments later, a reply from Castle Administrator Dim appeared, accompanied by a key. Xia Zuo recognized the key. It was used to unlock the iron cabinets in the shower room. Take it. Koloff tossed the key to Xia Zuo with a smile. Enruer's mental ocean is approaching the standard of a mage apprentice. You may create apprentice-level poisons together. Engaging in dialogue will yield different insights. Thank you, Professor. Xia Zuo accepted the key and bowed in gratitude towards his mentor. Shortly thereafter, Xia Zuo and Enruer entered the toxin alchemy area, once again expressing their thanks to Kulovi in the small classroom adjacent to the alchemy chamber. The two individuals lifted the hoods that had been concealing their hair and removed their leather gloves. Here, devoid of any vials of poison, they could loosen the specially crafted robes designed for the alchemical zone. Has Professor Koloff scolded you? Enruer inquired softly. Her gaze cast downward. No, he even asked me to bring you along to concoct a poison, replied Xia Zuo with a smile, retrieving a book from his backpack. Let's read first. After dinner, we shall return to the alchemy chamber, and I will guide you in attempting a non-lethal poison. Okay, Enruer responded, leaning in to briefly embrace his shoulder before returning to her seat to open the book. Xia Zuo found himself staring blankly at the pages, a sense of inexplicable melancholy washing over him. Over the past few months, Enruer had increasingly relied on him. Perhaps their shared experience of loss had led her to feel a kinship with him? Or was it merely a desire for companionship with someone she felt fond of and could trust? He was uncertain. Thus, he consciously endeavored to keep their relationship at its current level, refraining from progressing further. Chapter 17. Illusions and Light Points. That evening at 7:30 p.m., within the alchemy chamber of the toxicology area, Xia Zuo operated the blower at the alchemical workstation, maintaining the temperature within the crucible. The teal liquid, bubbling with countless tiny bubbles, released tendrils of green smoke into the air. Minutes passed, and as the moisture evaporated, a brittle yellow-green shell formed upon the crucible's walls. He used a sharpened spatula to scrape off the shell. then ground it into powder with a mortar and pestle, combining it with a pre-prepared potion to serve as a base. Adding 3 drops of ink-like willow essence transformed the yellow-green liquid into a deep black. He tugged the blower's cord, elevating the flame from a low to a medium heat, causing the area around the crucible to grow warmed. To the right of the crucible stood a storage cabinet for raw materials. Affixed to its side was a rectangular wooden box. Xia Zuo opened the side lid of the box, reaching inside to locate a button, which he pressed gently. An automatic stirring arm unfurled from within. He inserted the handle of a long spoon into the stirring arm's socket, securing it with a crosswise wooden stick to prevent the spoon from slipping off during stirring. A gentle tap on the joint of the stirring arm set it into motion. This cooking process would take some time, perfectly aligning with his intention to handle another foundational toxin. Xia Zuo retrieved a cylindrical porcelain jar from the toxin cabinet, roughly the size of a human head. Its diameter consistent from top to bottom and sealed with 3 layers of oilcloth. Lifting the oilcloth revealed a pile of damp seaweed sheets, exuding a potent scent reminiscent of the ocean. Using tweezers, he extracted a sheet of seaweed, laying it flat on an iron plate, ensuring the deep green of the seaweed adhered closely to the smooth surface. He then dedicated some time to meticulously smoothing out every wrinkle. Under the illumination of the alchemical lamp, he could faintly discern several fine black threads, akin to hair, writhing within the seaweed. Xia Zuo sealed the porcelain jar back in place and placed the iron plate on another furnace. Pulling the blower's cord, he heated the plate over a low flame, applying oil to the seaweed as if barbecuing, flipping it with tweezers to coat the other side as well. After 2 additional pulls on the cord, the flame intensified from low to high. A cloud of white steam billowed from the iron plate, and the seaweed shrank with a sizzling sound as the black threads thrashed violently, struggling to escape, but ultimately confined within. Swirling back and forth, Xia Zuo grasped one end of the seaweed sheet, allowing the other end to slide across the scorching iron plate, then reversed direction to ensure both sides were seared by the high temperature. Within mere seconds, the edges of the seaweed began curling inward from dehydration. He pulled the cord for the 4th time, extinguishing the furnace's flames. The fire within gradually waned while a small opening on the side continued to supply air. Preventing the flames from extinguishing entirely, the residual heat of the iron plate transformed the seaweed into a brittle yellow stick. With a pair of large iron tongs in each hand, Xia Zuo lifted the hot plate to the crucible. Puffing gently to let the brittle stick float into the crucible, a layer of yellow-brown froth surged across the surface of the liquid, and the black threads rose, disintegrating into fragments. A few swirls of the spoon turned the liquid into a vibrant green. Xia Zuo glanced back at his mentor, who lay immersed in meditation on the soft sofa, seemingly undisturbed by the clamor or aroma of the earlier cooking. It appeared that his meditative state was not easily disrupted by external disturbances. Returning his attention to the crucible, the foundational toxin melded into a composite toxin. By mixing this composite toxin with a specific solvent, he could create a poison that he poured in the final ingredient. A large bowl of ginger water, serving as the solvent for this concoction. The next step required simmering for 10 to 20 minutes, with the decision to cease fire based on color and viscosity. The peculiar odor permeated the alchemy chamber, and the concentration of toxins in the air steadily increased, causing the blood deduction rate to rise slowly. In the past few months, Xia Zuo had discovered another intriguing application of the detection technique. Previously, he had estimated the condition within the crucible based on the blood deduction rate, barely maintaining the quality of the poison at a satisfactory level. However, one day, an inspired thought led him to cast the detection technique upon the still-forming poison within the crucible. Realizing just how foolish he had been before. Detection technique. Item name: Chingu poison. Item type: poison. Item grade: apprentice level. Item quality: current completion rate 72 expected to rise to 93 in 15 minutes, expected to drop to 75 in 21 minutes. Associated resistance 1. Water resistance associated resistance 2. Wind resistance associated resistance 3. Earth resistance once the resistance for all 3 attributes reaches 0. 5. The item's impact on the host will be significantly reduced. Item description: crafted by Xia Zuo. Item effect: consuming the entire vial will inflict a vulnerability effect, increasing damage taken by the body by 10 for a duration of 10 seconds. Xia Zuo patiently awaited, preemptively extinguishing the flames at the 14-minute and 30-second mark. He cleaned the spoon and stirring arm before retracting the latter into the box. Approximately half of the green liquid remained within the crucible. enough to fill 5 teacup-sized glass bottles. This constituted the second batch of poison for the evening. Prior to this, he had already produced over 20 vials of black eye poison. Additionally, on the shelf designated for finished poisons, there were several bottles of white jaw poison crafted months earlier. As long as the poisons were stored correctly, their shelf life would last at least 3 years, alleviating concerns over expiration, though he remained vigilant for any signs of leakage. Xia Zuo neatly arranged all the poisons he had created on the storage shelf and entered the small classroom to summon Anruer. So many poisons, Anruer exclaimed upon entering the alchemy chamber, quickly covering her mouth and casting a timid glance towards Koloff on the soft sofa. Xia Zuo gestured for silence. Koloff maintained a serious demeanor during poison crafting, but was generally affable, yet this did not warrant any disrespect towards him. He had once inquired of Koloff why he chose to meditate in the alchemy chamber rather than establish a dedicated quiet room. Koloff had simply replied, "Crafting poisons involves contact with toxins, and toxins can be fatal." For 2 centuries since the establishment of the Starry Night Academy, no one had ever succumbed to toxins, primarily due to Koloff's rigorous scholarship and his sense of responsibility for the safety of his students. Additionally, the influence of mental attributes played a role. Those whose mental attribute exceeded 9 points could perceive elemental light. The higher the value, the clearer and brighter the light appeared. Xia Zuo led Anruer to the storage cabinet and utilized the detection technique on her. Mental attribute, 14. Anruer's mental value had increased by 4 points since her enrollment, just 1 point shy of the minimum threshold to become an apprentice mage. Xia Zuo handed her a small vial of poison. "Can you discern what is within?" Anruer raised the vial above her head, scrutinizing the slender bottle and the viscous black liquid within under the alchemical lamp's glow. There appears to be a trace of green light swirling within, perhaps a remnant of wind elemental essence, and small brown specks, which should indicate traces of earth elemental essence. Anruer grasped the wooden cork at the vial's neck. "May I open it to smell?" Xia Zuo nodded. "Sure, but this poison has no distinct odor." With a pop, the cork was removed. Anruer flared her nostrils, inhaling the scent of the poison, closing her eyes and frowning as she said, "Indeed, it has no smell. Let me think. I believe I've seen this poison in the poison encyclopedia. Would you like to try it? You'll discover what kind of poison it is by doing so." Xia Zuo grinned, intrigued by her reaction to the experiment. "Yes." Anruer nodded eagerly, and in the next moment, she poured the poison into her mouth. Xia Zuo was taken aback by her swift and decisive action, devoid of any hesitation, and hurriedly guided her to sit on a chair. "Quick, lean on the table." Anruer blinked at him, her fingers drawing circles near her ears. This was the effect of the poison's deafening properties taking hold. Xia Zuo gestured for her to close her eyes and lean on the table, but he found her utterly unresponsive, her gaze drifting vacantly towards him. Anruer's pupils dilated, her irises gradually turning black, presenting a somewhat eerie appearance. In the grip of the illusion effect, all objects within her field of vision became distorted. Simultaneously, the dilation of her pupils significantly heightened her sensitivity to light. Xia Zuo, having experienced the effects of the black eye toxin, hesitated to act rashly, fearing that his movements might startle the other person. "The blue, the red, the brown, and the aquamarine. Wow, you have so many glimmers like little stars on you. It's strange. I usually can't see them, but after drinking this toxin, they've revealed themselves," Anruer remarked, narrowing her eyes and smiling as if she were gazing upon something exquisite and enchanting. This left Xia Zuo perplexed. It seemed that the hallucinatory effects of the black eye toxin were also influenced by mental attributes. The elemental luminescence treated those like him, who lacked sufficient mental attributes, differently. That was one thing, but how could even his own concocted toxin behave this way? Truly perplexing. Xia Zuo stifled the urge to bury his face in his hands, maintaining a standing posture. The 1-minute duration of the toxin swiftly elapsed. Anruer trembled subtly, her pupils instantly returning to their original state, as she gazed at him and exclaimed, "That was amazing. This toxin allowed me to see so many more elemental lights. Is this truly a toxin? It must be the black eye toxin, am I right?" "Ahem, indeed, it is the black eye toxin," Xia Zuo replied, rubbing his forehead as his thoughts shifted to once more employing his detection technique on her. Resistance: wind resistance 3, water resistance 2, earth resistance 0.007. After consuming the black eye toxin, Anruer had improved her earth resistance by 0.007, while the other two resistances showed no change as they had exceeded 0. 5. That while he was lost in thought, and Ruhr approached the cabinet, picked up a second vial of black eye toxin, drank it, and promptly returned to her seat. Wasn't he that a bit reckless? Xia Zuo was taken aback by her actions. Instantly recalling his first anatomy class, wherein Ruhr, under his encouragement, had dissected a small white mouse and then insisted on another, this girl seemed to possess a latent wildness that, with just a little prompting, would be unleashed. He would need to be more cautious in the future. He once again froze in place, allowing her fingers to lightly tap on him. 1, 2, 3. They've gone inside. I can't see them anymore. And Ruhr retracted her fingers in disappointment, pausing for a few seconds before joyfully proclaiming, "Oh, they're back. Let me count again. 1, 2, 3. Listening to her cheerful chatter, Xia's mood gradually darkened. If these multicolored specks represented elemental resistance, after drinking the black eye toxin, and Ruhr could discern his resistance status, could the professors, who consumed the black eye toxin, perceive it? There was nearly a 100% chance that the elevation of his resistance during this time had not escaped their scrutiny. Xia mentally reviewed his character template. Level LV.11, experience 1250-1400, resistances. Fire resistance 2, water resistance 0.5, earth resistance 0.5, wind resistance 0.5, vitality 14, perception 415, will 325, mentality 2.5, free attribute points 0123, with the rest of the unchanged attributes omitted. Over the past 4 months, he had consumed his homemade toxins as if they were water. Were it not for the prohibition against bringing them outside the toxicology alchemy zone, he would have liked to carry a large bag of toxins and drink them while studying or attending classes. His resistances in water, earth, and wind had all reached the peak of an apprentice alchemist. Now, after consuming an apprentice-grade toxin, he could only gain the most basic experience and an exceedingly negligible increase in his will attribute. With the diminishing returns from toxins, he had diverted his focus to reading. He had absorbed all 25 textbooks from the 7 general courses on alchemy into his knowledge reserve, yielding a total of 8 points of mental increase, with the remaining 0.4 points coming from extracurricular readings. Under the current circumstances, he believed he could participate in the general course examination without issue. He was still pondering what rank to aim for and how to disguise himself, never expecting that the changes in his resistances might have been exposed to the professors all along. Xia cast a complex gaze towards the direction of the soft sofa, yet he felt little concern in his heart. In the second month after the semester began, Mason and Brandon had both made mistakes and were forcibly transferred to the potion alchemy discipline. From that moment until now, he had spent 2 months alone with Koloff. Sensing that the other's kindness and ease were not a facade, but rather an inherent quality. Well, let us take it one step at a time, Xia sighed silently, setting aside his despondence. Mustering a smile as he picked up a vial the size of a teacup and said, "Shall we try this? The blue bone toxin has a very short duration, only 10 seconds. And Ruhr noticed the slight gloom in his demeanor and lowered her head, murmuring, "Did I do something wrong? In the entire academy, the person who knows me best is Koloff, and the second is you." Xia reached out and gently tousled her hair, saying, "No, I was just reflecting on how my mental ocean still needs a bit more development." And Ruhr took his hand and gave it a playful shake. Tilting her head with a smile, "It's all right. I'll wait for you. We'll become mage apprentices together." Xia patted her head lightly. "Don't pull on me. The professor is still behind us." "Oh." And Ruhr picked up the teacup-sized vial of toxin and glanced at the wall clock. "It's 8 p.m. Should we head back? Is it already so late?" Xia pondered for a few seconds and then said, "Then let us return to the dormitory. If you have no classes tomorrow night, I'll teach you how to make the black eye toxin." "MHM. Yes." And Ruhr nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chapter 18. Application Problem Training Upper Section. The next day, the morning's general alchemy course concluded. The afternoon was reserved for specialized alchemy courses. And Ruhr was to study oil alchemy in the oil alchemy zone. Xia entered the toxicology alchemy zone alone. "Professor, I've arrived." Koloff set down the book he had been perusing and addressed his sole student. "On the desk is a military report from Rosac province. Take a look. It pertains to you." Xia was taken aback. Walking over to the desk to pick up a letter-sized envelope, from which he poured out a stack of documents wrapped in hardcovers. The signature on the front was a familiar name, Fortress of Peak. First clerk, Lieutenant Wilson. Wilson was a middle-aged man with a scarred face. Their first meeting had been in an upscale tavern. That day, Audrey had unusually donned a slit dress that I wonder how the circus has been faring lately. Images flashed before Xia Zuo's eyes, and the nostalgic expression only lingered for a few seconds before he steadied his mind to read the military report. The fortress of Peak had gathered forces to thoroughly eradicate the bandits within its borders before advancing south across the border. To the south of the kingdom, there were no other nations, only vast wilderness, endless forests, and towering mountains. The army's primary adversaries were the long-standing bandit factions. 13 bandit hideouts, and a sizable slave town had been obliterated. The beginning and middle sections of the report detailed the casualties and spoils of each battle. The latter part meticulously listed the sins of each wrongdoer and their ultimate fates. Xia Zuo's parents had perished approximately 2.5 years ago during a bandit raid. The culprits were a local leader from the slave town and 3 bands of marauders, all of whom had been sent to the guillotine. Upon reading the content on that page, Xia Zuo's expression stiffened, his thoughts swirling. Is this revenge for me? If the true Xia Zuo were here, he might have wept bitterly, shedding tears of joy, and then knelt to pray for his deceased parents. No, the real Xia Zuo, had I not traversed here, would have long perished in a cave and would never have entered Starry Night Academy. For a moment, Xia Zuo was at a loss as to how to react, tightly gripping the military report, his fingertips turning pale and his hands trembling slightly, as he mechanically read the passage concerning the punishment of the instigators over and over again, his mind a tangled mess. Kolof's voice broke the silence in the alchemy chamber, 70 years ago. During my first year at the academy, my mentor was the headmistress Beatrice. She handed me a letter and quietly said that the army of Spreel province had avenged you. When I learned that news, I had the same reaction as you. Kolof moved from the soft sofa to sit at the desk, addressing his student, whose expression was rife with complexity. You and I are so similar at this moment. Ahem, he coughed lightly. Changing the subject, let us return to the matter at hand. We must not let time slip away in sorrow or other emotions, as it can have a negative impact on the mental ocean. Xia Zuo stuffed the military report back into the envelope, vigorously rubbing his stiff cheeks, and raised his head to look at his mentor. Professor, do you have something to discuss? In a month, the final exam for the general course will take place. How prepared are you? Kolof gestured to the chair opposite him, inviting Xia Zuo to sit and speak. Knowing that his exceptional memory had become well known throughout the academy, Xia Zuo felt no need for concealment and answered directly, I have memorized all the key points from the 25 textbooks. That alone is not sufficient. Kirov slowly shook his head, saying, the final examination is vastly different from the regular quizzes conducted in class. That IT encompasses not only multiple choice questions, but also application problems that require practical experience in alchemical operations. While you may possess some talent and insights in toxicology, that does not necessarily imply proficiency in other branches of alchemy. Xia Zuo remained silent, gazing intently at his mentor. The fact that Kirov had articulated such thoughts indicated he had already devised a strategy. After all, examinations were not merely a contest among students. Within the Starry Night Academy, the fundamental income of various professors derived from Lady Starry Night. The professors were responsible for cultivating practitioners of the alchemical arts, while Lady Starry Night provided them with monetary and material support. If the professors wished to garner additional resources, they had to rely on the apprentices they trained. Thus, the examinations within the academy also pertained to the future income potential of each mentor. A student's superior performance in examinations would naturally enhance their alchemical prowess, affording them greater access to educational resources within the academy, thereby increasing their chances of becoming a mage apprentice. As for the mage apprentices, as the name suggests, they were merely apprentices who had to pay a price to acquire knowledge. Fortunately, the Starry Night Academy was quite generous, allowing the mage apprentices to learn first and settle their tuition fees later. Before officially becoming a mage, every apprentice was required to give back to their mentor. After the establishment of the Mage Guild at the Starry Night Academy, every time a mage apprentice completed a bounty and received a reward, they were obligated to remit a small portion to their mentor. Kirov had not yet established regulations regarding this matter. However, mentors from other branches of alchemy had already publicized their commission structures within their disciplines. For instance, in the Department of Potion Alchemy, which had the largest number of students, it was divided into 2 disciplines, healing and restorative potions, and functional potions. The professor of functional potions, known as Beatrice, the head of the academy, provided each student undertaking bounty tasks with functional potions. She would take a commission ranging from 1 to 5% from the task rewards. The more apprentices a mentor had, the more substantial the total commission, leading to greater resources from outside the academy. Originally, Kirov had 3 students, but he had driven away 2, leaving only Xia Zuo. The additional income he could potentially earn was pitifully small. Yet, he seemed rather indifferent to this income, as if he had never contemplated enriching himself through his apprentices, and there was never a trace of financial concern on his face. Could it be that he knew he could not compete and had chosen to lie low indefinitely? Kirov had never spoken about such matters, and Xia Zuo had refrained from inquiring, assuming that everyone had different pursuits. Perhaps Kirov simply preferred to meditate in the comfort of a soft sofa. After pondering for a moment, Kirov, under the watchful gaze of his student, stroked his beard and remarked, "In this afternoon's class, we shall not study new toxins nor identify complex toxins. You have already grasped the alchemical operations and identification methods of toxicology quite well. It is time to supplement your knowledge with practical content from other branches of alchemy." He summoned a few books from the bookshelf, causing them to float above the desk. "Have you memorized all these texts?" Xia Zuo glanced at the titles on the covers: Essentials of Potion Alchemy, Healing and Restorative Potions, and Human Anatomy, and Guide to Oil Identification. These 3 books were the textbooks for the general knowledge examination. "I am certain I have memorized them all. Then let us begin with oil alchemy. Lend me a hand. We need to move the poison vials further away." Kirov stood from his chair, rolling up his sleeves as he approached the storage rack. When concocting toxins and potions, one must refrain from using spells or delegating tasks to elemental servants. This was a point Kirov had emphasized in the first lesson. Moreover, he was exceedingly cautious whenever toxins were involved. He refused to use magic to levitate the poison vials to their designated locations, opting instead to transport them with his hands and a small cart, exercising utmost care with every movement. The two spent half an hour clearing a small area. Subsequently, Kirov entered the storage room and emerged with a leather case, placing it on the desk. The scent of oil is notoriously difficult to eradicate. Once it clings to something, it lingers for an extended period. You must be particularly attentive. He opened the case and counted the oil vials inside. You will need to smell each one and determine how many of the 30 vials you can identify. The foundational textbooks for oil alchemy include Complete Guide to Oils, Guide to Oil Identification, and Oil Blending. The apprentice-level curriculum encompasses 30 types of oils, all of which possess strong volatility. Their evaporation rate increases under the influence of light and temperature. They require amber or green glass bottles with superior light-blocking properties for storage, while some must be kept in completely opaque special pouches or iron cans. Unless the oils are poured out, one cannot discern their color or liquid form. Thus, the best method of identification remains through scent. Knowledge of oil identification was covered in the oil alchemy course, taught by Professor Zhuang, an elderly gentleman with a receding hairline who typically wore round-framed glasses. He was known for his humor and enjoyed joking with his students on his first day of class. He self-deprecatingly remarked about the scent of oils emanating from himself, humorously calling himself a walking oil box. However, despite the humor, Professor Zhuang was quite serious during lessons. He dedicated over 3 months to thoroughly introduce the 30 common oils. Xia Zuo had memorized the scents of these common potions in the oil alchemy class, so distinguishing them was second nature to him now. With a simple spell, he could ascertain the contents of the oil vials. Nevertheless, he still diligently uncorked each vial, brought it to his nose, inhaled deeply, and pretended to ponder for a few seconds before naming the oil. Kirov nodded in approval. "Excellent, it seems you have indeed mastered the knowledge of oil identification." Did Professor Zhuang cover the blending of oils? After placing the last oil vial back into the case and ensuring it was securely nestled in the soft padding, Xia Zuo replied, "Not yet. He just completed the guide to oil identification this morning." Kirov calculated briefly with his fingers, then mused, "That old fellow is as shrewd as always, conveniently finishing the blending of oils on the very last day before the exam. I shall take it upon myself to teach you this book in advance." Upon hearing his mentor's critique of Professor Zhuang, Xia Zuo decided to feign ignorance, maintaining a neutral expression as he stared at the bottles and jars in the oil case. "Have you memorized the blending of oils as well?" Kirov continued after seeing his student nod. "The difficulty of oil alchemy lies in the blending of oils. Professor Zhuang may assign application questions related to oil blending on the exam paper, making it quite challenging for students from non-oil alchemy disciplines to score well on such questions." I suppose he aims to make it difficult for students from other disciplines to score too easily, while avoiding the ire of the head of the academy for setting questions that are too hard, Xia Zuo observed. Blinking at his contemplative mentor, suddenly he realized he held a significant advantage. In the discipline of toxicology, he was the sole student. This meant that among all the newcomers, he was the only one who could frequently concoct toxins. Well, from tonight onwards, Anruer would join him, but if Kurov included application questions related to potion crafting and toxin identification in the exam, he and Anruer would likely score significantly higher than their peers. Of course, Kurov's application questions would not be overly difficult. IT was essential for meticulous and competent students in alchemical operations to achieve high scores, thereby distinguishing themselves from others. This was the true purpose of setting such application questions. Every examination should follow a similar line of questioning. After pondering for a moment, Kurov clapped his hands and said, "Let us begin with the past examination questions of oil alchemy. Professor Zhuang cannot possibly assign identical questions, but you can use previous questions to practice and accumulate experience in blending oils." He stepped back into the storage room, retrieved a large leather case, and rummaged through it before producing 2 pieces of wood of differing materials. The lighter piece is pine, while the darker one is cedar. These are the most common types of wood used in construction. Kurov pointed to each piece of wood in turn. In the northern regions of the kingdom, wooden houses are commonly made from pine, as the air is relatively dry there, and pine possesses superior resistance to dryness. In Rosac province, where the air is more humid, cedar is used due to its resistance to mold, and it retains more moisture than pine. Kurov held each piece of wood in his hands. Both of these types of wood have a common flaw. They are not fire-resistant, and we need to employ oil alchemy to address this issue. Do you have any ideas? Xia Zuo instinctively glanced at the fire-resistant oil in the case. Unlike the edible fire-resistant oil used in fire performances, the bottle before him contained a fire-resistant oil that could not be ingested. Held in the mouth, or applied to the skin, Kurov followed the direction of his student's gaze. Fire-resistant oil is rather expensive, isn't it? The price of a single bottle could rival the cost of constructing half a room's worth of timber. In the context of multiple-choice questions, fire-resistant oil could serve as an option. However, in application questions, you would lose points due to its exorbitant cost. Coating a small wooden house of 10 square meters would require over a dozen bottles of fire-resistant oil, with a total value exceeding 20 gold coins, making it exceedingly impractical. Do you have any alternative ideas? Xia Zuo scratched his cheek, racking his brain to recall knowledge from his previous life. Unfortunately, he was not a graduate of chemical engineering or materials science. The thoughts flooding his mind resembled mere conjectures and guesses. After a few minutes of indecision, he ultimately abandoned the scientific approach to the issue of fire prevention, redirecting his attention back to alchemy and the oil agents. The 3 essential elements of combustion are fuel, oxidizer, and the ignition source or temperature. This knowledge serves as the foundational curriculum in the discipline of colossal creations, built upon the principles of forging and casting. That a wooden house itself is combustible, with both its interior and exterior saturated with oxygen. The fire-retardant oil agent is inherently non-combustible. It ensures that the protected wood does not come into direct contact with the air, effectively isolating the fuel from the oxidizer. Additionally, its thermal conductivity is exceedingly low, significantly delaying the transfer of flame temperature to the safeguarded wood. According to the Comprehensive Guide on Oil Agents, the process of refining fire-retardant oil agents heavily utilizes materials associated with the water element. Xia Zuo nodded to himself, recalling the oil agents related to the water element, and retrieved a slender glass bottle with a narrow opening from the box. An excellent choice, Kurloff remarked, casting a glance at the oil agent bottle Xia Zuo had produced. Giving a slight nod as he continued, foam oil agent. Friction-induced heating can cause it to produce large amounts of foam. However, it is excessively sensitive to temperature. Even the flame from a candle can induce bubbling. Moreover, the foam primarily consists of air, with only a minuscule amount of moisture. Thus, it does not significantly diminish the intensity of the fire. Xia Zuo realized his mentor was guiding him. After briefly contemplating the 2 points raised, he returned the foam oil agent to the box and extracted 2 additional bottles. The first was an insulating oil agent, capable of blocking temperatures below boiling water, commonly applied to the outer shells of teacups, water cups, and the handles of soup spoons. Once applied and thoroughly dried, it forms a thin film that adheres closely to the surface of the object, leaving no residual scent of the oil agent and remaining intact even when in contact with water vapor or perspiration. The second bottle contained a water-rich oil agent, which is filled with tiny particles encapsulated in bubbles. Under external force, the bubbles burst, allowing the particles within to interact with the liquid in the oil agent, resulting in the rapid generation of steam. Your reasoning is sound. Now, attempt to blend these two oil agents, Kurloff instructed, gesturing towards the alchemical table. Xia Zuo touched the back of his head. Professor, what if I make a mistake? Kurloff chuckled softly. If you err, you'll simply need to clean the alchemical table. I want to expel you. This is not the process of concocting poisons. That's reassuring. Xia Zuo replied with a smile and a shrug. He ventured into the storage room, retrieving a tray with grooves to ensure the 2 bottles of oil agents remained upright during transport, preventing any spillage. He then re-entered the storage room, this time emerging with a metal bucket. Its lid was a transparent glass equipped with a sealing ring, featuring a central hole also fitted with a sealing ring. By inserting a compatible oil agent stirrer through this hole, he could stir the oil agents without any risk of spillage or odor escaping. After confirming that all preparations were in order, he glanced at his mentor, who nodded in approval. Xia Zuo donned a mask, removed the glass lid from the metal bucket, and inserted the anchor-style stirrer into the hole. The small bubbles in the water-rich oil agent were more resilient than they appeared, yet during the blending process, it was essential to stir gently. The anchor-style stirrer was perfectly suited for this task, as its blades adhered closely to the inner wall of the metal bucket, facilitating a flow of liquid from outside to inside and from bottom to top. Thus, the oil agent that would directly contact the blades needed to possess exceptional stability. Xia Zuo poured the most stable insulating oil agent into the bucket, followed by a slow and careful addition of the water-rich oil agent using a glass rod to guide the flow. Distinctly pungent aromas wafted from the bucket. He stifled the urge to sneeze, swiftly and steadily replacing the glass lid and gently rotating the stirrer's handle. Gradually, the 2-colored liquid within the metal bucket began to merge. Each time the blades approached the bubbles in the water-rich oil agent, he would rotate the handle with even greater delicacy. After 5 minutes, the 2 oil agents were completely blended together, forming an amber-hued liquid. The next step involved applying the freshly mixed oil agent to the wooden boards with a soft brush. Professor, may I submerge these wooden blocks in the bucket of oil agent? Xia Zuo inquired as he leaned over the table to examine the wooden pieces. They should first be taken out to dry a bit. Allowing the wood to become drier might enhance the absorption of the oil agent's effects. What you propose is known as the immersion method. A fundamental aspect of oil agent alchemy. Kurloff pointed toward the storage room. For now, during the trainee phase of instruction, let us proceed with using the brush for application. Very well, Professor. Xia Zuo entered the storage room and selected a brush made of short wool fibers. The wool bristles were the softest, making them particularly suitable for delicate applications. Most cosmetic brushes are crafted from wool. Xia Zuo laid a layer of oil-resistant cloth on the alchemical table, placed a dedicated support for applying the oil agent on top, and positioned the 2 wooden boards on the stand, gently brushing the oil agent onto them. After applying it to the front, back, and sides of the wooden blocks, he used iron tongs to place them into the drying oven. After a flurry of activity lasting over half an hour, Xia Zuo finally completed the practical training. Professor, shall we test the fire resistance of these 2 pieces of wood? He asked, somewhat hesitantly, regardless of the outcome. The aftermath would require cleaning the testing apparatus and the area. Of course, go fetch a deeper fire pit. All right. Xia Zuo measured the dimensions of the wood with his arm and found the largest, deepest fire pit available in the storage room. He placed it on the stone floor of the alchemical chamber, using iron tongs to add red-hot coal into it, followed by a bundle of dry firewood. In no time, a vibrant flame flickered within the fire pit. He hesitated momentarily before placing the treated wooden blocks into the fire. With a sizzling sound, steam emerged more rapidly than anticipated, almost as soon as the wood touched the flames. Thick white vapor erupted. A pungent odor filled the alchemical chamber. Xia Zuo covered his eyes and nose, coughing a few times. Cough, cough. Professor, does this count as a success? Kurloff pulled a rope loop from the corner of the wall to open a vent. Waving his hands to direct the foul-smelling white mist towards the opening, he approached the fire pit, surveying the chaotic scene within. The reasoning for this practical problem is correct, but there are some issues with the proportions of the oil agents. The cedar wood contains a considerable amount of moisture. You must prepare a separate blend of the water-rich oil agent with a lower ratio for it. Overall, if graded out of 100, this would likely score around 80. Xia Zuo slapped his forehead, a look of regret crossing his face. His mentor had mentioned the differences between the two types of wood at the outset. Yet he had forgotten this crucial detail. Noticing Xia Zuo's expression, Kurloff chuckled lightly. Just pay more attention in the future. Practical problems often contain subtle key points. You can circle the keywords in each sentence of the problem and then ponder whether they are pivotal to solving it. Yes, Professor, I will remember. Kurloff glanced at the wall clock. There is still some time before dinner. Why not attempt to create a mixed oil agent with a lower proportion of the water-rich oil agent? At 5:50 p.m., Xia Zuo endeavored to blend the oil agents 3 more times, resulting in his score improving from 80 to 98, with his mentor noting that his composure and proficiency in blending oil agents were commendable. Though he lacked experience in tackling practical problems, that Tio put it more bluntly, he simply needed more hands-on practice in oil agent alchemy. After the afternoon class concluded, Xia Zuo spent an additional 10 minutes cleaning the alchemical chamber. Although his mentor could easily complete this task with a flick of his finger, he felt it would be inconsiderate to always rely on his mentor's assistance, as he was, after all, a student. By the time he exited the poison alchemy area and entered the castle hall, it was already past 5 p.m. A lovely figure approached, bouncing along. You're finally done with class. Xia Zuo took her small hand. Let us go eat dinner first next time. You don't need to wait for me. No way. I want to wait for you to eat together. And Ru'er hugged his arm and rubbed against his shoulder. I don't have class tonight. After dinner, let us go to the poison alchemy area. Xia Zuo looked at her with a hint of suspicion. You must have finished your alchemical linguistics self-study, right? Why don't you have class tonight? Well, there are too many students in the oil agent alchemy course. Professor Zhuolang has to teach the freshmen and also hold classes for the seniors. Each of us freshmen can only schedule 2 to 3 sessions of oil agent blending classes per week. And Ru'er twirled her hair around her finger, letting the ends curl around her fingertip. Moreover, my talent isn't particularly outstanding in this field. I'm neither at the top nor the bottom. Over the next 2 months, I only have 3 blending sessions scheduled for the week before the exams. At other times, it's only twice. It seemed that competition and pressure were inevitable in any environment where many individuals participated, with half of the first semester behind them and the learning atmosphere intensifying as the final exam approached. Xia Zuo led the somewhat troubled and Ru'er into the dining hall. Searching for a table in the corner, he scanned the vicinity for familiar faces, but did not spot either the miller's daughter, Kuli, from Rosac province, or the blacksmith's son, Xiao Mo. They were likely either attending class or studying in the library. Recently, Senior Mars has been engrossed in the study of peculiar alchemy, striving to pass the promotion examination for this branch of alchemy at the earliest opportunity. During this period, encounters with him in the dining hall have become a rarity. Even when we do cross paths, he rushes past, clutching a meal box, exchanging a brief greeting before dashing into the area dedicated to peculiar alchemy. In contrast, Xia Zuo appears to be the most relaxed among us. The scarcity of students in the field of toxic alchemy is merely one reason. Bolstered by his innate talent, the support of divination techniques serves as his foundation for the upcoming final examination. Once seated, the two of them each ordered a light meal. Xia Zuo returned with 2 drinks, handing a glass of juice to Enruer. Are you aware that besides multiple choice questions, there will also be application questions in the final exam? Yes. Indeed. Before the midday break today, Cully mentioned it to me. Professor Zhuolang also brought it up during class this afternoon, and Ru'er replied, taking a sip of her juice, relieved. Fortunately, we weren't assigned to the potion alchemy discipline. Whether it's Lady Morton's supplements and healing potions or the functional potions branch overseen by the dean, the student numbers far exceed those in the oil studies discipline. More than 30 alchemical platforms are utterly insufficient. Cully complained to me for quite a while. Each alchemical platform occupies approximately 10 square meters, equipped with a furnace, crucible, blower, 2 rows of shelves, and a ventilation duct resembling a range hood. 30 platforms would require at least 300 square meters. When all these platforms are in operation, the scene is as bustling as a culinary school in session. Xia Zuo couldn't help but feel anxious about the quality of the upcoming semester's classes. In just a few months, a new batch of freshmen will arrive at the academy. Their numbers at least double that of the current students, and Ru'er will inevitably have to queue for the alchemical platforms alongside them. The mere thought of only one platform in the toxic alchemy area sends a shiver down his spine. He wonders how Kurloff will address this predicament as their meals arrived. The two seized the moment to eat. aiming to head to the toxic alchemy area before evening classes began. Under the bright alchemical lights, Koloff lay quietly on a soft sofa. Xia Zuo tiptoed, guiding en route around the sofa, lowering his voice to say, "The professor is meditating. Let us keep our voices down." The application question for toxic alchemy involves the creation and identification of composite toxins. Tonight, I will teach you how to make black eye toxin, which will also serve as a reference for your identification work. En route grasped his hand nervously, expressing her anxiety. What if I fail to identify the black eye toxin? Will I anger Professor Koloff? My mentor always gets furious when students underperform in class. Don't worry, as long as you avoid serious mistakes, you'll be fine. Xia Zuo paused to recall the process of preparing black eye toxin. The step of evaporating moisture was somewhat challenging as the toxic substance rapidly volatilized into the air. The pungent odor could cause one's nose to sting. Should one's willpower be slightly weaker, they might be unable to suppress a sneeze, potentially ruining an entire batch of alchemical product. Xia Zuo glanced at his willpower attribute. Willpower 5, then at en route, which was also 5. The likelihood of mishap seemed minimal. However, any mistake she made could reflect poorly on him, so he decided to exercise extra caution. After a few moments of contemplation, he formed a plan. He approached the alchemical platform and instructed en route to stand half a meter behind him, adopting a slightly serious tone. "I will first demonstrate the process if you find it overwhelming. Focus solely on identifying the composite toxin. After all, this exam 1T require us to personally create the composite toxin." "Okay." En route nodded, obediently positioning herself where he indicated. Xia Zuo fetched 2 masks, donned one himself, and then helped her put on the other, carefully tucking her hair into the hood to ensure no skin was exposed. "When I begin to simmer the mixture on low heat, the liquid in the crucible will gradually evaporate. The smell will be quite unpleasant. If you feel the urge to sneeze, just take a few steps back and avoid getting too close to me." "Understood." En route tightened her grip, watching him intently. "Now, I will begin. First step, add clean water, stopping at the 1/5 mark of the crucible." Xia Zuo picked up the ceramic jug filled with clean water, deliberately slowing his pace while adding the toxin to ensure en route could observe clearly. The initial steps were relatively straightforward, and he managed to explain as he went. When it came time to simmer the brown liquid over low heat, he could only manage a warning glance of "be careful" before diving into the stirring process. This step required constant vigilance to monitor the surface of the liquid and to turn off the heat at the right moment to avoid scorching the crucible. The ventilation duct above the alchemical platform whirred, drawing away the toxic brown vapor, yet a small portion still drifted into the surrounding air. Amidst the bubbling sounds, he heard soft footsteps behind him. En route seemed to step back a few paces before inching closer again. Making no further movements, confident, Xia Zuo continued to stir the crucible. Approximately 5 minutes later, the brown liquid transformed into a viscous substance. He turned off the furnace, using a spatula to flip the viscous material, as one might do when frying an egg, utilizing the residual heat of the crucible to evaporate any remaining moisture. "Done," Xia Zuo declared, transferring the viscous substance into a glass container and placing it on the table of the alchemical platform. "This is black eye toxin. Hee, doesn't it resemble a chewy gummy candy?" En route poked the viscous substance with a glass rod, causing a small indentation that slowly rebounded. "It really does resemble one. Too bad the elemental glow within is dull and gray, indicating it's definitely not edible." She rummaged through her backpack and waved the book on toxin separation. "Now, I'll begin the identification." Xia Zuo nodded, picking up the tome on toxin aggregation and settling at the desk. Title: Toxin Aggregation Quality. Hall of Fame Classic Memory Reward. 70 Experience Points, 0.4 points in Mental Attributes. Tome Combination 1. Basic Toxic Alchemy Course Textbook, 37. Reward. 22 Experience Points. Tome Combination 2. Intermediate Toxic Alchemist Examination Textbook. 37. Reward. 25 Experience Points. Tome Combination 3. Essential Reading for Mage Apprentices at Starry Night Academy, 2770. Reward. 230 Experience Points. Having obtained this book 2 days ago, he must refrain from any errors for 4 consecutive months. Achieving accurate identification results to claim it from Culov.it serves as the required textbook for aspiring toxic alchemists progressing to the intermediate level, covering both apprentice and beginner-level composite toxins, totaling over a dozen types, far more comprehensive than what has been taught this semester. Xia Zuo's ability to acquire this book within the semester signifies that his progress in toxic alchemy surpasses that of all his peers by at least 6 months. Time flew swiftly as he immersed himself in reading. An hour later, Enruer wrote the final stroke on her report and approached the desk, inquiring, "Do you think my identification report is correct?" Xia Zuo lifted his gaze from the book, initially scanning her neat handwriting before retrieving his own identification report from the low cabinet. Koloff typically reviews students' reports in red ink, marking errors or inaccuracies and providing correct information alongside. This was the perfect reference. Xia Zuo aligned the two reports, his eyes darting back and forth, checking the recorded details line by line. Being able to see the elemental glow is quite advantageous. Your report is far more detailed and accurate than mine. Then give me a score, and Rua smiled, her lips curling upwards. At least 92 points. There are a few points I'm uncertain about. I'll ask the professor when I get a chance. Xia Zuo scratched the back of his head, rising to tidy up the desk. That batch of black eye toxin won't last long. We need to use it quickly. You can go ahead and prepare it into black eye poison. Okay. The formula for the poison can be found in the Poison Encyclopedia. Take a look. The necessary solvents are over there. Xia Zuo directed towards the cabinet filled with various bottles. The method for preparing black eye poison was straightforward, and Enruer memorized it in a matter of minutes. She took the syrup container to the alchemical platform, readjusting her mask, and grasped the blower's pull ring. I'll start now. Xia Zuo nodded in affirmation. Whoosh! Flames flickered from the furnace, gently heating the bottom of the crucible. Enruer sprinkled a few drops of clean water into the crucible, waiting for them to evaporate before adding the syrup, stirring gently until fine bubbles appeared, then incorporating the black eye toxin. She pulled the ring 3 times to close the furnace's outlet and continued stirring the crucible until the brown viscous substance completely dissolved in the syrup. That was quite simple, Enruer said, lifting her chin slightly, smiling proudly at Xia Zuo. Can I try to concoct the toxin now? Xia Zuo handed her 3 glass bottles. Yes. First, fill these with the poison, then clean the crucible and spoon. Taking advantage of her tidying up the alchemical platform, he found the section on black eye toxin in the aggregation book, laying the page flat and pressing it down with an ink bottle. The formula for black eye toxin is right here. The 2 basic toxins needed are on the shelf to the right of the alchemical platform. Enruer seemed to sense his thoughtfulness, turning back to give him a sweet smile. At 7:30 p.m. Enruer stood solemnly before the alchemical platform, conducting a final inspection of the arrangement of raw materials. She took a deep breath, tugged on the blower's rope, and poured 1/5 of clear water and the base reagent into the crucible. First, we need to add the dead brown essence. With a dropper, she extracted 3 drops of toxin and let them fall into the crucible. I can see the brown specks of light from the toxin merging with the base reagent. Xia Zuo, noticing her mesmerized gaze upon the elemental luminescence, interjected, "Hurry and stir the crucible. We mustn't allow the dead brown essence to adhere to the crucible walls." Oh, right, I almost forgot. Thank goodness for your reminder. Enruer tapped her head and quickly stirred the crucible with a spoon. Once the liquid transformed into a brown hue, she added the ginger white essence, inquiring as she stirred. Next, we should simmer it gently to evaporate the moisture, correct? Xia Zuo nodded. Indeed. Remember to extinguish the flame a little before it becomes completely dry. Enruer slowly swirled the spoon. Suddenly leaning back, something is about to float out. No sooner had she spoken than a pungent odor erupted from the crucible. Oh, the bright specks of light are drifting away. Her gaze followed a wisp of brown vapor as it floated into the ventilation pipe. Then she looked back at the crucible. The dim specks of light remain inside. Xia Zuo raised an eyebrow and cast a divination spell on the liquid within the crucible. The feedback indicated that in approximately 3 minutes, the moisture would evaporate completely, achieving a completion rate of 97, which was about 5 points higher than his own concoction. Enruer continued to stir for several dozen seconds, a smile blossoming on her lips. Only a small handful of bright specks remain. I estimate we can conclude soon. Xia Zuo calculated the time. Aligning perfectly with the divination's feedback, he was taken aback by how the high mental attribute in alchemy functioned, akin to divination. Was it truly the mental attribute that harmonized so well with alchemy? Or was divination simply too powerful, able to disregard the demands of mental attributes and directly calculate the completion rate? It had to be the latter, for no matter how strong the mental attribute, one could not intuitively discern the effects of unknown composite toxins, The status of divination in toxic alchemy was irreplaceable. Could you take a look for me? Is it evaporated to this extent? Ruer pulled the rope to extinguish the furnace. Using a spatula to scoop up the brown viscous substance, Xia Zuo employed his divination once more and confidently stated, "It's perfect. The heat is just right." Yay. Ruer placed the viscous substance into a glass container, lightly tapping it with the spatula, producing a series of sharp sounds. "I believe I did quite well. What do you think?" Xia Zuo leaned in with a magnifying glass for a closer inspection. The color of the viscous mass was more uniform, with fewer granular impurities inside, and from its hue alone, one could ascertain it was undoubtedly a top-quality product. "Very good, indeed, far superior to my own." Xia Zuo chuckled broadly. As the clock inched closer to 8 p.m., the two finished crafting the final batch of black eye toxin into a potion for preservation, tidied up the alchemical lab, and returned to their respective dormitories to rest. Chapter 21. The Passing Line, re-uploaded. Time flowed quietly amidst the daily classes and practical exercises, each day filled with profound fulfillment. A month later, on a Sunday at noon, in the castle dining hall, Ruer had enrolled in Professor Zhuolong's oil potion course. After finishing her lunch, she departed the dining hall and hurried towards the oil potion alchemical area. The midday sun poured directly onto the castle's dining terrace, casting a bright light under the awning. Xia Zuo glanced up at the clear sky, feeling a bit warm in his black robe. He picked up a copy of the Starry Night Daily from the bar counter, moved to a cool, comfortable corner, and while sipping fragrant tea, he perused the newspaper, savoring the rare solitude of the weekend. A figure approached and took a seat across from him. Xia Zuo set down the newspaper to find Mars looking at him with a broad smile. "Ah, the busy senior. What brings you here to chat today?" Mars raised his arm, pointing to the patterns on his sleeve that signified his proficiency in peculiar object alchemy, noting the transformation of a single red line into two. "Congratulations. You've successfully advanced to the skilled level in peculiar object alchemy." Xia Zuo laughed heartily, his lips curving upward. "Tomorrow, I will begin practicing the beginner-level meditation technique." Mars checked off items from the menu, ringing a bell to summon an elemental servant. "Before I successfully master it, you may not see me for quite some time." Xia Zuo folded the newspaper and set it aside. "Aren't you coming to the dining hall for meals?" "No, I won't be dining here anymore. During my first meditation practice, the head of the academy will provide ample sustenance potions that should last me 3 to 5 months." The elemental servant brought forth a steak and a fruit platter. Mars placed a napkin over his chest, rubbed his hands together, and lamented, "I can hardly imagine what it would be like to go months without meat or fruit. That I plan to feast in the dining hall for a whole day." "Huh. Very well. Would you like me to fetch you some drinks?" Mars hesitated for a moment. 2 glasses of orange juice, 1 glass of iced milk, and 1 glass of sparkling water. "I know it's not healthy to drink so much, but I fear I will regret it once I start practicing meditation." "All right, I'll be back shortly." Before long, Xia Zuo returned with a tray, placing 4 glasses of drinks on the table. "Could we discuss the upcoming final exams? I've trained sufficiently in the application problems for potions, oil potions, and toxic alchemy. I'm only lacking preparation for the application problems in peculiar object alchemy." Mars swallowed a piece of beef, took a sip of sparkling water, and wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin. "You're quite fortunate to still be in the toxic alchemy course. Of course, that's not solely due to luck. Your alchemical talent and disposition are indispensable." He popped a cherry tomato into his mouth and continued. "Among the disciplines of potions, oil potions, and peculiar objects, peculiar object alchemy is the most challenging, followed by toxic alchemy. As a student of Professor Koloff, your practical skills in toxic alchemy must be commendable. So, you only need to focus on peculiar object alchemy. The good news is, the exam for peculiar object alchemy will only involve the subject of giant creations." Xia Zuo nodded. "Indeed, we have only covered the giant creations course. We have yet to engage with the other 2 branches." Mars swallowed the cherry tomato, spreading his hands in dismay. "One unfortunate aspect is that the iron mat and high-temperature furnace needed for giant creations are only available in that specific alchemical area. The professor teaching this subject, Burton, is rather difficult to communicate with. You likely won't be able to access his alchemical zone. I wish I could share insights on this matter, but my mentor, Professor Bertley from the elemental manifestation discipline, has imposed a confidentiality clause. Thus, I suggest you speak to students from the giant creations discipline to gather their practical experiences." Xia Zuo nodded thoughtfully. There's one more thing I must share with you. Mars ruffled his golden hair. The final exams for freshmen are quite challenging. Many may find themselves retaking them after 6 months without passing. But why? Isn't the content just from those 25 textbooks? Xia Zuo blinked in confusion. Mars read the expression in his eyes. Take the simplest subject of functional potions as an example. Its exam lasts 3 days. With 1 book per day, and every knowledge point in each book will be tested. Assuming a perfect score of 1,000, how many points do you think is passing? Xia Zuo frowned slightly. 800 points. No. That's too low. 900 points. Mars shook his head. 950 points is the passing line. And that's just for 1 book that to pass the final exam. One must achieve at least 950 points across all 25 general education textbooks over 25 consecutive days of testing. Hiss, Xia Zuo inhaled sharply. Realizing without a helping hand, he might never pass, that a wave of anxiety surged within him. If Anne Ruhr were to fail, he would have to urge her to study the material again. Mars leaned forward. Lowering his voice, you should consider yourself fortunate, Xia Zuo. Your memory is exceptional, and you remain in toxic alchemy as long as you obtain practical insights from the giant creations discipline. Passing the final exam is a certainty. After speaking, he picked up his knife and fork, enjoying his steak heartily. Hearing you say that, I suppose I shouldn't waste time reading the newspaper. Xia Zuo stood, shouldering his backpack. I need to head to the toxic alchemy area. Farewell, Senior Mars, and I wish you success in your meditation. Mars, with his mouth full of meat and bones, waved his hand in a muffled farewell. Goodbye, and best of luck on your exams. In the toxic alchemy area, the alchemical room was serene and silent. Xia Zuo set down his backpack and approached the soft sofa, gently calling out to his mentor. Koloff put down his book and looked at his student, who wore a slightly troubled expression. What is it? Are you encountering difficulties in crafting toxins? Teacher, Xia Zuo's gaze was complex. No professor had ever disclosed the specifics of the exams. If he had not happened to encounter Mars, he might have only discovered that the passing line was as high as 950 points during the exam. Teacher, do you have past exam papers? I would like to practice with them. Koloff pinched the corner of his beard. Is this information provided by a high-level student? These little rascals, you must not let it slip outside. The head of the institute intends to inform you in a month's time. However, since you are already aware, you might as well begin your practice questions. Koloff gestured towards a bookcase draped in black cloth. The past exam papers are over there. Fetch them yourself. You cannot take them outside. They can only be completed within the toxin alchemy zone. With just over a month remaining until the final exams, the head of the institute planned to announce the exam arrangements 2 weeks prior. This meant that starting early would give a significant advantage of approximately 1 month. Chapter 22. Completing the preparation materials, Xia Zuo sincerely thanked his mentor and hurried towards the bookcase. Lifting the black cloth, a whole cabinet filled with exam papers. The spines were numbered from 1 to 212, totaling 212 volumes. He randomly selected one and opened it to the first question, searching his knowledge reserves for 4 or 5 seconds before finding the correct answer. Each volume contained over 100 pages, with 30 questions on each side, requiring at least 5 minutes to complete 1 page, which meant over 500 minutes for a single volume, around 9.5 hours. Completing over 200 volumes would demand at least 1,800 hours. With only afternoons and evenings available to spend in the toxin alchemy zone, he could stay for a maximum of 7 hours each day, thus needing at least 250 days to finish all the volumes. Xia Zuo felt a sudden tightness in his chest, gripping the fabric of his robe as if a breath were caught within him. It seemed the academy was intent on testing the qualifications of the new students. Announcing the question bank 2 weeks in advance was merely a consolation, or perhaps a warning, to those destined to fail, urging them to prepare mentally for potential failure, or even for packing their bags to leave. He truly owed Mars a great deal of gratitude once he completed his meditation practice. Standing before the bookcase, Xia Zuo pinched his chin, contemplating his future schedule. He had already completed the studies on poisons and toxins at the apprentice level. He had only learned about the white throat antidote, with his mentor promising to teach other antidote formulas later. The final exam wouldn't cover antidotes, allowing him to set that aside for now. He had also begun to grasp the practical insights of the giant creation subject. Thus, diving headfirst into practice questions became his top priority. Xia Zuo picked up a stack of exam papers from the bookcase, treading lightly as he navigated around the soft sofa and entered a small classroom to review them. The final exam would feature a rather straightforward format, consisting solely of multiple choice and application questions, yet encompassing all knowledge points. Gradually, he found himself immersed in the battle of questions, working tirelessly from 1 p.m. until after 6 p.m., only stopping once his hunger became unbearable in the castle hall. And Ruhr had been waiting for over 10 minutes when she finally saw the passage to the toxin alchemy zone open. Noticing Xia Zuo's somewhat troubled expression, she approached and took his hand, asking, "What's wrong? Has something happened? Was the oil blending class this afternoon successful?" Xia Zuo forced a smile and inquired. "Yes, I attempted it 4 times and received scores above 90. Xia Zuo gently rubbed his temples. "Today is the weekend. We should be taking a walk to unwind. However, I changed my mind and would like to review the foundational course materials again. Will you accompany me?" "Sure." And Ruhr crossed her arms. "Shall we study in the dining hall or go to the small classroom?" "Let's study in the dining hall." Xia Zuo nodded firmly. While doing practice questions that afternoon, he realized he was handling the intensity of the exam with ease and had discerned the patterns in the question format. This undoubtedly offered Ruhr a glimmer of hope for improving her scores. Regardless of whether she ultimately passed the exam, he wished to assist her in her studies. The two found a quiet corner in the dining hall and began studying after finishing their dinner. Xia Zuo took out the alchemical linguistics textbook, using a pencil to circle key points and marking the frequency with which these points appeared in the exam papers. The more frequently a key point appeared, the greater its associated value. From the perspective of the question setter, frequently using the same key point indicated its importance in the course at 8:30 p.m., with half an hour remaining until the castle administrator Dim's designated bedtime. Xia Zuo set down his pencil. Stretching his sore wrist, he still had over 500 pages left to mark in the book. Yet the more than 1,000 pages he had already marked were sufficient for review. "Here. Use my book to study." He laid his alchemical linguistics textbook before Ruhr, pointing to the numerical markings. "These points exceeding a frequency of 10 are what I consider significant. You must remember them well. Set aside the others for now." And Ruhr flipped through a few pages, suddenly embracing Xia Zuo's shoulder and rubbing her head against his neck. "Is this your method of memorization? Why tell me? I want to make your review easier, but don't tell anyone else." Xia Zuo gently removed her arm from around his neck and grasped her hands. "Make sure no one sees the markings in this book." "Understood." And Ruhr pressed her lips tightly together, her expression serious. "All right, let's stop here for tonight. Please take my book back to the dorm." After nearly 2 weeks of effort, Xia Zuo completed more than 10 volumes of exam papers, marking important points in the foundational course materials based on the patterns he had discerned. Once he handed his materials to Ruhr, he began planning another task, finally completing the preparatory work today. Once again, it was the midday of a weekend and Ruhr went to her oil blending class, while Xia Zuo remained in the dining hall, occasionally glancing towards the entrance, awaiting the arrival of his somewhat dull compatriot. Finally, an hour later, the target, Xiao Mo Ben Riley, appeared. The son of a blacksmith, he had been assigned to the giant creation subject, with his mentor being the taciturn muscle-bound burden. Xia Zuo observed from a distance, employing his detection technique: resistance, fire resistance 213, perception 213, spirit 9110. Other attributes remained unchanged. Xiao Mo Ben's fire resistance had increased by 1, likely due to frequent exposure to high-temperature furnaces. Xia Zuo discreetly scrutinized him while pretending to read. On the way to the academy, Xiao Mo Ben had complained to Mars about his inability to concentrate on his studies, struggling even to finish the foundational textbook of alchemical linguistics. Each time Beatrice assigned classwork to be submitted before the end of class, this compatriot, who suffered from reading difficulties, would dawdle for a long time before barely filling the pages, his face a portrait of deep-seated frustration. If all went as expected, Xiao Mo Ben would surely fail, and significantly so. Among the 25 exams, only the giant creation exam might allow him to scrape through. Xia Zuo watched as Xiao Mo Ben ate with a furrowed brow. The sight of him opening his book post-meal resembled the agony of swallowing a bitter poison. The opportunity had arrived. Xia Zuo pulled out the prepared notebook, slung his bag over his shoulder, and approached Xiao Mo Ben. "Hi, Xiao Mo Ben." He sat down directly opposite him. Xiao Mo Ben furrowed his brow, hesitating as he raised his head from the book. "Xia Zuo? What do you need from me?" Xia Zuo glanced at the content of his book. "The illustrated guide to magical herbs is quite difficult. It took me a considerable time to memorize it." "Yes. It is rather challenging." Xiao Mo Bin sighed silently, lowering his head. Take a look at this. Xia Zuo handed over the notebook. There are only 4 of us new students in Rosac City. We ought to help one another. Dante, you think? What is this? Xiao Mo Bin opened the cover of the notebook, finding a handwritten table of contents on the first page, covering the 25 foundational course textbooks. I organized the preparation materials according to the exam syllabus, following the page numbers indicated in the table of contents. Xiao Mo Bin flipped to the section on toxin alchemy. The 10 or so pages detailed insights on producing toxins and identifying poisons, proving immensely beneficial for the application questions in the toxin alchemy exam. Among all the newcomers, only Xia Zuo remained in the toxin alchemy course. The insights on toxin identification in this preparation material were undoubtedly unique within the entire grade. He had often been approached by other students seeking this information, all of whom he had turned down, citing his mentor's prohibition on external sharing. Mars and Brandon had both spent 2 months in the toxin alchemy subject. They had become secondary targets for many students seeking insights into toxin alchemy. However, the study materials circulating from them were scant, incomplete, and vastly inferior compared to what Xia Zuo now presented. Even Xiao Mo Bin, despite his dullness, could grasp the significance of this preparation material for himself. He looked at Xia Zuo with hopeful eyes. Can I borrow this for a few days? This book is prepared for you. Xia Zuo's tone was sincere, his heart secretly elated. Prepared for me. Xiao Mo Bin glanced at the clear and fair handwriting on the pages. Thank you. Xia Zuo pointed at the notebook, saying, however, this preparation material is still not complete. You know, the number of students in potion and oil classes is large, so I can easily gather information related to the exams. But there are very few students in giant creation alchemy, and its alchemy zone is not open to the public. No practical insights have been shared yet. Xia Zuo flipped to the last several blank pages of the notebook, which remained empty. The insights on the oil alchemy preparation materials were provided by Enruer, while the insights on potion alchemy were supplied by Kelly Mueller. The 4 of us hail from Rosac City, each specializing in a different discipline, and it is only fitting that we support one another as we face the impending examinations together. Could you assist us in completing the operational insights for giant object alchemy? I assure you, only you, I, Kelly, and Enruo will have access to the study materials we have collaboratively crafted. Xiao Ma's hands trembled slightly as they lay on the table, his fingers curling and uncurling. I'm not certain I can manage it, he confessed. Xiao Zuo noticed that Xiao Ma's finger joints were more robust than average. The handwriting in the books was somewhat hasty and broad, making it a bit strenuous to read, which likely meant he would write slowly as well. Thankfully, a solution had already crossed his mind. Xiao Ma, I have an idea. While I was reviewing giant object alchemy, I identified numerous problems that require practical experience to resolve that I have documented them all. Xiao Zuo retrieved another notebook from his bag. I will ask the questions, and you will provide the answers. Simultaneously, I will record your responses. What do you think? A smile broke across Xiao Ma's face, relieved at the prospect of not having to write. All right, ask away that I will share everything I know. Then let us begin. Xiao Zuo picked up his pen and glanced at the first question in his notebook. In giant object alchemy, it is stated that when crafting a curved metal surface, one can use the cardboard created during the design phase to measure the curvature, yet the book does not specify how to measure it. Could you demonstrate? Xiao Ma nodded silently, tearing a few pages from a blank notebook and folding them into several models, illustrating the measurement process. Ah, I understand now, Xia Zuo said, jotting down several lines before turning to the second question. The two engaged in dialogue for approximately 2 hours in the dining hall. Suddenly, Xia Zuo experienced a moment of clarity, realizing how to tackle the application problems in giant object alchemy. This discipline necessitates a keen spatial imagination. If one finds their spatial awareness lacking, they can use scrap paper to create rough models to aid in solving the problems. He wrote down his answers to the remaining 20 or so questions and handed them over to Xiao Ma for review. Xiao Ma pointed out the errors and illustrated the correct problem-solving methods with his hands and a tissue to as dinner time approached. Xiao Zuo expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Xiao Ma. With your insights, I feel much more confident about the exam. Content. He began to gather his belongings. Xiao Zuo, Xiao Ma said, placing his hand on the study materials. I know, I may not pass the exam, but I still appreciate your assistance. He sighed deeply. Perhaps returning to Rosac City to take over my father's blacksmith shop isn't such a bad thing after all. Unsure of how to comfort him, Xiao Zuo simply patted his shoulder and took a seat at a nearby dining table. 2 minutes later. I'm here. Onruer exclaimed as she sat beside him, affectionately wrapping her arm around his shoulder. I saw Xiaoma. Have you two spoken this afternoon? Xia Zuo sensed the unusual glances from his fellow students, but was unfazed. With stellar academic performance and a girlfriend by his side, who wouldn't feel envious? It's not terrifying for a top student to have romantic prospects. What is alarming is when they effortlessly enjoy the company of the opposite sex while still achieving perfect scores on every classroom test. Xia Zuo patted his backpack with a grin. The exam for giant object alchemy will pose no issues. After dinner, I will help you transcribe it into your study materials. Onruer replied with a radiant smile, her braids swaying with the motion of her head. Xia Zuo gently stroked her silky hair. You must keep my 25 textbooks marked with key points safe. This is our little secret. It must remain confidential. Onruer leaned in closer, embracing his waist, her face resting on his shoulder. Rest assured, unless you are nearby, I will not dare to take a peek. That is good to hear. Xia Zuo patted her slender waist and reached for the menu, jotting down a few items before ringing the bell to summon the elemental servant. Half a month flew by in the blink of an eye. Only 2 weeks remained until the final examinations. Today was Monday. The first class of the morning was alchemical linguistics, led by Beatrice, who entered the classroom under the watchful eyes of the students. Class, before we begin, I would like to announce the specific arrangements for the 25 examinations. She crossed her arms and leaned against the edge of the podium. At the start of the term, each professor distributed the course schedules. Attached to the schedule was an examination outline. You all should have reviewed it, correct? Each exam encompasses approximately 200 to 300 key points. In 2 weeks, every examination will cover all the key points. With a total score of 1,000 points per exam, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of noise as students expressed their tumultuous emotions. What? 1,000 points? Why is the final exam worth 1,000 points when regular classroom tests are only 100? No way. We have to cover all these key points. Oh my, I've only reviewed half. Chapter 23. The First Whispers of the Philosopher's Stone. Every exam is worth 1,000 points. Onruer murmured, her head bowed. Xia Zuo grasped her cool hand beneath the table, gently rubbing it. Don't worry, I'm here for you. Onruer managed a faint smile, yet worry lingered in her brow. Seizing the moment of chaos, Xia Zuo scanned the classroom, noting that several students appeared remarkably composed, which eased his anxiety. It seemed the news about the scoring had already circulated among the freshmen, but those in the know had chosen to keep it quiet, thus limiting its reach. Classmates, settle down. Beatrice's soothing voice calmed the students. And once the noise subsided, she continued, the examinations will span 25 days, with one subject each day, commencing at 8 a.m. and concluding at 5 p.m. The exams will be conducted in each student's dormitory, with meals delivered to the dormitory door by elemental servants. The exam format will include multiple choice questions, in addition to application questions. Each multiple choice question will score between 1 to 3 points, while application questions will range from 10 to 20 points each. The classroom was once again filled with low murmurs. Onruer took up her pen and wrote down a few numbers in her blank notebook. Xia Zuo remained silent, observing her as she calculated the exam duration and answering speed, from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. There are a total of 9 hours. Subtracting time for meals, hydration, breaks, and restroom visits leaves at most 8 hours for answering questions. On average, that allows roughly 2 minutes per multiple choice question and a bit more for application questions. Approximately 15 minutes. If faced with particularly challenging problems that cause a mental block, it would be easy to waste precious time, rendering the 9 hours far from sufficient. The classroom gradually quieted. Xia Zuo turned his gaze to the exquisite woman at the podium. Pondering what she would say next, Beatrice clapped her hands, signaling a few students engrossed in conversation to pay attention. Your time here has been brief, and your study hours are less than a tenth of those of higher-level students. This 25-day examination will be exceptionally arduous for you. Thus, starting today, your alchemical general studies class will be dedicated to practice questions. These questions are drawn from past exams of higher-level students who did not have this privilege before their examinations. I hope you seize this opportunity and strive to secure your place at the academy in your first exam. Xia Zuo tilted his head in confusion as he watched the head of the department begin distributing the exam papers. Why had she not announced the passing score? He knew it was 950 points, but the other students remained oblivious. Fortunately, someone was keenly interested in this question. In the front row, a student raised their hand and voiced the inquiry. As Beatrice distributed the papers from a distance, she replied, "The passing score will be announced after all 25 exams have concluded." Xia Zuo nodded in understanding, beginning to grasp the head's intention. This approach would prevent discouragement among students during their preparations. Otherwise, some might intentionally disrupt others in an attempt to drag them down with them. Two papers floated through the air, landing on the desk before him. Onru eagerly removed the cap from her pen to begin practicing. Xia Zuo unfolded his exam paper, his gaze sweeping over the herbalism questions, yet he hesitated to begin writing. It was far too simple. Incredibly easy, the multiple-choice questions were obvious at a glance. The application questions required only a slight mental effort to recall corresponding practical insights from his knowledge reservoir. It hardly warranted the expenditure of ink to practice. Xia Zuo covered his face in exasperation. For the first time, he felt that an accelerated learning pace was not advantageous. Nevertheless, there was no alternative. The required questions must be addressed. Resigned, he picked up his pen and completed the exam in merely 1 hour, his movements fluid and seamless from start to finish, the pen never leaving the page. After answering the final question, he retrieved a volume on ecology to read, prioritizing leveling up and accumulating free attribute points. That evening at 6 p.m., in the dining hall, after dinner, Xia Zuo inquired about Onruer's experience with the exam paper. She felt overwhelmed by the volume of questions, needing to constantly monitor her answering time. While the difficulty was moderate, neither too easy nor too hard. As they spoke, she snuggled up to him. "You are so good to me. Sharing your memorization techniques. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found it so effortless to write the exam." When this girl finally grasps the essence of the examination paper, she will inevitably recognize that those numbers signify the frequency of key points appearing within the paper. Xia Zuo gently patted her back, smiling as he said, "Don't slouch, Do. You have classes tonight. If not, join me in the alchemical zone for poisons." "I have no classes this evening," Onru replied, straightening up and hesitantly adding, "However, I've already learned to concoct poisons and identify toxins. That wouldn't it be inappropriate to disturb Professor Koloff?" Xia Zuo slung his backpack over his shoulder. "I have other plans. The mentor has also agreed to let you come along. Then I can relax," and Onru beamed, quickly grabbing her backpack to follow him. In the alchemical zone for poisons that afternoon, Xia Zuo sought permission from his mentor to allow Onru to work on her papers there. Professor Koloff readily approved, with a cautionary reminder not to take the papers outside, within the confines of the alchemical zone. After providing Onru with several examination compilations, Xia Zuo stepped out of the small classroom and approached his mentor. Koloff was not in a meditative state. He sat at his desk, gesturing towards the wooden chair across from him. This demeanor and gesture had occurred 3 or 4 times over the past few months, each instance indicating that something significant was about to unfold. At least, thus far, none of it had been unfavorable. Xia Zuo's brow twitched, and he composed himself as he took a seat. "You completed the paper in the dean's class in just about an hour today." Koloff retrieved Xia Zuo's paper from the drawer. Noting that every answer was correct, without a single error, twirling a corner of his beard, he inquired, "Have you done this paper before?" "No," Xia Zuo shook his head, his expression one of earnestness. Indeed, he had not. It was merely that his mind was filled with the entire repository of key points. Suddenly, Koloff realized that although he had a high regard for Xia Zuo's memory, it might not be high enough. Extending his hand towards the bookshelf, he summoned 25 textbooks in unison, causing them to hover in midair. Forming a circle above their heads, that a certain book opened directly above Xia Zuo. Koloff calmly asked, "What do the pages on the double-footed budgrass in the magical herb compendium discuss?" Xia Zuo closed his eyes, leaning back against the chair, and after a few moments of contemplation, he replied, "The double-footed budgrass is a magical herb that grows deep within dense forests. It sprouts from the soil like ordinary wild grass. In its natural environment, it can reach a height of up to 80 centimeters. For the next half hour, Koloff continuously changed the books, quizzing him on over 20 different knowledge points, and Xia Zuo recited each one fluently. Only stumbling slightly on inconsequential details, an expression of uncontainable astonishment gradually surfaced on Koloff's face. Despite having lived for over 70 years and being a high-ranking mage for decades, it was the first time he had encountered someone capable of memorizing an entire book without the aid of spells. Wait, there was another possibility. Koloff extended his arm forward. "Give me your hand." Xia Zuo hesitated for a moment, then extended his right hand, feeling a warm sensation where he was grasped. The warmth lingered for a few seconds before gradually fading. Koloff withdrew his arm, gazing intently at Xia Zuo. You have never practiced breathing techniques, which means you possess an innate extraordinary memory. Has no one ever discovered this before? Xia Zuo blinked before entering the academy. I spent some time in a circus, and the troupe members were all aware of it. The ability to remember everything at a glance is not uncommon among those who have practiced breathing techniques. Among mages, there are many methods to infuse knowledge into oneself. Koloff's astonishment stemmed more from the fact that this remarkable ability was inherent to Xia Zuo. He stroked his beard and chuckled softly. This upcoming final examination will be a breeze for you. No wonder the dean asked me to provide you with the next stage of textbooks in advance. He waved his hand, causing the 25 textbooks to return to the shelf, while 2 other books floated down onto the desk. The 3 branches of oddity alchemy can only be learned one at a time before officially becoming a mage. These are the foundational textbooks for the study of ingenious objects and elemental manifestation. Take them home and read them. Once you decide which branch to pursue, come back to me, and I will provide you with the additional materials. Thank you, Professor. Xia Zuo smiled, cradling the 2 books in his arms. All right. Go study. When it's time for bed, you both can return to rest. Koloff waved his hand, picking up a book and reclining into the soft sofa. Xia Zuo entered the small classroom and Ruer was engrossed in her work. He sat down 3 seats away to avoid disturbing her. The 2 books given by Koloff were titled Conceptual Illustrations of Ingenious Objects and Principles of Elemental Manifestation. He employed his knowledge probe on the 2 books. Quite good indeed. The former rewarded him with 50 experience points and 0.3 mental energy. With a combination of related texts numbering 7, the latter provided even greater rewards, 75 experience points and 0.7 mental energy. Though the number of related texts was fewer, only 4, Xia Zuo instinctively picked up the more rewarding principles of elemental manifestation. After eagerly skimming through it, the excitement in his eyes dimmed, ultimately replaced by disappointment that he couldn't learn it. The mental ocean must reach at least the minimum threshold for a mage apprentice, which requires a mental attribute of at least 15 points to study elemental manifestation. The alchemical principles of this discipline are rather peculiar. Unruly elements can be tamed into docile elements and then absorbed into the mental ocean. This is covered in the introductory meditation techniques. However, unruly elements have another use. After taming them, instead of absorbing them into the mental ocean, they can be encapsulated in a container similar to the mental ocean. Such containers are referred to as elemental bottles. In the process of creating an elemental bottle, an alchemist must extract a small portion from their own mental ocean as raw material. This will inflict some damage to the mental ocean. However, as long as one practices the corresponding meditation techniques for elemental manifestation, recovery can be swift and may even strengthen the mental ocean. The term strengthening the mental ocean, perhaps it refers to rewarding mental attribute points. If so, this branch seems quite appealing. He could come back to study it after officially becoming a mage. Xia Zuo opened the other book, reading while nodding. Ingenious Objects was fantastic. The entry threshold was low. One only needed to perceive the glow of elements, with a mental attribute requirement of only 9 points. Furthermore, this discipline encompassed more than just creating self-stirring arms, alchemical clocks, and lamps. It possesses a unique core alchemical product, the alchemical stone. Upon reading the introduction to the alchemical stone, Xia Zuo's eyes widened in astonishment. Ingenious Objects was undoubtedly a discipline that suited him. The alchemical stone was also a perfect match for the vitality flow. The book Conceptual Illustrations of Ingenious Objects mentioned only one type of alchemical stone, the life alchemical stone. It would not exceed the size of the palm, having a smooth and translucent appearance, akin to a water-worn pebble when held. Its design is exceptionally intricate, featuring an internal space capable of accommodating items, similar to a spatial pocket. However, the purpose of the life alchemical stone is far more complex than mere storage. In fact, the life alchemical stone serves as an enhanced version of the spatial pocket. When various restorative and functional potions are placed inside the life alchemical stone during combat, a mere thought can summon a designated potion to the user's mouth. This is merely the first application. The holder of the life alchemical stone can also incorporate trigger-type magic formations within it. Under specific circumstances, it automatically provides preset potions to the holder. For example, if one is struck from behind and is about to lose consciousness, The life alchemical stone will instinctively administer a potion to restore mental clarity in situations of severe injury, fainting, near death, or acute poisoning. The life alchemical stone can serve as a lifesaver it is simply an essential piece of equipment for home, travel, and even for those who seek to harm or steal. Cough. A must-have for aiding the weak and saving lives. Possessing a life alchemical stone, in a certain sense, means having a second chance at life. Truly deserving of the title Life Alchemical Stone. For Xia Zuo, the significance of the life alchemical stone extends beyond that. He could infuse it with poisons, allowing him to continuously sell blood for rewards, if he resolves the issue of sourcing poisons. Wouldn't this concept of a leveling perpetual motion machine become a reality? As Xia Zuo became excited at the thought, his thigh quivered, and his knee collided with the desk, producing a dull thud. And Ruer looked up in alarm, hurriedly approaching with small steps to sit beside him, gently rubbing his knee. "Are you all right? Does it hurt?" "I'm fine. Really, you can continue with your work," he reassured her. Then call me when the time is up." And Ruer returned to her seat. Once again immersing herself in the sea of questions, Xia Zuo regarded the two books before him, nodding slowly. Not being able to study elemental manifestation does not preclude him from memorizing the principles of elemental manifestation. The experience and mental energy rewards should not be squandered. Therefore, he decided to memorize this book first, then the conceptual illustrations of ingenious objects. Once both books are absorbed into his knowledge reservoir, he would return to his mentor for the additional materials on ingenious objects to in the mornings over the next 10 days. After completing his papers in class, he would have ample time to dedicate to memorizing these two books. Xia Zuo glanced at his character template. Mental 8.5. He was merely 0.5 points away from perceiving the glow of elements that it would be quite meaningful to have this last 0.5 points provided by the principles of elemental manifestation. Chapter 24, Elemental Vision. 6 days later, on a Sunday morning, in the dormitory, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through. Xia Zuo stood by the window, relishing the caress of wind and light. He rested his forearms upon the window frame, silently murmuring, "It truly is an arduous journey." His spiritual attribute had risen from a mere 1 point to an impressive 8.5 points, all without utilizing a single free attribute point, relying solely on the knowledge gleaned from books. This hands-on enhancement of experience inevitably stirred profound reflections within him. Today marked the long-anticipated day of harvest. "The time has come," he declared, as Xia Zuo approached the desk and leaned over to peruse the final page of the book. As the last punctuation mark came into view, a peculiar coolness gathered within the depths of his mind, radiating from the nape of his neck and swiftly spreading to his forehead. His brow relaxed, and his thoughts became crystal clear. Xia Zuo could not help but close his eyes, savoring an unprecedented sensation of refreshment. Successfully comprehended the principle of elemental embodiment, rewarded with 75 experience points and 0.7 spiritual attribute points. Level LV.11 experience 13207513951400. Spiritual 8.50.79.2. Detected that the host's spiritual attribute has reached 9.2 points. The spiritual ocean is beginning to undergo transformation. When the spiritual attribute reaches 15 points, the first phase of transformation for the spiritual ocean will conclude. The character template updated, unlocking a new character specialty, Elemental Vision, with an additional sub-entry under the spiritual attribute. The coolness in his mind gradually dissipated as Xia Zuo, eyes still closed, opened his character template. Spiritual ocean and transformation. Character specialty, Elemental Vision. Upon opening your eyes, you will passively receive the radiance emitted by elements. The higher your spiritual attribute, the more pronounced the effects of elemental vision, rendering the elemental radiance clearer and more complete. The rest is omitted. Once you possess elemental vision, must you passively receive the elemental radiance? Is it not possible to simply look away? Xia Zuo raised an eyebrow and opened his eyes. The book remained a book. The window still a window. It appeared there was no change. He opened the dormitory door and stepped into the corridor, suddenly halting in astonishment, not far from the doorway. At the corner of the corridor hovered a cerulean circular luminescent entity. Xia Zuo rubbed his eyes and approached for a closer inspection, simultaneously casting a perception spell. The principle of elemental embodiment was added to his knowledge reserve. His spiritual attribute had also reached 9 points. The feedback from the perception spell no longer returned question marks or unknown entities. Now, he could view the information of elemental minions. Item name, Surveillance Guardian, item number. ESP-03003. 1 inch, item type. Elemental minion, item grade. Expert, item quality. Completion 98, excellent. Remaining lifespan, 12 years 2 months, maintenance status. Next maintenance required within 3 months, surveillance range. 151515, item characteristics. Cannot move, cannot become invisible, cannot counter invisible, constant hovering, item description. Crafted by Dim. The administrator of the Starry Night Academy Castle. The solidification array is unknown. Structural value is unknown. Due to insufficient knowledge reserve, spiritual, and perceptive capabilities, no further information can be obtained. Xia Zuo curiously circled the cerulean sphere, attempting to see if he could escape the elemental radiance. Clearly, the golden finger dictated the rules. Once his spiritual attribute reached 9 points, it was impossible to avoid the elemental glow upon opening his eyes. Unless he reduced his spiritual attribute back below 9 points, Xia Zuo shrugged. After all the effort to elevate his spiritual attribute to 9 points, why would he want to diminish it again? He hesitated for a few minutes before the surveillance guardian, then returned to his dormitory to grab his backpack, heading towards the toxic alchemy zone. The moment he stepped into the castle hall, Xia Zuo was taken aback. Above him, the ceiling soared dozens of meters high, adorned with numerous gigantic stained glass panels. The morning sunlight streamed through the colorful glass, casting brilliant beams of light across the hall. Within each beam, a massive white luminescent orb silently floated, gently rising and falling as if in a deep slumber. Along the walls of the hall and beside the stone columns, a surveillance guardian was stationed every 10 meters. The surrounding walls were adorned with colored light strips, depicting the passageways leading to various parts of the castle. Elemental minions, smaller than the surveillance guardians, busied themselves cleaning the marble floors and wiping the stone walls. They were no larger than a fist, moving swiftly and performing their tasks with precision and clarity. One small orb was responsible for pressing a cloth against the wall, another for pushing, the next for removing the cloth, and yet another for scrubbing it. Each step corresponded to a small orb, and dozens of them worked in concert to complete the task of cleaning an entire stone wall. Xia Zuo approached this lively cluster of minuscule entities, directing a perception spell at the orb pushing the cloth. Item name, Blueprint Executor, item number. He, C. R. P.03, item type. Elemental minion, item grade. Expert, item quality. Completion 99, excellent. Remaining lifespan, 7 years 6 months, maintenance status. Next maintenance required within 2 months, action range. 200.7, item characteristics. Cannot become invisible. Cannot counter invisible. Constant hovering. Executes according to blueprint, item description. Crafted by Dim, the administrator of the Starry Night Academy Castle. The solidification array is unknown. Structural value is unknown. Due to insufficient knowledge reserve, spiritual, and perceptive capabilities, no further information can be obtained. Xia Zuo gazed intently at the blueprint executor cleaning the wall, contemplating a thought. Since they could flawlessly execute designated actions according to the pre-designed blueprints, could they potentially be employed in warfare? Supplying arrows for archers, transporting stones for catapults, or even infiltrating enemy lines unnoticed, leveraging their characteristics invisible to ordinary people. The principles of elemental minions did not mention such possibilities. Xia Zuo speculated as he stepped beneath the beams of light in the hall, directing a perception spell at the massive luminescent orb floating above. Item name, unknown, item number, unknown, item type, elemental minion, item grade, master, item quality, completion 100, perfect, remaining lifespan, unknown, maintenance status, unknown, action range, unknown, item characteristics, unknown, item description, unknown, solidification array, unknown, structural value, unknown. Due to insufficient knowledge reserve, spiritual and perceptive capabilities, no further information can be obtained. Goodness, so much unknown. Perhaps the absence of information in the books regarding such gigantic orbs was the cause. Xia Zuo's lips twitched as he scanned his surroundings for the entrance to the toxic alchemy zone. Within the academy, purple symbolized toxic alchemy, and its passageway was framed by a ring of purple light strips. Upon entering the doorway, a straight corridor came into view, lined with surveillance guardians, just as Dim had indicated. He indeed placed greater emphasis on the toxic alchemy zone, as the number of surveillance guardians here doubled that of the dormitory. However, in the shower room, there was only one guardian standing beside a metal wardrobe. Its line of sight completely obstructed by the shower wall, rendering it unable to see inside. Following protocol, Xia Zuo took a 5-minute shower, donned a specially designed leather robe, and then stepped into the toxic alchemy zone. Passing rows of toxin cabinets. As he walked, confusion gradually crept across his face. Was there truly no elemental minion in the toxic alchemy zone? While he was unaware of the circumstances in other alchemy zones, it seemed illogical for a place filled with such formidable toxins to lack surveillance guardians. With a face full of questions, he entered the alchemy room. Where his mentor was meditating, he skirted around the plush sofa and approached the shelf holding toxin vials. Drinking the black eye toxin was the purpose of his visit. After consuming this toxin, Enruer would be able to see the tiny light points emanating from her body. The mentor provided no explanations, merely advising that upon the transformation of the spiritual ocean, she should try drinking the black eye toxin on her own. Now was the opportune time. Xia Zuo sought to unravel the connection between these tiny light points and elemental resistance. Grasping the vial of black eye toxin, he seated himself and tilted his head back, drinking deeply while gazing at his torso. The distorting effect of the illusion persisted. As his pupils dilated, the scene before him grew increasingly radiant, the alchemical lamps on the walls shining as brightly as the blazing sun. "I see it," Xia Zuo exclaimed in disbelief as he stared at his hands. Just moments ago, a red light point had floated out from the center of his palm, only to retreat back as his hair coiled, reminiscent of a curious newborn attempting to peek out into the world before retreating to the warmth of its nest. "What is this?" Xia Zuo widened his eyes, raising his arms to remain still. Seconds later, a scattering of tiny light points floated from his arms, circling around before returning to them, then emerging from another location. The minute-long illusion effect concluded, and the tiny light points vanished without a trace. As if they had never existed, he downed a second vial of black eye toxin. Xia Zuo directed a perception spell at the floating light points. Unknown entity, insufficient knowledge reserve, unable to acquire further information. The perception spell indeed provided feedback, indicating that the light points were not mere illusions induced by the black eye toxin, but rather some tangible entity. Just as he prepared to drink the third vial of toxin, a rustling sound emanated from the soft sofa. Kulov paused his meditation, setting down the wordless book in his hands. "Can you see the elemental radiance now? After nearly 6 months in the academy, your spiritual ocean has finally begun to transform." Xia Zuo was aware that the fact his spiritual ocean had not met the standards upon enrollment could not be concealed from his mentor, with whom he spent every day. As Mason and Brandon embarked on their journey into the realm of reading alchemy, both possessed a mental attribute of 7 points. Following their involuntary transition to potion alchemy, their mental oceans began to undergo a metamorphosis almost simultaneously, while at that moment, Xia Zuo remained oblivious to the elemental radiance. Fortunately, the city mage of Rosac, Thales Misua, conferred upon Xia Zuo a label of unwavering will. In Thales' view, Xia Zuo bore a striking resemblance to the demon-hunting apprentices of the Eastern continent. Both relied on sheer willpower to forcibly attain elemental resistance amidst trials related to the elements. The Academy heeded Thales' counsel, assigning Xia Zuo to toxicology alchemy. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to elucidate the phenomenon of awakening an innate affinity despite an inadequate mental ocean, since the mentor did not delve deeper. Xia Zuo chose not to broach the subject himself. He scratched the back of his head and inquired, "Professor, why do I see small light orbs floating out of my body after consuming the black eye toxin? What are these little orbs?" "The textbooks you are currently studying have been abridged and modified," replied Kulov. "Whether it pertained to toxin aggregation, the Encyclopedia of Toxins, or the Introduction to Meditation Techniques, the 25 foundational texts were significantly lacking in content. Once you qualify to practice meditation, I shall naturally impart that portion of knowledge to you." As Kulov spoke, he rose to stretch, twisting his neck and arms, for after meditating all night, his physique had inevitably become somewhat stiff. He swayed his waist, took a sip from his teacup, then resumed his seat on the plush sofa, turning to his student and stating, "I have conferred with the head of the academy and made some adjustments to your examination arrangements." He noticed that Xia Zuo's attention had been captured by the levitating teacup. "It is not an elemental servant serving me tea. It is merely a little trick. You will learn it once you become an apprentice mage." Xia Zuo came back to his senses and asked, "Professor, why are there no elemental servants in the toxicology alchemy area? I had thought this place would be teeming with guards." Kulov chuckled lightly at his curious demeanor. "Ah, I can see your mind is brimming with questions. As I said, once you qualify to practice meditation, I will reveal it to you. Now, listen to me. While other students are confined to their dormitories for 25 days of continuous testing, you are different. You will take your exams directly here. You may take as many papers as you can each day. Keeping you cooped up in your dormitory after completing your papers would be a sheer waste of time. Xia Zuo had not anticipated this, and he was grateful for his mentor's thorough consideration. He revealed a sincere smile. Thank you, Professor. Kulov waved his hand dismissively. Have you decided which branch of peculiar object alchemy you wish to pursue? I have yet to finish both books, but I have resolved to choose the study of ingenious artifacts. I believe alchemical stones suit me well. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Zuo added, elemental embodiment is quite intriguing as well, but its entry requirements seem a tad high for me. In that case, Kulov stroked his beard while gazing at the ceiling. My expertise in the study of ingenious artifacts far surpasses my knowledge in elemental embodiment and colossal creations, making me perfectly suited to teach you this discipline. As for potion alchemy, I can teach that too, and oil alchemy as well. Therefore, you need not traverse to other alchemical regions for classes. Once the final exams conclude, you may simply come here daily, and I will impart all 4 branches of alchemy to you. Upon hearing that he could avoid the hassle of running around different alchemical zones and would not have to encounter other professors, Xia Zuo could not suppress the smile that crept onto his lips. While others had a single teacher instructing a dozen students, he would receive one-on-one instruction, significantly enhancing the quality of education. This was undoubtedly splendid news. He expressed his gratitude to his mentor once more. Kulov waved his hand again. All right, get on with what you need to do. After speaking, he picked up a book and entered into meditation. Xia Zuo tidied up the potion bottles, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and walked outside, his thoughts drifting to Enruer. I wonder if that girl will pass the exam. Sighing silently, he shook his head. If she fails this time, he would help her prepare for a retake. If she could not pass the retake, he would assist her in a complete redo. At the very least, he would do all that he could, ensuring a lack of regrets and guilt. Chapter 25. Simple examination. A week later, at 7 in the morning, the new students filled their bellies in the dining hall, some clutching books, others grasping their notebooks. As they hurriedly made their way to their dormitories, seizing the last moments before the exam to cram knowledge points that proved difficult to master, Xia Zuo escorted the anxious Enruer to the corridor of the girls' dormitory, avoiding the gaze of others, and entered the passageway leading to the toxicology alchemy area. Kulov had prepared the small classroom in advance. Today, it would serve as the examination venue. The previous rows of seats had been stored away, leaving only a pair of desks and chairs at the center of the room. 0.1 meter in front of the desks floated 6 glass orbs, each the size of a fist, emanating a faint white glow. The feedback from the detection spell revealed that these glass orbs housed the professor's surveillance sentinels. Each orb corresponded to 1 professor. Other students would be randomly monitored by a single professor, while Xia Zuo enjoyed the privilege of being overseen by 6 professors simultaneously. After bowing respectfully to the 6 glass orbs, he calmly took his seat behind the desk, patiently awaiting the commencement of the examination. The clock on the wall pointed to 8 o'clock in the morning. A wooden box flew out from the podium's desk and landed smoothly on the desk. Following the instructions given by the head of the academy, Beatrice, during yesterday's class, Xia Zuo meticulously checked the surface of the wooden box for any imperfections before gently unlocking the side clasp. With a crisp click, the lid of the box opened, revealing the examination papers and a special steel pen inside. Affixed to the inner side of the lid were rows of various herb specimens, encased in glass slides or transparent liquid gel, allowing examinees to clearly view the specimens while preventing them from spilling out. The second examination item mentioned by Beatrice was to verify whether these specimens were damaged, as they would be utilized for application questions. This was considered a second benefit provided by the academy to aid new students in passing the examination. Xia Zuo scanned the specimens, each the size of a fingertip, while casting the detection spell. Excellent. Each one provided clear and precise feedback. It seemed today, as herbalism examination would pose little difficulty. Taking up the steel pen, he inscribed his name on the cover of the examination paper and flipped to the first page to read the first question. He fluently pinned down his answers, completing the 200 multiple-choice questions in just 20 minutes. On average, each question took him about 6 seconds. Had he not deliberately moderated his pace, he could have easily resolved each question in no more than 3 seconds. These multiple-choice questions, whether single or multiple selections, primarily assessed one or several knowledge points, allowing him to simply rely on the information stored in his memory to write down the answers with minimal effort. As he transitioned to the application question phase, the difficulty increased somewhat. The relevant textbooks for herbalism included the Magical Herb Compendium, the Guide to Magical Herb Harvesting, and the Pre-Processing of Magical Herbs. Although the exam focused on the Magical Herb Compendium, the application questions would simultaneously reference all three books, albeit with varying emphases, placing greater importance on assessing the student's familiarity with magical herbs. Upon reading the first application question, Xia Zuo pondered for 10 seconds before determining his approach. Application question 1. Last night, it rained in the forest, in the early hours of this morning. You prepared to harvest ghost mushrooms from the trunks of the trees in this forest. There are a total of 11 small mushrooms, 6 medium-sized mushrooms, and 2 large mushrooms. How should you pre-process them to maximize the preservation of these ghost mushrooms? Ghost mushrooms thrive rapidly in dark, damp environments. The act of harvesting ghost mushrooms entails detaching their caps, which are adorned with spotted patterns and emit a bluish glow. Fully mature ghost mushrooms possess transparent, bluish caps, hence the origin of their name. The stalks connected to the caps are firmly embedded in the trunk and cannot be harvested along with them, nor can they be severed with scissors, as they contain a pale blue liquid. If the stalks are damaged, the liquid will swiftly escape, leaving only the soft skin adhered to the trunk. The mycelium of the ghost mushrooms resides deep within the trunk, akin to the roots of trees buried in the depths of the soil. Thus, it is evident that transplanting these mushrooms is quite challenging. It is more prudent to remember the location where they grow, detach the caps, and retain the stalks and mycelium for future harvesting. After being separated from the stalk, the caps of ghost mushrooms will continuously exude moisture from the gills for a maximum of 2 seconds, after which they will shrivel and wilt, the stronger the light and the higher the temperature. The quicker the moisture will seep out. Additionally, the rate of moisture excretion will exponentially increase with the number, width, and length of the gills. Therefore, the largest mushroom, which has the most gills, is not worth harvesting. It may start to expel moisture immediately upon being picked, leaving behind nothing but a damp, soft skin within half a second. The small ghost mushrooms expel moisture the slowest. Placing them in an opaque potion bottle suffices. As for the 6 medium ghost mushrooms, it is entirely a matter of luck. If one is quick-handed, they may manage to preserve 3 to 5 of them. Xia Zuo mentally drafted his response, articulating it succinctly to encompass all key points. In the time that followed, he deliberated carefully on each application question before responding. Approximately 2 hours into the exam, he set down his steel pen, exhaled slowly, and meticulously reviewed all his answers. Once satisfied, he returned the papers to the wooden box, closed the lid, and secured the clasp. The wooden box flew back to the podium, while another box emerged. This time, it contained the examination paper for colossal studies. With the insights imparted by Mo Ben Lai Li, the application questions for colossal studies posed no confusion. In a bid for caution, Xia Zuo utilized the cardboard model from the wooden box, meticulously simulating the operations mentioned in the problem before finally pinning down his answer. At noon, lunch was resolved in a small classroom at a potion of satiety wafted from the podium. The vial contained an amber gel. After perusing the consumption guidelines on the vial, Xia Zuo uncorked it, opened his mouth wide, and poured the gel inside without chewing or swallowing, allowing it to glide down his throat into his stomach. In his mind, a message from his golden finger resonated. Successfully consumed the satiety potion, achieving a satiation effect lasting 168 hours. During the duration of this effect, gain 0.05 experience points every hour. TSK, TSK, TSK. He gazed at the potion vial in his hand, feeling an insatiable curiosity. For the next 7 days, he would not feel hunger, accumulating 1.2 experience points daily. If one relied solely on the satiety potion for sustenance over a year, that would yield a steady few hundred experience points annually. It seemed akin to experience gained through idling, a veritable automatic leveling system. Wondering if there were similar potions in the alchemical studies, Xia Zuo resolved to forego his afternoon nap. After addressing his internal needs, he returned to the small classroom and expressed his desire to continue the examination towards the 6 glass orbs. The third wooden box flew out from the podium, and 2 hours later, it returned, only for the 4th box to emerge. It was not until 7 in the evening that Xia Zuo waved towards the 5 glass orbs, indicating his fatigue and the need for a night's rest due to subpar examination conditions. Upon entering the castle hall and taking a brief tour of the dining area, he found no sign of Enruer, likely in her dormitory. Returning to his own quarters, he perused the conceptual diagrams of ingenious objects before retiring early to bed. 4 days later, at noon, in the small classroom of the toxicology alchemical zone, Xia Zuo placed down his pen under the watchful gaze of the 6 glass orbs. The nearly 5-day final examination had concluded. Having completed all course assessments 20 days ahead of other newcomers, the cost was the development of calluses on the webbing of his right hand and finger joints, with a lingering ache in his wrist and lower back. All of this was worth it. Xia Zuo nodded with a smile, tidied the wooden box, and exited the small classroom to the alchemical chamber. Kirov lounged on a soft sofa, eyes closed, saying, "There is a bookcase on the desk containing some textbooks. Take them back to study. You have 20 days to arrange as you see fit." "Yes, Professor." Xia Zuo's smile broadened as he cheerfully hoisted the somewhat heavy bookcase and made his way outside. The instructor had not disclosed his examination results, but the implicit meaning was clear as day. There were approximately 2 days left of the satiety potion's effect. During its efficacy, he could consume food, yet he felt little appetite. He planned to indulge in a proper meal at the cafeteria once the satiety effect concluded. As the other newcomers were still occupied with examinations, the entire cafeteria was effectively reserved. That it was a rare occasion not to contend for seating. The scenery within the academy was remarkably beautiful. The forthcoming 20 days would be akin to living in a vacation. Nonetheless, he would not allow himself to become complacent. Even without the tutor's supervision, he would diligently study, spurred on by the golden finger's encouragement. Days passed in this tranquil atmosphere of reading. Aside from brief encounters with Enruer in the cafeteria each morning and at 6 in the evening, he spent the rest of his time tirelessly memorizing the knowledge contained within the books. 20 days later, level LV.111 LV.12 experience 270. 1600 mentality 9.21.811 free attribute points 325. The bookcase provided by Kirov contained 5 textbooks. Each textbook was concise, offering limited experience and mental attributes, yet all were exceptionally refined and abstract, requiring practical alchemical operations for complete understanding. Just before the examinations concluded, Xia Zuo memorized them all. Today was the long-anticipated day when the academy head would announce the examination results. At 7 in the morning, in the silent classroom, students sat upright in their seats. Most wore expressions of despondency. The intensive examination process over the past 20 days had made them acutely aware that they were not cut out for studying alchemy. Failing the exams seemed inevitable, and some might not even pass supplementary or retake assessments. That a small minority exhibited signs of tension, yet lacked any visible disappointment. Among them was Enruer, having completed all 25 examinations thoroughly. There remained uncertainties in some areas. Her hands fidgeted on the table, fingers intertwined, while her legs shifted restlessly beneath the desk. Xia Zuo gently patted her back, but it only quelled her inner turmoil for a brief moment. Moments later, her body trembled slightly once more. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps approached from outside the classroom. The academy head, Bai Cui, stepped to the podium, standing firm. This moment, the students were too preoccupied to appreciate her stunning beauty and graceful figure, fixating instead on her red lips, eager to hear delightful news. The path of the mage accompanies the elements. Bai Cui, arms crossed, surveyed the solemn faces of the students, speaking calmly. This is a perilous path of ascension. Our alchemical school is the safest among the 4 mage pathways, with the lowest threshold and the most generous rewards. Even upon leaving here, you shall continue to benefit from the care of the Starry Night Academy. For those who did not pass this round of examinations, I hope you will not lose heart. The Academy has arranged supplementary and retake assessments for you. If you still do not pass the retakes, do not despair for the future. The knowledge you have gained over the past few months is sufficient to secure a good position within the kingdom. The duration of your studies here will also be converted into points for the Warrior Guild. Upon leaving the Academy, you may redeem these points for rewards from the Warrior Guild. The head's words alleviated much of the anxiety felt by students worried about their examination outcomes. Xia Zuo had already learned his examination score from Kirov, thus appearing particularly composed amidst the crowd, who were preoccupied with their own thoughts and failed to notice his unusual demeanor. Bai Cui snapped her fingers, summoning silver sand from the ether. The shimmering grains coalesced above the podium into a list. First place, Toxicology Alchemy, Xia Zuo, total score, 25,000 points. Second place, Elemental Manifestation, Fei Yan, total score, 24,888 points. 3rd place. Ingenious objects, Lucasi. Total score, 24,210 points. 6th place. Oil alchemy and Ruhr. Total score, 23,750 points. The silver sand ceased its transformation, and the list was complete. Xia Zuo recalled that Mars had previously mentioned the passing line for the examination was 950 points. Thus, based on the total scores of the 25 examinations, the passing mark was 23,750 points at An Ruhr, having precisely met the threshold, ranked 6th. If the passing line were determined by total scores, it seems somewhat lenient, effectively permitting students with uneven performance to advance. In this round of examinations, the following 6 students have passed. Bai Chuixi successfully stirred a tempest of emotions within the classroom. What? Only 6 people passed. Oh no. Does that mean the passing line is 23,750 points? I wonder how much I fell short. Wah, if I had known it would be this strict, I would have studied more. It's over. It's all over. I'll have to go home and dig for roots. Someone actually scored full marks. Xia Zuo noticed many classmates glancing in his direction. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he smiled at them. I passed. And Ruhr exclaimed, excitedly twisting her body, wrapping her arms around Xia Zuo's, shaking with joy, her face beaming with delight as she turned to embrace him. Xia Zuo quickly restrained her, casting a glance towards the podium and the surrounding students. There are so many people watching. Oh. And Ruhr lowered her head, her face flushed crimson, squeezing Xia Zuo's hand repeatedly beneath the table. Observing their playful interaction, the surrounding students felt a complex and subtle mix of emotions. The final examination had proven exceedingly challenging, yet 6 individuals had passed, and 1 had even achieved full marks. And that person had a partner. Bai Chuixi clapped her hands to draw the students' attention and announced in a clear voice, the supplementary examinations will take place in 1 month. The instructors will inform you which subjects require retakes. Those needing to retake should arrange their schedules for this month. In 2 months, the next cohort of newcomers will arrive at the academy, and those who have not passed the supplementary examinations will retake them alongside them. The 6 students who passed this round of examinations would commence their studies in the next phase of courses starting this morning. Bai Chuixi reiterated a few remarks made prior to announcing the results, ensuring that no extreme emotions arose among the students before declaring the session dismissed. An Ruhr tugged at Xia Zuo, bouncing with excitement as they exited the classroom, making their way to the lakeside outside the castle. The sunlight danced upon the rippling water, and a gentle breeze stirred the glimmering reflections, their figures intertwined. It's all thanks to you that I passed, and Ruhr said, pressing closely against him, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, a blissful smile gracing her lips. Months had passed since their acquaintance, during which Xia Zuo had never reciprocated her affections through physical gestures. Now, he hesitated momentarily before extending his right arm to embrace her back, his hand gently stroking her shoulder. Don't slack off moving forward. If you encounter any difficulties, let me know promptly. And Ruhr nestled closer, reveling in their shared moment. Chapter 26. The mentor's promise. At 8 o'clock that morning, Xia Zuo entered the toxicology alchemical zone. Kurov set aside the book in his hands, rose from the soft sofa with a yawn, and summoned a teacup to take a sip of tea. He then inquired, how have you fared with the foundational textbooks on the art of ingenious artifacts? Professor, I have memorized them all, Xia Zuo replied. Standing before him with an earnest demeanor, Kurov chuckled silently, his expression suggesting that he expected nothing less. Since you have memorized them, which branch of alchemy would you like to study first? Would you prefer to continue with the introductory course on toxicology or delve into the subject of ingenious artifacts that piques your interest? The prospect of selecting one's course was unexpected, and Xia Zuo blinked, gazing at his mentor with mild surprise. Once you pass the final examination, you will be considered a formal student of the academy, with privileges akin to those of students with innate affinity. The philosophy of the alchemical school emphasizes the primacy of interest, followed by diligent study. Kurov, hands clasped behind his back, declared with confidence, as long as it does not pertain to master-level content, I can teach you. Xia Zuo harbored a desire to learn the alchemy of ingenious artifacts, eager to witness the miraculous properties of the philosopher's stone, yet the contents of the 5 textbooks deterred him. Ingenious artifacts constitute a branch of artifact alchemy, which is distinctly different from the alchemical studies of potions, toxins, and oils, its operations, methodologies, and materials diverge significantly from the other three branches of alchemy. To choose to study ingenious artifacts at this juncture would be tantamount to embarking on a completely new field of alchemical study. From the perspective of gaining experience efficiently, such a decision seemed impractical. After some contemplation, Xia Zuo reached a conclusion. Professor, I wish to study the introductory course in toxicology. Kurov nodded with a smile. Your proficiency in toxicology is commendable. In terms of operational skill, you are nearing the level of a proficient alchemist. However, let us adhere to the Academy's regulations and conduct a test. He retrieved a glass orb used for examinations from his desk, pressed his hand upon it, and closed his eyes in contemplation for several seconds. The glass orb slipped from his grasp, hovering in midair and emanating a white glow. Kurov turned to his student and pointed to the clock on the wall, stating, "The head of the Academy will oversee the examination. You are to concoct 5 different novice-level potions within 2 hours to complete the test." Xia Zuo thought to himself how simple this task seemed. After bowing respectfully to the glass orb, he donned a mask to prevent splashes from the toxic liquids and approached the toxin cabinet to gather several basic toxins. The alchemical workstation was bustling with activity, the furnace occasionally belching fierce flames, while the ventilation pipes overhead hummed incessantly, and the peculiar odors wafting from the crucibles filled the laboratory. After 2 hours of fervent labor, with his mask bespattered with various liquids, Xia Zuo placed the 5 freshly concocted potions on the desk before the glass orb. Each potion was flawless, achieving a perfect quality of 100, devoid of any imperfections. Within the elemental realm, one could observe numerous dim light points swirling within the potions through the glass bottles. The glass orb circled the 5 potions closely before descending smoothly onto the desk, its white glow dissipating instantaneously. You have successfully passed this examination in the presence of myself and the head of the Academy, Kurov stated as he approached Xia Zuo. From this moment forth, you are recognized as a novice toxicologist. Hand me your pendant. I shall replace it with a new one. Xia Zuo smiled broadly, removing the pendant from within his robe and handing it over while simultaneously reviewing the information transmitted by his golden finger. Detected a change in the host's identity. Character template updated. Identity. Toxicologist identity level. Novice level ascension condition. Pass Professor Kurov's toxicology trial to become a proficient toxicologist. No other changes. Professor, what shall I learn next? Xia Zuo asked eagerly, rubbing his hands together. 4 novice level conventional potions. You may attempt to concoct them on your own. I will primarily teach you the more challenging aspects of enhancing toxicity. Kurov retrieved a tome from his desk and opened it to the introductory section, inviting Xia Zuo to read. The book was titled Enhancing Toxicity. According to the text, there are 2 approaches to enhancing toxicity. Point 1 involves sacrificing duration to increase the potency of the toxin's effect, thereby elevating its intensity. The other extends the duration of the toxin's effect. The former is referred to as potion refinement, while the latter is known as toxin delay, usually achieved by increasing the dosage to prolong the effect's duration. To simultaneously enhance both the intensity and duration of toxicity, one must alternate between potion refinement and delay processing until the desired effect is achieved. The book also noted that the rate at which a toxin takes effect varies depending on the method of application. The fastest method is injection, applying the toxin to a sharp instrument and piercing the target's body, resulting in an almost instantaneous effect. However, there is an awkward aspect to this method. Generally, if one can pierce through the target's armor and skin, why bother applying poison? Directly stabbing or exsanguinating would suffice. Moreover, applying poison to a weapon could endanger oneself. Therefore, in combat, special oils are typically used instead of toxins. The second fastest method of application is ingestion. Toxins possess distinct flavors, easily detectable by ordinary individuals, let alone mages. Even a mage's servant can perceive the dim light points within the toxins, although this method has certain stringent conditions for execution. Mixing the toxin into strongly flavored dishes remains a common method of application. The other methods are less effective, with slower onset times, such as applying to the skin or inhaling fumes, allowing the target ample time to withdraw from the area of effect once they realize something is amiss. When studying toxicity enhancement, unless otherwise specified, ingestion is the default method of application. The book, Enhancing Toxicity, was quite thin, comprising only a few dozen pages. Xia Zuo finished assimilating its contents into his knowledge reserves in less than 20 minutes. A term repeatedly mentioned was toxin refinement powder, yet there was no detailed explanation provided. Xia Zuo scratched his head. Professor, what is the toxin refinement powder mentioned in the book? Kirov retrieved another book from his desk, waving it in front of him. The old rule applies. If you remain error-free for 4 consecutive months, I will grant you the toxin refinement powder preparation guide. Xia Zuo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded vigorously. Eager to experiment with more potent toxins that a greater toxicity promised increased experience and rewards in willpower attributes, as long as he did not perish, he could always recover thanks to his immortal physique and high regeneration. Observing his student's enthusiasm, Kirov wore an approving smile. He instructed Xia Zuo to stand by the alchemical table while he fetched a tray of glass bottles from the toxin cabinet. The true toxin refinement powder is a complex composite toxin. It is a product of master-level toxicology. At your novice stage, you need only learn its simplified formula. Kirov counted the glass bottles before him. There are 16 types of basic toxins here. He selected 4 bottles from the collection and placed them on another tray. These 4 basic toxins are all related to the fire element and serve as auxiliary materials for the toxin refinement powder. Next, he divided the remaining 12 bottles of basic toxins into 3 equal portions, placing them on 3 separate trays. Each of these 4 trays contains 4 types of basic toxins. Each tray corresponds to 1 elemental type. The 4 basic toxins on each tray correspond to 1 characteristic of that element. The elemental characteristics. Xia Zuo keenly grasped this crucial information. This new term had not appeared in any of the books he had previously read. According to his mentor, if a tray contains 4 basic toxins, then 1 element possesses 4 characteristics, resulting in a total of 16 distinct characteristics across 4 elements. What could these characteristics be? Xia Zuo suppressed his thoughts and continued to listen to his mentor's lecture. Kirov spread his arms wide, tracing a large circle in front of him that encompassed the 4 trays. If you can comprehend the relationship between these 16 toxins and the elemental characteristics, you will become a proficient toxicologist. Your memory and comprehension are commendable. You can start by memorizing these 16 toxins while simultaneously concocting the simplified toxin refinement powder and reflecting on the connection between the toxins and the elements. Kirov observed Xia Zuo diligently memorizing the toxins. Sensing his passion for toxicology, he patted Xia Zuo's shoulder. Advancement in any branch of alchemy relies on both talent and the accumulation of experience. The products of toxicology can be highly toxic. Gaining experience in this branch is akin to accumulating indelible toxins within oneself. Thus, within the alchemical school, practitioners of this discipline are few and far between. Those who reach expert or master levels invariably possess exceptional alchemical talent. Kirov, meeting the glimmering gaze of his student, solemnly declared, the course on conceptualizing elemental characteristics will be placed at the conclusion of the novice curriculum. If you manage to grasp all the elemental characteristics on your own before I formally teach this course, I shall grant you the novice meditation technique in advance once you become a proficient toxicologist. Really? Xia Zuo exclaimed in excitement. Kirov nodded. Indeed, it is true. Wow. Xia Zuo felt as though an exceptionally broad and level path to promotion had suddenly materialized before him. According to the standard procedure, one must simultaneously attain proficiency as an alchemist in 4 disciplines before being able to obtain the entry-level meditation technique from a mentor. Ku Luo's promise undoubtedly offered a shortcut, sparing him years of arduous effort. Taking a deep breath to calm the tumult within, Xia Zuo slowly articulated, Professor, just watch. I am certain I will grasp the elemental properties. Perhaps in the future, I might even become an expert-level toxicologist. Upon hearing this, Ku Luo chuckled softly. Envisioning all the elemental properties is not as effortless as you imagine. The higher your level of mental ocean, the more easily you can discern the elemental properties. The issue lies in your own lack of regard for it. He nearly let slip a remark, clearing his throat before continuing. In any case, whether or not you can comprehend the elemental properties without attending class entirely depends on your previous attentiveness to the details around you. Should you fail to grasp them independently, do not lose heart. Most formal mages come to understand them through lessons. Yet, despite such reassurances, time remained of the essence. Given the existence of a shortcut that would not hinder regular studies, it was imperative to give it a try. Xia Zuo clenched his fists, determined to comprehend these 16 elemental properties on his own. Ku Luo reached for a vial of poison, paused momentarily, then returned it to its place. Your temperament, Character and alchemical talent remind me so much of my younger self, he mused. Stroking his beard as his gaze flickered with nostalgia, my mentor was the head of the academy. Around 50 years ago, after I became an entry-level toxicologist, it took me 2 months to grasp all the elemental properties. My mentor then imparted the entry-level meditation technique to me, attributing it to the merits of the mental ocean. He continued, as one grows older, burdens multiply. It is only in childhood that one can play freely. If you possessed a robust mental ocean in this childhood, the elemental properties would already be etched in your mind. What you must do now is merely summarize them and articulate them in concrete terms. I was fortunate. As I was born with a mental ocean that was nearly at the threshold of transformation, everything proceeded smoothly after I joined the academy. His voice trailed off, lost in reminiscence. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, the sound of the second hand's movement becoming the only noise in the room. After about a minute, he regained his composure and, in a somber tone, asked, "Since you aspire to become an expert-level toxicologist, I can offer you some insights into comprehending the elements." Ku Luo departed from the alchemical table and approached a wall in the alchemical chamber, lifting a particular stone tile to activate an internal mechanism. The stone tile on the wall shifted to the left, revealing a well-lit passageway. Xia Zuo hurried to keep pace with his mentor as they entered, turning a right-angle corner to arrive at another alchemical chamber. This chamber was more compactly arranged than the previous one, featuring a central alchemical table that was far more sophisticated and intricate. Its area was more than doubled, relegating the poison cabinet to stand tightly against the wall. The alchemical table outside was simple in structure, with a crucible at its center and shelves on either side. In contrast, this table boasted 4 shelves positioned at each corner. In the center of the table. Besides the crucible and stove for heating, there was a condensation stove, a baking furnace, and a flowing water basin. These 4 alchemical devices surrounded a central circular shelf. The shelves in the corners were empty, devoid of any items. Ku Luo instructed his sole student present to bring in the tray from outside and place it on the designated shelf. Xia Zuo transported the vials of poison. His gaze was involuntarily drawn to the patterns beneath his feet. The stone floor of this alchemical table featured rectangular grooves outlining the placement points for the 4 alchemical devices, with circular markings designating the locations of the shelves and the central platform, all interconnected by straight lines. The blank spaces on the floor were adorned with star and moon motifs as embellishments. Chapter 27. Refining poison powder. This is an advanced alchemical table. You were previously using a basic one. The patterns on the ground are the 4-pointed star array invented by Lady Starry Night, Ku Luo remarked with admiration. He ascended the 3 steps of the alchemical table, standing beside the central circular platform and pointing to the northern shelf. That shelf is specifically for basic toxins related to the fire element. He sequentially indicated the eastern, southern, and western shelves. These 3 are designated for basic toxins associated with the earth, water, and wind elements, respectively. Ku Luo extended his arms, gesturing toward the southwest direction between the 2 shelves. The freshwater basin lies in that direction. You may draw water from the basin or use it to cleanse glass vials, spoons, and other alchemical tools. Pulling the rope loop above the basin will allow you to change the water within. He then shifted direction, introducing the crucible located in the northwest corner and the baking furnace in the northeast corner. Lastly, Ku Luo pointed to the condensation stove in the southeast corner, stating, "This condensation stove operates similarly to the furnace. Pulling the rope once sets it to the first position, lowering the temperature from 20 degrees to 15 degrees. Each subsequent pull decreases the temperature by 5 degrees, with a minimum of 0 degrees. Pulling it for the 5th time resets the temperature back to 20 degrees. Xia Zuo nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding that he surveyed the room, sensing that the arrangement of the alchemical table concealed profound truths of alchemy. "Professor, did Lady Starry Night arrange the shelves and alchemical devices in this manner based on the interrelations of the elements?" Ku Luo regarded him with an appreciative gaze, affirming, "Indeed, that is precisely the insight you need to grasp. Let us commence our lesson." He instructed Xia Zuo to stand outside the advanced alchemical table while indicating the shelf beside him. The complete formula for refining poisons requires 20 basic toxins. We will take it step by step, starting with the simplest simplified formula. He picked up a glass vial containing a composite toxin. The white gill toxin contains only traces of the earth element, lacking the other 3 elements. Noticing the patterns on the floor of the alchemical table, he asked, Now tell me, which elements are associated with the earth element? They are the fire element and the water element, Xia Zuo swiftly replied. Glancing at the ground, he opened his mouth to ask further, but restrained himself, suppressing the urge to inquire about why the earth element cannot be associated with the wind element. Ku Luo, observing his student's demeanor, discerned his confusion that he pointed to the ground, tracing lines in the air with his finger. In the realm of alchemy, there are no absolute possibilities or impossibilities. The patterns beneath your feet are merely references, not immutable principles. Their primary purpose is to aid alchemists in contemplation and to remind us to avoid errors. Ku Luo uncorked the vial of toxin, pouring the white gill toxin into a glass vessel and using a glass rod to break apart the clumped white fibrous substance. All the while explaining, in last semester's first class, I had you and Ma Son, Brandon, identify the white gill toxin. Your identification reports were generally accurate. It is a toxin that can dissolve in liquid, which links it with the water element. It can be ignited with an open flame, producing acrid smoke. Hence its association with the fire element. Enhance the potency of the white gill toxin. We must focus on these two related elements. Ku Luo approached the two corner shelves, retrieving 2 vials of basic toxins. These are blue gill toxin and red gall toxin. Their effects, I trust, I need not reiterate. I remember. Professor, Xia Zuo replied, quickly referencing his knowledge reserves to confirm the identities of the 2 basic toxins. The blue gill toxin, derived from the gills of a humanoid amphibian, induces a salty, fishy discharge from the mouth when it affects the human body. This effect is easily manageable and generally not fatal. One need only open their mouth to allow the fluid to flow out. The red gall toxin, sourced from a fire-breathing creature, functions similarly to the human gallbladder, specifically concentrating and storing a bile that can cause explosive combustion. The red gall toxin originates from this creature's gallbladder. Ku Luo dissolved the white gill toxin into the base solution, then added the powdered red gall toxin. And the two combined during stirring to form a light red liquid. He poured this liquid into the crucible, applying medium heat to evaporate the moisture, then used a spatula to scrape off the light red brittle shell, placing it into the baking furnace. Once the brittle shell cracked into fine particles, the baking process concluded. Pay close attention to my actions. This powder requires condensation treatment. Ku Luo held the tray just retrieved from the baking furnace and placed a flat-bottomed metal pot onto the condensation stove. There are many methods of condensation treatment. This time, we will use cold frying. This pot is specifically designed for cold frying. In the future, you will learn other condensation methods, and I will introduce the corresponding tools at that time. He poured the crumbs from the tray into a cold pot, added the gel-like bluefin toxin, and swiftly stir-fried with 2 spatulas, his movements reminiscent of tossing noodles or fried rice on a hot plate. The gelatinous substance in the cold pot rapidly cooled, transforming into a material akin to ice granules. Kirilov scooped up the icy remnants and once again used a crucible and furnace to remove moisture, ultimately obtaining a small pinch of pale purple powder. Xia Zuo stood for nearly an hour, immersed in his mentor's adept alchemical techniques, only regaining his senses when the latter wiped clean the stains on the alchemical table, at which point he directed a divination spell towards the pale purple powder. Item name: refined poison powder, white throat toxin. Item type: poison refinement powder. Item grade: beginner level. Item quality: completion 100, perfect associated resistance 1, earth resistance associated resistance 2, water resistance associated resistance 3, fire resistance. Item description: created by Kirilov. Item effect: this item can only be used in conjunction with the white throat toxin. Adding this item to the white throat toxin will increase the suffocation effect from 1 layer to 2 layers, enhance the health deduction rate from 20 points per minute to 30 points per minute, while simultaneously reducing the duration of the suffocation effect by 66. Note: unless otherwise specified, the poison efficacy information provided by the divination spell reflects the base data unaffected by resistance. Don't just stand there like a fool. Try it yourself, Kirilov remarked as he retrieved paper and pen from the drawer of the workbench, swiftly writing dozens of lines of alchemical formulas. This is the recipe for that powder. He rolled down his sleeves to his elbows, placing his hands behind his back as he sauntered towards the doorway of the alchemical chamber. When lunchtime arrives, go eat. Come back in the afternoon. From now on, you'll be concocting poisons here. Yes, Professor. Xia Zuo watched his mentor depart, then approached the high-level alchemical table, retrieving a vial of white throat toxin. into which he added the pale purple powder. Gently shaking the measuring cup, the powder dissolved within the toxin bottle. Divination spell. Item name. White throat toxin. One-time refinement item type. Poison item grade. Apprentice level. Beginner level. Enhanced by the refined powder to 1 grade higher item quality. Completion 100. Perfect associated resistance 1. Water resistance associated resistance 2. Wind resistance associated resistance 3. Earth resistance. Once the 3 resistances reach level 2, the item's influence on the host will be significantly diminished. Item description. Created by Xia Zuo. The added poison refinement powder was produced by Kurilov. Item effect. The figures in parentheses represent the data calculated after considering willpower and resistance. Upon consuming this vial of toxin, the user will experience a 2-layer suffocation effect, with health deducted at a rate of 7.9 points per minute, lasting for 10.98 minutes, totaling a health deduction of 3,027 points. The white throat toxin itself has only 1 associated resistance. After adding the corresponding poison refinement powder, the number of associated resistances increases to 3, allowing for a simultaneous enhancement of all 3 resistances. Could the antidote for the white throat toxin also be refined? Would it also associate 3 resistances after refinement? Xia Zuo scratched his head, setting those 2 questions aside. Focusing on the immediate priority of successfully refining the pale purple powder, he circled the round workbench several times. Mentally reviewing his mentor's operational steps, the duration of each phase, and the signals of completion, then picked up the refinement powder recipe to read through it line by line. After 3 minutes, he memorized the recipe, incorporating it into his knowledge reserves. Instead of commencing the refinement immediately, he held the empty vial and moved back and forth between the 4 alchemical devices, pretending to pull the ring of the condensation stove. Swinging the spatula, repeatedly rehearsing various alchemical operations that it must be said, entry-level alchemical operations were considerably more challenging than apprentice-level ones, if one did not plan the next step ahead while executing the current action. It was easy to become disoriented, colliding with alchemical devices or knocking over glass vials on the workbench, leading to a potentially troublesome alchemical mishap. However, by pre-engraving all operations firmly in his mind and engaging in ample practice and adjustment, this compactly designed, multifunctional high-level alchemical table would undoubtedly serve as an invaluable aid for every alchemist. Xia Zuo glanced at the wall clock. It was 10:50 a.m. There was still more than an hour until lunch. Sufficient time remained to refine the pale purple powder. Steeling himself, he positioned himself before the workbench, gazing at the glassware and stirring rods, conducting a final review of the refinement process. 1 minute passed. Xia Zuo picked up the vial of white throat toxin and began his operations. Throughout the refining process, he continuously employed the divination spell to check the items in his hands, strictly adhering to the feedback information during the procedures. Especially while evaporating and baking, as these 2 steps were the most challenging. The former could potentially scorch the pot, while the latter could lead to an explosion. Indeed, an explosion, as the recipe explicitly stated. Red bile was both flammable and an accelerant. The baking temperature and duration must not exceed the predetermined values. Otherwise, Enruer would witness a rather different hairstyle on her boyfriend. Xia Zuo pressed his lips tightly, standing guard before the furnace, casting the divination spell repeatedly to monitor the heat and the status of the alchemical materials within. Item name. Unknown substance item type. Suspected poison refinement powder item grade. Unknown item quality. Current completion 68 at the current baking temperature. It is estimated that in 17 seconds, the completion will rise to 76. In 24 seconds, it is expected to drop from 76 to 40. In 30 seconds, the completion will decline to 0, resulting in an explosion. Other information omitted. As the countdown reached just 2 seconds, Xia Zuo preemptively shut off the furnace switch, swiftly opening the furnace door. With his left hand, clad in heat-resistant gloves, he retrieved the tray, pouring the cracked fragments into the cold pot. With his right hand, he grasped the glass vial of bluefin toxin, pouring the gel inside, then quickly removed his heat-resistant gloves, each hand wielding a spatula. The spatula scraped against the inner walls of the cold pot, stir-frying the rapidly cooling mixture. Xia Zuo cast the divination spell once more, receiving feedback indicating that if he continued to stir for 5 minutes at the current temperature, frequency, and force, the completion would reach 92. The golden finger indicated 5 minutes, so he would stir for precisely that duration. No more, no less. Timing impeccably, he halted stirring, scooping up the pale purple icy remnants into the crucible, steaming away the moisture over medium heat, followed by drying out the deeper moisture in the furnace. These two steps were executed with precision, successfully locking the product's completion at 100. Ah, Xia Zuo exhaled, a thin veil of white mist forming on his mask. The hour hand on the wall clock was still 20 minutes shy of noon. His refining duration had surpassed his mentor's by 10 minutes, taking just about 50 minutes. Perhaps Kirilov had deliberately slowed down his pace to allow his student to observe clearly. Xia Zuo nodded, sensing this, and unleashed the divination spell towards the pale purple powder, receiving a satisfactory response. He took some time to clean the alchemical table, then filled an empty glass vial with his masterpiece before exiting the alchemical chamber. Kirilov was reclining on a soft sofa, meditating. Xia Zuo tiptoed towards the desk, labeling the glass vial in his hand, then taking a piece of paper to write a line, pressing the vial beneath the paper before departing the poison alchemy area. In the castle hall, columns of light stood tall, serene and harmonious. After taking a stroll around the dining area, Xia Zuo returned here. His class still not over. He scratched his head, waiting at the entrance of the oil alchemy area for Enruer. Usually, she was the one waiting for him to have lunch together. Today, the roles had reversed. With him lingering in the hall for her, it was possible that the oil alchemy class had many students. And Professor Zhuolong needed to arrange those needing to retake or had failed, resulting in a slight delay. Just as Xia Zuo was idly observing the elemental attendants tidying up, the doorway in the wall swung open. A group of oil alchemy students emerged, each carrying a wooden box, chatting amongst themselves about retakes. Some girls even stole glances at the figure lingering at the entrance, casting complex gazes filled with admiration and envy. Xia Zuo silently watched them enter the dining area, realizing Enruo was not among them, and continued waiting by the side. Approximately 5 minutes later, the doorway opened once more. Enruo emerged, her fingers tangled in her hair. Wearing a contemplative expression, a figure blocked her path, and upon raising her head to see the person's face, she extended her arms, embracing him. Chapter 28. Full meat gear leaning against him, Enruer looked up with a beaming smile and said, "Have you been waiting long? Professor Zhuolong discussed the course arrangements with me, and I was delayed by a good 10 minutes. Xia Zuo patted her back. Stop holding on. Dim might be watching. I just can't help it." Enruer mumbled, tugging his hand as they walked towards the dining area. "After we finish lunch, let's take a stroll by the lake." Since learning she had passed her final exam that morning, her spirits had remained elevated. During lunch, she happily devoured 2 servings of delicious dishes before waving her hands, claiming she could eat no more. Xia Zuo chuckled as he observed her holding her stomach, carefully making her way from the dining area down the steps to the grass. "I feel so stuffed. I regret it. I shouldn't have eaten so much. What if I gain weight?" Enruer glanced at the person beside her, who was stifling laughter, and tugged on his sleeve, shaking it a few times. "You didn't even advise me to eat less." Xia Zuo laughed silently, surprised that even with 2 lifetimes, he could still receive such a similar complaint. "I also ate quite a lot. When one is in a good mood, it's only natural to indulge a bit more." Enruer let out a playful laugh and nestled closer. Wrapping her arms around his waist, Xia Zuo responded by embracing her, saying, "I learned a new formula today. What about you?" Enruer mischievously winked and proudly lifted her chin, exclaiming, "I am about to start earning silver coins and points for the Mage Guild. Surprising, isn't it? I can take on tasks as a mage's apprentice. Was it arranged by Professor Zhuolong?" Enruer nodded eagerly, tightening her grip around his waist as she spoke with a clear and bright voice. "The professor mentioned that for the past few months. He has been teaching us, and he hasn't even had time to fulfill the orders from the Warrior Guild, leaving a mountain of them uncompleted. I can conveniently assist him with the simplest part of those orders. Once I receive the payment, I'll keep 60% and turn over the remaining 40% to Professor Zhuolong, considering that he provides all the materials and venues for fulfilling the orders. That sounds quite advantageous. It allows me to hone my skills in concocting oils while also earning some extra income. Alchemy and profit, both achieved simultaneously. However, speaking of which, why has Professor Kulov announced the profit-sharing plan yet? It seems I have never seen him accept any bounty from outside, right?" Xia Zuo tilted his head in suspicion. Could it be that his mentor is an invisible millionaire, completely unconcerned about the expenses of living and practicing meditation? He shrugged. "Why worry about such things? As long as I can learn the poison formulas, that is sufficient. And what else? Enruer gently twisted her waist, drawing her boyfriend's attention back to her. Professor Zhuolong showed me the beginner and proficient formulas for oils and their finished products. Wow, that's an astonishing number. Just the beginner level includes 30 different types of sword oils and a dozen other oil concoctions. You can hardly imagine the overwhelming smell of a room filled with countless bottles. The sense of hundreds of oils mingling together. Enruer animatedly described the scene, repeatedly mentioning how she nearly choked on the rich and complex aromas that brought tears to her eyes. She also lamented the drawbacks of the oils, noting that despite the unpleasant odors filling the room, they couldn't open the windows for ventilation, lest the oils evaporate even more vigorously. Xia Zuo's thoughts stirred as he applied his detection technique on her. Willpower 50.0, 15.0, wind resistance 30.0, 23.0. Based on Enruer's experiences, it is highly probable that the Master of Poison Alchemy enhances wind resistance. As for what resistance the Master of Potion Alchemy adds, it remains uncertain. Though it is likely water resistance. Among the three branches of wondrous alchemy, it is certain that the giant creator enhances fire resistance, with Xiao Mo being the prime example. The resistances added by the Master of Ingenious Artifacts and Elemental Embodiment remain unclear. Currently, it appears that among the four systems of alchemy, only poison alchemy can simultaneously enhance all four resistances. Why is that? Xia Zuo's thoughts drifted back to the days spent detained at the Rosac checkpoint. Mars once mentioned that the meditation methods of poison alchemy are akin to those of the demon hunter school from the eastern continent. He used the example of eating pancakes to explain the style of the demon hunter school. In short, the demon hunter school comprises individuals who, relying on their willpower and physique, forcibly absorb unruly elements. Regardless of the type of element, they attempt to absorb it as soon as it is found. If successful, all is well. If not, they simply rest for a while, waiting for their bodies to recover or become stronger before trying for the next one. With this in mind, the members of the Demon Hunter School should all simultaneously enhance their resistances across the four systems. It thus explains why poison alchemy can provide all four resistances at once. I haven't finished yet. Enruer paused for a moment, catching her breath, before continuing with a playful shake of her arms. Professor Zhuolong said that the kingdom has plans for territorial expansion. Although we, as mage apprentices, can't be of much assistance on the front lines, we can ensure logistics are well organized at the academy, producing more oils and stockpiling potions. When the time comes for actual territorial expansion, we can sell everything to the army and the warrior guild in one go. As Xia Zuo listened, he nodded in agreement, signaling that he was paying attention while they strolled repeatedly along the lake's edge. His thoughts drifting elsewhere. The nature of their relationship would remain stable for the foreseeable future, spanning several years, if not a decade. Since their bond was established, he felt compelled to help Enruer plan accordingly. He himself was quite frugal, holding several free attribute points that served as makeshift health potions. Unless he provoked a powerful figure who could eliminate him with a mere gesture, he could rely on his immortal body, using recovery potions and free attribute points for self-rescue in emergencies. However, Enruer was simply an ordinary person, lacking such an immortal body. This meant that as long as her body's resilience remained unbroken, she was at her healthiest and most resistant. Once afflicted by illness, poisoning, or bodily harm, leading to incapacitation, she would inevitably suffer lasting repercussions, hidden ailments, or latent injuries that in terms of data, every time an ordinary person enters a state of near death, they permanently lose a certain percentage of their health limit and vitality. Yet, they cannot replenish that lost health limit and vitality through attribute points, inevitably leading them towards irreversible weakness. Xia Zuo's experiences from his previous life filled him with intense disdain for such a helpless situation. He must do something to prevent Enruer from falling into such a quagmire. Go all out with physical enhancements and stack up resistances. Those 8 words suddenly flashed in his mind. If he were to discover a method to enhance vitality in the future, once he confirmed it had no side effects, he would ensure it was promptly applied to her. Xia Zuo looked at Enruer with a serious expression, his eyes filled with concern sweeping over her like a warm wave. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Enruer's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Xia Zuo embraced her tightly for a few seconds before releasing her and smiling, just pondering some thoughts. It's about time. Let us head back to rest, as we have class later. Enruer rubbed her belly, feeling considerably relieved from the bloating, and smacked her lips, saying, let us try the seafood hot pot for dinner. It's been ages since we had it. Sure. Whatever you say, I'm all in. Chapter 29. Alchemical Potential at 1:10 p.m. Xia Zuo lay in his dormitory for a while before heading to the poison alchemy zone. There was no rush for improving Anruer's vitality and resistances. She was quite safe at the academy for now. It was better to focus on mastering poison alchemy. The sooner he comprehended the elemental traits on his own, the sooner he could obtain the beginner meditation method and elevate himself to the rank of Mage apprentice. By then, he would have sufficient strength to pursue his desires. With renewed determination, Xia Zuo traversed the hall lined with toxin bottles. Entering the basic alchemy room, the glass bottles and notes on the desk remained unchanged. And Kulov lay on the soft sofa, seemingly immersed in meditation without interruption. He treaded lightly, locating the lever on the wall to open the stone door to the advanced alchemy room. Time passed swiftly amidst the busy yet orderly alchemical processes. And soon it was 5 p.m. Kulov was still deep in meditation. Xia Zuo noted some patterns in his mentor's routine. Generally, within a month, there would be 2 to 3 instances of him meditating from dawn till dusk. The longest meditation session lasted 3 days, during which Kulov never left the soft sofa. More often, as in the current instance, he would meditate from the morning until just before the evening class. Xia Zuo carefully placed a tray of glass bottles on the desk, containing the 6 batches of refined poison powder he had concocted that afternoon, each of perfect quality. After practicing several times, his proficiency had noticeably improved that in the morning. It took him 50 minutes to make 1 batch to in the afternoon. He spent 4 hours to produce 5 batches, averaging just 48 minutes per batch. If resting time was deducted, the time spent on each batch would be even shorter, around 45 minutes. In fact, as his proficiency increased, his production speed accelerated. The 5th batch of powder that afternoon was completed in just 42 minutes. Seeing that his mentor showed no signs of halting his meditation, Xia Zuo arranged the 6 glass bottles neatly on the desk, wrote a note, and quietly exited the basic alchemy room, around 5 p.m. In the poison alchemy zone, under the warm yellow lights, the alchemy room was enveloped in silence. The figure on the soft sofa stirred, stretching and yawning, as if just awakening from slumber. Kulov approached the desk with a teacup. Casting a glance at the note. "Oh, 6 batches of refined poison powder produced today?" He picked up the glass bottles from the tray and examined them closely. Remarkably, they are all of perfect quality. Kulov retrieved a folded piece of sturdy card from the bottom drawer of the desk. Spreading it out on the table, his fingers glided over the dozens of rows of grid patterns on the paper as he muttered, "On the first day, 6 batches made during the day. Including 2 hours tonight, I can produce 8 batches in total today. 8 batches on the first day, each of perfect quality." The corresponding alchemical potential level is Kulov's fingertip tapped on one of the grid patterns, producing a soft tap-tap sound. Within that grid was written, "On the first day, produced 8 batches of perfect quality refined poison powder. Poison alchemy potential rating. Top tier level 3. Please submit the student's learning record to the academy head. Please have the academy head forward the student's learning record to the Mage Sanctuary. Top tier level 3. I've unexpectedly taken in a student with such high potential." Kulov stood tall before the desk, reflecting on this with a mix of astonishment and pride. His hands on his hips as he gazed down at the patterns on the sturdy card. It depicted a pyramid-like ladder chart, narrow at the top and wide at the base, divided into 5 tiers from top to bottom, each corresponding to a distinct level. There exists a total of 5 levels: Supreme, Elite, Advanced, Intermediate, and Basic. Each line is further subdivided into several to a dozen sublevels, denoted from first to several tiers. Within the same level, the smaller the number of the tier, the greater the potential for toxic alchemy. On the very first day of becoming a novice toxic alchemist, all mentors impart the simplified formula for toxin refining powder. This formula bears special significance, as it is the first one encountered during the normal teaching process that encompasses all alchemical operations. Its complexity surpasses that of the apprentice-level formulas by 2 to 3 times, making it exceedingly easy for any misstep to ruin the entire concoction. Furthermore, it necessitates the use of condensation, a technique not taught during the apprentice stage. A student's aptitude for toxic alchemy is vividly reflected on the very first day of the novice course. The more toxin refining powder one produces, and the higher its quality, the greater the potential for toxic alchemy. Only by crafting 5 batches of perfect quality toxin refining powder on that day can one reach the minimum threshold of the top-tier potential, which is tier 6. For each additional batch of perfect quality powder produced, the potential rises by 1 tier. The highest is tier 1 of the supreme level, requiring the creation of 10 batches of perfect quality refining powder. During the day, Xia Zuo managed to produce 6 batches in 5 hours, averaging 1.2 batches per hour. The evening class lasts for 1 hour and 50 minutes, just enough time to create 2 more batches. Thus, the total for the day amounts to 8 batches. Even if tonight's 2 batches do not reach perfect quality, it would suffice for him to be rated with a potential of Tier 5 at the Supreme level. Regarding Tier 5 at the Supreme level, Koloff glanced at the cardstock, his gaze settling at the end of the first tier. Scanning the inscriptions above, Tier 5 at the Supreme level also requires the submission of learning records to the head of the academy. It seems I must prepare his learning records in advance to submit to the head after tonight's class. Koloff opened a drawer, rummaging through Xia Zuo's learning records, extracting piles of notebooks and loose-leaf binders, from toxin identification reports to examination papers from each class, and daily summaries post-lecture. Everything appeared on the desk, gradually forming a small mountain. At 6:10 p.m., Xia Zuo entered the basic alchemy room just before class, spotting the mentor hunched over the desk, organizing a plethora of books. Curiously, he inquired, "Professor, do you need any help?" No, it's unnecessary." Koloff was busy repairing torn pages with glue, while simultaneously using a fountain pen to add remarks to several summary reports. Hastily replying, "You should proceed to the advanced alchemy room and continue refining powder. Class will end when the time is up." He paused with the glue bottle in hand. "The quality of the powder refined during the day is quite good. Maintain that quality tonight. Refine as much as you can." "Oh, okay." Xia Zuo entered the advanced alchemy room, his face a picture of confusion, since the mentor had said to refine as much as possible. He resolved to give it his all. With renewed vigor, he immersed himself in the refining process, executing each step with precision and speed. The muscle memory developed over the past few months through repetitive labor was ingrained in him as instinct. Coupled with the foundational knowledge from detection techniques, the quality of each alchemical product was assured. Once in the alchemical state, his efficiency far surpassed that of the average academy student. Chapter 30. Conversations in the tower. High-intensity alchemical operations come at a cost, significantly depleting both physical strength and energy. At 8 p.m., Xia Zuo placed 3 bottles of powder on a tray, and, as he carried it out of the advanced alchemy room, his complexion appeared slightly pale, and his fingers and arms trembled uncontrollably. Koloff glanced at the tray out of the corner of his eye, his brows furrowing, and cleared his throat, feigning calmness. "Ahem. Excellent. You have refined 3 more batches of perfect quality toxin refining powder. Quickly return and rest. Tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., come here for class. If I am not present, continue your training in the advanced alchemy room." "Yes, Professor. See you tomorrow." Xia Zuo stumbled toward the door. His mentor seemed rather odd tonight. Shaking his heavy head, exhausted and yearning for a good night's sleep, he lacked the energy to investigate the reason behind the other's peculiar behavior. The sound of footsteps in the toxic alchemy area gradually faded away. Once he heard the distant sound of the stone door opening and closing, Koloff picked up a glass bottle and sat down. 9 batches of powder, all of perfect quality, one more than I anticipated. No. Koloff muttered to himself, glancing at the wall clock. From 8 a.m. when he arrived here, he spent an hour completing the promotion test, and moving the toxin bottles took some time. I demonstrated the refining process for another hour. By this calculation, Xia Zuo had spent less than 6 hours refining today. 6 hours. At his stage, I could manage a maximum of 10 attempts, and that was when I was nearing the proficiency level of an alchemist. Could it be that? Koloff furrowed his brows tightly and walked into the advanced alchemy room, thoroughly inspecting the toxin cabinet. How could there only be 9 fewer raw materials? He refined 9 times without a single mistake. A gasp echoed in the room, followed by an even louder exclamation, "And all of perfect quality?" If Xia Zuo were still present, he would undoubtedly feel embarrassed, scratching the back of his head and muttering something along the lines of, "Just had a good feel, feeling great," or "a little bit of talent." But no matter how he might argue, Koloff, as someone who had been through it, understood what a 100 success rate with perfect quality control truly meant. I must quickly inform the head of the academy. Koloff hurriedly returned to the basic alchemy room, made a few corrections on a piece of paper, and then left with a box filled with learning records. The bright moon and the vast starry sea hung high in the night sky. The silvery moonlight cascaded over the bustling starry night city. The towering starry night castle dominated the city's most prosperous area. 15 watchtowers, overlooking the entire city, stood around the castle, guarding the central tall tower. Kulov navigated the intricate corridors. The academy forbids the casting of most spells, so he had to walk through the corridors and descend the stairs like an ordinary person. His destination was the head of the academy's study. Not the potion alchemy area, the level of the head of the academy. Attending classes is no longer a necessity, except for the most fundamental course on alchemical linguistics, which requires her personal guidance to new students. All practical courses in functional pharmacology are taught by her elemental servants. After the alchemical linguistics course concludes, she need not leave her study. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking reverberated through the empty corridor. Quickly absorbed by the soft wool carpet beneath, Kulov stood before the sandalwood door for a few seconds, then, upon hearing movement inside, pushed the door open. Head, I have some matters to discuss. He quickly scanned the corners of the room, taking in the valuable ornaments along the walls, the elegant, heavy bookshelves, and the luxurious silver candlesticks, before rubbing his fingers and sending the box flying toward the resplendent figure behind the grand desk. Beatrice sat in the chair at the desk, observing Kulov's earnest expression. She set down her fountain pen and accepted the floating box, extracting a book to peruse. Let me see. Xia was learning records. This student with exceptional memory scored full marks in the final exam. What astonishing feat has he accomplished this time? Kulov sat down opposite her, pondering for a few seconds before speaking. Head, I taught him the formula for toxin refining powder today. In accordance with the edicts of the Mage's Sanctum, I imparted the most simplified version. As for these learning records, I brought them in accordance with the regulations for assessing alchemical potential. Oh, Beatrice suddenly showed interest. A gentle smile gracing her beautiful face, complementing the soft sheen of her morning-hued hair, causing the bright candlelight in the room to dim in comparison. Xia Zuo refined 9 batches of powder today, all of perfect quality. Kulov retrieved 9 glass bottles from his pocket and placed them on the desk. 9 batches of perfect quality refining powder indicate a top-tier potential for alchemy. Beatrice smiled radiantly. It seems the alchemical school has welcomed a promising talent in toxic alchemy. Well done, Kulov. Your report is quite timely. I will submit this box of learning records to the Mage's Sanctum tonight. Head. Kulov's voice trembled with excitement. His success rate is 100%. He used only 9 materials, and not a single one was wasted. I have already confirmed this. Moreover, his refining time was only 6 hours, 2 hours shorter than the duration stipulated by the Mage's Sanctum. Upon hearing his words, Beatrice beamed, her left hand brushing aside her bangs before quickly regaining her composure. However, her right hand clutched the notebook, her fingertips trembling slightly, betraying her uncontainable joy. Kulov, we cannot always place surveillance guards in the toxic alchemy area at that moment. There were only you and Xia Zuo present. Beatrice tapped the box, stating, I have watched you grow up and know your character, so I will accept your account. The Mage's Sanctum will not easily trust the learning records you submitted. You know, this is not a matter of trust. The Mage's Sanctum unconditionally believes any station mage, especially since you are a high-level mage in the field of toxic alchemy. Xia Zuo will undoubtedly delve deeply into this field in the future. There is no need for you to gamble with his life. The existence of the Sanctum only believes in the truth witnessed with their own eyes. She paused for a moment, her tone steady as she remarked, the temple will send individuals for verification. When the time comes, the visitors will not only include the emissary of Lady Xingye, but also observers from other schools of thought. We must prepare thoroughly. Kulov nodded slowly, regaining his usual calm demeanor. He glanced at the calendar in the corner of the desk and said, that will be at least a year from now that we have ample time. Indeed, ample time. Beatrice's gaze momentarily drifted, revealing an inexplicable guilt in her eyes as her voice grew softer. Kulov. Had it not been for the unfortunate incident decades ago, you would not bear such signs of age. This has been an unresolved knot in my heart. Director, Kulov interjected, it is not your fault. I made an error during my first meditation practice. Beatrice shook her head, her silky hair cascading over her shoulders. Debating right or wrong is meaningless now that I must prevent a tragedy from repeating itself. Her expression turned resolute. I will persuade Lady Xingye to impart that portion of alchemy to Zaza in advance, accepting the consequences in my name. Your life trajectories are remarkably similar, both in temperament and character, which assures me that he will not betray the alchemical school. The atmosphere in the study grew somewhat oppressive and heavy. Though it did not linger for long, Beatrice leaned back, her ample form nestled against the plush backrest, her curves graceful, a smile gracing her lips. Let us discuss Zaza. What subtle habits and traits does he possess? I must weigh whether this lad, still months away from adulthood, is worthy of my expectations and attention. Well, Kulov displayed a conflicted expression, torn between hesitation and unease. You have not been meditating all the while, have you? Beatrice raised an eyebrow, her arms crossed sternly. The apprentice stage is merely about reading, doing exercises, and once they acquire the meditation method, it's only meditation. And now, as a mentor, it remains the same. You truly have not changed at all. Kulov bowed his head under her reprimanding gaze. Much like a wayward pupil, in truth, there was an age difference of at least 150 years between them, and Beatrice had once been his mentor, their teacher-student relationship enduring for decades. Kulov's reaction could easily be described as a conditioned response. Ahem. Director, you misunderstand. He coughed lightly, straightening his posture, hands spread wide as he explained. Aside from the standard teaching, I genuinely have nothing more to impart to him. He exhibits far greater self-discipline than I did at his age. He arrives to class on time, leaves punctually, assists me in tidying the alchemical chamber, organizing toxin vials and alchemical tables, and he is even capable of summarizing his insights and shortcomings in alchemy, correcting his assignments against a template. Surely you can appreciate my sentiment. Such a student is indeed a rare blessing. Habits, once formed, are challenging to alter, especially since Zaza arrived in this world with memories from his previous life. Even if he deliberately disguises his true nature, over time, his essence will eventually reveal itself. Beatrice seemed somewhat moved, her fingers gently twirling in her arm's crook, when a letter flew from the bookshelf. Myfi Morton wrote to me recently. This young girl, after joining the circus, has been traversing the province of Rosac, discovering several elements that suit her rebellious spirit, and fortune has favored her. Beatrice grasped the letter, her gaze fixed on the words, her eyes glimmering as she spoke. She mentioned something. The other members of the circus have repeatedly praised her for being as diligent as Zaza. Your student spent a considerable time in Audrey's circus before joining the academy. He has never suggested going to a tavern for leisure. He either practices fire breathing in the peak tents or reads in the inns. Environment can influence a person, but one's innate nature is not easily altered. Zaza is inherently suited to thrive in an academically rich environment, much like the chosen apprentices of the Mage's temple. You are more familiar with the living conditions in the southernmost village of Rosac province than I am. Such an environment would only stifle his nature and talent. Beatrice commanded the letter to return to the shelf, a satisfied hum escaping her lips. I have an idea. After more than 20 years, I plan to take on a student. Director, you must be jesting. He has yet to complete the introductory course in toxin alchemy. Switching mentors now seems somewhat contrary to the temple's regulations. Kulov chuckled awkwardly before continuing. Moreover, I have already promised him that as long as he can independently comprehend elemental characteristics, I would teach him the introductory meditation method after he becomes a proficient toxin alchemist, just as you did back in the day. I am equally capable of imparting the introductory meditation method. Am I not? Beatrice observed his anxious demeanor, chuckling lightly. There is no need for such complications. With age, guidelines, principles, and regulations have lost much of their significance. Besides, I will find a suitable approach. She manipulated the learning records within the bookcase. Dozens of notebooks and loose-leaf papers floating in a circle above the desk, her gaze fixated on a particular page. You taught the antidote for white crown toxin. While reciting the regulations, you ended up teaching content from the proficient stage. Kulov covered his forehead, stammering, I was always curious about the formula for the antidote when I learned about the white crown toxin decades ago. You refused to share it with me. I believe Zaza would harbor similar thoughts. He would be as conflicted as I was back then. So I merely mentioned it, hoping he would retreat in the face of difficulty. Little did I expect he would independently discover the initial version of the antidote and inquire about the correct solvent. Then I provided him with ale, and he managed to learn it. Rest assured, aside from the antidote for the white crown toxin, I have not disclosed any other antidotes for lethal toxins. Kulov, we both know this is not a mere teaching oversight. Beatrice adopted a serious expression, her tone earnest. The formula for the antidote is classified under the proficient level. However, it is not difficult. Even an apprentice toxin alchemist can craft it. Your momentary impulse has exposed the risk of leaking the antidote's formula, albeit a small possibility. As the director, I have the responsibility to oversee your teaching. Once he becomes a proficient toxin alchemist, I will be the one to instruct him on the antidote. Do you have any objections? No. None at all. That I fully support your measures. Koloff waved his hands, his expression one of resignation. Excellent. Beatrice's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile as she snapped her fingers. The page detailing the teaching of the white-crowned toxin antidote ignited and within mere seconds turned to ash, the black-gray remnants drifting into the fireplace by the wall. You are my student. I will not allow you to face the temple's scrutiny alone. No need for thanks, hee. Beatrice chuckled like a cunning fox. Koloff rubbed his temples and said, Director, I shall take my leave now. Go on, go on. Beatrice waved her hand, returning to examine Zaza's learning records. By the way, she called out to Koloff, who was about to open the door, Zaza's memory and alchemical potential indicate he will not linger long at the introductory level. He may grasp all introductory formulas within a year or two. Find a reason to directly give him the enhanced toxicity. There is no need to wait another 4 months. Allow him to refine toxin powder on his own, as it will aid in his understanding of elemental characteristics. Koloff's lips moved as if he wished to voice something concerning the regulations, but ultimately sighed. Yes, Director, I understand. The door opened and then closed. The study fell into silence, the sound of fluttering pages echoing intermittently. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Zaza lay sprawled on a soft couch, soundly asleep, dreaming of refining toxin powder, utterly oblivious to the events unfolding in the castle tower. Chapter 31. Impeccable perfection. The following morning dawned cloudy, a few gray clouds lazily drifting across the sky, hinting at impending rain. After breakfast, Zaza and Anru lingered for a while before each headed off to their respective mentors for class. He entered the basic alchemy room and greeted the figure at the desk. Good morning, Professor. Koloff set down his pen, opened a nearby drawer, and placed the enhanced toxicity book on the table. Your performance yesterday reminded me of something. You are not an ordinary student. Your memory and alchemical talent far surpass that of others. Take this book and study it, that I trust you will not err. Zaza, feeling the weight of his mentor's serious expression and piercing gaze, instinctively recoiled slightly, approaching the desk to cradle the book in his arms. This was indeed a significant reward. He had already employed the divination technique on this book yesterday, yielding a substantial 120 experience points and 0.5 points of mental acuity. Once his mental attributes exceeded 10 points, the rewards from reading began to diminish. The alchemical linguistics course, which previously granted 0.5 points of mental acuity, now offered only 0.25 points, a reduction of 50. This could be a revelation from the system. Read books appropriate to one's current stage. Thank you, Professor. Xia Zuo gently caressed the cover of the book, as if cradling a delicate beauty in his arms. A joyful smile graced his face as he inquired, Professor, after the refinement, the toxicity of the white throat poison has been enhanced. Should its antidote also undergo refinement? Koloff paused, stroking his beard to mask a bitter smile. We'll discuss that later. Much later. You may proceed to refine the poison powder inside. Follow your interests. Try whichever you wish first. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to ask me. Xia Zuo nodded in response, his steps light as he entered the advanced alchemy room. He sensed something unusual about his mentor. Had he become more enthusiastic and amiable overnight? What could be the reason? Never mind, he thought, as long as he focused on his tasks. Xia Zuo laid out the enhancements of the poison on the workbench and began to peruse the introductory sections of the catalog. There were 5 types of apprentice-level poisons: the white throat poison, which causes asphyxiation; the black eye poison, which induces hallucinations; the brown foot poison, which slows movement; the golden star poison, which confounds the senses; and the green bone poison, which inflicts vulnerability. Aside from the white throat poison, the other 4 were classified as non-lethal. Among these 5, the black eye poison was undoubtedly the most peculiar. Today's objective was to refine the powder of the black eye poison. Xia Zuo flipped to the corresponding page and spent half an hour memorizing the recipe. The black eye poison was associated with 2 resistances, wind and earth. Its refinement required the use of 4 basic toxins simultaneously, making it significantly more challenging than yesterday's task. Should he ask his mentor to demonstrate it? He hesitated as he returned to the basic alchemy room, only to find his mentor already deep in meditation. Am I being left to my own devices? Xia Zuo stood speechless, gazing at the direction of the soft sofa, and after a few seconds of stillness, he silently returned to the advanced alchemy room. He dragged a chair beside the workbench and mentally simulated the refinement process. With the complexity of the recipe significantly increased, he first needed to ensure a high success rate, which alchemical operations were prone to mishaps. Stirring, resting, and grinding conducted at room temperature typically would not ruin the materials, except for unpleasant odors. However, operations involving heating, baking, drying, or roasting, if not executed with care, could easily lead to scorching or explosions. Yet, the recipe before him concluded with the most challenging operation, baking. A mistake in this final step would render all prior efforts futile. Wait, why is it baking again? The recipe from yesterday also concluded with baking. Could it be? Xia Zuo flipped through the pages, his expression turning astonished. The recipes for poison powders documented in this book all concluded with baking. This was a remarkable insight. He rummaged through his backpack for a blank notebook to record this discovery. Just as the tip of his pen met the page, Xia Zuo's movements abruptly halted. He climbed onto the workbench, surveying the four-pointed star formation invented by Lady Xingya. Starting from true north, the order of the elements in a counterclockwise rotation was fire element, baking furnace, earth element, condensation stove, water element, clear water pool, wind element, and fire stove. A total of 8 entities. Xia Zuo descended from the platform, tearing off 8 blank pages from his notebook, arranging them on the table in accordance with the order of the four-pointed star formation, and labeling each with the corresponding entity names that he gazed at the page inscribed with baking furnace. What purpose does the baking furnace serve? By closing the door of the baking furnace, a sealed environment is created, isolating moisture from the air. Thus, in terms of moisture removal, baking is superior to drying. Xia Zuo wrote, drying, next to baking furnace. If the function of the baking furnace is drying, then the fire stove must pertain to heating. He inscribed heating on the paper labeled fire stove. Both heating and drying relate to the fire element. Ah! Xia Zuo clapped his hands together. I've got it. Heating and drying are indeed 2 characteristics of the fire element. His excitement caused him to tremble slightly, and with a quivering right hand, he wrote heating and drying on the paper marked fire element. After a few moments of contemplation, he added ignite and explode. Ignite, heat, dry, explode, 4 terms perfectly aligning with the 4 attributes of the fire element. So that's how it is. This illustrates the relationship between alchemy and elements. Throughout the process of learning alchemy, one is constantly engaging with the characteristics of the elements. Wild elements possess different elemental traits. By deepening one's understanding of these traits through extensive alchemical practices, one can discern which wild elements are best suited to oneself, much like the myriad personalities people exhibit, some lively, some rigid, some cunning, and some snobbish to befriend someone. One must first understand their character traits, identify which traits are worthy of companionship, and only then take action. Xia Zuo rubbed his hands in excitement, turning his gaze toward the papers labeled water element, wind element, and earth element. Intuitively, he surmised that the traits of the water element would be the easiest to decipher. Clear water can be used for washing clothes, cleaning glass containers, and rinsing crucibles and spoons. Moreover, water is essential for humans, plants, and animals alike. He sequentially wrote down cleaning, holding, and nourishing, and after a moment's reflection, he added a 4th word, soaking. After considering, he removed cleaning and replaced it with moistening, as holding inherently implies the ability to achieve cleaning, rendering the 2 somewhat redundant. Retaining the broader term holding would be more apparent. Next came the wind element and the earth element. Wind is intangible. It flows freely. A fresh, clean breeze can purify the foul atmosphere of the alchemy room, while scented winds can disseminate aromas. Intangible, flowing, purifying, and connecting. Xia Zuo noted down these 4 traits of the wind element. However, 2 seconds later, he decided to replace purifying with connecting. Finally, for the earth element, what traits does it possess? He scratched his chin, hesitantly writing down stability. Then, recalling his childhood days playing in mud and sandpits, constructing wobbly little creations, he added the word shaping to the paper. What else? What are the other 2 traits of the earth element? After frowning and pondering for a long while, he could not think of suitable terms. With a hint of frustration, Xia Zuo set down his pen and picked up the freshly written sheets, scanning the words on the paper. Was he being too subjective? Each individual's understanding of elements varies, and the traits they conceive are also distinct. Just like the standards by which people evaluate one another, Everyone has their own perspectives and judgments, leading to evident discrepancies in how one person perceives another. Xia Zuo, momentarily at a loss, could not ascertain whether his conceived elemental traits aligned with those summarized by the alchemical schools. He shifted his feet and returned to the basic alchemy room. Hesitating multiple times before awakening his meditating mentor, Koloff, interrupted from his meditation, exhibited neither annoyance nor impatience. Upon opening his eyes, he was captivated by the sheets of paper in Xia Zuo's hands. "Is this your own conception of elemental traits?" He took the papers, pressing his left hand against his brow that he could not help but frown, his eyebrows twitching uncontrollably. Ever since yesterday, when Xia Zuo's alchemical potential was rated as top tier, his brows had been in a constant state of agitation. They either twitched or were on the verge of twitching. Xia Zuo observed his mentor's somber expression and cautiously asked, "Professor, are these correct? Unfortunately, I could only think of 2 traits for the earth element." Koloff let out an ambiguous grunt. "For someone of your level. This is already quite commendable, but a tad inferior to my own efforts at your age. However, that is due to age. I was in my 20s when I conceived elemental traits, having encountered far more than you have." He returned the papers, gesturing dismissively. "Think it over again. You only have one chance to submit your conception. Otherwise, it would become a form of indirect guidance from me. This time, I overlooked it that I did not anticipate that you would develop your own concept so quickly due to the inspiration from the 4-pointed star formation." "Yes, Professor." Xia Zuo turned to walk toward the advanced alchemy room. "Wait." Koloff extended a hand toward him, his brows knitted together. "Why is it that you can propose so many concepts, yet your mental ocean has only recently begun to transform?" What?" Xia Zuo turned his head to look at the soft sofa. Bewildered by his mentor's words, he scratched the back of his head in confusion. Koloff, with a grave expression, summoned a hefty tome from the bookshelf. Xia Zuo recognized this tome. It was the same one his mentor had used to assess Anruer's past experiences and her performance at the academy before introducing her to the poison alchemy zone. His own growth information was also recorded within. Koloff scrutinized the text on the pages, nodding slowly as if coming to a realization, his demeanor returning to calmness. "It must have been the harrowing experience in the pitch-black cave that severely impacted your mental ocean. Thankfully, your will is strong, and you have successfully recovered from that mental trauma." He regarded Xia Zuo with a kind gaze, warmly stating, "Go ahead and refine the poison powder. It will greatly aid your conceptualization of elemental traits." "Yes, Professor." Xia Zuo nodded and proceeded down the corridor, walking slowly under the bright lights. What had the mentor just asked? Why could he propose so many concepts while his mental ocean had only recently begun to transform? What did it mean? The transformation of the mental ocean commences when one's mental attribute reaches 9 points, and my initial mental attribute was 1 point that I wasn't as fortunate as others, who were born with 8, 9, or even 10 points of mental attributes. Through diligent reading and memorization, I had only managed to elevate it to 9 points. With the experiences and imaginative insights from my previous life, I devised a plethora of conceptualizations regarding elemental traits. Is there a correlation with the transformation of the spiritual ocean? Indeed, there is. Xia Zuo was momentarily taken aback, standing before the advanced alchemical platform, cold sweat trickling down his back. Prior to the recent dialogue, in Koloff's eyes, I was merely a tormented country boy who, through sheer willpower and the fire resistance gained from my flame performance, managed to enter the Starry Night Academy, growing up in a remote village. Access to knowledge was scarce. Even with a photographic memory, it was challenging to unearth such a skill. Given that I was only beginning to undergo transformation in the spiritual ocean, how could I possibly propose conceptions of elemental traits in such a short span of time? I was careless. Indeed, I almost exposed myself. Xia Zuo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The papers in his hands were dampened by the beads of perspiration seeping from his fingers and palms. It was the recent streak of smooth sailing that had lulled him into a false sense of security. He sat down on the chair beside the workstation, feeling his blood pressure rise, his head spinning slightly. After resting his arms on his head for a while, he finally regained his composure from the fright. Xia Zuo exhaled deeply, leaning back against the chair and gazing up at the alchemical lamps above. Fortunately, the mentor had found a suitable rationale on his own. The mental trauma Koloff spoke of likely referred to a negative effect that reduced mental attributes over a certain period. He might believe that my mental attributes were initially quite high. Nearing the threshold of transformation into the spiritual ocean, and that the experiences in the cave had left my spiritual ocean in a state of trauma after escaping the clutches of that vile old man. More than 2 years had passed. Through perseverance and relentless study, I had recovered from the mental trauma, initiating the transformation of my spiritual ocean. Inspired by the four-pointed star formation, I successfully summarized the concept of elemental traits. Quite reasonable, indeed, Xia Zuo smiled. Sometimes, fortune smiles upon us in the most unexpected ways. The greatest flaw had already been met with the best countermeasure. The parents of this body had perished in the ashes of a burnt-down village. Located at the southernmost tip of the kingdom, a place that was both remote and underdeveloped, there were no survivors, no witnesses, and no records to bear witness. No one could know what the true Xia Zuo was like, flawless and seamless. No wonder, upon my arrival, I possessed not a single fragment of the original owner's memories. It seemed they were entirely unnecessary. Big Brother Golden Finger, your choice of the time for my transmigration is truly remarkable. Xia was silently praised in his heart. Unsurprisingly, receiving no response, the system remained aloof, typically unresponsive to the host's banter, a fact he had grown accustomed to. Nonetheless, it was imperative to attend to serious matters. Xia Zuo rose from his chair, stretching his arms and loosening his shoulders, tidying the toxin bottles on the shelf. Since Big Brother Golden Finger had already arranged a flawless background for him, the anomalies he had exposed had a reasonable explanation. Therefore, it was time to boldly forge ahead. Within 6 months, he aimed to master the entry-level toxin formulas, followed by another 6 months to learn the corresponding refined powder formulas. Within a year at most, he sought to complete the majority of the foundational knowledge and delve deeply into the study of elemental traits. That if, after a year and a half, he still could not comprehend elemental traits, he would consult his mentor for lessons then. Yes, that was the plan. With renewed determination, Xia Zuo stood before the crucible. Pulling the bellows rope, a vibrant flame erupted from the furnace, licking the bottom of the crucible and radiating waves of heat. The ventilation system whistled, intertwining with the bubbling of the liquid, creating a melodious accompaniment for the focused toxin alchemist. Chapter 32. The missing potion. At 11:40 a.m., the advanced alchemical platform was spotless. Xia Zuo scrubbed a cloth in the water basin, pulling the rope to change the water. The murky wastewater flowed down the drain at the basin's bottom, while fresh water trickled in from the small holes in the basin's wall. He hung the clean cloth on a hook by the water basin and turned to grab a toxin bottle from the workstation, heading toward the corridor. The refined powder for the black eye toxin required 4 types of basic toxins. Making today's workload heavier than yesterday's, he attempted the process once this morning, taking a total of 1 hour and 20 minutes to produce a bottle of perfect quality refined powder. Now, this refined powder had been added to the black eye toxin. Item name: Black eye toxin, first refinement. Item type: toxin. Item grade: apprentice level. Entry level. Item quality: completion 100. Perfect associated resistances: 4-element resistance. Expected effect: once the 4-element resistance reaches 2, this item will significantly reduce its impact on the host. Item description: created by Xia Zuo. Item effect: after consuming a sufficient amount of the toxin, the user will experience 2 layers of hallucination effects and 2 layers of deafness effects, lasting for 0.67 minutes. The mentor had not suggested testing the refined toxin's effects, and Xia Zuo had refrained from taking matters into his own hands. He returned to the basic alchemical room. Placing the toxin bottle on the shelf alongside yesterday's toxins, there were 9 bottles of refined white nerve toxin powder, 1 bottle of white nerve toxin, first refinement, and the newly placed bottle of black eye toxin, first refinement. He needed to find an opportunity to consume these toxins, effectively converting them into experience. Xia Zuo glanced at the figure lounging on a soft couch and quietly exited the toxin alchemical area. Time flowed in a predictable rhythm. Approximately a month had passed. Today was Saturday. Classes were normal in the morning, while the afternoon, evening, and next day were designated as rest periods. At noon, Xia Zuo brought his alchemical achievements to the basic alchemical room. The shelf was filling up with toxin bottles, necessitating the clearing out of some miscellaneous items to store the entry-level toxins separately. The shelf was on the verge of overflowing, yet Koloff had still not suggested letting the students test the potions. Whenever Xia Zuo brought it up, he would chuckle, deflecting the topic with excuses before immersing himself in meditation. What was going on with the mentor? Xia Zuo sighed softly as he stood by the shelf. With so much experience right before him, Yet unable to reap its rewards, the sensation was profoundly disheartening. Were it not for the books in the library providing experience, the past month would have yielded a grand total of 0 in experience gained. Perhaps he should sneak a sip from a bottle to satiate his curiosity cough, to test how much experience he could gain. Xia Zuo was seemingly thirsty, licked his lips. Never mind, better not risk losing big over a small gain. He would endure a little longer. Once the cabinet was full, he would urge his mentor to let him test the potions. With a light step, he left the toxin alchemical area, arriving at the castle hall just before noon to meet with Enruer, who awaited him there. Life at the academy was devoid of want. Everything from food to shelter was readily available. For Xia Zuo, such days were exceedingly comfortable. However, Enruer's situation was different as a young woman. She had additional needs beyond the basic necessities of life, particularly exacerbated by her daily exposure to the unpleasant-smelling oil agents. About 2 days ago, Enruer had suddenly noticed new wrinkles adorning her face. The prolonged hours spent refining oil agents had deepened her tear troughs significantly. Had it not been for the castle administrator enforcing a strict lights out at 10 p.m., dark circles would have long since appeared. Though the number of wrinkles was minimal, the marks were faint. They nevertheless garnered her full attention. Her initial reaction was to seek help from a senior student in potion alchemy. The latter informed her that the academy indeed possessed functional potions for skincare and wrinkle repair. However, even the most basic grade, with just barely qualifying quality, cost 20 gold coins per bottle. Upon hearing this price, Enruer was both astonished and hopeful. With her newfound stable income, acquiring such a potion was merely a matter of time. For now, she had to settle for alternatives, purchasing some recommended products outside the academy to combat the detrimental effects of the oil agents on her skin. Come quickly, Enruer exclaimed, pulling her young boyfriend's arm. Let's hurry and have lunch. Then take a good stroll around the streets. The senior said that the shop today will surely be bustling with people. We must get there quickly, or the items will be sold out. Xia Zuo was pulled along by her. The two quickly consumed bowls of tomato meat sauce noodles before hastily crossing through the academy's gates, walking a distance along the spacious avenue in front of the entrance, turning a few corners before arriving at a delicately decorated storefront. The entrance of this shop was adorned with turquoise vines embellishing the doorframe and railing. The front hall was filled with an array of fresh flowers, with blooming floral arrangements serving as barriers for the aisles and display cases. The three-story building, constructed from milky white wood, was as smooth as lustrous jade. Such exquisite wood material was rare and not a product of the Starry Night Kingdom. Moreover, the wood itself was highly flammable. Xia Zuo leaned closer to the doorpost. Catching a whiff of a faint scent of fire-retardant oil agents, it was evident that all the wooden materials in this establishment had been treated with fire retardants. The rich floral fragrance inside the shop effectively masked the scent of the oil agents. The front hall was a riot of blossoms, making first-time visitors mistake it for a flower shop. Xia Zuo's gaze drifted up the doorpost, where the gilded shop name caught his eye. Flowers Guardian, Gold Thornflower Skincare Specialty Store. In the lower right corner of the sign, a smaller line read, Gold Thornflower Sisterhood. Starry Night City Branch. The Gold Thornflower Sisterhood was an association of herbal alchemists hailing from the eastern continent, which explained its wealth. Within the alchemical community, various organizations of differing scales existed. Institutions like the Starry Night Academy were relatively rare, with each kingdom typically housing no more than one. That the most common organizations were alchemist associations, while the academy focused on training mage apprentices, maintaining strict entry and exit standards, and imposing rigorous behavioral norms on its members. Alchemist associations primarily aimed for commercial profit. Membership in these associations was typically regulated through a registration system. As long as one has a reputable origin and no history of misconduct, they may register and join after paying a deposit. Regardless of provisions for food and lodging, the organization merely offers avenues for profit, at most charging a nominal service fee. The Golden Jingxua Sisterhood exemplifies such an organization, consisting entirely of women. Furthermore, one must possess a foundational knowledge of herbal alchemy to qualify for membership. Each organization within the alchemical schools has its own area of expertise. The Starry Night Academy categorizes its disciplines based on alchemical products. An alchemical product that yields positive effects and is consumable falls under potion alchemy. If it has beneficial effects but is not meant for consumption, it is classified as oil alchemy. If it is consumable yet produces adverse effects, It is designated as poison alchemy. If it cannot be ingested, but has either positive or negative effects. It belongs to the category of wondrous alchemy. Within the Starry Night Academy, wondrous alchemy comprises 3 branches. Potion alchemy has 2 branches, while both poison and oil alchemy have only 1 branch each. It is evident from the number of branches that wondrous and potion alchemy are the 2 disciplines in which the Starry Night Academy excels the most. The Golden Jingxua Sisterhood specializes in herbal alchemy, dabbling in any raw material that includes herbs. The emblem engraved on their signboard is a legendary herb known as Golden Jingxua, resembling a blooming rose. Its branches and petals are adorned with short, prominent thorns, while the edges of the petals are serrated, and both the stamen and petals are golden, the stamen being a lighter, almost golden-white hue. This emblem conveys the belief of possessing an alluring beauty while also having the strength to protect oneself. Xia Zuo withdrew his gaze from the emblem, momentarily lingering on the soft waist of a shop attendant, then noticed the metallic dagger fastened to her belt. He surveyed the shop, noting that both the customers and staff were women, making the presence of a male figure rather conspicuous. "I will wander elsewhere and return shortly." And Ruer nodded, her gaze captivated by the crystalline glass bottles on display. "Go on, I will wait here." Xia Zuo watched as she absent-mindedly stepped inside. Shrugging nonchalantly, he cast a detection spell on the glass bottles, assessed their prices, and with a quiet click of his tongue, turned to head toward the other end of the street. As he walked, he jangled the pouch of coins in his robe pocket. Inside, there were approximately 31 silver coins, his savings from a career in the circus, just enough to purchase the cheapest skincare products at the Golden Jingxua Apothecary. Thus, to fulfill the plans for this evening, the long-awaited fire-breathing performance must make a reappearance. The oil alchemy sector contains the necessary props for such a display. However, those items are essentially the personal belongings of Professor Zhuolong. Making their use somewhat inappropriate, it would be more prudent to buy the fire-breathing potions and solvents with his own money at the shop. Xia Zuo pushed the door open and entered the Starry Night Apothecary. The elderly shopkeeper, seated behind the counter, looked up upon seeing the Starry Night robe and greeted the customer with a warm smile, encouraging them to browse at their leisure. Do not harbor any illusions of discounts. The earnings of the Starry Night Apothecary are submitted to the Starry Night Academy and utilized for its expenses. Upon returning to the academy, indulging in a few extra servings of steak at the cafeteria would reimburse his expenditures for the day. Xia Zuo exchanged a few words with the proprietor before leisurely perusing the display cases. His knowledge had expanded significantly since his initial visit to the Starry Night Apothecary 2 years ago. The feedback from the detection spell cast upon the glass bottles was no longer a mere simple statement. Xia Zuo found an ornate velvet box and directed the detection spell at the potion bottle resting on the red cushion. Item name: Perfect Recovery Potion. Item type: Supplement. Item grade: Masterclass. Item quality: Completion 100. Perfect Associated Resistance: Water resistance. Item description: Creator unknown. Item effect: Consuming it instantly restores 100 health points. Xia Zuo shifted his steps, applying the detection spell to these potions devoid of side effects in succession. All were solely related to water resistance. The gel-like satiation potion, universal antidote, and mildly addictive pain relief potion followed suit. Xia Zuo glanced at the deep red display case, containing potions specifically designed for practitioners of breathing techniques. Among them, only one potion was free of toxicity. Item name: Weak Body Restoration Potion. Item type: Functional Potion. Item grade: Entry-level. Item quality: Completion 100. Perfect Associated Resistance: Water resistance. Item description: Creator unknown. Item effect: Consuming it very slowly restores bodily injuries, reducing the negative effects caused by breathing techniques. The effect lasts for 30 days, and repeated consumption within this duration does not enhance efficacy. The grade of the Weak Body Restoration Potion is low, easily crafted by an entry-level potion alchemist. The challenge lies in the formula, as the Academy possesses no records of it, making self-crafting impossible. Xia Zuo initially intended to procure body restoration potions from Audrey and her companions, but it now appears unfeasible. He turned his gaze regretfully to the next potion. Item name: Weak Strength Burst Potion. Item type: Functional Potion. Item grade: Entry-level. Item quality: Completion 100. Perfect Associated Resistance 1. Water Resistance Associated Resistance 2. Earth Resistance. Item description: Creator unknown. Item effect: Consuming it enhances strength attributes by 1 to 3 points within 30 seconds. A maximum of 3 bottles may be consumed within an hour, or one may enter a state of mild poisoning. Consuming this potion without practicing breathing techniques results in moderate poisoning without any other effect. Indeed, as long as there is a connection to toxicity, it will associate with earth resistance. Xia Zuo suspected that the characteristics of earth elements might encompass toxic, venomous, or similar elements. He quietly noted this inspiration and continued to detect the remaining potions. There are numerous potions designed for a short-term enhancement of physical attributes, including strength, agility, endurance, perception, and willpower, each with its corresponding burst potion. They are particularly well suited for enhancing the physical prowess of practitioners of breathing techniques. The only drawback of breathing techniques lies in the hidden injuries left during the initial practice, which can only be remedied by body restoration potions. Xia Zuo deduced that these hidden injuries likely result in a reduction of health points or vitality values. In other words, breathing techniques come at the cost of sacrificing vitality to enhance the other 5 attributes. Had he not entered the academy, he would have practiced breathing techniques at the age of 18, and hidden injuries would not have been a concern. The immortal body states, any injury will self-repair with the increase of health points. Hidden injuries caused by breathing techniques only affect the body. Thus, restoring health points would eliminate hidden injuries. However, that raises the question, why is there no vitality burst potion? Xia Zuo stood still, blinking in confusion, realizing he had stumbled upon a blind spot in potion alchemy. Vitality determines health point limits and recovery speed. Recovery can be achieved through supplements. But what about the health point limit? Why is there no potion to temporarily or permanently increase health point limits? Xia Zuo circled the display case. Indeed, throughout the entire shop, the only items associated with vitality were supplements. Body restoration potions merely repair hidden injuries, restoring only the health points that were deducted, without significantly enhancing health point limits. Could it be that the alchemical schools have yet to thoroughly research vitality and thus have not created potions to increase health point limits? Xia Zuo recalled the definition of vitality from the Golden Finger. Vitality is the internal source of life. As long as the source does not dry up, life endures. Enhancing vitality, in a sense, is akin to prolonging life. Even ancient emperors in his previous life were obsessed with longevity. Would the nobles and royalty of this world lack similar aspirations? Would the mages lack such thoughts? For a moment, Xia Zuo's mind became ensnared in a quagmire. He reviewed all the educational materials in his knowledge reserves, none of which addressed increasing health point limits. How peculiar. Should he explore other apothecaries? Perhaps it is merely the Starry Night Academy's alchemy that does not encompass health point limits. Xia Zuo smacked his forehead, dispelling the tangled thoughts from his mind. He approached the shopkeeper, purchased several bottles of potions for the fire-breathing performance to tuck into his pocket, and pushed the door open to return to the bustling street. Chapter 33. The Trouble of Vitality. Starry Night City, as the capital of the Starry Night Kingdom, boasts the most comprehensive array of shops within the kingdom. The Alchemist Association of the Eastern Continent, provided one has the capital and capability for transoceanic commerce, would establish branches here at a street corner. Xia Zuo emerged from a black building with an expression of bemusement. He glanced back at the sign in front of the store. Blast the ore. Obsidian Alchemist Association, Starry Night City branch. That a shop with such a name surely harbors irritable staff. Xia Zuo had already experienced this firsthand. The proprietor's ruddy face and perpetually fiery demeanor, along with their aggressive attitude during conversations, left a lasting impression. Were it not for the Obsidian Alchemist Association's unique prowess in mineral alchemy, such a poorly managed establishment would have long since closed its doors. Xia Zuo patted the contents of his pocket, shaking his head in resignation, and continued down the street. He must be more cautious in the future. It would be wise to avoid such establishments with names that suggest trouble. He passed 2 clanging blacksmith shops and a bustling tavern before arriving at his next destination. The beige shop before him exuded a simple yet tranquil appearance. The front wall and door pillars featured golden field reliefs. 2 wooden, intricately carved sheaves of wheat flanked the entrance in hanging pots on either side. He paused in front of the door, taking in the sight. The radiant afternoon sun cascades upon the embossed golden fields, casting sparkling golden flecks that reflect the bountiful harvests, evoking delightful imagery of plump ears of wheat swaying gently. The name of this establishment harmoniously aligns with its aesthetic. Golden Wheat Ear, Alchemist Association of Grains, Starry Night City branch. The variety of grains is considerably fewer than that of herbs and minerals. making the study and complexity of grain alchemy far less challenging. Consequently, a unified system has emerged within the realm of grain alchemy. All alchemists associated with grains have coalesced into the present-day Alchemist Association of Grains, collectively endeavoring to enhance yield, improve the survival rates of grains, and refine processing methods. It can thus be said that grain alchemy is the most relatable form of alchemy. Its clientele primarily consists of farmers, mill workers, bakers, chefs, and other ordinary residents connected to grains. Within the shop, a female attendant with dark red, cascading waves of hair is introducing newly released alchemical products to several farmers. Xia Zuo greets them and meanders through the bustling aisles. Fertilizers, fertilizers, and more fertilizers, pesticides, pesticides, and yet more pesticides. This store appears devoid of any alchemical products aimed at enhancing vitality. Nevertheless, he casts his divination spells one by one, assimilating the feedback on the merchandise into his knowledge repository. After traversing several display cases, he reaches the depths of the shop. Here, various animal feeds are sold, from poultry such as chickens, ducks, and geese to livestock like cattle, sheep, and pigs. An array of grain feeds is available. Xia Zuo directs a divination spell at the most expensive feed, and an odd expression crosses his face as he reads the feedback repeatedly. He discovers what he seeks, though the form of this alchemical product is somewhat unexpected. Item name, balanced feed. Item type, suspected product of grain alchemy. Item grade, unknown. Item quality, unknown. Associated resistance, unknown. Item description, creator unknown. Item effect, poultry, livestock, and any non-humanoid animals consuming this feed will experience significant weight gain, with an anticipated random increase in health points ranging from 1 to 10. Due to insufficient knowledge repository and perception, no further information could be obtained. This feed is contained in a cylindrical, transparent glass jar, consisting of tiny particles resembling red beans. Beside the glass jar is a price tag and a brief description. The text on the description is vague, merely stating that poultry and livestock consuming this feed will grow rapidly, significantly shortening their growth cycle. The specific reduction in growth cycle is not indicated. The random increase of 1 to 10 health points seems to be an estimate by the golden finger. Thank you for visiting us again. The wavy-haired attendant bids farewell to her customers, turning to see a figure clad in a starry night robe, staring oddly at the glass jar on the display. She approaches, her dark red hair swaying gently behind her. May I assist you with anything? Her clear, melodious voice breaks through Xia Zuo's reverie, prompting him to look at the smiling female attendant. Hello, I am Xia Zuo from Rosac, a student of the Starry Night Academy. He gestures towards a purple line on his sleeve. I am a novice poison alchemist. Good afternoon. I am Felissa. Felissa bends her arm, resting her elbow on the glass countertop of the display, pointing to the jar below with a smile. Are you examining this balanced feed? It seems quite different from the alchemical products at the Starry Night Academy. Does it not? Indeed, Xia Zuo replies, his gaze inadvertently captivated by her wavy hair. Thick and lustrous, it is not an exaggeration to say that Felissa's hair quality far surpasses that of Anruer. Her fair skin is taut and youthful, her demeanor slightly mature, appearing only 3 or 4 years older than Anruer. Xia Zuo shifts his attention back to the glass jar. This is my first encounter with such an alchemical product. May I take a closer look at a grain? Of course. Felissa leans down, her wavy hair cascading like a waterfall from her shoulders. She opens the glass jar, using a small spoon to scoop out a few grains, placing them onto a glass dish. Here, take your time to examine it. Felissa winks playfully, a subtle smile gracing her lips. I can guess what you're about to ask. Typically, every year, a couple of students from the academy come to inquire about the same matter. Xia Zuo rolls the grain between his fingers. Oh, really? It seems I share thoughts with them. Felissa raises her index finger. The first question, can humans eat this feed? The answer is yes, but it is of no benefit to humans. After consumption, it will be expelled unchanged the following day. Of no benefit. Why is that? Xia Zuo inquires, sniffing the grain, which bears no discernible scent. Felissa shakes her fingers side to side. Ah, this leads to your second question. Regrettably, I cannot divulge that information. However, since you are a student of the Starry Night Academy, I can offer you a slight hint, as you will learn it eventually. Felissa points towards a poster hanging on the wall, depicting a plump pig. The anatomical structure of poultry and livestock is considerably simpler than that of humans, which you should have studied in your anatomy course. For poultry and livestock, their growth cycle is determined solely by size and weight. As long as they grow sufficiently large and heavy, they will transition to the next growth stage. She gestures to her head. Humans are different. This is the critical area that determines our growth cycle. Once the brain comes into play, any study becomes complex and profound. Moreover, in this world, the existence of the mental sea complicates matters further. As the brain's functions extend far beyond mere bodily control, weight gain and mass increase might facilitate rapid growth in animals. But what would happen to humans if they merely focused on gaining weight? Would they become a mass of low intelligence and capability? When examining strength, agility, endurance, vitality, and perception from the perspective of human anatomy, one finds that the golden finger simplifies the process by merely exerting will. A gentle tap on the plus sign next to the attribute allows for an enhancement of the body's qualities without any side effects. There would be no risk of limb discoordination, distortion of physique, or disproportionate appendages. Using weight gain and mass increase to enhance the body's resilience indirectly raises the health points limit, but sacrifices agility, endurance, or other attributes. This realization elucidates why there are no alchemical products available for humans that increase health points. No, that is not quite right. Such alchemical products may have existed in the past, but were likely discarded due to excessive side effects or even completely sealed away. Xia Zuo nods thoughtfully, a sense of understanding dawning upon him. Thank you for your enlightening answers, Felissa. He returns the grains to her, engages in casual conversation for a moment, and then departs. The sun hangs low in the western sky, indicating it is around 5 in the afternoon. Time for him to return to the academy for a complimentary dinner. Xia Zuo checks the contents of his pockets and takes a shortcut to the Flower of Care. A skincare specialty store peers inside from the entrance, where a store attendant in a fitted dress approaches gracefully, inviting him to come in and sit for a while. It turns out Anruer is in the back room trying out products and will take a few more minutes to join him. At the same time, in the Poison Alchemy district, Kulov concludes his meditation, rises from the soft sofa, stretches his limbs, adjusts his robe, and makes his way to the castle hall. He passes through the corridor and ascends the spiral staircase. Entering the study at the courtyard as the first hint of evening glow appears on the horizon, Beatrice's desk is cluttered with several stacks of books, each half a person tall. She herself is rubbing her temples, eyes closed, exhibiting an unusual sign of fatigue. Kulov, please sit. Beatrice gestures towards the chair opposite her, rubbing her fingers together as 5 tomes soar from the stacks and land before him. Upon seeing these 5 tomes, Kulov's expression stiffens. Ha, do not wear that expression. Teaching students should not feel like a death sentence. Beatrice chuckles lightly, reclining against her chair. You ought to be pleased. There are so many promising candidates to become poison alchemists. Kulov forces a smile, manipulating the 5 tomes to open before him, scanning the pages briefly, stroking his beard. He points to 2 of the tomes. Dean, are these individuals not a bit too old, at 22 and 23 years? Beatrice snaps her fingers, and those 2 tomes return to the stack. Kulov scrutinizes the remaining 3 tomes, searching for an excuse to decline. Ultimately, he reluctantly accepts them, neatly arranging the tomes on the table before him. Very well. I will teach them the art of poison alchemy. He pauses before continuing, similar to my approach with Xia Zuo, Ma-san, and Brandon. In the first semester, if they make a single mistake or fail the trial of the black-eyed poison, they will be transferred to another alchemical discipline. Beatrice nods in satisfaction, a smile gracing her lips. The Poison Alchemy district cannot accommodate elemental servants, thus they cannot assist you in teaching the newcomers. However, you now have a novice student. Kulov's face lights up with a smile. Indeed, that is correct. I currently have a novice student that I can have him teach these 3 newcomers while I stand by to prevent any unforeseen incidents. There is another matter, Beatrice said, retrieving a palm-sized wooden box from her desk drawer. Lady Xingye did not acquiesce to my request. However, she has permitted me to utilize the finished product. Kulov accepted the wooden box with both hands, placing it steadily on the table before gently lifting the lid. Inside, a crystalline blue potion lay quietly upon a soft cushion, with a faint red thread swirling within the azure liquid. Xia Zuo's recovery abilities are considerably superior to what yours were at that time. So 1 vial will suffice for him, Beatrice remarked, observing Kulov solemnly secure the wooden box. I have arranged with Lady Xingye that, the day after tomorrow, students with a top-tier aptitude in toxicology shall be permitted to use the finished potions. Understood. Dean. For the next half hour, Kalaf and the dean deliberated on various matters before manipulating the atlas to return to the toxicology zone. In the flower garden of Xia City, Xia Zuo sat in a soft chair. Gazing at the wall clock, it was 5:30 in the afternoon. He had been waiting for half an hour. Indeed, at times, the perception of time between men and women can differ significantly. What the female attendant referred to as a few minutes was, in reality, several minutes. "I've arrived," a figure approached, wafting with fragrance. Xia Zuo exhaled in relief, smiling. "Let us go. It's time for dinner." And Ruer clung to his arm, tilting her head upward. "Do you see any difference between me and before?" Here it comes. The fateful question. Thankfully, he was prepared. Xia Zuo scrutinized her delicate face, engaging his senses as his mind raced, treating the situation with utmost seriousness. The first step was to take 0.5 seconds to discern whether she had applied any cosmetics. This step was crucial. If Ruer had not used any makeup, but he praised her as if she had, no matter how eloquently he spoke, it would only backfire. Her skin reflected a sheen, indicating she had indeed used skincare products. The second step was to identify a point of compliment. He considered empathetically what one might lack that would prompt them to enhance it, and conversely, what one enhances signifies a perceived deficiency. The third step was to ascertain the reasons behind her skincare. The fourth step involved carefully crafting his words. Within merely 2 seconds, as an experienced individual, Xia Zuo had devised his approach. Your skin appears more hydrated, and your tear troughs have diminished significantly. It seems the products from Flower Guardian are quite effective. The shop the senior introduced is indeed commendable." And Ruer beamed sweetly. "I also find them quite effective." She extended her finger to gently press beneath her eyes. "I plan to come here for maintenance every week or two. I've also purchased some skincare products." The fifth and most critical step was to preemptively divert any potential points of contradiction, steering clear of discussions regarding the appearance of the opposite sex, thereby minimizing the likelihood of such dialogues. Xia Zuo feigned ignorance, scratching the back of his head. "I really don't know much about skincare. Perhaps you should consult the senior more often." And Ruer nuzzled against his shoulder, then looked at her boyfriend's cheek. "You often come into contact with toxins. Should you not procure some for backup? You could also use mine, huh? I just realized your skin is even smoother than mine. How is that possible?" Chapter 34. New student Xia Zuo was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the one flaw in his careful calculations lay upon his own visage. "Old man, you must shoulder this blame." "That's a long story. Let us discuss it while we walk." Xia Zuo took Ruer outside the shop, explaining his peculiarity in a few brief sentences as they strolled. "It was the potion I consumed in the cave that endowed me with remarkable recovery abilities, preventing the fire potion from leaving any scars in my mouth. So that's how it is." And Ruer nodded thoughtfully. "I truly envy you." She raised her hand and gently rubbed his face. "It feels so smooth and elastic." Observing her small hand persist in its motions, Xia Zuo produced a vial of potion from his robe pocket. "Can you guess what this is?" And Ruer took the vial, removing the cork to sniff. "Is it a fire potion?" "Yes, indeed." Under the splendid glow of the setting sun, Xia Zuo halted, turning to face her. "So, my lovely lady, would you care to witness my fire performance tonight by the Academy's lake? Just the two of us." "I would love to." And Ruer capped the vial, opening her arms to embrace him, burying her face in his chest. "I would be delighted." "Then it's settled. We shall remain in the restaurant until dusk, then proceed to the lakeside." "All right." The two strolled leisurely down the street, heading towards the Academy. Ruer seemed unaware of the reason behind the fire performance being scheduled for that evening, which brought Xia Zuo inner delight. With the audience in sync, the evening as spectacle would undoubtedly be more captivating. At 7 in the evening, the night sky deepened, adorned with twinkling stars, while the crescent moon reflected upon the gently rippling surface of the lake. Xia Zuo and Ruer walked along the stone path illuminated by alchemical lights, traversing a distance before stepping onto the grass by the lakeside. The shore beneath their feet was lined with stones and pebbles, positioned at a safe distance from the grass, alleviating any concerns about igniting the ground during his fire display. Not far behind them, a silent watchman hovered in the air. The castle regulations did not prohibit fire performances within the Academy's confines. Dim could not interfere with Xia Zuo's exhibition. It was likely that after tonight, Dim would amend the castle regulations to include such a stipulation. Xia Zuo surveyed the area, confirming it was devoid of others. He instructed Ruer to stand a little farther back, retrieving a vial of potion to pour into his mouth. Next, He lit a match and ignited a torch. Whoosh, puff, a white flame erupted before him, illuminating the surrounding grass. Wow. And Ruer clasped her hands before her chest. Her mouth agape in awe at the pure, pristine flames. Xia Zuo had not breathed fire in quite some time, yet his lung capacity had not diminished. The white flame danced for nearly 20 seconds before extinguishing. He switched potions, releasing a series of flames in varying colors. White, red, purple, green. And Ruer was entranced, observing the vibrant flames flickering above the lake's surface, her posture unwavering in captivated admiration. Xia Zuo wiped the moisture from his lips. As the torch began to dim, the flames on the verge of extinguishing, he turned to Ruer, smiling as he said, "Let me guess. Is this your favorite color?" He poured the last vial of potion into his mouth. Whoosh, puff, a cerulean flame surged upwards, resembling a fountain shooting water into the sky. "This is the color," and Ruer's eyes sparkled. "How did you know?" Xia Zuo exhaled the final mouthful of potion, the cerulean flames erupting with even greater brilliance before dissipating into the air. Can you guess? He wiped his lips, stowing the torch in the fallen match, while saying, "Do you remember the incident at the Rosac City testing station? You walked behind the curtain, and Thales asked you to choose between 2 glass vials. You selected the cerulean one." And Ruer embraced him. "You were so thoughtful." Remembering even this, Xia Zuo gently caressed her hair, whispering softly in her ear, "Happy birthday." The delicate figure in his arms stiffened momentarily before trembling slightly, her voice breaking into a soft, intermittent murmur. "Thank you." "Xia Zuo, how did you know? I can hardly remember it myself." People in this world also celebrate their birthdays. Much like in his previous life, as one ages, the significance of the birthday gradually fades. And people tend to forget this special day amidst their daily toils. However, if someone remembers a birthday and takes action to celebrate it, it invariably fosters goodwill. The mentor has a roster of students. I learned of it from him. Xia Zuo patted her back, producing a small box from his pocket and presenting it to her. "This is a birthday gift. Do open it and see." And Ruer gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, her gaze trembling as she fixated on the square box. She lifted the lid to reveal a slender cord adorned with several tiny, cerulean gemstones. "What is this?" Xia Zuo knew that such small boxes could easily lead to misunderstandings, as one might presume it contained a ring. However, that was not the case. "It's a hair tie." Xia Zuo struggled to suppress a smile as he watched her attempt to loop the cord around her delicate wrist. "Oh, you should have said so sooner." And Ruer lightly tapped his chest, lifting her hand to remove the black tie from her ponytail and replacing it with the new hair tie. "Does it look nice?" "It looks lovely." Xia Zuo wrapped his arms around her waist. "So, do you agree?" "I do." And Ruer interjected eagerly, her arms encircling his neck, a dreamy glimmer in her eyes. "From this day forth, we are officially together." Xia Zuo swiftly silenced her lips, glancing towards the watchmen and the onlookers. The ensuing conversation was not suitable for public discourse, and he intended to bypass it entirely. "Well then, mission accomplished. Let us return." It's still early. I plan to visit the toxicology zone to practice concocting poisons." Xia Zuo deftly shifted the topic, his right hand resting on her waist as they proceeded towards the castle. And Ruer leaned against her boyfriend's embrace, inquiring, "When is your birthday?" Xia Zuo glanced at the twinkling lights of the castle, blinking. "I can't quite recall. I should ask the mentor." In the alchemical toxicology zone, Xia Zuo escorted Ruer to the corridor of the dormitory before entering alone. He had spent a month refining the process of creating the powdered form of the black eye poison, reducing the time from an initial 1 hour and 20 minutes to about 1 hour. He intended to further explore the connections between various alchemical stages and his own movement strategies among the alchemical apparatus. Once he stabilized the preparation time for this powder to under an hour, he would then proceed to concoct the next refined powder. This learning sequence mirrored that of the apprentice level, with the complexity of the concoctions increasing from simple to intricate, sequentially producing the refined powders of the white palette poison, black eye poison, brownfoot poison, golden star poison, and green bone poison. As he approached the basic alchemical laboratory, Xia Zuo softened his footsteps, unexpectedly spotting his mentor seated at the desk, simultaneously manipulating 3 pens that swiftly transcribed notes across 3 notebooks. "You've arrived." Hurov lifted his gaze, pausing the 3 pens. "Come, take a seat. I have something to discuss with you." "Good evening, Professor." Xia Zuo hastened to the chair and sat down, a sense of intuition suggesting that the mentor was in good spirits today. Take a look at these. Xia gestured to 3 tomes laid upon the desk. This is the new student handbook for the upcoming cohort in alchemical toxicology. They will arrive at the academy in a month. When that time comes, you will be responsible for guiding them through the apprentice-level content. Me. Xia Zuo straightened his back, his eyes widening at the sight of the handbook. Xia placed his hands on the desk, fingers interlaced. Yes, indeed. You will be the one to instruct them. You see, we lack elemental attendants here, unlike other alchemical zones where elemental servants can assist in teaching newcomers. Here, only you can assume the role of teaching assistant. Role? Xia Zuo pondered this term. Could it be that a teaching assistant is also a role that can be taken on part-time? Assuming the position of teaching assistant would undoubtedly encroach upon his time for concocting poisons. However, if the role could provide new avenues for experiential learning, it might be worth a try. Xia Zuo pointed to the gender section in the first handbook, stating, Professor, regarding the female students, oh, no. I don't mean to express any bias against women. I merely wish to inquire if the female physique can adequately endure poison testing. There was another thought he refrained from voicing. The black eye poison induces hallucinatory effects, setting aside the small orbs of light that drift from the body. Each individual perceives unique illusions, independent of their willpower attributes that in Xia Zuo's case. The objects before him twisted and spun, and Ruer, like him, also witnessed distorted lines. Mason and Brandon were less fortunate. One saw a mass of constantly shifting black dots, while the other's entire field of vision morphed into the shape of bananas. During their initial poison testing, Mason was seized by convulsions from the dense black dots, while Brandon obsessively clung to his forearm, licking it. After several trials with the black eye poison, the peculiar reactions of Mason and Brandon intensified, causing them to knock over numerous glass vials containing poisons, just as they were on the verge of creating a greater disturbance within the hallucinations. Xia transferred them to the potions alchemy discipline. Generally speaking, boys tend to brush off such embarrassing incidents. They simply move on. Yet girls are often more sensitive, and among the incoming new students, there is only this one female. Should an awkward situation arise, it could prove rather difficult to manage. Do not fret. When the new students first attempt the black eye poison, I will be present to oversee. If they do not witness twisted lines, I will promptly transfer them to another discipline. Xia retrieved a wooden box from the drawer and placed it before Xia Zuo. Open it and consume the potion inside. Once you have done so, you may continue your trials. Otherwise, the collection of poisons on the shelf may claim your life. Oh yes, Professor. At last, he would be able to test potions. He would finally reap the rewards of experience. Xia Zuo maintained a calm demeanor as he grasped the potion bottle. Casting a detection spell, utilizing the light from the alchemical lamp, he scrutinized the crystalline blue liquid within the bottle. Item name, unknown. Item type, unknown. Item grade, unknown. Item quality, unknown. Associated resistance, unknown. Item description, creator, unknown. Item effect, upon consumption, it is expected to enhance vitality by 2 points. Due to insufficient knowledge reserve, no further information could be obtained. Was the slap in the face delivered so swiftly? Just this afternoon, he concluded that there were no alchemical products capable of enhancing vitality, and now he encountered one in the evening. No wonder Xia's vitality attribute exceeds 5 points. This must be the effect of such a potion. Xia Zuo noticed a faint red line swirling within the crystalline blue liquid. Glancing at the mentor, who was still manipulating the 3 pins, he understood that the other would not disclose what it was. So he uncorked the potion bottle and tilted his head back to drink the liquid. Xia Zuo licked his lips. The potion bore no taste, and he felt no immediate effects. There was no overwhelming wave of heat coursing through his body, nor did he feel any unpleasant sensations. Information flooded his mind. Successfully consumed unknown potion. Vitality attribute increased by 2 points. Gained 150 experience. Level, LV12. Experience, 350150, 500, 1600. Free attribute points, 5 vitality. 14,216, health, 45,2350 base health regeneration rate 0. 12 points minute, 7 points hour, 150 experience, equivalent to memorizing 3 to 4 books or consuming dozens of self-made poisons. The experience reward was exceedingly generous, and it even directly provided attribute points. If only he could acquire 2 more doses. Xia Zuo suppressed his excitement, returned the potion bottle, and sealed the wooden box. Professor, what does this potion do? I don't feel anything at all. The toxicity has been entirely eliminated. So, of course, you feel nothing. You wish to writhe on the floor in agony. The cost of this potion is sufficient to purchase 2 entire streets of shops. As for the potion's purpose, consider it a means to cleanse the toxins accumulated within your body. You will understand its significance when you become a skilled alchemical toxicologist and prepare for advancement to the expert level. Kirov continued without looking up. Peruse the 3 tomes. I will jot down some important notes regarding your role as a teaching assistant to prevent you from making mistakes. You may return later tonight. I will speak with Dim regarding the teaching arrangements for these 3 new students. Yes, Professor. Xia Zuo lowered his gaze to the handbook, the sound of continuous writing filling his ears. Little did he expect that, after only a year at the academy, he would be tasked with guiding new students. He wondered if there would be any remuneration for this role. He did not dwell too long in fanciful thoughts, briefly anticipating the benefits of the teaching assistant position, then focused his attention on the new student handbook. The enrollment process at Xingya Academy consists of registration, background checks, affinity tests, and mental ocean evaluations, concluding with admission. The 2 tests follow the background check. Individuals with unclear origins, tarnished records, or flawed character are ineligible for testing. Thus, every cohort of new students represents the cream of the crop within their age group. This time, the 3 newcomers in alchemical toxicology are no exception. 2 males, one named Hodge, hailing from the Yinan province, and the other named Bisange, from the Subreal province. Both are 19 years of age, 1 year older than Xia Zuo. According to the records in the handbook, Hodge's father owns several mines, and his innate affinity is for earth resistance. With wealth at his disposal and ample access to literature, his mental ocean is likely robust. He performed exceptionally well in the mental ocean evaluation, experiencing little pain during the 3rd minute of placing his palm over the glass bottle and achieving a tranquil state in mere seconds. Perhaps his mental attribute stands at 12 or 13 points. Had his innate affinity been for an elemental resistance other than earth, Hodge might have been poached by the elemental embodiment discipline. Bisange, however, is markedly less impressive. Born into an ordinary family, his mental ocean is barely adequate. Based on this semester's academic and examination experiences, Bisange is likely to be a background character. This assessment may be blunt and somewhat harsh. Yet it remains true for such students, entering the academy, honing their skills for 2 years, and then returning to their previous environments to secure better positions constitutes the utmost achievement. Their progeny will enjoy a superior upbringing, enhanced access to literature, and a greater likelihood of continuing their education at the academy. This, perhaps, is the deeper intent behind the academy's investment in recruiting students with innate affinities, subtly elevating the overall output of such students across the kingdom. The academy's perspective, after all, diverges from that of individuals. One must consider the long term. Much like centuries ago, when natural forests were felled to plant alchemical trees designed to drive away wild beasts. These are merely conjectures drawn from Xia Zuo's past experiences. Any resemblance to real persons or events is purely coincidental. Chapter 35. The Allure of the Flow line upon finishing the male student's handbook. Xia Zuo opened the females. She is the only girl among the trio. Currently, the gender ratio at the academy is approximately 4 to 6, with boys slightly fewer than girls. The female students primarily focus on potions alchemy. The alchemical zone for toxic substances has been fortuitously reversed, with a greater number of males than females. This particular female, however, is quite a rarity, having navigated the trials of the mental ocean through sheer willpower as a freshman. Her name is Yolanda, a native of Starry Night City. Aged 20, her parents were once wandering mercenaries, and now they operate a tavern in Starry Night City, leveraging their former renown to attract patrons and, by extension, conducting a modest business and information sales through their established connections. Both have practiced breathing techniques, possessing formidable abilities, and have long harbored high expectations for Yolanda, emphasizing the cultivation of her reading habits. Under normal circumstances, Yolanda should have joined the academy last year. However, she was stationed as a soldier on Middle Island in the eastern seas of the kingdom at that time. The process of completing her discharge paperwork and traveling to the capital for enrollment would take several months, likely causing her to miss the first round of admissions. Thus, she has opted to enroll this year instead. Her advantages are considerable. The examination content for this semester has already been partially leaked to the upper echelons of the kingdom. Given her parents' capabilities, acquiring such information would not pose a significant challenge. It is quite possible that Yolanda has already begun self-studying the general curriculum for alchemy. Xia Zuo closed the illustrated album. Finished. Kirilov glanced at the pensive student. Just as I have nearly completed my own writing. 2 of the 3 fountain pens ceased their movements, while the remaining one continued to scribe. I have finished, Professor. The likelihood of Yolanda and Hodge remaining at the academy is somewhat higher. Xia Zuo nodded. Kirilov organized the papers on the table, sealing them in a binder. I must remind you not to show favoritism. Yolanda and Hodge possess clear advantages. They may be slightly inferior to Sang, but perhaps, like you and me, they simply lack a nurturing family environment that could have allowed their strengths to flourish. Indeed. Professor. Xia Zuo's expression grew serious. Let us tackle one matter at a time. Kirilov retrieved a notepad, perusing the various notes. The students of your cohort will begin their retests tomorrow. Are you interested in assisting me with grading? Based on his previous life experiences, teaching assistants primarily engage in supportive tasks, which include grading assignments and exams, as well as aiding in instruction. The next tier above teaching assistants is lecturers, who can conduct classes independently. The hierarchy continues to vary beyond that. And he was yet unaware of how it was structured within the Starry Night Academy. Xia Zuo pondered briefly. Of course, I am interested. It is my responsibility. Good. The retests for toxic alchemy are scheduled over the next 3 days. The foundational texts, Separation of Toxins, Encyclopedia of Poisons, and Guide to Common Toxic Substance Identification, will each be examined on successive days. You shall assist me with grading during this period, and it need not be completed overnight, as long as it is finished before the conclusion of the retests. Understood, Professor. Kirilov jotted down a few notes. The second matter involves the 3 new students arriving. You will be responsible for welcoming them. Dim mentioned that your performance when donning the poison-making leather robe for the first time was commendable, so you may assist him in shouldering some of his workload. He will deliver the keys to the wardrobe to you prior to the newcomer's arrival. The shower facilities will also require some renovations, but that task will be handled by him. Xia Zuo nodded in acknowledgement. Kirilov continued to take notes. The 3rd issue pertains to expanding the toxic alchemy zone. He gestured towards a wall where several shelves stood. Clear the shelves over there and relocate the bottles and jars to the adjacent empty shelves. Once Dim completes the modifications behind the wall and opens it up, we shall rearrange the foundational alchemy room accordingly. Seemingly considering the considerable effort required, which could consume a considerable amount of time. Kirilov frowned slightly and remarked, "It is rather troublesome, is it not? Who could have predicted we would be unable to utilize elemental servants? You shall see to this matter." Yes, Professor. Xia Zuo mentally noted the tasks. The 4th issue, Kirilov noted in his notepad, is that the alchemical general studies exam you passed last semester was merely the first round of selections. Each alchemical advancement test allows only 2 attempts. Failing both results in disqualification from progression, and one would be expelled from the academy. In the short term, the flow of personnel within the academy will be quite frequent. Kirilov observed the contemplative student and continued. According to the headmaster's estimates, last year and this year have seen the highest enrollment numbers in the academy's history. Starting next year, the number of new students will decline sharply over the next 3 to 15 years. The average number of new students each year will be around 30. Once the results of this retest are available, we can also estimate how many students will remain at the academy. Currently, the headmaster predicts that the future resident student population will be approximately 50 to 60, with half being new students and the other half being those who, after several attempts at alchemical advancement tests, managed to remain. Kirilov retrieved a sheet of paper filled with notes, reading aloud. The headmaster intends to model the academy's new teaching system after the alchemical academies of the Eastern continent. The numbers for potion and oil alchemy are quite substantial, with 4 and 3 teaching assistants, respectively. The 3 subdivisions of artifact alchemy each have 1 to 2 teaching assistants. Our toxic alchemy also has only 1 to 2 assistants. Kirilov briefly explained the responsibilities of teaching assistants, which sounded familiar to Xia Zuo based on his previous life. That he returned the written sheet to its place. You will serve as the temporary teaching assistant this year. By this time next year, one of this year's 3 new students will take on that role, provided they pass the general studies exam. Should no one pass the first semester exam, you shall continue in the role of temporary teaching assistant. You are my first true student, and your talent and disposition in alchemy resonate with my expectations. I trust you comprehend the implications of this matter. Xia Zuo's expression grew increasingly solemn. The mentor's words left room for interpretation, but sufficiently conveyed the deeper significance behind them. If one were to liken the academy to a cake, during his tenure as a temporary teaching assistant, Xia Zuo must understand that his role as part of the institution is not to vie for existing shares or to engage in underhanded tactics to secure a teaching assistant position. The true duty of academy personnel is to collaborate with the headmaster to expand the cake, to grow it larger and larger. The share of teaching assistants will correspondingly increase, according to the headmaster's predictions regarding student numbers. There is no cause for concern over internal strife among teaching assistants in the coming decades. Moreover, vast expanses of uncharted wilderness surround the kingdom, providing ample opportunities to disperse the apprentices of the academy. Xia Zuo quickly grasped the rationale behind this and nodded solemnly. Professor, rest assured. I shall adhere strictly to the standards you have set for teaching. Very well. I have a feeling you will not disappoint me. Kirilov glanced at the nearby shelf filled with refined powders. Do not neglect your own studies. If you aspire to become a formal teaching assistant, you must first possess sufficient alchemical prowess. Yes, Professor. I will consider carefully. The penultimate matter. Please hand me your pendant. I shall replace it with a new one. Furthermore, starting from the second month of the new semester, on the first of each month, you will receive a stipend for your role as a temporary teaching assistant, amounting to 20 silver coins. Upon hearing of the remuneration, Xia Zuo felt a surge of joy that he calmly accepted the new pendant and adorned himself with it. As a voice in his mind relayed the information, detected a change in the host's identity. Character template updated, new identity, temporary teaching assistant added. Identity 3, temporary teaching assistant. Identity level, not applicable. Promotion conditions, unknown. Identity bonuses, 1. Any action that aligns with the teaching assistant identity will yield basic experience rewards. 2. Additional experience rewards will be calculated based on the new student's learning progress and exam results. Indeed, being a teaching assistant is an identity recognized by the system. Such positions, which necessitate frequent interaction with others, could be considered charisma-based, right? If I elevate my charisma attribute to a level akin to the headmaster's, all students would obediently heed my words. Whatever I say, they would do. Xia Zuo, confident in his lack of social anxiety, remained skeptical of the feasibility of a charisma-based approach. Kirilov observed the student across the table lost in thought and refrained from interrupting, waiting for him to return to reality before stating. The final matter pertains to the notes I compiled tonight. The third fountain pen inscribed the last line. Returning to its holder, dozens of pages filled with writing were bound into a loose-leaf booklet and presented before Xia Zuo. This document is for your eyes only. Do not take it outside. And certainly do not speak of it to others. Enruer has a good rapport with you. If she also becomes a temporary teaching assistant, you may exchange insights. However, if that is not the case, do not mention the contents of this document to her. Kirilov emphasized. Otherwise, both of you shall face repercussions. Do you understand? Yes, Professor. Kirilov scribbled a note and passed it to Dim from a distance before rising and heading towards the plush sofa. Take your time reviewing the document. If you feel fatigued, you may retire for the night. Xia Zuo watched as the mentor entered a meditative state. The wall clock indicated it was 8 p.m. Dim stipulated that students must return to their dormitories by 8:30 p.m. with lights out set for 10:00 p.m. His current routine mirrors this schedule, as he finds himself growing drowsy promptly at 10 tonight. He has at least an hour and a half to peruse this document. Upon opening the first page of the binder, a familiar phrase catches his eye, the Mage's Sanctum. This phrase had appeared in a questionnaire 7 months prior. The Mage's Sanctum governs all orthodox mage factions. Overseeing their operations, the IT has established countless decrees, each rooted in historical lessons. Breaching any of these regulations can lead to penalties commensurate with the severity of the offense. Kirilov has penned a dozen of the Sanctum's regulations on paper, insisting that Xia Zuo must commit them to memory. One particular rule is underlined and marked with an asterisk. Do not disclose the antidote's formula to alchemists below the proficient level. But does that count if the student deduces it independently? The mentor merely provided the correct solvent. Xia Zuo recalls that night when Kirilov instructed him to attempt to find the antidote for the white pharyngeal toxin. It's no wonder the mentor ceased teaching other antidote formulas. Xia Zuo notes this regulation and continues to browse the subsequent content, which consists entirely of guidelines for apprentice-level toxic alchemists. At 9:30 p.m., Xia Zuo stretches and, having tidied his desk, saunters outside in the castle hall. A dozen bright orbs float in the pristine silvery moonlight. He stands below for a moment, savoring the tranquility and serenity, before returning to his dormitory to rest. The following day dawns. It is Sunday. The first day of supplementary exams for students. The cafeteria is bustling in the early morning, with numerous students hurrying towards their dormitories, lunchboxes in hand. It seems that many have failed in toxic alchemy. Xia Zuo carries 2 cups of hot milk, placing one before Enruer as he sits down and inquires, "Has your mentor appointed you as a temporary assistant?" "Indeed," Enruer replies, cradling the warm milk. "After returning to the dorm last night, my mentor sent me a letter instructing me to visit the oil alchemy class this morning. That's splendid. Both of them are temporary assistants, earning a wage." After enjoying breakfast together, Xia Zuo and Enruer head to their respective alchemical zones. Within the toxic alchemy zone, Xia Zuo approaches the shelf piled with refined toxic powders. After waiting a month, he can finally consume these toxins. 5 apprentice-level toxins: white pharyngeal, black eye, brown foot, golden star, and green bone. The difficulty of concoction increases from left to right, while the duration of toxicity decreases sequentially. The apprentice stage. Considering efficiency and experience acquisition, the green bone toxin is the most suitable for leveling up. Its toxicity lasts only 10 seconds, causing pain solely in the bones without further adverse effects. Currently, the refined black eye toxin can provide resistance to all 4 elements at once without inflicting pain, offering a superior experience gain and completely usurping the green bone toxin's position as the premier leveling agent. Kirilov had previously expressed concerns about toxins accumulating in the body. However, such worries are unfounded. With the aid of Undying Body, as long as his health is restored, no toxin can linger within. Yet, this secret must remain concealed. With the unknown potion from last night as a cover, future experiments will no longer face obstruction. Xia Zuo merely needs to carefully monitor his health, avoiding any blunders. Glug. The first refined black eye toxin is ingested. Xia Zuo sits in a chair, gazing at his body. The anticipated specks of light emerge. His arms and legs undulate like slippery eels, compared to the distorted shapes of his limbs. The movement of the specks of light follows a discernible pattern. While his torso remains completely still, they drift along a curved trajectory, exhibiting remarkable regularity, without veering abruptly mid-flight. Gradually, a spark of inspiration ignites within him. The spectacle of the drifting specks of light and the visual distortion effect are, in fact, 2 distinct images. For some reason, they have been superimposed together. If he could discover a method to isolate the visual of the drifting specks from the distortion, the black eye toxin might require a name change. Black eye elixir? Xia Zuo realizes the source of the distortion, the toxicity itself. That he recalls the supplements and functional potions he saw in the apothecary. These potions, possessing only beneficial effects, are solely related to water resistance. In other words, if he could remove the earthly traces of the black eye toxin, retaining only the traces of the wind element. Wait, that's not right. Potions are only connected to the water element. However, after stripping away the earthly traces from the black eye toxin, what remains are traces of the wind element, not the water element. Xia Zuo scratches the back of his head in confusion, and the specks of light instantly retreat back into his body. He feels he has discovered some clues, yet remains unable to pinpoint the crucial aspect. Floundering within a blind spot of knowledge, the entire morning passes with him continually consuming the refined black eye toxin until the supply of refined black eye powder on the shelf is exhausted. At 11:50 a.m., Xia Zuo stares blankly at the over 200 empty glass vials on the table, reflecting on the information sent by his golden finger. The preceding several hundred lines of feedback detail his experiences post-ingestion, all relatively similar, leading him to flip to the final entries. Level LV.12, Experience, 500, 600, 1100, 1600, Will, 527, Earth Resistance, 0.50.51, Wind Resistance, 0.50.51, Water Resistance, 0.50.51, Fire Resistance, 2. Due to being no less than 2, no change occurred. The rewards for will attributes have notably diminished due to the increase in resistances. Yet the experience rewards remain bountiful due to additional bonuses. There are still over 30 bottles of refined white pharyngeal toxin powder left on the shelf. The potency of the refined white pharyngeal toxin is stronger, and there is no corresponding antidote. Leveling with the white pharyngeal toxin is less convenient and safe than with the black eye toxin. Upholding the principle that wasting is a crime, Xia Zuo decides to gradually consume them, He tidies the more than 200 empty glass vials onto the shelf before quietly leaving the toxic alchemy zone. Chapter 36. Adaptation. At 1 p.m. the same day, Xia Zuo returns to the toxic alchemy zone. Approaching the shelf of toxins once more, he retrieves a bottle of refined white pharyngeal toxin and sits down, activating his detection skill to meticulously confirm the potency of this toxin. The figures in parentheses reflect calculations of will and resistance. This statement will be omitted in the future. Ingesting this bottle of white pharyngeal toxin will yield a 2-layer suffocation effect, inflicting damage of 30-28 health points per minute, lasting for 0.97 minutes, totaling a health deduction of 30-28 points. The unrefined white pharyngeal toxin causes a single-layer suffocation effect, dealing 20 points of damage per minute for 3 minutes, summing up to a total of 60 points. The potency increases with the addition of refined powder, yet the duration shortens, having the total damage. Should he concoct another bottle of refined white pharyngeal toxin and combine the two, the cumulative damage can match that of the unrefined version. Simultaneously, the time taken for the full effect of the toxin to manifest decreases from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. The difference between losing 60 points of health over 3 minutes and 2 minutes is merely 1 minute. Yet it signifies a qualitative enhancement, accelerating the full effect by 33. Xia Zuo glances at his health data. Health, 50-50. Healthy. Base health recovery rate, 0.12 points minute, 7 points hour. Consuming a bottle of refined white pharyngeal toxin will deduct 28 points, lowering his health to 22 points, which remains relatively safe. Excluding the additional recovery speed boost from critical moment, he could drink another refined toxin in about 4 hours. What if he factors in the effects of critical moment? Xia Zuo feels he may be on the brink of devising a clever strategy. Critical moment. When health drops below 50 of its maximum, the recovery speed bonus provided by vitality increases by 50. When health dips below 25 of its maximum, the effect of critical moment doubles, assuming a maximum health of 60 points, with a base recovery rate maintained at 7 points hour. First, he drinks a bottle of refined white pharyngeal toxin, deducting 28 points, leaving him with 32 points. He then drinks another bottle, deducting another 28 points, reducing him to 4 points. As this amount falls below 25 of his maximum health, the double effect of critical moment activates, boosting his base health recovery rate by 100, reaching 14 points hour. Once his health exceeds 15 points, the additional recovery speed from critical moment diminishes to 50, lowering the base health recovery rate back to 10. 5 points hour. It would take approximately 25 hours to recover from 4 points back to 32 points. By employing this method, he can compress the interval between consuming white pharyngeal toxins from 4 hours to 2.5 hours, reducing it by 37.5. Quite intriguing. The art of managing health thresholds. It is challenging to manipulate another's health, yet easy to manage one's own. Perhaps, in the future, when his maximum health reaches hundreds of points, he could rely on critical moment to continuously consume toxins for leveling up around the clock. Xia Zuo nods thoughtfully at the toxin vials. However, there is no need to pursue such a course of action just yet. On one hand, risking low health while experimenting with the white pharyngeal toxin is truly a disregard for life. On the other hand, there is not an abundance of lethal toxins in stock. This contingency plan for leveling up during emergencies shall serve as a backup for now. Gulyalu. He tilted his head back and consumed the refined white throat toxin, expertly propping his legs against the chair's backrest. The sensation of suffocation was unpleasant, yet he remained remarkably composed, exhibiting far more calmness than during his initial encounter with the white throat toxin. After all, he wouldn't perish, merely a brief nap would see him through. 1 minute later, the sound of labored breathing echoed within the basic alchemy chamber. Xia Zuo gasped for air, slumped in his chair, patiently awaiting the restoration of his health. Minutes passed, and the dizziness in his head dissipated as his blood levels rose, his mind returning to a state of clarity and sharpness. Successfully consumed 1 bottle of white throat toxin, homemade, 1 refinement. Additional reward of 40 experience points, gained 105 experience points, increased willpower attribute by 0.00105 points. Enhanced resistance to water, wind, and earth elements by 0.00105. How could there be 105 experience points? That was 7 or 8 points more than the refined black eye toxin. Xia Zuo reclined against the chair, staring blankly at the alchemical lamp fixtures on the ceiling. sifting through previous information in his mind. Of course, in the past, he had only consumed a third of a bottle each time, but this time he had ingested an entire bottle. A third of 105 experience points is 35 points, which is roughly 1 point more than before. Could he then merely consume a third of a bottle? The health deduction from a third of a bottle amounts to about 9 points. Keeping his health below 50 would yield a recovery speed of 105 points per hour, perfectly offsetting the health deduction, allowing him to consume a third of a bottle every hour, thereby achieving a testing speed of 1 bottle every 3 hours. Xia Zuo approached the shelf and prepared another bottle of refined white throat toxin. He fetched a measuring cup, poured out a third, and then downed it in one gulp, perhaps due to the enhancement of his willpower attribute and resistances. Aside from a slight itch in his throat and nose, he experienced no other toxic effects. The insufficient dosage prevented the suffocation effect from manifesting. This trial was deemed a failure by his golden finger. Yielding no rewards, Xia Zuo grimaced and poured the remaining 2/3 into his mouth. Cough, cough. The itch in his throat intensified, and his limbs trembled uncontrollably as he forcefully inhaled and exhaled, manipulating his chest like a bellows. Managing to breathe with difficulty, these discomforts gradually subsided with the passage of time. His mind remained blank, devoid of any messages from his golden finger. It seemed that attempting to cut corners would not yield results. He must satisfy the conditions set by the golden finger to earn experience. Otherwise, he would gain not a single point of reward. Xia Zuo helplessly set down the empty bottle. He calculated the timing for his next trial against the wall clock before entering the advanced alchemy chamber to refine powdered substances. In the evening, just before dinner, 3 bottles of black eye toxin powder and 1 bottle of white throat toxin powder appeared on the shelf. This was the harvest of the day, with the goal of maximizing experience acquisition. He had worked tirelessly from dawn until dusk, yielding 9 bottles of black eye toxin powder and 2 bottles of white throat toxin powder. In the morning and afternoon, he consumed 1 bottle of refined white throat toxin, using the refined black eye toxin as a filler during the remaining time. All told, he could amass approximately 50 experience points in a day, translating to 1,500 points in a month. His leveling speed approached 1 level per month. Based on the past 2 years of experience, leveling up once a month was indeed a rapid pace. While calculating these figures, Xia Zuo meticulously cleaned the glass bottles he had emptied that day. Once everything was tidied up, he departed from the toxin alchemy area. During dinner, the lakeside night view was exquisite, marking the most leisurely and comfortable moment of the day. Perhaps it was an illusion. But Xia Zuo felt that Enruer's demeanor seemed to have grown more affectionate. Previously, they would sit facing each other, but tonight she had moved closer, sitting beside him. She proactively served him a bowl of delicious food from the pot and brought him a glass of his favorite drink. TSK, did the small gift he presented yesterday hold such great power? With a smile, Xia Zuo savored the seafood delicacies, occasionally delighting in a sip of sparkling beverage. He did not forget to take a soup spoon to serve Enruer a bowl of her favorite squid tentacles and refill her empty glass with juice. What should have been a dinner lasting merely a few minutes was prolonged until after 6 o'clock, enveloped in a warm atmosphere of mutual affection. Xia Zuo escorted Enruer to the dormitory corridor, then hurriedly made his way back to the toxin alchemy area, arriving before his mentor just in time to catch the evening class. "Professor, I'm here." As he stepped into the basic alchemy chamber, he noticed several wooden crates set upon the floor, leaving only a narrow path for walking. Koloff sat behind the desk, gesturing towards the wooden chair opposite him. "You may grade the 2 stacks of exam papers beside the chair. I will handle the rest. The correct answers are in the manual at the edge of the desk." "Understood." Xia Zuo slowly moved his feet to sit beside the desk, bending down to lift the wooden box designated for the exam papers. A fountain pen filled with red ink floated over to his hand under the mentor's guidance. That he grasped the pen, removed the cap, and unlocked the lid of the wooden box. That a glance at the name on the exam paper's cover immediately led him to locate the corresponding character template within the knowledge reserve. This was an unfamiliar classmate. They had never spoken in the past few months and hailed from the functional pharmacology discipline. The handwriting on the exam paper was reasonably neat, with a high accuracy rate on the multiple choice questions. Losing only 15 points. Clearly, considerable effort had been invested in memorizing the key points. Unfortunately, the application question section suffered significant point deductions, totaling over 200 points due to a lack of practical experience. Xia Zuo pondered, scratching his jaw. Could it be that the preparatory materials containing insights on toxic alchemy operations had not been leaked before the final exams last semester? he had prepared a set of study materials for en route. Kelly, in Showtime en route, without a doubt, had followed his instructions to the letter, safeguarding the materials and textbooks meticulously. Showtime was not sociable and was rather reticent, naturally inclined to keep secrets. Kelly was infrequently seen, and her study materials were also relayed through en route. If anyone were to be most likely to divulge the preparatory materials, Xia Zuo instinctively thought of Kelly Muller, with whom he had the least contact. This was a baseless assumption, and he would not mention it to anyone. Moreover, there was no indication of any leak. Nevertheless, why must application questions require practical experience to answer? Xia Zuo raised his gaze towards his mentor, hesitated for a few seconds, and ultimately posed the question. Kulov, arms crossed and controlling 3 pins to grade the papers, pondered briefly before responding. The meditation method, as its name suggests, is a technique for meditation. The difficulty of entering a meditative state is comparable to conjuring alchemical operations from thin air. Once you obtain the entry-level meditation method, you will understand. The implication of the mentor's words was to filter out students unsuited for practicing the meditation method through application questions. Xia Zuo nodded in understanding, setting aside the exam paper in his hand and bending down to retrieve the next wooden box. Approximately 1 hour later, a stack of graded exam papers was piled on his left, while several wooden boxes remained in the crate beneath his feet. Xia Zuo set down the pen, twisted his wrist to rest for a moment, and then opened the wooden box before him. A familiar name appeared on the exam paper's cover. Kelly Muller, Functional Pharmacology Discipline. Xia Zuo blinked at the paper. He had indeed encountered it, after grading several exam papers from the same discipline. He had anticipated running into a familiar name. That Kelly's handwriting was as elegant as en route's, but her strokes were shorter, appearing more efficient. She had performed excellently on the multiple-choice questions, missing only 1 and losing 2 points. As for the application questions, Xia Zuo found himself in a quandary. This exam paper was based on separation of toxins, which extensively covered the methods for isolating basic toxins and their sources. The origins of most basic toxins were not unique. The same basic toxin typically appeared in several similar substances. For instance, withered brown toxin is one of the 2 main materials of black eye toxin, derived from sun-dried withered vines. There are 7 varieties of vines that can be selected. Each of these 7 vines must be included in the answer to receive credit. They each have their scientific names and common names. During the exam, students were expected to write the scientific names. However, Kelly likely became disoriented while answering and used common names to refer to one of the vines. Logically, her paper should incur a 1-point deduction. The awkwardness lay in the fact that she was precisely 1 point short of passing. During retakes, the number of subjects each student must take varies. Thus, passing is determined by individual exam scores rather than the total score across all retake subjects. If Xia Zuo were to deduct 1 point, Kelly would have to retake the separation of toxins course. Professor, will using common names to refer to raw materials and application questions incur a deduction? Xia Zuo raised his head to ask, quickly adding, Kelly Muller is exactly 1 point shy of the passing mark. Kulov deliberated. Let's grant her the points. However, this applies only to her situation. Understood. Xia Zuo nodded in response, feeling a sense of relief. He recorded Kelly's score on her paper and placed it to his right. The subsequent exam papers also came from the functional pharmacology discipline. In total, out of 20 papers, only Kelly passed. It was not that Xia Zuo wished to show leniency. Rather, he simply could not find grounds for awarding points on the remaining papers. At 9 p.m., both the teacher and students set down their pens simultaneously. Kirov perused the exam papers corrected by Xia Zuo and stacked them in the corner of the desk. Well done. No errors. You may return to rest now. Tomorrow evening, we shall grade the next subject's papers. See you tomorrow morning, Professor, Xia Zuo replied as he moved towards the door, his mind echoing with the information from the golden finger. Successfully graded 20 exam papers. Accuracy 100, gained 20 experience points. Level, LV12, experience, 1132, 20. 1152 1600 points. The number of papers to be graded over the next 2 days should also be 20, totaling 60 points over 3 days. Equivalent to the reward for tasting 5 or 6 bottles of refined white belly toxin. The experience awarded for being a temporary teaching assistant is relatively meager, but the benefit of receiving a monthly salary of 20 silver coins is a consolation. Perhaps viewing the experience rewards as a generous bonus to one's salary would be more palatable. In the ensuing 2 days, Xia Zuo spent his days refining toxins into powdered form and testing them for rewards. while at night, he collaborated with his mentor in the basic alchemy lab to grade papers done on the evening. When the 3 examinations in toxicology concluded, both teacher and student breathed a sigh of relief, one yearning to return to the plush sofa for meditation, the other wishing to immerse himself in the advanced alchemy lab, tirelessly concocting toxins. Chapter 37. Welcoming the newcomers. In the days that followed, the teacher and student, separated by a mere wall, engaged in little conversation apart from brief exchanges before classes. Each wholly absorbed in their own pursuits, Xia Zuo dined thrice daily with Anruer, sharing insights and experiences in alchemy. The academy was rife with the watchful eyes of Dim's guards, rendering any form of intimacy impossible, at most. They exchanged a brief embrace upon meeting or parting, day in and day out. It seemed as though this tranquil existence would continue indefinitely. Approximately 3 weeks later, on a Sunday morning, the weather was splendid, bright and sunny, perfectly suited for a couple to lean against each other at a table on the restaurant terrace, gazing out at the shimmering lake. Xia Zuo sat with his back to the restaurant entrance, facing the water, while Anruer, engrossed in a book beside him, lowered her gaze. A slight commotion arose from behind him. He turned his head, peering around the back of his chair to observe the scene at the other end of the restaurant. A group of students crowded around a large table, loudly discussing the matter of retakes. It appeared the results of the makeup exams had been released. From the results of grading the toxicology papers, it seemed that out of over 100 students, only 2 or 3 managed to pass all retake subjects on their first attempt. The rest would have to retake their courses. In truth, retaking courses was not entirely detrimental. One could exchange study hours for points in the Warriors Guild and enjoy sumptuous meals within the academy for free. However, human nature is often unpredictable. Does one recall the candidates who passed the first round of examinations? There were 6 in total. In toxicology, only 1 student passed, achieving full marks. In the branch of oddity alchemy, the 2 subjects with the fewest students, ingenious artifacts and elemental manifestation, had 3 and 1 students passing respectively. These were Green Finn, Gray Finn, Lucas, and Fei-An, all of whom successfully passed. Yet, in the most populous subject, potion brewing, only Anruer emerged victorious. She is Xia Zuo's companion. So, should one suspect that the students in the less populous subjects received special treatment? Might this preferential treatment involve leaked exam questions? Otherwise, how could one explain Anruer's success? She was the only student to pass the initial examination in potion brewing. As Xia Zuo pondered, his eyebrows raised, he was taken aback that matters had circled back to involve the 2 of them. He silently cast a discerning spell towards the leaders of the group, comparing their template data with that from their initial enrollment. The increase in mental attributes was minimal, only reaching 11 points. It was evident they had not devoted themselves to their studies. Often, rumors do not carry accountability, yet they can cause significant harm, necessitating a careful strategy. Just as Xia Zuo was contemplating, a tall and imposing figure entered the restaurant. Dim, the castle manager, with a grim expression, strode across the stone threshold with steady strides. Approaching the large table in just a few steps, the raucous students shrank back like frightened chicks, too intimidated to meet the gaze hidden beneath Dim's thick mane. In a low voice, Dim called out several names, instructing them to accompany him. Those who had been the most boisterous seemed to be under some compulsion, moving stiffly as they followed the castle manager out of the restaurant. Xia Zuo averted his gaze, mentally reviewing the castle regulations. Rule 1. The authority of the head of the academy is beyond question. Rule 2. Rumors must not be spread. It turned out that the castle regulations explicitly forbade the dissemination of rumors. It had been quite some time since he last perused this little booklet, and he had nearly forgotten its contents. He resolved to read through it thoroughly to reinforce his memory, lest he be taken away by Dim to some dark confinement. With the commotion subsiding behind him, the group of students scattered like birds. Having refreshed his memory of the castle regulations, Xia Zuo opened a tome beside him and began to read. 3 days later, at noon in the toxicology lab. With 4 days remaining until the new students arrived at the academy, Xia Zuo emerged from the advanced alchemy room holding a glass vial and spotted his mentor standing before a stone wall, where the shelves had been cleared in advance and relocated. Faint rumbling sounds emanated from behind the wall, as if something heavy was being dragged deeper into the structure. The letter fluttered in from the entrance and landed in Kurov's hand. He glanced at its contents before pulling the lever beside him. The stone wall shifted, revealing 3 brand new basic alchemy tables. In a few days, the 3 new students will arrive, Xia remarked, turning to his pupil. At that time, you will conduct lessons at the basic alchemy table beside my desk. These 3 new tables are designated for each of them, and you will be responsible for their allocation. Understood, Professor, Xia Zuo replied, standing attentively to the side. Xia retrieved a manual from his desk, stating, "This is their schedule." Xia Zuo took it to review. It was similar to his previous semester. Mornings consisted of general alchemy courses, while afternoons and evenings were reserved for specialized alchemy branches. The only change was a reduction in the number of classes for alchemical linguistics, now limited to 2 sessions per week, with the hours redistributed to other general courses. After discussing future schedules with his mentor, Xia Zuo departed. 4 days later, at 2 p.m., with half an hour remaining until the arrival of the new students, Xia Zuo and Anruer returned to their dormitory to don clean robes, then proceeded to the castle hall. Dim, the castle manager, stood before a line of 9 lower-level students. He scrutinized each student with his brown eyes, arms crossed, muscles bulging beneath his black sleeves. Your performance over the past semester has been commendable. I am quite satisfied. The advanced students of the academy are about to become apprentice mages, while the intermediate students are delving into the critical stages of alchemical study. Xia gestured towards the 9 students. You are the upperclassmen that this year's newcomers will most frequently encounter. Perform well and set a good example. If necessary, you may discipline them in my name. Xia Zuo and the others nodded in unison. Among them were Anruer, Kelly, Fei En, Lucas, the Finn brothers, and a pair of twin sisters. These 9 had all passed the final exams or retakes of the previous semester. As Xia Zuo discreetly cast his discerning spell, he took the opportunity to compare their templates while waiting for the newcomers. Apart from himself, the remaining 8 students had achieved mental attributes of 15 points. It seemed that Anruer had reached this value months prior, and since then, she had made no further progress. 15 points appeared to be a threshold that was not easily surpassed. One individual stood out, Fei En from the elemental manifestation subject. His final exam score was 24,888 points, a mere 112 points shy of a perfect score. He was undoubtedly a formidable talent. When he entered the academy, he possessed a mental attribute of 13 points, the highest among the new students. It could be inferred that his initial mental attribute at birth was at least above 8 points. Perhaps Fei En would independently comprehend the elemental traits. Xia Zuo discreetly observed his chocolate-colored short hair and round glasses, committing his unremarkable visage to memory. He and Anruer exchanged idle chatter as they gazed towards the grand entrance of the castle hall. A swarm of elemental servants floated down to the 5-meter-high doors, gently pulling them open. Sunlight streamed through the vast doorway, revealing a dozen 3-section carriages that rolled into view, halting in the castle's outer square. The task of welcoming the newcomers fell to the members of the Warriors Guild, who had already disembarked outside the academy walls. The newcomers, filled with wonder at the academy, descended from the carriages, bustling into the castle hall. Their eyes darting about in excitement, exclaiming at the enormous glowing orbs hovering above. Dim, maintaining a serious expression, gestured for them to stand before him. When manpower was insufficient, he had to take matters into his own hands to maintain order. Fortunately, his stature and appearance exuded an air of authority. Towering over 2 meters, with arms thicker than a thigh and a bushy black face, he successfully quelled the restless crowd. I am Dim Carl, the order manager of Starry Night Castle. Dim stared intently at the newcomers, his booming voice resonating like a resounding gong. My elemental servants are scattered throughout the castle. Anyone who misbehaves will find me looming behind them. He produced a manual, raising it high above his head, pacing slowly before the newcomers, and solemnly cautioned in a heavy tone. This is the castle regulations that I have compiled. It will be placed on your nightstands. Before I became a mage, I was merely a rough individual who toyed with swords and knives. Thus, the castle manual is devoid of ornate embellishments, presenting only the simplest and most straightforward regulations. Every newcomer must memorize it before stepping out of their dormitory tomorrow morning. Dim's opening remarks were identical to those of the previous semester. As Xia Zuo gazed at Dim's retreating figure, he was momentarily engulfed by a sense of déjà vu. Realizing in that instant how swiftly time had elapsed, Dim returned to face the group. With the silent freshman in front of him and 9 lower-grade students behind, we shall now assign your mentors, who will organize your courses. Dim resumed his posture with arms crossed, despite the number of freshmen having doubled. He effortlessly recalled each name from memory. Eileen, your mentor is Professor Bertley of Elemental Manifestation. Follow Fane to find him. Another student from the elemental manifestation discipline. The entry threshold for this subject is exceedingly high. The only members of this discipline Xia Zuo was aware of were Senior Mars, classmate Fane, and the newcomer Eileen before him. He cast a detection spell towards Eileen. Mental 14 points. Remarkably, this tranquil girl with light golden hair was merely 1 point shy of meeting the minimum requirement for practicing meditation techniques. Xia Zuo anticipated the rise of an academic prodigy. Olivia, Kyle, your mentor is Professor Bari of Artifact Studies. My companion, Lucas, will be your teaching assistant. Follow him to meet your mentor. Dim read aloud several names. The selected freshmen followed Green Finn and Gray Finn into the stone door at the wall. During last semester's final and makeup examinations, the students of Giant Constructs discipline had suffered a complete failure. With not a single one passing the exam, Dim bypassed the newcomers of this discipline, intending to take them to find their mentor later. He turned to Xia Zuo behind him and exchanged a knowing glance. Then addressed the freshmen. Hodge, Bisange, Yolanda, your mentor is Professor Koloff of Poison Alchemy. My colleague Xia Zuo here will be your teaching assistant. Follow him to find your mentor. 3 of you, please follow me. Xia Zuo smiled at his junior classmates. Casting detection spells one by one, he extended his arm, guiding the 3 towards the purple stone door at the wall, introducing them as they walked. I am Xia Zuo from Rosac. It is my honor to serve as your teaching assistant. You may call me Xia Zuo or Senior. Good afternoon, Senior Xia Zuo. After a brief greeting, Yolanda and the others introduced themselves. As Xia Zuo led them through the doorway, they passed floating orbs of light. These are the elemental attendants assigned by Castle Manager Dim. Specifically known as the Watchful Guardians, they serve solely for monitoring the area. The 4 arrived at the shower room, which had been remodeled by Dim. The male and female shower rooms were now distinctly separated. The male was on the left, the female on the right, with a watchful guardian stationed at the entrance of each. Xia Zuo had previously checked when no one was around. Neither guardian could see into the shower stalls. He retrieved 3 keys from his pocket and handed them to the freshman. These are your locker keys. Remember, each time you enter or exit the Poison Alchemy Zone, you must shower for 5 minutes and change your clothes here. The Poison Alchemy Zone is entirely independent from the other areas of the castle. With only this singular passage for entry and exit, Dim had stationed twice the number of watchful guardians here compared to other alchemical zones. Do you know why? These words had been previously spoken by Dim. Xia Zuo rearranged the phrasing, echoing him verbatim. Is it because there are many toxic substances in the Poison Alchemy Zone? Yolanda raised her right forearm and gazed directly at the teaching assistant as she responded. Having served as a station soldier on Midland Island for 2 years, some of her habits had yet to dissipate. Her beige hair was only slightly longer than the boys, and in due time, it would grow to shoulder length. She stood upright as she spoke, her voice strong, even more so than Hodge and Bisange beside her. Yolanda's face bore traces of wind and sun exposure, her skin somewhat rough, with peeling at the tip of her nose. However, this was of little concern. The Academy's provisions were nourishing. In a few months, she would blossom into a beauty like the other girls. Correct answer. Xia Zuo nodded, then smiled. No need for such formality. Relax a bit. In the Academy, you only need to raise your hand to speak during class. Yes, Senior Xia Zuo. Yolanda perhaps realized her tone was still overly formal, and after speaking, she smiled at her companions. Xia Zuo produced his locker key. Go change your clothes now, and then gather here. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, Xia Zuo, adorned in his custom leather robe, stood before the 3 freshmen. Adjusting their collars, cuffs, and pant legs one by one, he led the newcomers through the purification mist corridor into the Poison Alchemy Zone. The rows of toxin cabinets lining the corridor astonished every first-time visitor. The 3 freshmen quickly understood the necessity of the preceding shower, changing, and purification steps. Senior, why are there no watchful guardians here? Hodge, with his short, tousled hair, pondered the term the teaching assistant had mentioned. Xia Zuo paused and turned to the curious freshman. Winking playfully, you'll find out when you practice meditation techniques. Chapter 38. The Trial of Black Eye Toxin. Xia Zuo kept his pupils in suspense, hastening his steps past the rows of toxin cabinets. In the basic alchemy room, Koloff sat behind his desk as 4 students filed in through the door. Xia Zuo stood quietly to the side, allowing the scene to unfold for the mentor. I am Koloff, Professor of Poison Alchemy, and your temporary mentor. Koloff emphasized the word temporary. He rose leisurely, strolling towards the freshman. The raw materials and products of poison alchemy are highly toxic. You 3 are exceptional candidates, and I do not wish to lose any of you due to accidents in poison creation. Kalaf gestured toward Xia Zuo. Last year at this time, including your teaching assistant, there were also 3 new students in poison alchemy. Now, he remains the sole survivor. This statement caused Yolanda and the others to visibly pale. Xia Zuo struggled to suppress a laugh. Surprised that the mentor had even made a jest, Kalaf stroked his beard, his expression grave as he continued. The other 2 made mistakes during the poison trials. I transferred them to potion alchemy before they could commit a greater error. This is a unique rule of our poison alchemy discipline. No one is permitted to make mistakes during the first 4 months after enrollment. Otherwise, I will forcibly transfer them to other disciplines. Yolanda and the others nodded in acknowledgement. Kalaf once again pointed to Xia Zuo. For several months now, Xia Zuo has made no mistakes in the process of crafting poisons. His careful and meticulous nature is something you should emulate. In his cohort of over 100, only 9 passed the final exam after 6 months, and he was one of them. In the future, whether for general alchemy courses or the poison alchemy specialized courses, you 3 may consult him. If Xia Zuo were to recount his past achievements himself, it would inevitably come off as self-aggrandizing. However, when these words were spoken by the mentor, the effect was entirely different. They served to establish the young assistant's fundamental authority. The 3 freshmen regarded the warm-smiling teaching assistant with a glimmer of respect in their eyes. Kalaf manipulated the course schedule and copper pendants, distributing them to the freshmen from a distance. Keep these 2 items safe. He gestured to the assistant beside him. Xia Zuo, take them on a tour of the castle to familiarize them with the environment. Yes, Professor. Xia Zuo led the freshmen on a tour of the poison alchemy zone. He introduced the ventilation pipe levers, the cleaning water basins, the basic alchemy stations, the shelves for storing toxin bottles, the storage rooms, small classrooms, advanced alchemy rooms, and more, covering all the equipment and rooms thoroughly. Before leaving the poison alchemy zone, he stood before the 3 and reminded them, there is a soft sofa next to the desk. That is where the mentor meditates. Right beside your alchemy station. His choice to meditate near your alchemy station is so he can quickly offer assistance in case of emergencies. Normal classes and poison crafting will not disturb his meditation. But we should still strive to keep our footsteps and voices light to avoid disrupting him. The 3 freshmen nodded in unison. Xia Zuo pointed toward a nearby doorway. I spend almost all day in the advanced alchemy room crafting poisons. You can come find me there with questions when I am available. Senior. Yolanda instinctively raised her right forearm and asked, are there any particular points we should pay special attention to? Hodge nodded along with her words. Could you tell us what mistakes those 2 seniors made that led to their transfer to potion alchemy? Xia Zuo stroked his chin. Recalling the mentor's established guidelines, the handbook did not prohibit discussing this matter. There is a basic textbook for the general course titled Encyclopedia of Toxins. Xia Zuo gestured to illustrate the shape of a book. It contains information about a novice-level toxin that induces hallucinatory effects. In the future, you will learn how to craft it and frequently test the poison to counteract its hallucinatory effects. While pondering the phenomenon of hallucinations, Yolanda mused aloud. Each individual perceives a unique vision. Xia Zuo gestured towards himself, declaring, what I see are distorted lines. Apart from causing dizziness, they do not impose any other unbearable effects. However, my 2 classmates were not as fortunate. Their visions evoke terror, or perhaps, he momentarily faltered, unable to find the appropriate words. Mason encountered countless black dots that flickered before his eyes, constantly expanding and contracting. Brandon, on the other hand, viewed everything as bananas, which resulted in quite the humorous incident. Xia Zuo swiftly changed the subject, directing his attention to the quiet brown-haired boy among the 3 newcomers. Bisong. Have you thought of anything? Feel free to ask. I will certainly share anything I am able to disclose. The brown-haired boy exhibited a somewhat reserved demeanor, shyly smiling as he inquired. Senior, the mentor mentioned that only 9 individuals from your cohort passed the final examination. What happens to those who did not? Yolanda and Hodge appeared unfazed by this question, clearly having acquired this information through their own channels. They will retake the 25 general courses alongside you. In the academy, this is referred to as a retake, Xia Zuo stated as he walked towards the entrance of the toxicology alchemy area, continuing. Tomorrow morning, the first class will be on the alchemical linguistics taught by the department head. She will provide a detailed introduction to the final examination. For now, let me show you around the dining hall and dormitory. A notification from his golden fingertip echoed in his mind, indicating that he had received some experience rewards. The amount was modest, and after a brief glance, Xia Zuo set it aside, no longer paying attention. Later that evening, around 5 o'clock, Xia Zuo settled Yolanda and the others before heading to the dining hall alone. The area had significantly expanded, with a large round table in the center now accommodating fruits, desserts, and beverages, transforming from one table into 3 various styles of dining tables surrounded the 3 large round tables. With 2 kitchens located at either end of the hall, this evening marked the welcome banquet, and most of the attendees were from the previous cohort. Xia Zuo had not attended the banquet last year and had no intention of joining the festivities this year either. According to Anruer, it was a grand spectacle featuring elemental servants, but aside from its immense scale, there was nothing particularly special about it. He preferred to finish dinner early and then concoct poisons in the toxicology alchemy area. "I have arrived," Anruer exclaimed. Wrapping her arms around his neck and affectionately rubbing her cheek against his, Xia Zuo patted her hand, asking, "How was your day? Are the newcomers easy to get along with?" "Yes, they are all quite pleasant. It's just that there are too many of them, and I find myself a bit overwhelmed," Anruer replied as she took a seat beside him, grabbed the menu, and made a few selections, ringing a bell to summon an elemental servant. She rested her chin on the table, her beautiful eyes scanning the dining hall's tables and chairs as she rambled on. 110 plus 212 equals 322 to currently. There are 322 students with inherent affinity in the academy. Almost 70 newcomers are studying oil alchemy alone. When I brought them into the oil alchemy area today, oh my, the buzzing discussions filled my ears. Thankfully, Professor Zhuolong had arranged the classroom in advance. The elemental servant arrived with their meals, setting them down before the pair before drifting back to the kitchen. Anruer took a sip of creamy mushroom soup, mumbling, "This semester will be quite busy." In the mornings, the newcomers attend general classes while I study introductory oil alchemy with the mentored. In the afternoons, I need to guide the newcomers through the simplest branch courses, and in the evenings, I must prepare oils. Professor Zhuolong is also working tirelessly. These hectic days will continue for several months. Listening to her musings, Xia Zuo cut a piece of beef and offered it to her, and Ruer chewed the morsel. A satisfied smile gracing her lips as she sweetly asked, "And you? How are things on your end?" Xia Zuo fed her another piece of beef, making her cheeks bulge symmetrically. The class size for toxicology alchemy is small, but we lack elemental servants to assist with teaching. I also need to lead the newcomers in class during the afternoon, while ensuring they do not encounter accidents while concocting poisons or testing them. He playfully pinched her puffed cheek, chuckling, "Let us strive hard over the next few months. Once my first month's pay is disbursed, I will entrust it to you for safekeeping. When we accumulate enough, you can use it to purchase skincare products." "Yes. Yes, yes," Anruer replied, squinting her eyes and smiling as she nodded in agreement. The next day, as the afternoon class approached, Xia Zuo arrived at the toxicology alchemy area 10 minutes early. This would be his first class as a teaching assistant, and the mentor would observe from the soft sofa. There could be no mistakes in this lesson that he needed to prepare the necessary materials and confirm some details with the mentor after each class. He would also need to carve out time to summarize his teaching insights. At precisely 1 o'clock, Yolanda and the others entered the basic alchemy room. After greeting the mentor, their expressions revealed a hint of excitement as they gazed at the teaching assistant. Xia Zuo recalled that the newcomers had attended the alchemical linguistics class in the morning, deducing that the department head had perhaps made some inquiries based on his examination results. Leaning against the table, he inquired, "You all must have perused separation of toxins prior to entering the academy, correct?" This question was directed primarily at Basong. Yolanda and Hodge had likely begun their self-study of the foundational materials on toxicology alchemy long before. Upon receiving positive responses from the trio, Xia Zuo picked up a tray from the table and approached the basic alchemy station, donning a mask. He had chosen to work with white nerve toxin. Akin to the mentor's first lesson, the process of concocting this toxin was the simplest, making it ideal for apprentice-level toxicology alchemists to learn the various operations involved in poison creation. Approximately 5 minutes later, 3 perfectly crafted compound toxins appeared on the desk. Xia Zuo instructed the newcomers to verify their concoctions against the guidelines in the book. Having donned a mask prior to toxin creation, the trio instinctively followed suit. Donning the masks placed on the equipment rack, the newcomers diligently focused on their compound toxins, while Xia Zuo stood by, occasionally correcting their erroneous actions and demonstrating the proper techniques. Kirov lounged on the soft sofa, stroking his beard as he observed for a while, seemingly satisfied with the teaching assistant's performance. before picking up his book and entering meditation at 4:40 p.m., Xia Zuo finished grading the newcomers' identification reports, explaining several areas that required correction. Before announcing the end of class as he tidied up the basic alchemy room, he checked the notifications from his golden fingertip in his mind. The 3 newcomers had awarded him 5, and 3 points of experience, respectively. While not a significant amount, it was gratifyingly effortless. The post-class cleanup, however, was quite bothersome. He wondered how long it would take for Yolanda and the others to voluntarily assist in clearing the alchemy station, cleaning the laboratory floor, and washing the measuring cups and glass rods. A month later, after dinner, Xia Zuo and Anruer each made their way to the alchemy area. The current cohort of newcomers had made rapid progress in self-studying alchemical linguistics, completing the foundational course about a month earlier than the previous cohort. That evening, in the toxicology alchemy area, the 3 newcomers were set to taste the black eye toxin. They were to first concoct their poison at the basic alchemy station and drink it by 8 p.m. The process of preparing black eye toxin was not overly complicated, with the only challenge lying in the evaporation of moisture. With enough attempts, anyone would eventually succeed. Kirov had informed the teaching assistant before class that each newcomer was allowed only 3 attempts to concoct the toxin. If they failed to produce a toxin of acceptable quality within those 3 attempts, they would be transferred to the potion-making discipline. Xia Zuo placed 3 empty trays on the desk and sat in a chair, awaiting Yolanda and the others. To be honest, he felt somewhat disappointed over the past month. The news that the black eye toxin was the first trial in toxicology alchemy had spread throughout the academy. The fact that the messenger had not faced punishment from Dim indicated the truth of the information. Now, any newcomer was aware that only those who had endured the trial of the black eye toxin could be considered students of toxicology alchemy. Kirov had not denied this. This directly resulted in 14 days passing without a single newcomer offering to help clean the basic alchemy room. The trio would simply leave immediately after class. Was the disparity between individuals truly so vast? Xia Zuo himself had begun assisting the mentor in cleaning the basic alchemy room after the first evening class. As the first cohort of students with inherent affinity, he had no knowledge of the intricacies involved upon entry. Mars had been silenced by his mentor and had never brought it up with him. At 6 o'clock, the 3 newcomers arrived punctually in the basic alchemy room. Xia Zuo set down the book he had been reading and looked at them, his gaze lingering on Yolanda and Hodge. Sensing something amiss, their expressions were unnaturally composed. Detection spell, character name. Yolanda, identity, Mage servant of Starry Night Academy. Unrelated data omitted. Will 7-3, unknown potion effect active. Will 3, Hodge's situation was similar to Yolanda's, with his will temporarily boosted by 3 points. Xia Zuo gazed at the mentor in disbelief. The latter sat expressionlessly on the soft sofa, tilting his chin to signal that class was to proceed as usual. The castle regulations did not prohibit bringing potions into the academy. Kirov had also made no stipulations against consuming potions for buffs before class. However, was it not rather extravagant to spend money on functional potions specifically to pass the trial of the black eye toxin? Tonight, I will teach you how to concoct the black eye toxin. Xia Zuo retrieved 3 sheets of paper from his desk. These are the formulas for the black eye poison. Shortly, you will attempt to concoct the potion using these recipes. It requires 2 fundamental toxins, kabuxin and jiangbeijuan. As Xia Zuo explained, he brought forth 2 glass bottles and placed them onto his tray. Moving to the designated alchemical table for instruction, he pulled the bellows cord and poured 1/5 of clear water, deliberately slowing his movements to ensure the newcomers could observe more clearly. Approximately half an hour later, Xia Zuo placed 3 perfectly crafted vials of black eye poison onto the table. Is there anything unclear? He inquired. Noticing the newcomers shake their heads, he continued. Then proceed with the concoction. Each of you has 3 attempts. Before the class concludes this evening, we will conduct a toxicity trial. The 3 newcomers approached the desk with solemn expressions, carefully perusing the potion formulas before taking their trays to fetch the toxin vials. Kirov did not enter a meditative state. He remained vigilant, observing the newcomers' actions, particularly as they manipulated the bellows. Stepping alongside Xia Zuo to offer guidance. Unfamiliar with the alchemical table and unable to regulate the fire's intensity in the furnace, the trio floundered slightly while evaporating the moisture, yet they managed to avoid any significant errors. At 7:30 p.m., the 3 newcomers sat on their chairs. Biggs, seated furthest to the left, was the first to drink his self-made black eye poison. Black dots, Biggs suddenly clutched his shoulders, his face paling as he trembled. Seemingly confronted by some unspeakable horror, it was time to switch disciplines. His hallucinatory vision mirrored that of Mason. Xia Zuo could not fathom the specifics of the imagery, only knowing that those who witnessed the black dots, after multiple attempts, found themselves unable to suppress their fear, which only intensified their dread. 1 minute later, Biggs broke free from his terror, his head bowed in defeat. Xia Zuo glanced at Hodge, under the watchful eyes of the instructor and teaching assistant. The boy with short hair took a deep breath, uncorked his vial, and drank. Despite his best efforts to suppress his trembling, his face buried in his chest, the shuddering breaths betrayed him. Another had seen the black dots. Clearly, when confronted with the black dot imagery, even a willpower attribute of 10 proved ineffective. One would see what one was destined to see, perhaps merely reducing the number of dots perceived. Including Enruer, 6 students had now attempted the black eye poison, 3 of whom had seen countless black dots that a minute passed, and Hodge wiped the sweat from his brow, murmuring, "I made it through." Kurov, seated behind the desk, inquired, "Did you see the black dots?" Hodge opened his mouth to offer a defense, but ultimately lowered his head. Yes. Xia Zuo turned his gaze to the last student, Yolanda. After witnessing Hodge's reaction, she realized the preemptive potion was ineffective, revealing a conflicted expression as she hesitated for a few seconds before tipping her head back to drink her poison. Moments later, she declared, "I see distorted lines." A smile blossomed on Yolanda's serious face. Her eyes dark and somewhat eerie, she swayed slightly, resembling a drunken individual, gazing at her arms in confusion, barely enduring the 1 minute without collapsing onto the table as Xia Zuo had during his first attempt. In retrospect, his initial trial of the black eye poison had been a solitary endeavor. Now, looking back, it could be deemed a case of ignorance being bliss. The status of the black eye poison within the apprentice level had become distinctly apparent. It was a deliberate hurdle set by the Academy to filter students in the study of toxic alchemy. Those who surpassed it could temporarily remain in the discipline. Those who could not were destined to depart. As for why the majority perceived black dots while a minority saw distorted lines, and an even smaller faction perceived other forms, the instructor's notes did not address this. Yet Xia Zuo had some conjectures. Individuals' attitudes toward phenomena could be classified into pessimistic, rational, and optimistic. Pessimists would perceive a multitude of black dots, continuously fluctuating within the hallucinatory effects of the black eye poison. Rational individuals, under the influence of the hallucination, would still discern the true appearance of things amidst the distorted lines. Optimists would envision their favored objects within the illusion. Neither pessimists nor optimists were suited for toxic alchemy, as they would frequently need to utilize the more potent black eye poison when studying the refinement of powders. Only rational individuals could maintain cognitive clarity within the hallucinations, allowing them to progress along the path of toxic alchemy. One's attitude towards phenomena was not reflected in character templates, yet it undeniably influenced every individual. Its impact could no longer be simply measured by the level of one's willpower attribute. Kurov gazed at the dejected students. "Biggs, starting tomorrow, you will transfer to the functional alchemy discipline. Hodge, you will shift to elemental manifestation studies." Normally, the prerequisite for learning meditation was proficiency in all 4 branches of alchemy. Failing the black eye poison trial meant an inability to become an entry-level toxic alchemist, and thus a complete severance from the path of a mage. But why keep them in the academy? The question that sprang to Xia Zuo's mind left him momentarily stunned. Could it be related to the kingdom's plans for territorial expansion, a need to reserve a group of entry-level alchemists? Kurov remained oblivious to the contemplative expression of the teaching assistant. He turned to the female newcomer, who bore a hint of joy. "Yolanda, you will now concoct poisons and conduct toxicity trials under Xia Zuo's guidance." "Yes, Professor." "Very well, return to your rest." Kurov waved towards the door, picking up a book as he walked toward the plush sofa. Biggs and Hodge departed from the basic alchemy room. Yolanda hurried to the cleaning sink. "Senior, allow me to tidy up." Xia Zuo shook off his thoughts, donning a ceremonial smile as he replied, "All right, I leave it to you." He sat back at the desk, penning his reflections on the evening's teachings. Then, he observed Yolanda cleaning the alchemy room, feeling an inexplicable weariness. Given the choice between concocting poisons and interacting with others, he would prefer to engage with the advanced alchemical table. The charm of social interaction perhaps did not suit him. Xia Zuo shook his head slightly as he approached the door. The following evening, Xia Zuo and Enruer finished their dinner and arrived a few minutes early at the toxic alchemy area. He entered the basic alchemy room to find the instructor seated at the desk, penning notes. Ever since the arrival of the newcomers, the instructor had ceased meditating each evening to prepare teaching materials for the night. Good evening, Professor. Xia Zuo approached the desk, sharing his insights regarding the black-eye poison. You are quite close to the correct answer, Hurov replied with a smile, stroking his beard. The trial of the black-eye poison can directly filter out students unsuitable for toxic alchemy. They are not eliminated due to a lack of aptitude. Rather, they simply do not match the discipline. Professor, I have made another discovery. Xia Zuo retrieved a refined vial of black-eye poison from the shelf. I have a persistent feeling that the imagery within the hallucination is actually 2 layers of images superimposed. The distorted lines constitute one layer, while the small light dots comprise another. If we could extricate the distorted line imagery, would the black-eye poison not transform into a black-eye elixir? Hurov's smile broadened as he pulled a book from the desk drawer. Revealing its cover, the black leather exterior bore 5 vividly purple characters: Separation of Toxic Effects, Separation of Toxins, Encyclopedia of Poisons, and Guide to Common Poison Identification were the textbooks for the apprentice level. Aggregation of Toxins, Enhancement of Toxic Effects, and Guide to Refining Powdered Poisons constituted the entry-level materials. Separation of Toxic Effects served as the textbook for the proficient level. It was easy to infer from the titles that this was a book teaching how to separate specific toxic effects. Hurov placed the book back on the desk, stating, Proficient toxic alchemists, upon completing this stage of textbooks, can independently explore the vast ocean of composite toxins. Perhaps you have realized that toxic alchemy and functional alchemy share connections at the proficient level. By stripping away the useless toxic effects and processing them through functional alchemical techniques, they transform into functional elixirs. He spoke earnestly. Your ability to discern the uniqueness of the black-eye poison is commendable, and it deserves accolades. I can divulge some of its secrets. Xia Zuo sat up straight, his gaze fixed on the instructor. After refinement, the black-eye poison intersects with 4 elements. Consuming it simultaneously enhances one's resistance to these 4 elements. Its taste is slightly sweet, unlike other poisons that are bitter. Aside from the hallucinatory effects, it lacks any significant drawbacks. Hurov gestured toward the shelf along the wall. See how unique it is among poisons. One can enhance their elemental resistance without enduring pain. As long as what one perceives within the hallucinatory effects is neither the terrifying multitude of black dots nor inspiring objects, they can use the black-eye poison to easily bolster their elemental resistance. Now that you are an entry-level toxic alchemist and have experienced the refined black-eye poison, you must surely appreciate its benefits. Xia Zuo pondered and nodded in agreement. Indeed, among the known poisons, only the black-eye poison was most suitable for accruing rewards. Hurov lightly tapped the cover of the Purification of Venom. At the proficient level, you will learn the recipe for the second refinement of the black-eye poison. This process will yield a new venom effect through refinement. If you wish to strip away its other venom effects and retain only the phantasmic effect, you may continue to use it to enhance elemental resistance. Of course, if your willpower is sufficiently strong. It is also feasible to consume the second refined black-eye poison without stripping away the other effects, Hurov remarked, glancing upwards at the alchemical lamps adorning the ceiling with a sense of nostalgia. The black-eye poison has existed for a long time. The alchemical masters of the Mage sanctuary dedicated countless years to finally concoct its refined powder recipe. Without this complete recipe, we would have to stumble through the agonizing trials of poison testing. Much like the venerable predecessors of venom alchemy, not to mention the expert-level toxin alchemists, we might have perished from pain even at the proficient level. Upon mentioning the Mage sanctuary, Hurov recalled something. He glanced at the desk calendar and inquired, How is your self-study on the venom refinement powder progressing? I have completely mastered the refinement methods for the white flesh poison and the black-eye poison, Xia Zuo replied, diligently noting the mentor's words and calculating his progress. I estimate I can finish the refinement methods for the remaining 3 apprentice-level poisons within 3 months, as for the 4 beginner-level poisons and their corresponding refinement methods. It will take 6 months to fully master them. Hurov withdrew his gaze from the calendar. Quite good. Maintain this momentum. The evaluation team from the Mage Sanctuary will arrive in about 10 months. The evaluation team? Xia Zuo asked. Confused, Hurov retrieved a stiff piece of cardstock from the drawer, unfolding a pyramid-shaped diagram on the table. Pointing to the apex of the pyramid, he said, This is the alchemical potential rating chart. Only in our field of venom alchemy is there a need for precise evaluation of a student's alchemical potential. Other disciplines do not require this. On your first day as a beginner-level toxin alchemist, you crafted 9 vials of perfect quality refined powder. Your alchemical potential is provisionally rated as top-tier second class. The Mage Sanctuary will dispatch an evaluation team to assess you. This is a rare opportunity. Seize it well. If you pass the evaluation, in addition to a reward from the Mage Sanctuary, you could also study there for a period after becoming an official mage in the future. Xia Zuo fixated on the pyramid diagram, where 4 lines of text caught his eye. Crafted 9 vials of perfect quality poison refinement powder on the first day. Venom Alchemy Potential Rating. Top tier second class. Please have the mentor submit the student's learning records to the head of the academy. Please have the head of the academy submit the student's learning records to the Mage Sanctuary. Professor, what will the evaluation team assess? Kirov raised 3 fingers. General knowledge questions, the success rate of poison crafting, and a random trial, which could involve crafting unfamiliar toxins or identifying unknown composite venoms. These are areas in which Xia Zuo excels, yet given that the evaluation comes from the Mage Sanctuary, it is bound to be exceedingly challenging, and the evaluation process will undoubtedly be extremely rigorous. Xia Zuo affirmed with a determined tone, I will prepare with all my might. Kirov was most pleased with the sincere attitude displayed by Xia Zuo, his eyes reflecting encouragement as he spoke. Your character and disposition are commendable. I have mentioned this numerous times, yet I cannot help but reiterate it. The challenge that lies before you now is merely conceptualizing elemental traits. Strive hard to overcome it. I look forward to your comprehension of the 16 elemental traits. Xia Zuo nodded earnestly in response to his mentor's praise. Kirov stroked his beard thoughtfully for a few seconds before continuing. Should you pass the evaluation team's trial, I would like to take it upon myself to help you choose a master-level elemental bottle as a reward. The elemental bottle is an alchemical product of the discipline of elemental manifestation. Members of this discipline, after taming unruly elements into compliant ones, can encapsulate them within a special vessel resembling a sea of consciousness. These vessels containing compliant elements are referred to as elemental bottles. Xia Zuo recalled the contents of the book Principles of Elemental Manifestation and blinked in confusion at his mentor. The first attempt at practicing the meditation method can indeed fail. Kirov observed the astonishment on his student's face, pointing to himself and then to Xia Zuo. Should failure occur, the sea of consciousness will suffer severe damage, requiring several years to recover. As postnatal affinity individuals, our probability of failure is quite high. Xia Zuo asked, increasingly perplexed. Indeed, I am also a postnatal affinity individual. This secret is known only to you, me, and my former mentor. Do not disclose it under any circumstances. Xia Zuo nodded solemnly. Rest assured, I will not speak of it to anyone. However, Professor, I do not understand how innate affinity individuals differ from us. Kirov pointed to his own head. Innate affinity individuals have a compliant element slumbering within their sea of consciousness. It is precisely due to the presence of this compliant element that their success rate in the first attempt at practicing the meditation method is exceptionally high. The master-level elemental bottle serves a similar purpose during the initial meditation practice. If that is the case, selecting a master-level elemental bottle as a reward is indeed the most prudent decision. Thank you. Professor, if I pass the evaluation, I will proceed, as you suggest. The wall clock indicated 6 p.m. Yolanda entered the basic alchemy room punctually, a gentle smile gracing her face. Good evening, Professor. Good evening, Senior. Xia Zuo picked up the notebook on his desk, guiding her to the basic alchemy station. Tonight, we will first review the refinement process of the black eye poison, and then I will teach you how to craft another type of poison. All right, Senior. Chapter 40. Talented spells in the blink of an eye. 4 to 5 months had passed, and the date for the new student's final examination drew ever closer. Yolanda approached her mentor, requesting a reduction in her poison crafting courses to devote more time to reinforcing her general knowledge. Kirov acquiesced, permitting her to attend only 1 hour of poison crafting classes each day to prevent her from losing her touch with the craft. However, Kirov did not allow her to begin working on the exam papers early. Thus, Xia Zuo also abandoned the idea of sharing exam materials with Yolanda. Though Yolanda's alchemical skills were somewhat inferior to Enruer's, she was capable of crafting poisons independently. She began to find time each day to practice poison crafting, no longer relying on the assistant's guidance. With the absence of a junior student as a hindrance, Xia Zuo was able to immerse himself fully in self-studying beginner-level venom alchemy, spending each day enthralled at the advanced alchemy station. After fervently crafting poisons for over 10 consecutive days, he decided to take a well-deserved rest on Sunday morning. Xia Zuo did not visit the poison crafting area. Instead, he sat alone in the dining hall, leisurely enjoying the lake view while perusing a leisurely book introducing the customs and manners of the Eastern continent. Having been at the academy for a year and a half, most of the books in the library had been cataloged into his knowledge reserve. Among them were many geographical books about the Eastern continent, with a considerable number detailing the Kingdom of Starry Night. However, there was not a single book dedicated to the continent where the Kingdom of Starry Night is located. Strangely, the ecological environment of the Eastern continent appeared to be far harsher than that of the Kingdom of Starry Night. Xia Zuo withdrew his gaze from the lake, glancing down at an illustration on the page. A grotesque creature with elongated limbs crouched over a corpse. Several militia members armed with pitchforks charged towards the beast. Behind the corpse, another similar creature was crawling on all fours, fleeing towards a river that led away from the militia. This creature, known for devouring corpses and lurking beneath river waters, is a common amphibious monster of the Eastern continent. Yet it had never been rumored in the Kingdom of Starry Night that a sound of footsteps approached from behind. Xia Zuo discerned that the person was walking towards him. But the footsteps lacked the lightness and cheerfulness characteristic of Enruer. Who could it be? He turned to look and was greeted by a dazzling flash of pale golden light. Senior Mars, haha, you finally made an appearance. Xia Zuo stood and extended his right hand, performing the shoulder touch greeting prevalent in the kingdom. This gesture of salutation was reserved for two males with a close relationship. They would clasp each other's right hands, their right shoulders lightly brushing against one another. In cases of particularly close friendship, as between the two of them, they would extend their left hands to pat each other's backs. Let us sit and converse, Xia Zuo invited, gesturing for Mars to take a seat opposite him. He first scanned the surroundings to ensure no one else was present before whispering. I truly owe you a debt of gratitude, Senior Mars. The passing line you disclosed for the final exam has been a tremendous help. Do not mention it, Mars replied with a broad grin. Waving his hands dismissively, I heard from the mentor that your memory is exceptional, and you would have passed the exam regardless. Enruer passed the exam as well. I still owe you my thanks. Otherwise, I would not have had time to help her catch up. Mars wore a teasing expression. So, are you two officially together now? How enviable. It's reminiscent of my parents. They also met and fell in love at the academy. Xia Zuo shifted the topic to Mars. So many days have passed. You must have successfully practiced the meditation method by now. Right? Mars picked up a pen from the dining table, shaking it in front of him. I succeeded 3 months ago. I learned a few tricks from my mentor before I came out. Had it not been for the prohibition against apprentice mages casting spells in the restaurant, I would have delighted in showcasing my ability to summon dishes from afar. Wait, what? Mars leaned forward, lowering his voice as he inquired. Are you aware that the initial attempt at practicing the meditation technique might fail? Who informed you of this? Your mentor? Then you must surely be aware of the unique traits of innate affinity practitioners. Indeed, Professor Koloff has conveyed this to me, Xia Zuo replied, matching the lowered tone. The alchemical potential is of utmost importance in toxicology. It appears your assessment results are quite impressive. Mars's gaze fell upon a purple pattern on Xia Zuo's sleeve. What level is your alchemical potential? I am a top-tier second level. Mars was momentarily taken aback. What? Top-tier second level, Xia Zuo reiterated in a softer voice. In a few months, the assessment team from the Mage's Sanctuary will arrive. Hiss. Upon hearing the name of the Mage's Sanctuary's assessment team, Mars immediately recognized that Xia Zuo was not jesting. He stood frozen for a few seconds before regaining his senses. Muttering in disbelief, top-tier second level, do you understand what this implies? If you had been born in the Silvermoon Federation, you would already be a selected apprentice at the Mage's Sanctuary, without a care concerning your initial attempt at the meditation technique. Alas, this is the remote Starry Night Kingdom. No. You still have a chance. Mars seemed to have thought of something, shaking his head vigorously, his light golden hair swaying back and forth. Listen, you must pass the assessment from the Mage's Sanctuary. This way, there will be no disparity between you and the innate affinity practitioners. Is it because of the master-level elemental vial? Xia Zuo queried curiously. Did Professor Koloff mention this as well? That makes sense. With the assessment team from the Sanctuary arriving, Professor Koloff will elaborate further. Mars felt a sudden dryness in his lips. He glanced toward the large round table in the center of the restaurant. Wait a moment. I shall fetch something to drink. Xia Zuo stood up. I'll accompany you. The two selected beverages and returned to their seats. Mars took a sip of sparkling water. Emitting a satisfied hum, he surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was eavesdropping before saying, Professor Koloff certainly did not inform you that the benefits of the dormant, obedient element extend beyond this. Let me consider how to articulate this to you. He stroked his hair, pondering for a moment before finally formulating the appropriate words. You see, the difficulty of spells varies. Apprentice mages can only learn spells appropriate to their current stage. However, there exists an exception. If an obedient element slumbers within the sea of consciousness and happens to possess a certain spell, regardless of the spell's level, that apprentice mage can effortlessly wield it, albeit with some variation in potency. In the mage community, such spells are referred to as innate spells. Xia Zuo's eyes widened in realization as he nodded. In simple terms, once an innate affinity practitioner becomes an apprentice mage, they have a chance of possessing an innate spell. The crux lies in the fact that this innate spell is not level restricted. It could merely be a simple trick or a spell that only high-level mages can master. This notion became intriguing, and no wonder the Academy would not forsake any innate affinity practitioner. Such individuals are naturally suited to become mages. Mars, basking in Xia Zuo's envious gaze, smiled. The master-level elemental vial serves a similar purpose. Xia Zuo's eyes widened further. Is that truly the case? Indeed, it is. Mars rubbed his hands together, his tone laced with a sense of nostalgia. It is truly unfathomable that I have a junior with top-tier alchemical potential. He glanced at the wall clock in the restaurant. I must take my leave. To pack my belongings, I need to set off for the Southern Night Province by noon, where the resident mage is in dire need of an assistant. I had intended to enjoy a hearty meal at the restaurant, but the effects of the sustenance potion have yet to wear off, leaving me devoid of appetite. I would rather devote all my time to meditation, relying on the sustenance potion to stave off hunger daily. Xia Zuo followed him to the dormitory entrance. Wishing you safe travels, Senior Mars. How shall I contact you in the future? You will know once you become an apprentice mage. Mars lightly touched Xia Zuo's right shoulder again. I wish you success in your assessment. I have every confidence in you. As he stepped through the doorway, he paused and turned back. Please convey my regards to Anne Ruhr. I sincerely hope you two can form a couple, as I believe you are quite suited for one another. Thank you. Goodbye, Senior Mars. Xia Zuo waved farewell from the corridor. He returned to his seat in the restaurant, slowly digesting the information Mars had imparted. As noon approached, cheerful footsteps echoed behind him. I'm here. Xia Zuo heard a soft, melodious voice and smiled as he stood to embrace her. After we finish lunch, I'll escort you back and then return to the academy to concoct toxins. Before evening, I'll pick you up from the store, and we can enjoy dinner together. How does that sound? Sounds great, and Ruhr leaned happily against her boyfriend. As time passed, the atmosphere of study within the academy grew increasingly intense, with the oppressive ambience of impending examinations thickening. In the restaurant, the sounds of laughter became scarce. 1 month before the exams, all students retaking courses and newcomers hurriedly traversed between the restaurant, classrooms, and dormitories laden with bags. However, Xia Zuo and Anne Ruhr remained largely unaffected, enjoying a newfound leisure due to their exemption from substitute teaching, particularly during the final exam days. Examinees were required to dine in their dormitories. The restaurant was nearly empty, with only a handful of souls present. During the 25 days of final exams for new students, the two experienced a remarkably relaxed pace. One day at noon, as they dined, Xia Zuo and Anne Ruhr engaged in quiet conversation. The restaurant seemed shrouded in a cloud of gloom, casting a shadow over the hearts of many examinees. The morning had brought forth the results of the final exams. Among the numerous students retaking courses, only 3 had passed, while the remainder would depart the academy within the week. Likewise, the number of newcomers who succeeded was minimal, totaling only 5. These figures fell significantly short of Xia Zuo's expectations. Seated beside her boyfriend, Anne Ruhr covered her mouth and whispered, "Let me tell you a secret. My mentor said that this year's 25 exams are far more challenging than those of our cohort." Xia Zuo was entirely unaware of this, having been engrossed in toxin concoction for the past 2 months, neglecting any concern for the final exams. With a slight mental effort, he discerned the reason. This year's newcomers were notably astute. The vast majority had observed for a year before applying for admission. That year had afforded ample opportunity for self-study across multiple subjects. The purpose of the general education course examinations is not merely to pass students, but to identify the most exceptional individuals, subsequently allocating teaching resources based on exam performance. Should the exam difficulty remain unchanged, the pass rate would be astonishing, rendering the final exams devoid of purpose. Some may ponder whether it would be feasible to avoid this crowded influx and delay enrollment by a year. Perhaps, but professors would still adjust the exam difficulty according to the newcomer's academic capabilities. For examinees, the worst-case scenario is that professors perceive the good performance of this year's newcomers as a result of years of diligent study rather than inherent talent. Professors would then further increase the exam difficulty, devising new questions in various forms to sift out the desired talents. Therefore, being overly clever might backfire. In the context of the Academy's final exams, examinees and question setters are in a fundamentally unequal relationship. Following the established trajectory of life and entering the Academy for study is the most prudent path. Xia Zuo located the dejected Yolanda, who sat in a corner, visibly disheartened by her failure to pass the exam. It seems our toxicology program has met its demise. How did you fare? Xia Zuo inquired. Anne Ruhr, her cheeks stuffed, shook her head, emitting muffled sounds of mmm. Quite well. Quite well. Just endure another year, and the Academy will be much clearer. At 1 p.m. that day, in the toxicology alchemy area, Xia Zuo entered the basic alchemy room, where he saw his mentor gesturing toward the chair opposite his desk, prompting him to sit down. Good afternoon, Professor. Koloff handed him 2 booklets. Here are the introductions for the next batch of newcomers. Please review them, and then we shall discuss a few matters. Xia Zuo lowered his gaze to peruse the booklet. The next intake consisted of only 2 individuals, both male, each just shy of adulthood, and neither hailing from Starry Night City, with rather simple backgrounds. The content in the booklet was scant, and he finished reading it in no time. Seeing Xia Zuo lift his head, Koloff steepled his fingers on the table and asked, "What do you think of Yolanda's alchemical aptitude?" Xia Zuo stroked his chin in contemplation. As for Yolanda, on her first day as an entry-level toxicologist, she may struggle to produce refined powder of perfect quality, but excellent quality should be no issue, perhaps about 3 to 5 vials. That aligns closely with my expectations. She seems to be at a level between special 3rd and 5th tier. Koloff nodded, pointing to the alchemical table behind him. Soon, I will call Yolanda over. After she completes her internship-level advancement test, you will instruct her in the refinement of white gallbladder toxins refined powder. She will be here tomorrow to refine the powder. I would like you to oversee her process to prevent any explosions from red bile. Yes, Professor, leave it to me. And there is one more thing. Koloff emerged from the drawer with a stack of examination papers, presenting them one by one before the students. Yolanda exhibits commendable alchemical potential and aptitude for learning. Most importantly, she has successfully passed the trial of the black eye poison. It is worthwhile to retain her for further cultivation. In this final examination, she passed a total of 16 subjects, with 9 requiring a retake. Among those needing to retake, she stands out as an exceptional student. I would like to assist her in her studies to ensure she passes her retakes smoothly. If that is accomplished, she can take on the role of a temporary teaching assistant next year, allowing you to focus on self-studying introductory materials. Xia Zuo flipped through Yolanda's examination papers, noting that the deductions were concentrated on the more challenging application questions. No problem. Professor, I will need some items from the storage room. Feel free to use what you need, but please tidy up afterward. Koloff waved his hand and then inquired, "Do you believe you are suited for the role of teaching assistant?" Xia Zuo hesitated scarcely a moment, shaking his head as he replied, "No, Professor, I do not think I am fit for such a position. In contrast, I prefer to experiment with advanced alchemical tables." Indeed, Koloff nodded slightly. Assigning you as a temporary teaching assistant has indeed delayed several matters. However, our efforts have yielded good results, and I do not regret reducing my meditation time to construct a teaching model with you. With your post-class summaries, course arrangements, and teaching insights, Yolanda will be far more composed when dealing with newcomers. If there is no more suitable candidate in the coming year, I intend to formally request her appointment as a teaching assistant from the head of the department. What do you think? I concur, Professor. Xia Zuo promptly raised his hand in agreement. Yolanda's strong discipline and her female identity make her more approachable, making her well-suited for the role of teaching assistant. Then it is settled. I shall summon her. Koloff picked up his pen and swiftly penned a few lines, manipulating the paper to fly out of the toxic alchemical area. Chapter 41. The arrival of the assessment team. A month later, Yolanda successfully passed her retakes, and on the day the results were announced, she assumed the responsibilities of a temporary teaching assistant from Xia Zuo. This was undoubtedly a double delight for her. Xia Zuo watched as she exited the toxic alchemical area with a lightness in her step, and within his mind, the message indicating the release of his teaching assistant identity resonated. After greeting his mentor, he entered the advanced alchemical room. Above the advanced alchemical table hung an antiquated alchemical lamp, illuminating the room alongside the wall sconces. Xia Zuo approached the wall, flipping the switch on the side of the wall lamp to extinguish them all, leaving only the chandelier above to illuminate the compactly arranged advanced alchemical table. This had become a habit cultivated over the past few months, aiding in concentrating his focus on alchemical operations and contemplation. The characteristics of the elements, water, fire, and wind, had been established. For the earth element, only 2 traits had been determined: stability and shaping. Xia Zuo initially presumed that the third characteristic should be toxicity, but upon reflection, he felt it was inaccurate and replaced it with sedimentation. This inspiration stemmed from an unknown potion that enhanced vitality, which his mentor had brought forth due to concerns about toxins accumulating within the body. Given that toxins were associated with the earth element, sedimentation seemed a more plausible characteristic than mere toxicity. Stability, shaping, sedimentation. What could the final characteristic be? Xia Zuo pondered this daily, scratching his head in frustration, yet he found no semblance of a clue. He set aside his distractions as usual, settling down to practice the introductory level of toxins. Among the 5 toxins at the apprentice level, only the white mucus poison was lethal. The introductory level, however, included 4 deadly poisons: scorching tongue, peering eye, thunderous ear, and bone picker, all of which required careful dosage control during testing, lest one succumb to low blood pressure. The scorching tongue poison, upon contact with the tongue, induces an intense burning sensation lasting merely around 5 seconds. In larger doses, it could dissolve the tongue entirely. The other 3 poisons exhibited similar characteristics, with brief durations yet intense effects. The peering eye poison inflicted a sensation akin to being struck in the eyes. The thunderous ear poison resonated with a deafening chime near the ear, and the bone picker poison caused excruciating pain in the spinal bones akin to being cut by a knife. These 4 poisons would deduct substantial health, and both the crafting of the poisons themselves and the accompanying refined powders posed significantly higher difficulties than apprentice-level products. Xia Zuo merely attempted each one to see what rewards they offered, not considering using them for leveling. The black eye poison could similarly enhance resistance to all 4 elements. It would be far more prudent to use it for rewards, wouldn't it, currently? His crafting of introductory level poisons was solely to master the essentials thoroughly. Compressing the time spent on production and preparation for the assessment of the Mage's Sanctum. As noon approached, 2 bottles of freshly concocted introductory level poisons appeared on the workstation at the center of the alchemical table. Xia Zuo dragged over a stool, sat beside the workstation, and opened his notebook to record his insights on today as poison crafting. As he wrote, he again fell into contemplation regarding the elemental characteristics. He wrote, crossed out, and rewrote. With countless lines crossing over various phrases, he was racking his brain for the final characteristic of the earth element, feeling he was so close yet unable to break through. What could that last trait be? Xia Zuo furrowed his brow, tapping his steel pen against the cover of his notebook, producing a dull sound. The varying tones of the impacts resulted from different materials. He instinctively noted this, then tapped the smooth surface of the workstation, producing yet another distinct sound. A flash of inspiration struck him. Xia Zuo abruptly opened his notebook and inscribed in the corner, feedback. No, that's not right. He crossed out the word and wrote a new one. Resistance. He circled these 2 words, feeling they were likely correct. This must be the 4th characteristic of the earth element. Yet further contemplation was necessary. Observing the clock's hands approaching 5 in the afternoon, Xia Zuo tidied up the alchemical room and hurriedly departed. The 3rd cohort of newcomers would arrive in just over 10 days, arriving half a month later than the previous 2 cohorts. This delay was due to the depletion of available student numbers across various cities, with each testing station progressing at different rates. To ensure that all newcomers could enroll simultaneously, the Academy opted to postpone the start date temporarily, unifying their transport to the Academy once all newcomers were in place. Once the patterns of student sources were thoroughly understood, the Academy would establish a definitive enrollment date, preventing future changes. The nurturing process for empathic mages would then proceed according to schedule. Koloff and his 2 students had proactively discussed these matters. Every morning, he guided Yolanda, helping her familiarize herself with introductory-level formulas and addressing her accumulated questions from the previous day, while spending the rest of his time meditating on a soft sofa. Xia Zuo, on the other hand, required no such concern. This exceptionally disciplined student was practically flawless, remaining enraptured in the advanced alchemical room, engrossed in the crafting and testing of poisons. Day after day passed in a repetitive cycle of poison crafting. And finally, after 2 months, a change emerged. That morning, Xia Zuo donned his most pristine starry night robe and stood in the castle hall, gazing up at the large luminous orb floating overhead to calm his racing heart. Today was the day the Mage's Sanctum assessment team would evaluate him. He was unaware of how the assessment team had arrived in Starry Night City, as there had been no stirrings or welcoming ceremonies. His mentor, Koloff, emerged from the entrance to the toxic alchemical area, beckoning the waiting students, and they proceeded down another corridor. The 2 navigated through the intricate hallways, ascending a spiral staircase to the castle's tower. Koloff halted on a terrace. Once we enter the room, do not be overly curious and glance around. Koloff stroked his beard, a hint of amusement in his gaze as he looked at his student. He had finally detected a small quirk in him. Throughout their walk, Xia Zuo's head and neck had not ceased moving, constantly turning left and right, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Understood, Professor, Xia Zuo replied sheepishly. Scratching the back of his head, the use of the probing technique incurred no cost, and given the numerous famous paintings hung throughout the corridor, he could not help but absorb the information of the artworks into his mind. Additionally, the sculptures at the corners of the hallway and the ancient tomes displayed in glass cabinets overwhelmed him with a multitude of art pieces. The assessment team from the Mage's Sanctum comprises 5 key members. I will introduce each to you. Once we meet, be sure to greet them with the correct titles. Koloff retrieved a manual from his pocket and handed it to him, saying, The first is the student of Master Chorus. You may address him as Professor Allen. Xia Zuo opened the first page of the manual. Revealing a portrait, the man depicted had short brown hair, a prominent nose, and wore black-framed glasses, exuding maturity and composure, appearing to be in his 30s, though his true age remained unknown. The mentor mentioned Master Chorus, who had appeared multiple times in various books detailing notable figures from the Eastern continent. He was a master alchemist in the field of intricate objects, a renowned mage residing in the Mage's Sanctum. Lady Starry Night has sent a messenger. You may refer to her as Lady Sylvia. Sylvia appeared rather amiable, with long hair cascading down her shoulders, and her portrait bore a gentle smile. The third member is the Master of Weapons and Seals from the Demon Hunter School, Rexall. You shall call him Master Rexall. Rexall's bald head gleamed, his face adorned with a semblance of a cold smile. The portrait depicted only his head and shoulders, yet his robust neck and muscular shoulders conveyed that he was a man of formidable stature. The fourth individual is the Master of Toxic Alchemy, Adenavados, who served as my mentor during my advanced studies. You may refer to him as Professor Adenavados. Koloff gently stroked his beard, momentarily reminiscing about his scholarly pursuits, before turning to his student and remarking, You may have noticed that the naming convention adopted by Master Adenavados is rather rare in this era. He hails from a millennium past, born in a nation long lost to the annals of history, a land that produced many great archmages. Once you visit the Mage's Sanctum, you shall have the pleasure of meeting them. Xia Zuo nodded at the portrait of the venerable elder on the 4th page. The 5th individual is of a similar age to yours, only 4 or 5 years your senior. She is a chosen apprentice, having grown up within the Mage's Sanctum, and her name is Nina. You may address her as Senior Nina. Noting the similarity in age, Xia Zuo blinked at the image of the young woman. Indeed, among the 5 of them, Nina was the youngest, with a mere single-digit age gap between them. Teacher, is Senior Nina a mage? Xia Zuo inquired skeptically, pointing towards the silvery soft armor depicted in the portrait. Yes, indeed. Not all mages don robes like we alchemists, resembling tower scholars who spend their days among books. To be a mage refers to one who masters the manipulation of elemental forces, as long as one's mental ocean is sufficiently developed to accommodate elements. Anyone can attempt to become a mage. Koloff turned a few pages of the manual, gesturing towards the image of the bald-headed scholar. Members of the Demon Hunter School may also be referred to as mages. However, due to certain ideological differences with our alchemical tradition, they often self-identify as demon hunters or creature slayers, titles that lean towards a combative nature. He flipped back to Nina's page. Nina's path is similar to that of the castle administrator. Dim, commencing with the practice of breathing techniques, followed by meditation, resulting in remarkable individual combat prowess. She serves as a guard within this expedition. Of course, her role is more symbolic, primarily attending to various tasks. Demon Hunter's School. Warrior Guild, Alchemical School, Xia Zuo mused. Scratching his head, he recalled the dean mentioning in a lecture that there are 4 pathways to becoming a mage. Professor, what is the other pathway to becoming a mage? The Tower Scholar. The most ancient route. They refer to themselves as erudite scholars, placing great emphasis on the development of their mental oceans, as this is essential for taming more formidable, untamed elements and unleashing greater magical prowess. In the eyes of Tower Scholars, the mental ocean is the sole endeavor worthy of time and effort. In the kingdom of Starry Night, there is no trace of them, yet numerous libraries across the eastern continent hold their works. Koloff indicated himself and then pointed to his student. Our alchemical school does not emphasize combat, but concentrates on the study of alchemy. However, should the need arise for the use of force, we are also capable. Tower Scholars are deeply knowledgeable, versed in all matters, and dedicated to the study of spells, often appearing as disheveled old men lost in a sea of books. In the future, as you delve into spellcraft, you will frequently encounter the scrolls they produce. The Demon Hunter's School and the Warrior Guild focus on combat. One specializes in battling creatures, while the other primarily contends with mundane beings. The Demon Hunter School demands a higher degree of willpower, whereas the Warrior Guild has a much lower threshold for entry, allowing even ordinary civilians to participate. It seems that Tower Scholars embody an extreme mental-oriented mage archetype. Members of the Alchemical School, while also prioritizing the mental aspect, also consider perception. The Demon Hunter School focuses on enhancing willpower after achieving mental standards, while the Warrior Guild first enhances physical attributes before addressing the mental. Regardless of the chosen pathway, all ultimately intersect with the elements, and anyone who masters the art of controlling elements may be deemed a mage. As they conversed, a letter fluttered in from the corridor, landing in Koloff's hands. Let us proceed. The dean and the expedition team are prepared. Do not be anxious. Remember to think before you speak. During the assessment, simply perform as you normally would. Koloff imparted a few words of advice before leading his student towards the partially ajar door. Xia Zuo followed closely behind his mentor, stepping into a spacious and well-lit alchemical chamber. At the center of the chamber stood an advanced alchemical platform that in the corners, shelves were stocked with vials of toxins. While a stack of tomes rested upon the central work table, peering beyond the alchemical platform towards the depths of the chamber, Xia Zuo spotted 6 single sofas arranged side by side, where Dean Biquit and the masters of the expedition were seated. The sofa to Biquit's right was vacant, presumably reserved for Koloff. Clad in silvery soft armor, Nina stood beside the sofa, her golden hair tied back in a ponytail cascading down her back, her facial features exhibiting a touch of ruggedness. Exuding an air of confidence, her soft armor incorporated minimal metallic components, with her arms wrapped in a fabric resembling silk, devoid of shoulder or leg guards. The lower half comprised a long skirt reaching her calves. A set of ceremonial armor that was visually appealing to that moment. Nina observed Xia Zuo with curiosity, who calmly approached the expedition team. Following the order of their ages, he greeted each master, ensuring to extend his regards to the armored young woman as well. Except for the bald-headed Rexer, who wore a stern expression, the others responded with nods and faint smiles. Professor Allen, a student of Master Cola's, appeared younger than his portrait, though his receding hairline made his forehead seem somewhat prominent. Master Adenavados, the toxic alchemy teacher of Koloff, bore several deep and shallow wrinkles on his face, appearing as aged as Koloff. Perhaps the nature of this discipline contributed to their aging, as even unknown potions designed to enhance vitality could not entirely counteract the effects of accumulated toxins. Lady Sylvia, the envoy from the Starry Night, dressed in a starry robe, opened a tome before her. Xia Zuo, your memory is exceptional. We are already aware of this. The expedition team has decided to simplify the first assessment phase. Now, I shall pose questions, and you will respond directly. Xia Zuo gazed into her emerald eyes, replying, Yes, ma'am. Chapter 42. A thorough examination. Sylvia posed a series of inquiries pertaining to general knowledge courses, to which Xia Zuo responded with ease. Swiftly progressing to the second phase. On the work table of the alchemical platform lies an introductory toxicant formula not included in the Academy's curriculum, along with its refined powder formula. Sylvia closed the tome in her hands. We require you to produce a refined toxicant within 2 hours. You have but one opportunity for this formulation, and the alchemical product must be of perfect quality. At your command, ma'am. Xia Zuo bowed respectfully before the figures on the sofa, then turned to the wardrobe against the wall. Donning a complete set of toxicology attire, he then approached the alchemical platform, standing beside the work table, lowering his head to cast a divination spell, his gaze sweeping over the lines of alchemical inscriptions. His expression growing increasingly serious. This toxicant formula necessitated 4 types of basic toxins, exceeding the number documented in the textbooks by 1 or 2. The composite toxins alone required 15 distinct alchemical operations. Adding the process for creating the refined powder, the total rose to 32 operations, 8 of which demanded the highest levels of expertise in evaporation and baking. Xia Zuo glanced at the wall clock, mentally calculating the time. Averaging out, he had merely 4 minutes per operation. Based on previous experiences in toxin crafting, he knew he needed to commence work within 10 minutes. Grasping the formula, he traversed the shelves, double-checking the accuracy of the raw materials while simulating the movements and steps required for the formulation in his mind. However, rather than commencing immediately, he first adjusted the bellows, monitoring the intensity of the furnace fire. Since entering the academy, the initial alchemical platform he had encountered, now designated for teaching, was one Koloff had demonstrated in the first class. The advanced alchemical platform in this chamber was also first showcased by Koloff before allowing Xia Zuo to attempt toxin crafting. Successfully producing a toxicant in one go requires a deep understanding of the platform's performance. This advanced alchemical platform was unfamiliar to Xia Zuo, making it difficult to guarantee that the furnace's fire, the crucible's heat transfer rate, the oven's temperature rise, and the cooling efficiency of the condensation table would align perfectly with those in the toxicology alchemical zone. Any minor detail that went awry could jeopardize the entire crafting process. During his tenure as a temporary teaching assistant, a batch of new students had faced issues due to their unfamiliarity with the alchemical platform, a mistake Xia Zuo was eager to avoid. Xia Zuo pulled the bellows cord 3 times in quick succession, flames roaring forth from the outlet. Fortunately, this experiment revealed the fire's intensity. Within the furnace lay not only the common dry wood and coal, but also some form of combustion aid buried beneath these materials. How insidious! Xia Zuo stifled a smirk, suppressing the urge to voice his thoughts on the sofa. Master Adenavatos, the master of toxic alchemy, flashed a smile, exchanging a glance with Koloff, both reflecting mutual satisfaction in their eyes. Rexer, the bald-headed master, let out a deep sigh, seemingly releasing some pent-up tension. You toxic alchemists are fortunate. You have managed to secure a sufficiently cautious and capable student. As Rexer spoke, his voice barely reached a few meters, confined firmly within the bounds of the sofa. Adenavatos chuckled softly, a hint of pride in his demeanor, as the wrinkles on his face deepened with his smile. This is not something we have pilfered. Rexer, these are students nurtured by our alchemical school. If your Demon Hunter Academy were to manage a territory, couldn't you, too, cultivate a stable source of talent like us? Rexer remained silent, his gaze flickering towards the figure at the advanced alchemical table. Adenavatos noted that Xia Zuo was inspecting the furnace. He stroked his grizzled beard and remarked, "It seems this test poses no challenge for the young lad." Koloff, did you remind him to check the alchemical apparatus? No. Teacher. I have never mentioned it to him. Adenavatos felt increasingly pleased. He has a remarkable affinity for toxicology. The transformative effects of toxins on the body are quite evident. Koloff chimed in. Indeed. I noticed it during his first poison trial. The enhancement in elemental resistance from the toxin was striking, approximately 3-fold compared to an ordinary person. Rexer, moved by this revelation, gazed intently at the alchemical table, his eyes shimmering. If only he were born in the Silvermoon Federation, Adenavatos sighed. Refocusing on the activities at the alchemical table, the sofa returned to a tranquil state. The advanced alchemical table. Xia Zuo finished inspecting all the alchemical instruments, expressionless as he placed several vials of toxin on the workbench. These old foxes. It seems the longer they live, the more cunning they become. On the surface, they test the students with a complex formula, yet secretly tamper with the alchemical equipment. He picked up the stirring rod, the hot tray with tongs, as well as the spatula, glass rod, measuring cup, and other alchemical tools for meticulous examination. He even scrutinized the cloth used to wipe the mask, Who could guarantee that this cloth didn't harbor some foul oil that would only become more contaminated with use? Xia Zuo secretly grumbled once more before stepping up to the cauldron, seizing a potion bottle to pour in the base ingredient. A swirl of multicolored mist erupted from the cauldron's liquid, drawn away by the ventilation above. Between the advanced alchemical table and the sofa, an invisible barrier formed. The mist that was not drawn away was intercepted by this barrier, floating towards the ceiling, only to be ultimately absorbed by the vent. Immersed in his alchemical operations, Xia Zuo continuously released his divination spell, refreshing the feedback every 3 seconds. Simultaneously, his stirring motion could not cease. Approximately half an hour later, a vial of perfect quality unknown toxin appeared on the workbench. Xia Zuo leaned against the table for a moment of respite, casting his divination spell towards the glass bottle. Item name: unknown toxin. Item type: toxin. Item rank: beginner. Item quality: completion 100. Perfect. Associated resistance: earth resistance. Item description: created by Xia Zuo. Item effect: upon consuming 1/3 of the vial, a random body part will develop a bulge. Each bulge inflicts 1 layer of excruciating pain, dealing 2 damage per second for 5 seconds. The pain effect can stack, and each layer's duration is calculated separately. Xia Zuo quietly noted the effects of this toxin, waiting for his stamina to recover before approaching the shelf to retrieve another vial of toxin. The refined powder of this toxin required repeated drying, most of the time consumed at the stirring cauldron. Yet, every time he dried the moisture, only 1/5 of the liquid remained in the cauldron, necessitating manual operation without the aid of the automated stirring arm, lest he risk burning the concoction. Xia Zuo could only diligently stir in circles like a mechanical automaton. The clock's hour hand pointed to 10 a.m. He poured the freshly produced green powder into the toxin vial, capped it, and gently shook the bottle, ensuring the powder fully dissolved into the toxin. Divination spell: item name: unknown toxin. Item type: toxin. Item rank: beginner. Item quality: completion 100. Perfect. Associated resistance 1. Earth resistance. Associated resistance 2. Wind resistance. Item description: created by Xia Zuo. Item effect: upon consuming 1/3 of the vial, a random body part will develop a hard bulge. Each hard bulge inflicts 2 layers of excruciating pain, dealing 4 damage per second for 2 seconds. The pain effect can stack, and each layer's duration is calculated separately, dressed in a starry night robe. Lady Sylvia cast an inquiring glance towards the masters on either side. Upon receiving affirmative responses, she addressed the figure at the alchemical table. The second round of examination has concluded, and you have passed this round. For the final round, we require you to assess the toxicity of this vial. You may either test it or use conventional identification methods, as long as you provide the correct assessment of the toxin's effects. You will have successfully passed the examination. Xia Zuo lowered his head, massaging his temples as he glanced at his health status. Health 50-50, healthy. Theoretically, consuming the entire vial of refined toxin would deduct a maximum of 24 health points, not even triggering critical moment. However, to drink an entire vial at once would seem reckless and inconsistent with his previously cautious persona, possibly raising suspicions among the examining committee present. Most importantly, a line in the divination results caught his attention: the pain effect can stack, and each layer's duration is calculated separately. This was a rather data-driven description. Specifically, if at 10 o'clock, 00, he first consumed 1/3 of the toxin, a bulge would form, which would vanish at 10 o'clock, 02. After the first sip, if he waited 1 second before consuming another third of the toxin, the subsequent bulge would only disappear at 10 o'clock, 03. To accurately identify this toxin's effects, he would need to take at least 2 doses. More critically, the refined toxin's effects only lasted for 2 seconds. The interval between the 2 doses must not exceed 1 second. Too intricate. Too damn intricate. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Zuo devised a precise plan. First, he needed to determine the dosage required for the toxin's effect to manifest. According to the customary rules of toxicology, when the critical dosage is unknown, consuming 1/3 of the vial is a safe bet. Xia Zuo removed the cork, poured 1/3 of the vial into a measuring cup, raised the cup to his lips, and drank it down. That a rounded bulge instantly appeared on his back, as if something within him were trying to break free. The apex of the bulge writhed as if in struggle. 2 seconds passed in a blink, with the pain vanishing as swiftly as it had come. Xia Zuo took a few breaths to recover from the discomfort caused by the intense pain. Next, he took another measuring cup, pouring the toxin into the 2 cups before him. He glanced at the wall clock, calculating the time, and after a 1-second interval, drank from both cups in succession. A bulge appeared on each of his arms, then vanished one after the other without a trace. Lady Sylvia, Xia Zuo pressed his temples firmly to dispel the dizziness caused by the rapid health deduction. As you and the esteemed panel can see, I have determined the effects of this refined toxin through testing. For every third of the vial consumed, a bulge appears on a random body part, inflicting excruciating pain that lasts for 2 seconds. After the first third is consumed, subsequent doses will not exacerbate the existing bulge nor extend its duration. Rather, new bulges will appear on random body parts, each lasting 2 seconds as well. Well then, Sylvia exchanged glances with the masters and turned towards the advanced alchemical table. Smiling, "Congratulations, Xia Zuo. You have successfully passed the examination of the panel." Chapter 43. The distinction of things. Koloff stood with a smile, helping the bowing student to his feet, and led him towards the small door at the side of the grand alchemical chamber. "Come, I will take you to cleanse the toxins, and then we can wait outside for a while." A few minutes later, Xia Zuo donned a clean starry night robe, following his mentor into the corridor. Koloff closed the door behind them and said, "You performed excellently. I knew you would pass the examination the moment you inspected the alchemical apparatus. Given your level of caution, discovering the unique effects of that toxin was a certainty." Xia Zuo humbly smiled. "It is thanks to your excellent guidance, Professor." "Haha," Koloff chuckled, stroking his beard. "Sometimes you can be surprisingly slick. You don't even blush when flattering someone." The two arrived at the terrace where they had previously stood, gazing out at the thriving scene of Starry Night City. "I consulted with my teacher, Master Adenovatos, and we have decided to reward you with a master-level elemental flask for passing the examination. Besides assisting you in your first meditation, the master-level elemental flask has another function." Koloff elaborated on the concept of innate spells, which sounded quite similar to what Senior Mars had described, but with greater detail. Koloff specifically mentioned that the innate spell obtained through the master-level elemental flask would be one of the spells completely mastered by its creator. The master-level elemental flask soon to be in hand was crafted by Master Adenovatos himself, who had endured the dark days before the emergence of the Black Eye Toxin, an era when toxicologists could only enhance their elemental resistance amidst suffering. Exploring the treacherous unknowns of toxins, Master Adenovatos has thus mastered a multitude of auxiliary spells for detection, self-protection, and other effects. Should he be fortunate enough to acquire a gifted spell, it would undoubtedly prove invaluable. The specific spell obtained remains a mystery even to the creator, as it is closely tied to the intricate process of creation. Koloff offered little elaboration, merely stating that once a master-level elemental vial is crafted, it will be completely sealed. Only the user may discern the particulars contained within the elemental vial during its utilization. As the teacher and student engaged in casual conversation, their discussion gradually shifted towards the eastern continent. Koloff gestured towards the distant cityscape, dotted with stone houses, and remarked, "You have recently perused numerous texts concerning the eastern continent. What distinctions do you perceive between the kingdom of Starry Night and the eastern continent?" After a moment of contemplation, Xia Zuo replied, "I feel that the peculiarities of the eastern continent are far more abundant. In contrast, the kingdom of Starry Night resembles a purely civilian realm, untouched by the disturbances of beasts and monsters. With the natural environment yielding little in terms of magical herbs or ores, were it not for the incursions of bandits, the kingdom of Starry Night would be exceedingly tranquil." The term magical beasts and monsters collectively refers to magical entities. The term peculiar resources denotes these magical entities, magical herbs, and magical ores. Xia Zuo had discerned this while strolling through the streets. The kingdom of Starry Night produces only ordinary minerals and herbs. The general education curriculum mentions magical herbs, ores, beasts, and monsters, all of which are unique to the eastern continent. For the local inhabitants of the kingdom of Starry Night, these peculiar phenomena feel more like ethereal legends. Indeed, the land where the kingdom of Starry Night lies is referred to as the Western Continent. Koloff stood with his hands clasped behind his back, introducing the history of the Western Continent in a steady tone. A vast ocean stretches between the two continents, delineating the eastern and western lands. The Eastern Continent is the cradle of human civilization. It was only a few hundred years ago that someone first crossed the ocean and discovered the Western Continent, where the kingdom of Starry Night is located. The natural environment here is entirely dissimilar to that of the eastern continent. The wildlife consists of ordinary creatures such as tigers, forest wolves, and bears, devoid of the ferocious and bloodthirsty magical beasts. There are no magical herbs that erupt from the ground to flee from humans, nor are there monsters that devour corpses and dive into the depths of water to evade capture. Even the indigenous people of this continent are merely a group of ordinary individuals wielding knives and sticks, shouting in chaos. The various anomalies discovered by visitors from the eastern continent upon their initial arrival to the western continent made it difficult for them to depart. When compared to the turmoil and rampant magical creatures of the eastern continent, the western continent is truly a suitable place for human habitation. The news of the discovery of the western continent was swiftly sealed by the Mage's Sanctum in conjunction with other academies, dispatching several mages to conduct reconnaissance. Numerous entities within the Sanctum sought to understand the significant disparities between the two continents, to prevent a mass migration that could transform the western continent into another land plagued by magical creatures. The mages responsible for the reconnaissance found that untamed elements were abundant in this land. They planted magical herbs from the eastern continent, attempted to cultivate magical beasts, and even brought monsters for experimentation. Without exception, all endeavors were successful. The results of these experiments sparked intense discussions within the Sanctum. Was it the magical creatures that led to the unrest of the eastern continent? Or was the eastern continent itself a breeding ground for these magical entities? Did the mages tame the untamed elements, thereby capturing obedient elements into their mental seas? Was it possible that the over-extraction of elements from the natural world was the cause of the continuous emergence of magical creatures in the eastern continent? Yet, did not the sages initially strive to combat these creatures by embracing the elements, evolving into mages, and subsequently giving rise to various schools of thought aimed at countering magical entities? In any case, this grand debate, filled with affirmation and denial, fervor and critique, continues to this day without resolution. However, the various schools have reached a consensus on one matter, until the reasons for the emergence of magical creatures are fully understood. No large-scale migration shall occur, so who is best suited to explore the western continent? Undoubtedly, it is the alchemical school and the warriors guild. With no magical beasts or monsters present, the monster hunting school finds itself without purpose. The tower scholars show little interest in matters beyond spells. Many branches of the alchemical school are closely intertwined with the lives of the common folk, capable of functioning normally without peculiar resources, thus improving productivity and living standards. The Warriors Guild, with its low entry threshold, aids in training armies and city guards, employing ordinary weaponry to combat stubborn natives and wildlife, thereby avoiding the involvement of spells and violent conflicts. The exploration that began with the establishment of the Kingdom of Starry Night by Lady Starry Night has now spanned 2 centuries. The alchemical school's approval for the Starry Night Academy to admit students with inherent affinity marks the transition into the second phase of exploration. Simultaneously, the alchemical school seeks to use this opportunity to demonstrate to other schools that studying alchemy is the optimal choice for individuals with inherent affinity to become mages. Upon hearing his mentor's description, Xia Zuo felt his horizons broaden significantly, as if he were gazing upon a grand chessboard of academic rivalry. The victor of this game could lead humanity to flourish on the western continent. Koloff pointed towards the direction of the Grand Alchemical Chamber. The investigation team has other matters to attend to during their visit to the academy. They aim to delve deep into the interior of this continent to examine the situation there closely. He paused, turning to his student to inquire. You are aware of the kingdom's plans for territorial expansion, are you not? Yes, indeed, and Ruhr mentioned it to me. Xia Zuo nodded. This plan requires the consent of the Mage's Sanctum. It is at least a matter for 5 or 10 years in the future. Koloff placed his hand on the student's shoulder, giving it a gentle pat as he said, I share this with you to convey that even if your initial attempts at practicing meditation do not succeed and your mental sea suffers further damage, you may still remain at the academy to study toxic alchemy. Once your mental sea is restored, you can try meditating again. Yes, Professor. I shall not disappoint you. Xia Zuo solemnly nodded in response, feeling the academy's regard for him. This is the treatment you deserve. Koloff patted the student's shoulder once more. Toxic alchemy urgently requires young expert alchemists. Otherwise, the kingdom's plans for territorial expansion will be thrown into disarray. Speaking of which, how has your self-study been progressing? Have you conceived the elemental traits yet? I probably need another 2 months to master the entry-level recipes. Xia Zuo gestured in front of him, forming a diamond shape reminiscent of a four-pointed star. I have conceived 16 elemental traits, but I cannot yet ascertain their correctness with complete certainty. Koloff stroked his beard. Do your utmost to refine your concepts, and then share your conclusions with me. The elemental traits will determine the spells you can learn in the future. The more comprehensive your concepts, the greater the variety of spells you may acquire. Xia Zuo inquired. Professor, are you saying that there is no singular correct answer? Indeed. Koloff nodded. Each elemental type possesses hundreds of traits. However, a mage apprentice can only have 16 elemental traits. Behind the two, the sound of rustling paper was heard as a letter flew in from the grand alchemical chamber. Koloff opened the letter and, after reading it, remarked, The investigation team has reached a conclusion regarding your assessment. I will keep the master-level elemental vial for you. You may attend to your own matters now. I must remain here for a while longer. Understood. Professor, that I shall take my leave. Xia Zuo turned towards the corridor, veering into the staircase, his mind still reflecting upon his mentor's earlier words, oblivious to the art pieces he passed by, while walking partway. He patted his somewhat flat stomach, planning to join Anne Ruhr for lunch before heading to the toxic alchemy area to concoct poisons. Chapter 44. Xia Zuo's conception 2 months later. Xia Zuo had nearly completed his self-study of entry-level toxic alchemy. Only the challenge of conceiving elemental traits remained before him, but he spent a month in deep contemplation, dedicating his days to crafting poisons to maintain his practical skills while pondering intensely at the workbench. One Wednesday evening, along the pebble path by the lake, two figures strolled leisurely side by side, and Ruhr noticed that during this time, her boyfriend seemed burdened by heavy thoughts, often furrowing his brow. Darling, is that issue still troubling you? The gentle words reached Xia Zuo's ears, pulling him from his reverie as he turned to gaze at his increasingly mature and beautiful girlfriend. He raised his hand and gently squeezed the bun atop her head. Ever since she realized he favored this hairstyle, she had completely abandoned her previous ponytail, opting instead to style her hair in a bun before each meeting. Yes, it is indeed the same problem. As Xia Zuo met her caring gaze, he suddenly recognized his own selfishness. Since mastering the entry-level recipes a month ago, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of elemental traits during their time together, rarely initiating conversation with her, and constantly lost in profound elemental dilemmas. Whether they were dining, walking, or during the weekends when he would pick her up from Flower Guardian, he remained distracted, neglecting her. This simply would not do. While he acknowledged that women might hinder his progress in studying elements, they had already established a relationship and needed to work together to maintain it. Xia Zuo embraced her, inhaling the faint, pleasant scent of her silky hair, mentally conjuring his personal template. Unimportant information omitted. Personal template. Name, Xia Zuo. Gender, male, age, 18. Identity 1. Age, identity level, Mage servant. Promotion conditions, 1. Enhance all 4 elemental resistances to level 5. Alternatively, complete the 4 alchemical branch examinations at the Academy. 2. Obtain an introductory meditation technique from a mentor and successfully meditate once. 3. Utilize the meditation technique to absorb an element. Upon fulfilling all the aforementioned criteria, one shall be promoted to the status of an apprentice mage. Identity bonus. Tome combination. Identity 2, poison alchemist. Identity level novice. Hometown Rosac. Level LV17. Experience 2253,600. Health 50/50. Healthy. Base health regeneration rate 0. 12 points minute, 7 points hour. Resistances: fire resistance 2, earth resistance 2, water resistance 2, wind resistance 2, strength 314, body growth, strength 1, agility 213, body growth, agility 1, stamina 314, body growth, stamina 1, vitality 16, perception 5, will 8, spirit 15, spirit ocean. The first phase of transformation has been completed. After practicing the meditation technique, one shall enter the second phase. Charm 415. Your academic prowess and alchemical potential have been validated by the Mage's Sanctuary. Charm 1. Free attribute points 51116 from LV12 to LV16. Gaining 2 points per level. LV16 to LV17 grants 3 points. Character traits: immortal body, critical moment, fire resistance level 4, flame breathing technique, expert level, elemental vision, character skills, divination greeting etiquette, Starry Night Kingdom. Unimportant data and information omitted. Last year, I spent considerable time teaching freshmen, otherwise I should be around level 19 by now. The accumulated 16 free attribute points are reserved for practicing the meditation technique. Once I acquire the novice meditation technique, I will allocate points according to the guidance to ensure a 100% success rate. Once the spirit attribute reaches 15 points, the mental attribute rewards provided by books diminish sharply to the original 10. Pursuing book knowledge solely for the sake of spirit attribute rewards is exceedingly unwise. It would be far better to dedicate the time to concocting poisons and testing them. However, after reaching a resistance level of 2 in all 4 elements, the experience provided by novice toxins decreases, amounting to roughly 1,100 points over a month. Xia Zuo initially believed he could endure the slow leveling speed, but it seems otherwise now. I plan to inform my mentor of my decision tonight. He gently caressed Rua's back as he spoke. I support you. As long as you feel confident, that's what matters. And Rua leaned against him, nudging her head against his chin. If the mentor feels it's acceptable, Xia Zuo lowered his head and whispered in her ear, I will soon begin practicing the novice meditation technique. And Rua raised her head in slight surprise. Clearly not anticipating that her boyfriend's contemplation would involve meditation, a concept still distant to her. Perhaps you should reconsider. I didn't realize this issue was so significant. I thought it was merely trouble you encountered while concocting poisons. Xia Zuo sighed in resignation, his eyes reflecting the clouds and evening glow above. I truly cannot think of a better answer. He delved into the experiences of his past life, meticulously recalling every day he could remember. Yet not a single new insight emerged. At this rate, a considerable amount of time would be squandered. Over the past few months, Xia Zuo had indirectly learned that Professor Zhuo Lang had not disclosed the elemental traits to Rua. The Poison Alchemy Society is unique in permitting students to practice meditation techniques ahead of time. Reflecting on Koloff and his mentor, Master Adenavatos, both bore the semblance of elderly men, while they were not on the brink of death. The field of poison alchemy was indeed in a period of acute manpower shortage, necessitating the cultivation of a new generation of expert poison alchemists to address future territorial expansion plans. Conversely, the equally scarce field of peculiar alchemy did not face this dilemma. Their concoction tasks could be delegated to elemental servants. Poison alchemy, due to the unique nature of toxins, could only be performed by the alchemists themselves. The sunset gradually sank below the horizon. The two strolled by the lake a while longer before heading to their respective alchemical zones. In the poison alchemy area, Yolanda was teaching the black-eye toxin, with 2 freshmen operating the alchemical table under her guidance. Koloff reclined on a soft sofa, meditating. Xia Zuo quietly entered the advanced alchemical chamber, concocting a novice toxin before timing the freshman's testing period as he emerged. At 7:30 p.m., Koloff sat behind his desk. Xia Zuo stood beside his mentor, observing the 2 freshmen sampling the black-eye toxin. While watching Yolanda, Hodge, and Bisong test the poison, he felt a hint of amusement. However, facing the same scenario now, his thoughts had completely shifted. Failing the black-eye toxin trial meant he could not enhance his elemental resistance through this toxin and would have to proceed through endless suffering, making it difficult to become a proficient poison alchemist. Being filtered out by the trial was far preferable to enduring torment or even losing one's life. The 2 freshmen drank the black-eye toxin in succession, yielding promising results. One boy passed the trial, while the other was eliminated and would be transferred to the field of healing and supplements the following day, after Yolanda and the freshmen departed. Koloff turned to Xia Zuo. Are you prepared to submit your conceptualization of elemental traits? Yes, Professor. Xia Zuo produced a pre-written note from his pocket and handed it over. Fire element, combustion, heating, drying, explosion, earth element, shaping, stabilizing, depositing, resisting, water element, moistening, containing, soaking, nourishing, wind element, intangible, floating, connecting, spreading. Are you certain there will be no changes? Koloff scrutinized the note as he inquired. I am certain. Xia Zuo nodded firmly. Good. Now, hand me the pendant. The previous assessment by the examination committee counts as the promotion examination for proficient poison alchemists. The new pendant has long been prepared, awaiting your submission of the elemental conceptualization to exchange it. Koloff retrieved the old pendant and took out a new one from the drawer, simultaneously stating, I need to inform you of something. As Xia Zuo donned the new pendant, he noticed a hint of reluctance in his mentor's expression. Starting tomorrow, Your mentor will be changed from me to Headmistress Bichuzi. Ah, Headmistress. Xia Zuo was taken aback by this unexpected news. Indeed, Koloff patted his arm. She is a master alchemist in both the fields of potions and poisons. She was my mentor during my proficient stage. You will learn much more under her guidance. Mentor, this, Xia Zuo's lips moved. Unsure of what to say, he had assumed he would remain in the poison alchemy area until he became an expert poison alchemist. Of course. There is another reason. Koloff pointed to the note detailing elemental traits. While I can guide you through your first meditation, my guidance cannot match the thoroughness of headmistresses, with her and the master-level elemental vials assisting you. The success rate of your initial meditation will be significantly higher than if I were to instruct you. Koloff placed Xia Zuo's student album in the drawer, neatly tucking the note inside. Tomorrow morning at 7. After breakfast, wait for me in the castle hall. Yes, Professor. Xia Zuo raised his gaze to meet his mentor's gray hair and beard. I will come back to visit often. The next day, at dawn, a gentle breeze swept across the restaurant terrace, wafting the aroma of breakfast over the lake. Xia Zuo withdrew his gaze from the rippling water to glance at Enrua, who was noisily drinking milk beside him. I spoke with my mentor last night. Enrua bit the rim of her cup, casting a questioning glance. My mentor has changed to the headmistress. He asked me to wait in the castle hall shortly. Enrua swallowed her milk and patted her chest to catch her breath. The headmistress is now your mentor? Did you switch to the field of functional potions? Xia Zuo pulled out his pendant from beneath his robe, which still bore the inscription, Poison Alchemy, the field hasn't changed. I am still a student of poison alchemy. Just with a different mentor. Professor Koloff mentioned that the headmistress is a master alchemist in both potions and poisons, and I will learn much more from her. He intended to mention the practice of meditation, but suddenly remembered that Enrua seemed unaware that the initial meditation practice carried a chance of failure. Xia Zuo hesitated, retracting his words. There are some things I haven't told you. But it wasn't my intention. The professor asked me to keep it confidential for now. I understand. Those matters pertain to the secrets of the poison alchemy discipline. Enrua rested her chin on the dining table, gazing at her beloved, reaching out to gently caress his face. A few months ago, I inquired with my mentor, Professor Zhuo Lang, about whether I could transfer you to the field of oil alchemy, because I perceive toxins to be exceedingly perilous. He informed me that you hold great significance in the alchemy of poisons. Xia Zuo grasped her delicate hand, leaving a kiss upon her knuckles. When I first embark on the meditation technique, I may temporarily vanish for a period, perhaps for several months. Sensing her slight apprehension, as her small palm grew cold within his grasp, he gently reassured her. Rest assured, it will be some time before I practice the meditation technique. The head of the academy will ensure everything is well arranged for me. Enrua nestled closer to her boyfriend's chest, her arms encircling his waist, loath to let go. Chapter 45. The Soul. The following morning at 7 o'clock. Xia Zuo stood beneath the beam of light in the hall, gazing up at the colossal orb of light suspended high above. Upon reaching a mental attribute of 15 points, he could faintly discern the objects within the immense luminescent sphere. It was an octahedral alchemical product, slowly rotating about its vertical axis as it floated. Its exterior appeared remarkably smooth, and the colors varied, perhaps influenced by the stained glass of the ceiling, as the octahedrons in different beams of light each exhibited distinct hues. Xia Zuo. Kirillov appeared silently behind the student, gently patting him on the shoulder. Come with me. Yes, Professor. The two ascended the spiral staircase toward the castle's tower, returning once more to the grand alchemical chamber where the assessment team had tested Xia Zuo. The room had been rearranged. The sofas had been removed, replaced by toxin cabinets snugly positioned against the walls, along with a temporarily vacant shelving unit. In the future, you shall enter through this door behind us. The first step is to change into the poison production robe hanging by the door. Kirillov gestured toward the heavy main door of the alchemical chamber and the adjacent wardrobe, then pointed to a small door on the left. When you exit, use this door. You must also shower, placing the contaminated poison production robe into the iron cabinet, and then exit through the door on the other side of the shower room. Xia Zuo nodded. He had previously traversed this route when the assessment had concluded. The shower room of this grand alchemical chamber was rather compact, designed for single use, containing merely an iron cabinet and a shower stall. Now, put on the poison production robe and familiarize yourself with this grand alchemical chamber. The workbench on the alchemical platform holds instructional materials at the proficient level. The head of the academy will conduct a general knowledge class for the freshmen in the morning and will return in the afternoon and evening to guide you. Xia Zuo watched as his first mentor departed, then approached the wardrobe to don the poison production robe that he strolled past the toxin cabinets, inspecting the various vials of toxins one by one. In addition to the 60 basic toxins, numerous compound toxins he had never encountered before were present. Xia Zuo eagerly employed his knowledge-gathering technique, absorbing all the information on these compound toxins into his knowledge repository. The feedback from his technique revealed an astonishing array of toxic effects. What caused toes to swell, arms to become pliable as if made of taffy, spines to sprout in the armpits, and horns to emerge from the head. Among the nearly 100 compound toxins he observed, none exhibited repeating effects. Most alarming was a compound toxin effective solely on males, inflicting upon the user the excruciating agony akin to that of a woman in labor. Truly outrageous. Xia Zuo's lips twitched as he passed by a glass vial labeled "Toxin for stronger identification." Surely the head of the academy would not permit his student to experiment with this toxin. Would he? Xia Zuo gently massaged his throbbing brow and pulled a chair to sit at the workbench of the alchemical platform. The instructional material before him was familiar. It was titled The Dissection of Toxic Effects. It utilized the black-eyed toxin as an example, detailing its effects and the new toxic effects that could arise after several refinements. The entire text focused on how to isolate additional toxic effects. Retaining only the illusionary effects.it was easy to deduce that the current version of the material was developed after the refining formula for the black-eyed toxin had been established. Previously, Xia Zuo had harbored a hypothesis. The illusionary images seen after consuming the black-eyed toxin were a result of two images overlapping. This hypothesis was confirmed. In the introductory section of the book, there was a historical account of the black-eyed toxin, approximately 700 years ago. A master of poison alchemy at the Mage's sanctuary successfully isolated the distorted images from the illusionary effects, leaving only the sight of small light points. Masters of potion alchemy and poison alchemy collaborated over decades to develop a new functional potion, the True Sight Potion. The complete version of the True Sight Potion is a master-level alchemical product, enabling individuals to clearly discern all elements within their field of vision. The distance one can see corresponds to the distance one can identify objects. Standing atop a high mountain, surveying the vast forest below, one could distinctly recognize whether each tree was elemental in nature. Even entities in an invisible or similar state would be visible. Transitioning from the complete version to a simplified one indicates a downgrade from master level to novice or even apprentice level. The simplification process is as intricate as developing the complete version, with new toxic effects continually emerging that necessitate repeated isolation. Often, the very act of isolating toxic effects can give rise to new ones. One might intend to isolate a single toxic effect, yet upon completion, find two new toxic effects instead. At such a juncture, should one continue isolating the newly emerged toxins, or revert to the previous stage and attempt a different alchemical operation? The introductory section concluded with this thought-provoking dilemma. Xia Zuo flipped through the book to locate the refining formula for the black-eyed toxin's second refinement. He spent half an hour memorizing the formula, followed by 20 minutes simulating the refining process, ultimately taking 2 hours to produce a vial of second refined powder. At 10:40 a.m. Xia Zuo retrieved a vial of perfect quality black-eyed toxin from the shelf and combined it with the second refined powder. He employed his knowledge-gathering technique on this vial of toxin. Item name: black-eyed toxin second refinement. Item type: toxin. Item grade: apprentice level, proficient level. Item quality: completion 100, perfect. Associated resistance: 4-element resistance. Once the 4-element resistance reaches 6, the effects of this item on the host will be significantly reduced. Item description: the creator of the toxin is unknown. The creator of the second refined powder is Xia Zuo. Item effect: upon consuming this toxin, the user will experience 3 layers of illusionary effects, 3 layers of deafness, and 1 layer of hallucination, with effects lasting 0.33–0.32 minutes. The book noted that the second refined black-eyed toxin could induce rather unpleasant effects. In addition to the distortion of object shapes, it would also produce the illusion of flesh growth on the body. Xia Zuo sat in his chair and tilted his head back to drink the toxin. The familiar distortion effect manifested to his eyes. His arms appeared as if they were strips of fabric blown by a tempest, whimsically dancing amidst the similarly distorted patterns of the floor. small protrusions surged upon his arms, rippling like waves. The sensation was peculiar. Xia Zuo caressed his forearm. The tactile feedback informed him that his skin was smooth, devoid of any protrusions. Yet the illusory scene in his vision insisted otherwise. Depicting an ever-stretching mass of flesh, it was indeed quite repulsive. He released his forearm and focused intently on the small light points drifting from within him. Upon reaching a will attribute of 8 points, the effects of the toxin became entirely bearable. He no longer needed to lean on the table with closed eyes to endure it. The small light points danced rhythmically in the air, with the distorted object serving as their backdrop. Xia Zuo's gaze followed the small light points, gradually entering a state of peculiar tranquility. The distorted lines in his vision and the fleshy protrusions in his hallucinations were discomforting. He was acutely aware of this and felt it deeply. Yet he remained composed that moment. It was as if his consciousness had split in 2.1 half, was experiencing the toxic effects. While the other was fixated on the small light points, the two were entirely unconnected. He merely needed to concentrate his attention on the half of his consciousness that observed the small light points, allowing him to remain unaffected by the negative impacts of the toxin, while simultaneously sharpening his focus. After more than 20 seconds, the duration of the toxin's effects concluded. A message resonated in his mind. Successfully consumed 1 vial of black-eyed toxin, semi-homemade. Second refinement, additional reward of 20 experience points gained. A total of 42 experience points acquired, will attribute increased by 0.42 points. And 4-element resistance enhanced by 0.42. Xia Zuo glanced at the wall clock. There was insufficient time left to refine the powder. He retrieved the raw materials for the black-eyed toxin from the toxin cabinet, intending to concoct a batch of homemade toxins to secure the full additional experience reward. After a flurry of activity, it was nearly lunchtime. Xia Zuo tidied the grand alchemical chamber, showered, and then made his way toward the castle hall. Along the way, he fortuitously encountered Beatrice, who strolled gracefully as if captivated by ancient artifacts. Pausing intermittently before the artworks adorning the corridor, the plaques accompanying the artworks indicated their creation spanned from 200 years ago to merely 10 years prior. Did these artworks perhaps represent a fragment of Beatrice's memories? Xia Zuo pondered as he approached her, briefly surveying her light orange hair before bowing respectfully. "Good afternoon, esteemed head of the academy. Call me mentor or professor, as you wish." Beatrice withdrew her right hand from a sculpted book, clasping her hands before her. "Have you grown accustomed to that alchemical chamber? Is there anything that requires adjustment?" Xia Zuo nodded in response. "Thank you for arranging the alchemical chamber for me. I attempted to create a second refined black-eyed toxin. The chamber is exceedingly functional. That's splendid to hear." Beatrice replied with a smile. "The afternoon classes will be held in my study. Proceed along this corridor, and you shall encounter a door of sandalwood. Therein lies my study." "Indeed, Professor," Xia Zuo responded with a respectful bow. "I shall take my leave now. I will arrive punctually at your study before class this afternoon." He maneuvered past the professor and entered the stairwell. Engaging in conversation with Beatrice, who possessed an alluring charm of 15 points, was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Xia Zuo repeatedly reminded himself that the head of the academy was a woman of over 2 centuries. Perhaps the beauty before him was merely an illusion conjured by magic, which restrained his impulse to gaze intently at her facial features. At 1 p.m., 10 minutes prior to class, Xia Zuo entered his mentor's study. Beatrice rose from her chair, guiding her student deeper into the study through a wooden door. Here lay a somewhat concealed corridor. The fully enclosed passage lacked windows or a view of the sky, illuminated instead by a series of alchemical lamps. With a graceful wave of her hands, Beatrice opened the door at the corridor's end with a flick of her wrist. That a brightly lit chamber revealed itself. The 10-meter-high ceiling resembled that of a castle hall, adorned with patterned stained glass. Towering round stone columns lined both sides of the room, seamlessly integrated with the substantial stone brick walls. At the center of the spacious room lay a rectangular expanse. The wooden floorboards fit together with precision, possessing a soft yet resilient quality that imparted a sense of buoyancy underfoot. "Kurov has promised you that once you conceive your elemental traits, he will impart to you the rudiments of meditation," Beatrice stated as she and her student took their positions in the central space. Turning to face him, she continued, "Now, allow me to introduce you to the concept of the mental ocean." With a gentle snap of her fingers, silvery sand appeared beside her, ascending into the air and transforming into a spherical dome that enveloped the two like a fountain of ethereal light. The sun's rays were obscured by the silver sand, plunging the spherical dome into temporary darkness. The hazy luminescence emanated from the silvery grains. Xia Zuo, with a look of incredulity, surveyed his surroundings, finding himself amidst a swirling sea of radiant, colorful clouds, with vibrant orbs drifting languidly beside him. He cast his gaze downward, noting the absence of the once soft and elastic wooden floor. It had been replaced by a gray stone surface. He then lifted his head to behold the heights above, where numerous bands of gaseous clouds intertwined and spiraled slowly in the air. Higher still, a ceiling of gray stone formed above them. And in the distance, the vague outline of gray walls could be discerned at the horizon of this cloud sea. Observing her student's astonishment, Beatrice chuckled softly. The mental ocean is the most intimate aspect of each individual. No one can behold the nature of another's mental ocean. What you see now is a rough simulation of my own mental ocean, crafted through magic. She gestured toward the gaseous orbs and the undulating ribbons of cloud above. These cloud-like entities will be gradually introduced to you in due time. For today, let us discuss some foundational concepts. With an elegant shift of her gait, Beatrice glided toward her student, continuing, in teaching the meditation method, there exists a metaphor common across various schools of thought. The mental ocean is akin to an abandoned garden. Reading books serves to deliver nourishment and tools to the garden. The gardener of this garden is none other than our own soul. Soul? Xia Zuo mused over the word, sinking into profound contemplation.